Bringing the farm to live in another world. Chapter 855 to Chapter 908. Zhao looked at the ship. The reason why there was such a big difference between people and undead was because when people were loaded onto the ship, they would prepare rooms for them, so they would take up a lot of space. But when it came to undead, it was different. It was like riding a bus, so you could fit as many people as you could, which was why there were so many undead on board. This design might be good for others, but for Zhao Hai, it was useless. He had the space, so he didn't need to load people. But in any case, this design was already in place, so there was nothing bad about it. Most importantly, Zhao Hai wanted to see what kind of price the ship would need to pay in order to upgrade it. If he had to spend several million gold coins, then he might have to sell everything he had. After looking at the design, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be happy. After the ship was upgraded, there was no need to pay any price. However, the upgrade time would be increased by 12 hours. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't hesitate and immediately upgraded the ship. After Zhao Hai finished, Laura looked at Zhao Hai's expression and said, "Brother Hai, what happened? Did something good happen?" Zhao Hai smiled and told Laura and the others about the Hell King's ship's upgrade. Laura and the others were also very happy. After all, the Hell King's ship was much more powerful than before. The more powerful the ship was, the better. After the group sat down inside the villa, Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, do you really want to stay here and deal with the divines for a few days?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Why not? The divines might be happy right now. However, I won't delay until Feier and the others come back. As long as the Hell King ship completes its upgrade, I'll deal with them immediately." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Why not?" Lizzie smiled and said, "We can afford to wait for a few days. In the short term, the undead of the underworld and the people from the Atlanta plain wouldn't pose any threat to us. As long as we deal with the Taurus divines, then we'll be fine. I just don't know if these few days would have any effect on Feier and the others." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's good. That's what I want to see." Lizzie and the others stared. Megan immediately said, "Big Brother Hai, what do you mean? Do you want to bring their clans into the space as well?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Why not? If they lose a lot of people, then wouldn't it be easier to take them into the space? Anyway, we have so much free space. Isn't it just right to take them in?" Laura and the others smiled. At this time, Kyer turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, should we deliver the god-rank potions to the continent's clans?" Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he nodded and said, "All right, we should deliver them today. Let's go." The 10 god-rank potions had already been made. However, Zhao Hai still hasn't delivered them to the Ark continent. This time, the 10 potions would be distributed according to Green's plan. Although the human race had several great empires, they could only be regarded as a single race. Therefore, they would receive 2 bottles each. Zhao Hai had already thought about it. Once the divine race and the divine race had gathered, Zhao Hai would have them come out of the space and participate in the battles outside. This would increase their strength as soon as possible. The process of delivering the potions went very smoothly. At this time, the space's power had already begun to show. The attitude of the various countries towards Zhao Hai had undergone a fundamental change. Part of this change was due to Zhao Hai's battle with the divine race. Another part of this change was due to the space. The space was slowly changing the attitude of the people inside the Ark continent towards Zhao Hai. However, the people inside the space weren't able to feel it. After delivering the god-rank potions, Zhao Hai came out of the space. He turned his staff into a platform as he stood there and looked towards the direction of Holy Light City. At the same time, Zhao Hai was also looking at the plants in the divine realm. There were a lot of plants in the divine realm, but most of them were upgraded versions of the plants in the Ark continent. Zhao Hai tried to send some to the space, but there was no prompt from the space. It seems like the space thought that the plants in the divine realm were the same as the ones in the space. After the Ark continent's plants were sent to the space, they had already been upgraded. They might even be more advanced compared to the ones in the divine realm. Therefore, it was normal for the space to not send any prompt. Before long, the Demon Dragon King and the Great Demon King arrived at Zhao Hai's platform. The two looked at Zhao Hai, who was standing on the platform. They couldn't understand what was going on with Zhao Hai. At this time, the Demon Dragon King opened his mouth and said, "Mister, what happened? What's the matter?" Zhao Hai turned his head to the two, then he smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing, I just wanted to see the difference between the Divine Realm and the Ark Continent." "Your Majesty, Demon Dragon, what do you think we should do with the Divine Realm's commoners?" The Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King stared, they didn't know how to respond. If it was up to them, then naturally they would kill them all. However, after listening to Zhao Hai's words, it seems like he didn't have the heart to do so. Zhao Hai looked at the two, then he smiled bitterly and said, "To be honest, I really wanted to kill them. But to be honest, I can't be as cruel as the divine race. I can't even kill ordinary people." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "All right." The Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King didn't know what to say. After some time, the Demon Dragon King said, "How about we turn them into slaves?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. To be honest, it would be better for him to kill the Divine Realm than to turn them into slaves. People born in the modern era were very disgusted with slaves. Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't agree, the Demon Dragon King and the Great Demon King didn't know what to say. The Divine Realm's population wasn't small, dealing with them was a difficult problem. After some time, Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "All right, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Tomorrow, you two will have to work hard and keep challenging them. Once my ship is ready, we'll attack Holy Light City first." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "All right, we'll talk about it later." The two nodded. Then the Great Demon King looked towards Holy Light City and said, "The Divine Realm has been overbearing for many years. It's time to teach them a lesson." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's not good to be too overbearing. Sooner or later, the ship will capsize. Forget it, let's not think about them. Come, let's drink a few cups. I'll call Feier and the others as well." The Great Demon King waited for Zhao Hai to call Feier and the others. Then he said, "Does Mr. also want to take Feier and the others to the space?" Zhao Hai turned his head to the Great Demon King, then he smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty guessed it? To be honest, I want to. However, I still need to see what they want. If they don't want to, then forget it. If they agree, then taking them to the space wouldn't be a problem." The Great Demon King smiled faintly and didn't say anything. However, he was even more curious about Zhao Hai's space. He really wanted to know how many spaces Zhao Hai had in the Demon Realm. His space was actually capable of accommodating so many people. This day was very peaceful. The divine race people in Holy Light City didn't dare to attack them. Zhao Hai and the others also had a rare moment of relaxation as they drank some wine. Feier and the others were already drunk from the alcohol. The next morning, Zhao Hai and the others reorganized their army. Then they went outside of Holy Light City. The Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King attacked once again and fought against the two divine race experts. In the end, they retreated. Everything was the same as yesterday. The divine race experts were also baffled. Zhao Hai and the others knew that this method wouldn't work. Why did they still attack again and again? After returning to the space in the evening, Zhao Hai looked at the processing machine and saw that there were still 10 hours left before the upgrade would be completed. After seeing this number, Zhao Hai's mouth couldn't help but reveal a cruel smile. In 10 hours, Holy Light City would be broken through. After resting for the night, Zhao Hai ate his breakfast and then went to the processing machine to check. There were still 2 hours left before the upgrade would be completed. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry, so he came out of the space and notified the Great Demon King and the others to wait for 2 more hours. The Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King were very clear about Zhao Hai's intentions. The two didn't have any objections as they slowly adjusted their breathing in their war tanks while waiting for Zhao Hai's orders. Although Feier and the others didn't know why Zhao Hai suddenly delayed their attack by 2 hours, they didn't ask. At this point, they were relying on Zhao Hai. Naturally, they wouldn't offend Zhao Hai over such a trivial matter. At the same time, Holy Light City was also waiting for Zhao Hai and the others. Just as they were about to prepare, Zhao Hai and the others didn't come. This made the divines nervous and angry. 2 hours was neither fast nor slow. Zhao Hai and the others looked at the Atlanta Plain, the underworld, and the divine race from the space. When there were only a few minutes left, Zhao Hai and the others arrived in front of the processing machine. They quietly looked at the numbers on the machine. As the numbers slowly decreased, Zhao Hai and the others' hearts began to tighten. Although they already knew what the Hell King's ship was, they still couldn't help but feel nervous when the ship appeared in front of them. When the numbers finally reached 0, the processing machine emitted a white light. After the white light disappeared, the Hell King's ship appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but stare. What appeared in front of Zhao Hai and the others was a palm-sized boat. The boat was made of golden translucent crystals. It looked very beautiful, like a work of art. Zhao Hai gently dragged the boat in front of him and carefully looked at it. Sure enough, this was the Hell King's ship, the ferocious-looking Hell King's ship. Beautiful, too beautiful. Although he knew that this was a weapon, Zhao Hai couldn't help but like it. This was because it was too beautiful. Laura and the others also looked at the Hell King's ship with shining eyes. To be honest, Laura and the others felt that the ship's name wasn't suitable for this name. This was because the ship didn't look evil except for the carvings on the ship. Although the carvings on the ship looked scary, this didn't mean that it was evil. This was because there were a lot of people who painted evil things in order to scare their enemies. Laura snatched the Hell King's ship from Zhao Hai's hand and said, "It's really beautiful. Brother Hai, how about we make a few more? What do you think?" Zhao Hai looked at Laura's expression and smiled. "Believe me, if people like it, we can have a variety of models at home. It's just a pity that I don't have that ability right now." Laura nodded and said, "Don't worry." Laura looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. "I believe that you will be able to do it. But Brother Hai, can this little thing really be expanded by countless times?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he took the Hell King's ship from Laura's hand. The Hell King's ship immediately flew up from Zhao Hai's hand and slowly grew bigger and bigger. In the end, the ship was as big as a city. Moreover, it was a city that could house several million people. Such a city could be considered a big city in the Ark continent. Laura and the others looked at the changes of the Hell King's ship in amazement. Zhao Hai also looked at it. If it continues to grow, then they wouldn't be able to leave the spatial rift. Zhao Hai turned to Laura and the others and said, "How is it? Not bad, right? Let's go. Today, you'll be commanding the undead on the ship. How about it?" When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they cheered and flew towards the ship. Zhao Hai smiled and followed them. The Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King were waiting anxiously. With their strength, even if they fought for several days, they wouldn't lose too much of their fighting strength. Moreover, these 2 days couldn't even be considered as a battle, they weren't even warming up. Today, Zhao Hai said that he would take action in 2 hours. They knew that Zhao Hai's ship had been modified. Because of this, they were anxious. They wanted to see how Zhao Hai's ship was modified. Fei and the others were also waiting. They weren't too anxious. In any case, Zhao Hai said that they would delay the divine race for a few days. Being anxious at this point was useless. At this time, a huge spatial crack suddenly appeared in the sky. Almost everyone noticed this spatial crack, including the divine race in Holy Light City. While they were looking at the spatial crack in amazement, a huge ship slowly came out of it. Everyone opened their eyes wide to look at the ship. It was too gorgeous. The golden translucent hull, the deep blue waves below the ship, the long and sharp ram, the tall ship tower, and the chessboard that seemed to pierce the heavens. There were wind chimes at the corners of the ship tower, and the gorgeous and ferocious symbol above them. All of this made the ship look extraordinarily gorgeous. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others were standing at the bow of the ship as they calmly looked at Holy Light City. At this time, the Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King reacted. The two couldn't help but exclaim as they looked at the ship. Everyone knew that Zhao Hai was upgrading the ship. However, they didn't expect the ship to look like this. The Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King looked at Zhao Hai's ship and then looked at their war chariots. They couldn't help but feel that their war chariots were very small. After the Hell King's ship stopped, the Great Demon King and the others flew aboard. Fei and the others also arrived. When Zhao Hai saw the group, he immediately said, "How is everyone? Today, we'll take Holy Light City." The Great Demon King exclaimed as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, this is the ship you upgraded? It's too beautiful, I really didn't expect it to be this beautiful. The Demon Dragon King also exclaimed, right, it's too beautiful. Originally, the ship gave people a gloomy feeling, as if they were in the underworld. However, this ship doesn't have that feeling at all. Mister, how did you do it? It's too amazing. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. Then he turned his head to the others and said, alright, let's not talk about this for now. I'll take Holy Light City today. Does anyone have any objections? The group shook their heads. To be honest, after Zhao Hai upgraded the ship to the Hell King's ship, Fei and the others had completely lost their desire to be on equal footing with Zhao Hai. Now, they just wanted to follow Zhao Hai and deal with the divine race. Zhao Hai looked at the group, then he smiled faintly and said, alright, it's good that you don't have any objections. Your Majesty, Demon Dragon, you can park the war chariots on the ship. We don't need them today. Fei, you can give orders to the army to follow behind the ship. Once we break the magic shield, I'll send my undead to defeat the army inside. After that, you can attack and clean up the resistance. The group listened with awe. Zhao Hai nodded and then commanded the Hell King's ship to head towards Holy Light City. The divines in Holy Light City had already seen the Hell King's ship. This was the first time they saw such a huge ship. Before the ship arrived, the people in the city were already in a panic. Zhao Hai didn't care about these as he continued to slowly move the ship forward. Zhao Hai didn't increase the ship speed. He wanted to use this pressure to make the divines react. It didn't take long before the divine race reacted. The two domain weapon experts rushed out of the city. They had no choice but to come out. If they didn't, then there would be deserters in the city. Just like what Zhao Hai and the others guessed, the army in Holy Light City wasn't made up entirely of the divine race. A lot of them were ordinary divines. Although they weren't weak, their combat awareness was far worse compared to the divine race's army. The two divine race experts quickly increased their altitude. When they finally saw Zhao Hai, they immediately launched an attack towards Zhao Hai. However, the scene was rather comical. It was as if two knights from the Middle Ages were raising their spears and charging at a 1,000,000-ton ship in the sea. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled faintly. The ship didn't speed up nor did it make any response. It was still moving forward slowly. Before long, the two knights were approaching the Hell King's ship. At this time, a wave suddenly hit the two knights. The domain of the two divine race experts was broken by the wave. Their bodies were frozen in an instant. At the same time, their domain weapons arrived on the ship. The two divine race experts were also received by Zhao Hai and thrown into the ship's cabin. Before long, they were turned into two undead as they walked out of the cabin. Seeing Zhao Hai's method, Fei and the others were even more afraid. They didn't know how strong the Hell King's ship was, but they were sure that the strongest part of the ship wasn't the waves below, but the ship itself. The two divine race experts who were fighting against the Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King couldn't even resist. They were directly turned into undead by Zhao Hai. This was too terrifying. However, what made them surprised was that the Hell King's ship was still heading towards Holy Light City. When the divine race saw that their two domain weapon experts couldn't stop the ship, they couldn't help but panic. However, the divine race soldiers were still able to stabilize the situation. Holy Light City's magic cannons and arrows were shot towards the Hell King's ship as if they didn't cost anything. However, they soon discovered that all of this was futile. Such attacks were useless against the Hell King's ship. Although the front deck of the ship wasn't completely sealed, the waves were still able to form a protective shield around the ship. All of the attacks were easily received by the Hell King's ship. At this time, the Hell King's ship was slowly approaching Holy Light City. The Hell King's ship wasn't fast, it just moved forward bit by bit. Before long, the ship's ram hit Holy Light City's shield. Holy Light City's shield was like a balloon that was pierced by a needle. First, it caved in, then it burst. On the other hand, the Hell King's ship didn't slow down at all as it continued to fly towards Holy Light City. However, the Hell King's ship wasn't very high. Besides the ram, the rest of the ship hit the walls of Holy Light City. Holy Light City's thick walls seemed to have turned into a thin layer of paper. The Hell King's ship was able to break through them. The Hell King's ship directly entered the city. the divines finally panicked. It wasn't only the recruits who panicked, even the veterans were panicking. However, this wasn't the end. The magic cannons on both sides of the Hell King's ship automatically adjusted their angles. Then more than 100 red lights were fired towards Holy Light City's walls. There was no explosion or earth-shattering sound. When the red lights hit Holy Light City's walls, the white stone walls were vaporized. Everything on the walls, including the magic cannons, ballistas, and the divines were vaporized. When Zhao Hai saw this, his expression changed. He clenched his teeth as he whispered, "What a waste." Laura and the others who were standing beside Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh when they heard Zhao Hai's words. The Great Demon King and the others who didn't know what happened couldn't help but look at Laura and the others. Zhao Hai's expression returned to its original calmness. Then he waved his hand as a large number of undead rushed out of the ship's hold towards Holy Light City. When Fei Er and the others saw this, they immediately had their troops join in as well. At this point, Holy Light City didn't have any decent resistance. This was all because Zhao Hai underestimated the power of the Hell King's ship's magic cannons. He didn't expect the cannons to vaporize a city that could house tens of millions of people. The Great Demon King looked at the battle and then turned to Zhao Hai. He smiled bitterly and said, "Mister, shouldn't you be thinking about how to deal with these divines? To be honest, fighting with you doesn't give me any sense of accomplishment." When Zhao Hai and the others heard the Great Demon King, they couldn't help but laugh. They didn't expect the serious Great Demon King to make such a joke. After some time, Zhao Hai calmed himself down. Then he turned to Laura and said, "Laura, how do you think we should deal with these divines? They are now full of hatred towards me." Laura looked at the panicked divines, she didn't know what to do. After some time, she sighed and said, "Big Brother Hai, what do you think? We can't just kill them all, right? Wouldn't that make us the same as them?" Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. To be honest, he couldn't do anything to the children. Although he knew that the divine race were his enemies, he still couldn't do anything to them. After some time, Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Kill those who resist. As for those who can't, throw them into the space and let them perish on their own." Laura smiled bitterly as well. From what she could see, this was the best solution. Moreover, Zhao Hai also discovered that there were a lot of divine race civilians in Holy Light City. Holy Light City was originally a big city that could hold 20 million people. But now, there were 30 million people living inside. There was no need to fear Zhao Hai's army. Looking at this situation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but think about the empty divine race villages that they saw a few days ago. It seems like the divines had all gathered in Holy Light City. They thought that this place was safe. Zhao Hai wasn't polite. He had the undead capture those who couldn't resist. Then he threw them into the space and let them perish on their own. As for those who resisted, they were killed and turned into undead. Zhao Hai had compassion, but in the battlefield, compassion was something that couldn't be used. If you have compassion, the other party might not. If you sympathize with the other party, then you might suffer a big loss. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't show any mercy to those who dared to resist. The chaos in Holy Light City continued until the sky turned dark before it slowly calmed down. It wasn't that the divines had gone into hiding, it was just that those who resisted were killed by Zhao Hai. As for those who couldn't resist, they were thrown into the space by Zhao Hai. At the same time, Zhao Hai was still plundering the entire city. In addition to daily necessities and food, all of the weapons and other things were thrown into the space. The food and daily necessities were left behind by Zhao Hai for Fei Er and the others. After all, they would be staying here for a few days. What was left in the city was enough for Fei Er and the others to use. They didn't need Zhao Hai to provide for them. Zhao Hai was currently sitting in the living room of the Space's villa. In front of him was the Hell King's ship. On the screen was the divines that Zhao Hai had thrown into the space. Zhao Hai looked at the divines. It wasn't because of their good performance, but because of the destruction that the divines were doing. That's right, they were destroying everything in sight. Ever since they entered the space, they began to destroy a lot of things inside. Zhao Hai didn't put too many things inside the space. There were only bread trees and fruit trees inside, nothing else. These were things that Zhao Hai had prepared for the divines to survive. They could eat breadfruits, fruits, wild vegetables, and even small magic beasts inside the space. All of these things were enough for them to survive. However, what Zhao Hai didn't expect was that after the divines entered the space, they began to destroy these things. They knocked down the breadfruits on the ground, kicked down the fruit trees, and killed any magic beasts that they saw. It was as if this was the only way to express their anger. Laura and the others were also sitting in front of the screen, looking at all of this in a daze. After some time, Laura turned her head to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, if they continue to destroy the space, won't they starve to death?" Zhao Hai looked at the screen and coldly said, "If I don't save them, then they will certainly starve to death. However, I'm not in the mood to save them right now. Hatred isn't something to be afraid of, but they shouldn't be fooled by hatred. I gave them a way out, but they destroyed it themselves." Laura looked at the screen and smiled bitterly. She didn't know what to say. What did the divines think they were doing? Were they preparing to enslave them? Or did they not want to live anymore? If they didn't want to live, then they should have just committed suicide. They shouldn't have used this method to anger Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't want to deal with the divine race. In any case, there wasn't anything good inside the space. Even if they destroyed everything inside the space, Zhao Hai's loss wouldn't be too big. It wasn't a big deal. Zhao Hai shifted the screen to Holy Light City. Although Holy Light City had suffered some damage, most of the buildings were still intact. It was enough to accommodate Fei Er and the others. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't take away the living supplies inside the city. Because of this, Fei Er and the others were now living comfortably. A lot of them were boiling water to bathe. Zhao Hai looked at them and didn't pay any attention to them. Then he shifted the screen to the Atlanta Plain. Zhao Hai wanted to see how the Atlanta Plain's preparations were going. To be honest, Zhao Hai wanted them to attack the Ark continent as soon as possible. This way, he would be able to get his hands on the mechs earlier. At this point, the education of the goblins was already on the right track. Zhao Hai couldn't help but recognize that the goblins' ability to learn was astonishing. The undead that Zhao Hai sent had already given them the Ark continent's writings. Moreover, they were also provided with books on magic formations for them to study. It must be known that manipulating magic formations wasn't easy. Some magic formations required special materials. Some magic formations required metals, while others required wood. There were also magic formations that required special materials in order to be successfully made. Because of this, not only did one need to study magic formations, one also needed to study the materials used to make them as well as how to use them. It can be said that magic formations were a very comprehensive subject. Not only did one need to study magic formations, one also needed to study alchemy and alchemy. However, the goblins were very talented in this aspect. And with their foundation in magic formations, some of them had already begun to study the medium-sized magic formations used in the Ark continent. It seems like this situation was very good. Zhao Hai was also very happy to see this. The more talented the goblins were, the more likely they would be to learn how to make magic armors in the future. For Zhao Hai, this was definitely good news. Then Zhao Hai looked at the fishmen. To be honest, the fishmen were currently living very comfortably. This was especially true for the mermaids. They were very grateful to Zhao Hai. Because the mermaids were born with a genetic defect, they didn't have a single god-ranked expert. Now that Zhao Hai had given them a god-ranked potion, the mermaids finally had a god-ranked expert. For the mermaids, this was definitely good news. What made the mermaids even happier was that this god-tier potion was like a key, and their bodies were like a treasure trove. In the past, because they didn't have the key, they couldn't open the treasure trove even if they had it. Now that Zhao Hai had given them the key, the treasure trove inside their bodies was finally opened. When they opened it, they discovered that their cultivation speed was actually very fast. The two god-ranked mermaids didn't even need to fight after drinking the potion. They were already able to use their domains. This made Zhao Hai feel very jealous. However, Zhao Hai was also very happy. For the mermaids to have such formidable strength, it meant that he would have another powerful race in the future. This was definitely a good thing. Then Zhao Hai looked at another race that he hadn't paid attention to for a long time, the sea dragons. After Zhao Hai placed the sea dragons in the space, he didn't pay any attention to them. Now, Zhao Hai wanted to see how they were doing. Needless to say, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. There were actually god ranks among the sea dragons. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Zhao Hai didn't give them any god rank potions. In other words, the god ranks of the Sea Dragon clan had cultivated themselves. Although they were only at demigod rank, this was already very remarkable. They had only been in the space for a year or so, yet they were able to have this kind of result. This was truly amazing. The sea dragons were also very well behaved. Those who hadn't reached god rank were also doing their best to improve their strength. At the same time, those who had reached god rank were also doing the same. The entire divine race seemed to have turned into cultivation maniacs. For Zhao Hai, this was a very good thing. After looking at these places, Zhao Hai suddenly discovered that there was nothing else to do. At this time, they were fighting against the divine race. However, they were preparing to wait for news from the Thunder Clan and the other two clans in Holy Light City. After seeing their situation, they would decide on their next step. Originally, Zhao Hai thought that it would take a lot of effort to defeat the divine race. But now that he had the Hell King's ship, Zhao Hai was confident that he could conquer the Taurus divines by himself. The Hell King's ship could be regarded as a cheating tool in the space. At present, the top weapons in the space should be domain weapons. However, these domain weapons weren't worth mentioning in front of Zhao Hai. At this time, the only thing that Zhen Hai was curious about was the high-level magic armors in the Atlanta Plain. Were they more resistant than domain weapons? Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. Not only was he not in a hurry to attack, he even sent all of his undead to the hell space so that they could cultivate. While Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry, Fei Er and the others were. After seeing the Hell King's ship, Fei Er and the others knew that it was impossible for them to maintain an equal relationship with Zhao Hai. Even if they managed to defeat the divine race, the three clans wouldn't be able to defeat Zhao Hai. The Hell King's ship was too terrifying. Naturally, Fei Er and the others knew that the most terrifying thing wasn't the Hell King's ship, but rather Zhao Hai. Before, they had seen the Hell King's ship with their own eyes. They knew how powerful it was. But now that it was in Zhao Hai's hands, it was able to be upgraded. This was a huge blow to Fei Er and the others. Zhao Hai being able to defeat the divine race was already beyond Fei Er and the others' expectations. Now that Zhao Hai was able to use the Hell King's ship, they were even more surprised. Zhao Hai being able to upgrade the Hell King's ship couldn't be described as an accident, it could be described as a blow. They were indeed hit by Zhao Hai. Seeing how the Hell King's ship was able to deal with the divine race, Fei Er and the others couldn't bring themselves to resist. Because of this, Fei Er and the others wanted to know the situation of their clansmen as soon as possible. They wanted to get in touch with their clansmen as soon as possible and report Zhao Hai's situation to their clansmen. At this point, Fei Er didn't dare send people to inform his clansmen about Zhao Hai's situation. This was because he was afraid that the divine race would know about the Hell King's ship. Fei Er knew that the Hell King's ship was a great weapon to deal with the divine race. The later it was exposed, the better. The reason why Fei Er believed that the divine race didn't know about the Hell King's ship was because the process of dealing with the divine race was too successful. Not a single person managed to escape from Holy Light City. Because of this, the divine race didn't know what happened in Holy Light City, let alone the Hell King's ship. Ding and Shan had the same thoughts as Fei Er. The barbarians and the Winged Pegasus clan had a grudge against Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai had explained it to them many times, they still had a knot in their hearts. However, after seeing the Hell King's ship, this knot disappeared without a trace. They didn't want to fight against Zhao Hai, that would be courting death. Zhao Hai didn't know what Fei Er and the others were thinking. He was currently living a very leisurely life. All of this was because of the Hell King's ship. The Hell King's ship's attack power was truly formidable. Although the Hell King's ship had merged with the pagoda, and the pagoda's artifact spirit had disappeared, Zhao Hai discovered that he didn't lose anything. The Hell King's ship seemed to have a telepathic connection with him. As long as he willed it, the Hell King's ship would act according to his wishes. For Zhao Hai, this was enough. 3 days after Holy Light City was captured, the people that Fei Er and the others sent to contact their clans finally returned with good news. It seems like the Taurus divines don't have any troops left. Although the Thunder Clan and the other two clans weren't able to destroy Holy Light City like Xiaohai, they were still in a deadlock with the divines. It seems like the divines didn't have enough troops to deal with the Taurus divines. Upon hearing this news, Xiaohai felt relieved. It seems like this wasn't a plot by the Taurus divines. Now that they don't have enough troops, Xiaohai can deal with the Taurus divines without any worries. After Fei and the others reported the situation to Xiaohai, they immediately sent a letter to their clansmen. This letter was very detailed about the Hell King's ship. They sincerely hoped that their clansmen would cooperate with Xiaohai. Just as Xiaohai was about to continue his attack on the Taurus continent, several unexpected guests arrived. This made Xiaohai stop his plan. These unexpected guests weren't divines, they were foreign races. After hearing Fei and the others' report, Xiaohai prepared to attack the Taurus continent the next day. When it was time to rest at night, Xiaohai habitually glanced at the monitor. Suddenly, a small group of people appeared. This group wasn't from Fei and the others, nor were they from the demons. Instead, it was a group of foreign races. The foreign races of the Ark continent had already entered the space. Xiaohai didn't send them out at all. Naturally, these foreign races weren't from the Ark space. Moreover, although they were riding mounts, they were much stronger than the foreign races of the Ark continent. This was only a small team of 1,000 people. There were 500 wolf riders from the Beastman race, 200 unicorn riders from the elf race, and 300 iron-armored riders from the dwarf race. Although their numbers weren't a lot, one could see that they were all elites. It seems like their strength had reached god rank. When Xiaohai saw this small group of cavalry, he couldn't help but feel curious. One must know that Holy Light City wasn't on the edge of the Taurus continent, it was inside the continent. How did this small group of cavalry sneak in? Could it be that the Taurus continent was lacking in military strength? Did they not even have enough troops to guard the border? This time, Xiaohai's guess was correct. However, he only guessed half of it. The Taurus continent was indeed lacking in military strength. However, they still had troops stationed in important locations around the continent. This was because the Taurus continent was afraid of being attacked by the foreign races. The reason why these foreign races were able to sneak into the Taurus continent was because of the Taurus continent's defensive line. Moreover, this was a carefully planned operation. Even if the Taurus continent was at its peak, the foreign races would still be able to sneak in, not to mention now. The Taurus continent didn't have any problems. Although he didn't know how this small group of people got to Holy Light City, Xiaohai still decided to meet them. He wanted to know why they came and if he could help. After all, he had a good relationship with the foreign races of the Ark continent. If he could help the foreign races, then it would be good. However, before Xiaohai decided to meet the foreign gods, he still needed to bring along a few people. These people were the Beast King, the Elf Queen, and the Dwarf Patriarch. They were the patriarchs of the three races of the Ark continent. And since the foreign gods were coming this time, Xiaohai wanted them to meet the foreign gods. At the same time, Xiaohai also had them bring along the 3 divine artifacts. When the patriarchs of the 3 races heard Xiaohai, they immediately looked at Xiaohai as he appeared in Holy Light City. At this point, all of them were 9th ranks. Moreover, they were holding divine artifacts in their hands, their expressions couldn't help but be excited. Xiaohai looked at the 3, then he smiled faintly and said, "Don't be too excited. We'll be meeting your people soon." "Hee, your people in the divine realm." The Beast King took the Beast God spear and smiled, "Right, I'm a bit excited. I don't know how they are doing in the divine realm, but they shouldn't be much better than us." The Elf Queen smiled faintly and said, "I didn't think that we would meet our people in the divine realm in this way. Hee, I'm really excited." Billy was also excited, but he didn't say anything. Xiaohai smiled faintly as he summoned a bone dragon. Then he and the others stood on the bone dragon's head as they flew out of the city. Xiaohai already knew where these foreign god ranks were. Therefore, he didn't pretend that he didn't know as he directly flew towards them. Before long, Xiaohai saw a small group of people in front of them. This group was none other than the foreign gods that Xiaohai saw. They were also very alert. After seeing Xiaohai's group, they immediately went into formation. Xiaohai slowed down the bone dragon. He didn't want the other party to misunderstand him. He didn't want to have a conflict with the other party right now. After all, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. This was something that Zhao Hai understood. The other side also noticed that Zhao Hai and the others didn't seem to be hostile. Although they didn't take the initiative to attack, they didn't withdraw their formation. They were still very neat. Before long, Zhao Hai was a kilometer away from them. Looking at them, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Hello everyone. Are you all gods from the divine realm? Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Hai, I come from the Ark continent. These three are the Beastman race's Beast King, the Elf race's Elf Queen, and the Dwarf race's Patriarch." The Beast King and the other two immediately bowed to the foreign races. The foreign races looked at them blankly, not knowing what to say. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "There's no need to be surprised. We've already counterattacked the Taurus continent and occupied Holy Light City. May I know why you're here today?" The foreign races looked at each other. They didn't know what to say. They were sure that these people were indeed from the Ark continent. This was because the three Beast Kings were ninth ranks. Ninth ranks weren't very common in the divine realm. At this time, one of the Beastman gods suddenly said, "Don't lie. The Beastman race's royal clan has always been the Diamond Apes. When did they become the Tiger race?" Zhao Hai looked at the Beastman god, then he smiled faintly and said, "I think I need to explain. It seems like you haven't been in contact with the Ark continent for a long time. Because of this, you don't understand the current situation. The Diamond Apes used to be the royal clan of the Beastman race. However, they lost their Beastman spear in the northern icefield. Because of this, they were exiled by the Beastman race. Because of this, the Lion race and the Tiger race took turns to rule the Beastman race." The Beastman god looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Who are you?" "I'm talking to my inferior clansman. What does it have to do with you?" Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at the Beastman god. The Beastman god looked at the Beast King with disdain. But when he looked at Zhao Hai, his eyes were filled with hostility. Zhao Hai frowned and said, "Everyone, I need to ask. What do you mean by inferior clansman? What do you mean by that?" The Beastman god looked at Zhao Hai with disdain and said, "A human doesn't have the qualifications to talk to me. Also, you, Tiger Cub, a lowly clansman from the lower realms. Who told you to look at me like that?" At this time, it wasn't only Zhao Hai who was stunned, the Beast King and the others were also stunned. This was because they discovered that it wasn't only the Beastman god who looked at them like that. The Beastman gods were also looking at them with the same expression. The three of them were stunned. They didn't expect that they would be greeted with such a look when they came to greet their clansmen in the divine realm with great enthusiasm. This made them feel very uncomfortable. "We aren't inferior to you. You've been suppressed by the divine race all these years and could only hide in your three continents. On the other hand, we have already counterattacked from the Ark continent to the Taurus continent. Moreover, we don't need your help. Because of this, you aren't qualified to talk to us like this. By the way, if we didn't defeat the Taurus divines, you wouldn't have been able to sneak in here." Zhao Hai looked at the Beastman divines and said, "I think you've misunderstood. We aren't inferior to you. You've been suppressed by the divine race all these years and could only hide in your three continents." Zhao Hai's words were very impolite. The Beastman gods were stunned, but the Beast King and the others felt relieved. What Zhao Hai said wasn't wrong. When the divine race invaded the Ark continent, it was Zhao Hai who led them to fight against the divine race. At that time, where were the Beastman gods? Now that they were showing such arrogant faces, the Beast King couldn't help but feel angry. The foreign god ranks looked at Zhao Hai with ugly expressions. Then an elf suddenly said, "Sure enough, humans are always arrogant and conceited. But at the same time, they're also scoundrels. My lowly clansman, do you want to stand with this human? Or do you want to lead your clansman back to the goddess continent? That is the home of the elves." The elf queen looked at the elf and then smiled. Then she calmly said, "In fact, if I had to choose, I would choose to be with Mr. Zhao Hai. The goddess continent isn't the home of the elves. If we want, we can make any of the 13 great clans of the divine realm our home." The elf queen nodded and said, "All right." The Beast King and Billy laughed. What the elf queen said was true. As long as Zhao Hai was there, they could make any of the 13 great clans their home. But to be honest, they didn't care at all. The Beastman gods were stunned. They didn't think that the Elf Queen would be so impolite. This was especially true for the Elf Goddess, who was refuted. She looked at the Elf Queen and said, "Do you know what you're talking about? The strength of the divine race is beyond your imagination. You want to attack them? Are you sure you're not crazy?" The Elf Queen couldn't help but smile. She looked at the Elf Goddess and said, "Yes, I'm not crazy. The divine race is very strong, but I have to say that the Taurus divines aren't strong at all. Rest assured, in a few days, the Taurus continent will fall into our hands. However, we have no interest in the other continents." When Zhao Hai heard the Elf Queen, he also understood. Then he turned his head to the Beastman gods and said, "I don't know why you came to the Taurus continent, but there's one thing that I want to tell you. The Taurus divines no longer have the ability to deal with you. Rest assured, it won't be long before the Taurus divines arrive in the divine realm. At that time, we, the Thunder Clan, the Barbarians, and the Winged Pegasus would jointly rule this place." When the Beastman gods heard Zhao Hai, their expressions couldn't help but change. They knew about the Thunder Clan, Barbarians, and the Winged Pegasus. After these three races were subdued by the Taurus divines, they had clashed with them several times. Although these three races weren't native to the divine realm, their fighting strength was still very strong. Now that Zhao Hai actually said that these three races would unite, the Beastman gods who didn't believe Zhao Hai before started to believe Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Alright, everyone, you don't need to be as careful in the Taurus continent as you are now. Aside from some major cities, I believe that there shouldn't be any Taurus divines in other places. We'll return to Holy Light City. By the way, Holy Light City is now under our control. If you need any help, you can come to Holy Light City to find me." After he said that, Zhao Hai commanded the Bone Dragon to turn around and fly towards Holy Light City. He ignored the Beastman gods, even Billy, and the Beast King. They were all irritated by the disdainful looks of the Beastman gods. Zhao Hai led the group back to Holy Light City. Then he released the Hell King's ship and invited them to sit down. After Laura and the others served them tea, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "It seems like we can't count on the Beastman gods. But I'm still curious, why did they come to the Taurus continent?" The Beast King and the others were still angry. They didn't expect the divine realm to treat them like this. At this time, the first one to calm down was the Elf Queen. She knit her brows and said, "Mister, do you think it's because of the Thunder Clan?" Zhao Hai stared. He understood what the Elf Queen meant. Feier said that when they deal with the divine realm, they would work together with the Beastman gods. However, this was stopped by Zhao Hai. In other words, Feier and the others must have made an agreement with the Beastman gods. Now that the Beastman gods saw that Feier and the others didn't contact them, they sent people to the Taurus continent to investigate. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's possible. Alright, I'll deal with this matter. You should return to the space. Your clans can't leave you." The group didn't have any objections. To be honest, they were already used to staying inside the space. They didn't like going outside. After Zhao Hai sent off the group, he immediately called the Great Demon King and Feier to the ship. As soon as the group boarded, they saw Zhao Hai sitting there. Refreshments and tea were already prepared. The group didn't hesitate and sat down. At this point, they were already used to Zhao Hai's way of speaking. Zhao Hai looked at the group, then he smiled faintly and said, "I just discovered something." A small group of foreign god ranks had arrived in the Taurus continent. They are not far from Holy Light City. I just brought the patriarchs of the Ark continent's three races to see them. However, their expressions weren't very good, so I didn't bring them back. Feier, did you make an agreement with the foreign god ranks? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's right." When Feier thought about the faces of the foreign races, he couldn't help but feel nauseous. He nodded and said, "Yes, we have an agreement with the foreign races. We'll send them to the Ark continent together. I think it's because we haven't sent anyone to the Ark continent for a long time that they decided to send someone. But to be honest, I really don't like those guys, their arrogance makes people angry. If you ask me, the reason why the divine race attacked them is because of their arrogance. When the great demon king and the others heard Fei, they couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Hai also laughed. He knew that Fei was joking. Fei was a person who liked to joke, especially now that they didn't have anything to worry about. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You're right, those guys are really arrogant. I think they'll stay around for a few more days. Then we can proceed to the next step of our plan. We need to clean up the Taurus continent as soon as possible." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You're right." Fei and the others nodded. They were now eager to attack the Taurus continent. They knew that with the Hell King's ship, sieging a city would become very simple. Looking at their expressions, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's good. Let's prepare and move out tomorrow." "Right, when we return today, have your people pack up the things in the Holy Land. Sort out everything that can be taken away. I'll take it to the Hell King's ship." The group nodded before they immediately turned around and left. However, the Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King didn't leave. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "How is it? Are you satisfied with the space?" The Great Demon King laughed and said, "Satisfied, of course we're satisfied. Mister, to be honest, this is the dream of the demons. Now that our people have settled down, we're also learning how to grow crops. Mister can rest assured, we'll do our best to not destroy the space's environment." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's good. To tell you the truth, when I received the divines from the space, I gave them an environment similar to yours. I wanted them to live and perish there. However, I didn't expect them to go crazy and destroy the space. The breadfruit trees that I prepared were for them to eat. Unfortunately for them, they knocked down the breadfruit trees. I don't think it would take long for them to starve. However, I don't want to take care of them. I gave them a chance, but they destroyed it themselves." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You're right." The Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King stared, then the two couldn't help but ask, "The divine race really did that? Why?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "They probably thought that I wanted to treat them as slaves or destroy the space. In any case, the space is now completely destroyed. They're different from you, they haven't lived in the demon realm. In the divine realm, the divines have never encountered anything. They're arrogant and look down on everyone. Because of this, when they were defeated, they completely lost their ability to judge. It's hard to imagine that they're actually divines, ha ha ha." Zhao Hai's last three laughs sounded very cold. However, the Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai was too angry. These divines didn't know how to appreciate favors. Zhao Hai gave them such a good opportunity, yet they didn't cherish it. The two didn't know what to say. They couldn't help but think about the demons. If Mo Feng was defeated by Zhao Hai, then just like the divines, what choice would they make? The two thought of the same answer at the same time. The demons' choice was very simple. They would certainly live in peace in the space, carefully protecting the grass and trees. This was because the space's environment was much better compared to the demon realm. Zhao Hai looked at the two, then he smiled faintly and said, "Right, I want to send the Devil Legion to a place that you haven't been to before. Maybe they can become God-rank experts." Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled faintly. The Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King stared. They looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'll take you to a place that you might not like." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and disappeared from the Hell King's ship. In the next moment, they appeared in the Hell space. The Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King stared at the Hell space with wide eyes. This place was almost the same as the demon realm, no, it was even worse. The Great Demon King looked around, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, where are we?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This is the Hell space, a place that is worse than the demon realm. However, this place can increase the level of the undead as well as grow some special herbs. I can use these herbs to make a potion that can allow 9th ranks to reach God rank. It's a pity that this potion can't be mass-produced. Otherwise, I would have given it to the Devil Legion." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The Hell space is much worse than the demon realm." The Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They knew how difficult it was to become a God rank expert from the 9th rank. The demon realm had a lot of 9th ranks, but becoming a God rank expert was extremely difficult. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that 1 out of 10,000 people wouldn't be able to do it. But now, Zhao Hai was able to produce a potion that could allow a 9th rank expert to become a God rank expert. This was amazing. It seems like they had underestimated Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "This place is something that I obtained recently. The environment here isn't very good, but if you demons want to succeed, then you need to go through a harsh environment. In fact, I'll be sending people from the Ark continent here in the future. Because of this, I want the Devil Legion to cultivate here. What do you think?" Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "You're right." The Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King looked around and nodded at the same time. The environment of the hell space was very bad. The Devil Legion was just a step away from the door. As long as they can cross that threshold, then their future achievements would be limitless. Zhao Hai looked at the Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King and said, "I've opened this space once before. It was during the Demon Realm's Beast Tide. At that time, I opened the space and brought all the magic beasts here. With those ferocious magic beasts here, I believe that this place would become the best place to practice." When the Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. However, they nodded at the same time. Indeed, the magic beasts of the Ark continent and the Divine Realm were much less ferocious compared to the magic beasts of the Demon Realm. Because of this, the Demon Realm's magic beasts were the best place to practice. Originally, the Great Demon King was worried that if the demons stayed in the Demon Realm for a long time, then they would lose their ferocious nature. At that time, the demons would no longer be demons. Now that the space was here, this problem was solved. The Great Demon King nodded and said, "All right, I agree with Mister's opinion. Letting the Devil Legion gain experience here is the right thing to do. I'll go back and tell them about this." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There's no need to be anxious. Moreover, I don't want them to come all at once. It's best if they come in batches. What do you think?" The Demon Dragon King nodded and said, "All right, if they come all at once, then we won't have enough troops. It's better if they come in batches. This way, they won't miss anything." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then it's settled. You can arrange for the first batch of 100,000 people to come in at any time." The Great Demon King nodded. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as the Hell King's ship appeared in the Divine Realm. At this time, Fei and the others were already preparing for tomorrow's attack. Zhao Hai turned to the Great Demon King and said, "Your Majesty, Demon Dragon, you go and prepare as well. I'll call you tomorrow when we find out." "Right, remind the Devil Legion that there are foreign gods here. Tell them to be careful, they might attack the Devil Legion. If they do, then don't be polite." The Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King chuckled before they turned around and left. At this time, Laura and the others came out of the cabin. Meg and Neil tidied up the table before they served some refreshments. Laura said, "I really didn't expect the other races to be like this. It's too disappointing." Meg and the others nodded. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's possible that they've been in the Divine Realm for a long time and developed their arrogance. Hee hee. It's best if we don't deal with them. Maybe they'll come to us in the future." Laura shook her head and said, "I hope they don't. Otherwise, Brother Hai, you shouldn't agree to help them so easily." Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he took a sip of tea. Then he looked at the scenery in the distance. After some time, Zhao Hai said, "To be honest, the Divine Realm scenery is very good. I don't have the heart to destroy it." Lizzie and the others also looked around. After some time, Lizzie sighed and said, "It would be great if we weren't enemies. It's a pity that there are too many ambitious people in this world." Laura smiled and said, "All right, Brother Hai, don't sigh. Are you thinking about the divine race in the space? They asked for it themselves. It's not your fault. Don't take it to heart." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. To be honest, he really did take it to heart. He didn't understand why the divine race were so arrogant. Was it because they were invincible? Didn't they also trample countless arrogant people under their feet to become the Protoss of today? Perhaps this was the reason why they couldn't accept being defeated. The next morning, Fei and the others gathered the things they collected from Holy Light City and moved them to the Hell King's ship. Everyone who entered the Hell King's ship curiously looked at the ship. However, they were disappointed when they entered the ship's cabins. There was nothing inside the cabins, only empty rooms. However, the capacity of the Hell King's ship really surprised them. They didn't expect the ship to be able to hold the entire Holy Light City. In fact, if they were to march, then they only needed to bring some simple things. As for daily necessities, they were useless. However, these things were still useful to Zhao Hai. Whether it was the demons or the goblins, they all needed these things. With so many people, it didn't take long before everything in Holy Light City was taken away by Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai controlled the Hell King's ship to fly towards the Taurus continent. Fei and the others followed behind Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also noticed that the foreign god ranks weren't far behind them. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. If they want to see, then let them see. The Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King weren't sitting on the Hell King's ship. Instead, they rode their war chariots beside the ship. As for the 2 domain weapons that Zhao Hai obtained, Zhao Hai didn't give them to anyone. Instead, he gave them to the 2 divine race undead. The army majestically headed towards the Taurus continent. However, their speed wasn't very fast. Zhao Hai was also taking care of Fei and the others. He was afraid that if they went too fast, Fei and the others would lose their fighting strength. Their current enemy was the divine race. Zhao Hai didn't want to destroy the divine race by himself. This merit would be too big, he didn't want it. He wanted to make Fei and the others feel that they contributed. This would be very beneficial for their future cooperation. The foreign god ranks didn't go far, they just followed behind the army. They wanted to see how Zhao Hai would deal with the divine race. They still didn't believe that Zhao Hai would be able to counterattack the divine race from the Arc continent. Just as Zhao Hai thought, they didn't encounter any divine race along the way. It seems like the divine race had really retreated to the city in preparation for a confrontation. Although Zhao Hai was sure that no divine race had escaped from Holy Light City still hasn't been in contact with the divine race for several days. It was certain that they knew that something had happened in Holy Light City. Therefore, they would make corresponding arrangements to evacuate the divine race outside the city. Ryder's expression was heavy as he looked at Zhao Hai's army. Ryder was a dwarf, and to be honest, he was very happy to see Billy. However, he couldn't help but feel angry that Billy didn't immediately give him a salute. This was the reason why he looked at Billy with those eyes. Just as Zhao Hai said, these people had been in the divine realm for a long time. They had long been arrogant and thought that they were superior to others. This was especially true for the people from the Arc continent. They thought that the people from the Arc continent weren't worthy of being on equal footing with them. Because of this, they looked at Billy with those eyes. However, they didn't think that they would offend Billy. Although Ryder was very arrogant, he wasn't a cold-blooded person. He had the same temperament as the dwarfs back in the Arc continent. For them, good was good, bad was bad, there was no gray matter in the middle. Although Ryder didn't like Billy's attitude, he still wanted to take care of Billy. At the same time, he also wanted to know if what Zhao Hai said was true. He wanted to know if they could really deal with the divine race. Just as Laura and the others said before, Ryder and the others came to the Taurus continent in order to contact the Thunder Clan, the Barbarians, and the Winged Pegasus to deal with the divine race. This was something that they had discussed before. However, the Thunder Clan and the others didn't contact them. Because of this, the 3 clans sent Ryder and the others to the Taurus continent to see what was going on. However, they didn't expect to meet Zhao Hai and the others as soon as they arrived in the Taurus continent. Moreover, Zhao Hai said that he was going to destroy the Taurus divines. This aroused Ryder's curiosity, so he decided to follow Zhao Hai and the others. However, after seeing the situation along the way, Ryder understood that Zhao Hai wasn't lying. They really did have a way to deal with the divine race. Otherwise, the Taurus continent wouldn't be like this. After flying for so long, they didn't even see a single divine race person. Moreover, all of the divine race villages had been moved away. Naturally, Ryder and the others didn't think that the divine race had gone on a vacation. The reason why the divine race left was because of Zhao Hai and the others. In other words, when the divine race knew that Zhao Hai and the others were coming, they immediately used scorched earth tactics. Scorched earth tactics were something that the foreign races had used before. Moreover, it wasn't just once. In order to deal with the divine race had attacked the 3 continents of the foreign races. The foreign races had no choice but to use this method to deal with the divine race. In the end, they were able to take back the 3 continents. Even when the foreign races were at their strongest, they were only able to attack the Taurus continent. They weren't able to use scorched earth tactics against the divine race. But now, Zhao Hai was able to do it. This showed how strong Zhao Hai was. It was precisely because of this that Ryder and the others had a heavy expression. This was because they understood that what Zhao Hai said was true. They had indeed counterattacked the divine race. In other words, the foreign races in the Ark continent were on equal footing with the foreign races. So it was natural that the foreign races wouldn't be happy with their attitude. However, they still wanted to see how Zhao Hai would attack Holy Light City. They noticed that Holy Light City's walls had already disappeared. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others arrived outside a medium-sized divine race city. This city was also guarded by divine race soldiers, but most of them were civilians. Zhao Hai looked at the city and saw that it had a population of more than 1 million people. It wasn't the biggest city in the Ark continent, it could only be considered average. The city didn't have any domain weapons, and there weren't a lot of guards. The only troublesome thing was the shield. For Zhao Hai, this wasn't a problem. Zhao Hai decided to have Fei and the others deal with the divine race soldiers while he breaks the shield. The divine race soldiers in the city also saw Zhao Hai and the others. The city was also equipped with magic cannons and ballistas. However, Zhao Hai didn't even look at them as he had the Hell King's ship rush forward and break the shield. This time, Zhao Hai didn't use the Hell King's ship's magic cannons. These cannons were too powerful. If they were used, then the city would be destroyed. After Zhao Hai destroyed the shield, Fei and the others immediately attacked. Fei and the others had been waiting for this day for a long time. To be honest, following Zhao Hai was very cool. They didn't even need to make a move, everything was already settled. However, this was also the most troublesome thing for them. This was because they couldn't show off their abilities. They were just following behind Zhao Hai to gain merit. This made Fei and the others feel very uncomfortable. Now that they finally had an opportunity to show off, the 3 clans went all out as they rushed towards the city. At the same time, the divine race soldiers in the city also began to counterattack. Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship as he calmly looked at the battle below. At this point, he had already put away his sympathy. The divine race soldiers weren't worthy of his sympathy. After all, this was war. Even if you sympathize with them, they wouldn't sympathize with you. At the same time, Ryder and the others couldn't help but be startled. A divine race city with a population of 1 million people with a complete defense system wasn't something that could be easily attacked. If they wanted to take down a city like this, then it would be impossible without an army of 8 million people. Moreover, they would also need to use domain weapons. In fact, the most troublesome thing for the divine race to attack a city was the magic shield. This magic shield was powered by magic crystals. Some of these magic crystals were natural ores while some were formed from magic beasts. The same was true for the Ark continent's magic crystals. However, the magic crystals in the divine realm were much more powerful compared to the magic crystals in the Ark continent. On the other hand, the magic formation of a city with a population of 1 million required 10,000 magic crystals to activate. This was enough to block 10 attacks from a domain weapon. Moreover, these magic crystals could be used as they pleased. As long as there were enough magic crystals in the city, it would be very difficult to take down a city. However, in Zhao Hai's eyes, this magic shield wasn't worth mentioning at all. He only needed to use his ship to ram it. This was the first time they had seen and heard of such a thing. To be honest, they still felt like they were in a dream. The battle inside the city was very fierce. The resistance of the divine race soldiers was very tenacious. However, their morale was very low because of Zhao Hai's presence. The Great Demon King, the Demon Dragon King, and the 2 divine race undead also made their move. The 4 of them drove their war chariots into the city. As long as the divine race soldiers organized an effective resistance, they would immediately destroy it. This caused the divine race soldiers to fall into a passive situation. Zhao Hai looked at the situation and knew that he couldn't let Fei Er and the others suffer too many casualties. Otherwise, the ordinary soldiers of the three races would blame him. This was because the soldiers knew how formidable Zhao Hai was. If Zhao Hai didn't help them, then they would certainly blame him later. Zhao understood human nature too well. These people were desperately trying to make a contribution, but when their casualties reached a certain level, they would forget that they originally wanted to make a contribution. They would only blame Zhao for not helping them destroy the other side, instead causing them so many casualties. However, Zhao Hai didn't use the Hell King's ship. The Hell King's ship was a weapon that shouldn't appear in this place. This weapon was too strong for the divine race. They wouldn't even have a chance to resist. Because of this, Zhao Hai released the undead to help Fei Er and the others. Besides this, there was another important reason. Zhao Hai was afraid that if he used the Hell King's ship too many times, it would cause the laws of the world to react and kick him out of the space. That wouldn't be fun. He still had a lot of things to do. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't want to use the Hell King's ship at this time. With the addition of the undead, the battle ended quickly. All who resisted were killed. The remaining divine race soldiers were thrown into the space by Zhao Hai. Whether they lived or died in the future was no longer within Zhao Hai's consideration. After Zhao Hai finished, Zhao Hai and the others quickly cleaned up the battlefield. Then with the city as the center, they began to rest. Zhao Hai also paid attention to the foreign races. The foreign races were still following behind them, but the distance between them seemed to have widened. Zhao Hai didn't care about them as he had Fei Er and the others count the results of the battle as well as the casualties. This time, the battle was very exciting. The Thunder Clan lost more than 3,000 people while the Barbarians and Winged Pegasus lost more than 2,000 people each. This was within the acceptable range. Standing on the Hell King's ship and listening to Fei Er's report, Zhao Hai's mood was very heavy. To be honest, he didn't want to continue fighting like this. However, there was no other way. The battle had reached this point, it wasn't something that he could just stop. If he stopped, then the Ark Continent and the demons would be fine. However, what about Fei Er and the others? With just Fei Er and the others, it would be very difficult to deal with the divines. Besides Fei Er and the others, the foreign races were also aware of the situation. Zhao Hai was afraid that they would join in soon. Once they joined in, it wouldn't just be a matter between the divines and the Taurus divines, the entire divine realm would be in flames. Most importantly, the Atlanta Plane and the Underworld, these two enemies have yet to be eliminated. Zhao Hai always thought that the Underworld wasn't as simple as he thought. They seemed to have more levels compared to the divine race. Does this mean that the Underworld had people who were stronger than God ranks? If this was the case, then if Zhao Hai retreated, then nobody would be able to stop the divines. Whether it was the divine realm or the other planes, it would be hard for them to escape the fate of being conquered by the Underworld. After Fei Er and the others finished their report, they looked at Zhao Hai who was standing motionless on the ship's bow. They didn't know what he was thinking. After a while, they discovered that Zhao Hai was still motionless. The group couldn't help but be restless. In the end, the great demon king opened his mouth and said, "Mister, what's wrong? Did something happen?" Zhao Hai recovered, then he turned his head to the great demon king and the others. Seeing that they were looking at him with worried expressions, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "It's nothing, I'm just feeling a bit emotional. The casualties in this battle weren't small. I think we should let the undead take the lead in the next battle. This way, we can reduce the casualties as much as possible." Fei Er and the others didn't speak. To be honest, although they wanted to improve their status in Zhao Hai's heart, they weren't crazy enough to gamble with the lives of their clansmen. At this time, a Thunder Clan member suddenly flew towards the Hell King's ship and reported to Zhao Hai, "Mister, there are several foreign races outside who want to see you." Zhao Hai stared. Actually, the reason why he had Fei Er and the others attack today was to show the foreign races that he was cooperating with Fei Er and the others. He didn't lie to them. Showing one's strength would allow those who might become one's allies to know one's strength. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to show them his strength. Although Zhao Hai wanted to show his strength to the foreign races, he didn't expect them to respond this quickly. Zhao Hai looked at the Thunder Clan member and said, "Please." The Thunder Clan member bowed to Zhao Hai before turning around to leave. Zhao Hai turned his head to Fei Er and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "It seems like those arrogant fellows have seen our strength. Ha ha ha. Should we show our arrogance as well?" When Fei Er and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare before they laughed. At this time, the Thunder Clan member led 3 foreign races to the side of the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai looked at them and saw that they were the 3 foreign races' leaders. Zhao Hai bowed slightly to the 3 and smiled. "Hello, everyone. Would you like to have a drink with me?" The 3 stared, then they looked at each other before flying towards the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai waved his hand as tables, chairs, wine, and dishes appeared. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Everyone, please." The 3 looked at each other and didn't know what to say. They looked around and saw Fei Er and the others, as well as the Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King. However, they didn't see the 3 foreign races. The 3 couldn't help but be surprised. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 and smiled, "Are you thinking about where the Beast King and the others are?" "To be honest, they aren't here. In fact, before we counterattack the divine race, they don't need to participate in the battle. Although the 3 clans have been promoted to 9th rank by my potions, their fighting strength is still lacking compared to the divine race. Because of this, I didn't let them participate in the battle." Ryder looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, are you saying that they aren't in the divine realm right now?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course not. Last time, I just wanted them to meet you. No matter what, you're still of the same race. Moreover, in order to deal with the divine race, the divine realm had given them 3 divine artifacts. They wanted to show them to you, but unfortunately, you didn't give them the opportunity to do so." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course not." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Ryder and the others couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 and smiled, "I didn't mind, I was just joking. Come and sit down. May I know why you came looking for me today?" Ryder and the others couldn't help but feel embarrassed. As soon as the 3 heard Zhao Hai, they went to the table and sat down. Fei Er and the others also sat down. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 and smiled faintly, "I forgot to introduce myself. This is Fei Er, a member of the Thunder Clan. This is Barbarian Mountain, a member of the Barbarian race. This is Shan, a member of the Winged Pegasus race. These 2 are the Demon Realm's Great Demon King and Demon Dragon King. I didn't know your names the last time I saw you, can you introduce yourselves?" Ryder looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Dwarf race, Ryder." The Beast Man replied, "Binjia, werewolf race." The elf said, "Elven race, Yetta." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Why did the 3 of you come to see me today?" The 3 looked at each other, they didn't know what to say. Binjia said, "Today, we followed Mr. and saw Mr.'s battle with the divine race. To be honest, the battle was beyond our expectations. I didn't think that Mr. would be this strong." When Binjia said this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Binjia and the others were very arrogant, they wouldn't easily give in to him. Zhao Hai didn't expect Binjia to say this. This was really beyond his expectations. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Actually, this is also luck. The 3 of you grew up in the divine realm and have been in contact with the divine race for a long time. I think you should know about their deity, right? This ship wasn't originally mine. But the last time they summoned their deity, they wanted to deal with me. I defeated him, so this ship is my spoils of war." When Binjia and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions changed. They had been fighting the divine race all their lives, so naturally they knew about their deity. However, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to be able to defeat the divine race's deity. The Great Demon King looked at Binjia and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "It's not just once. In fact, Mr. has defeated the deity twice. The first time was in the Ark continent. The divine race summoned the deity to deal with Mr. In the end, Mr. managed to snatch away his pagoda. The second time was this ship, but it wasn't as beautiful as it is now." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This ship was made from the deity's pagoda and this ship. Haha, it's an upgraded version. Not bad, right?" Binjie and the others looked at each other. They couldn't help but feel startled. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to do this. Zhao Hai looked at the three and smiled. Everyone, let's be frank. You want to form an alliance with us to deal with the divine race, right? Binjie and the others looked at each other and then nodded. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's good. Actually, forming an alliance isn't impossible. However, I don't think you have the final say in this matter. It's best if you go back and discuss this with your clans. If you agree, then you can give me a reply as soon as possible. I want to use this time to deal with the Taurus divines. As soon as Binjie and the others heard Zhao Hai, they nodded. They knew that Zhao Hai was right. They didn't have the final say in this matter. Moreover, it seems like the demons were standing behind Zhao Hai. Fei and the others also seemed to be very close to Zhao Hai. And with Zhao Hai's formidable fighting strength, Zhao Hai had the ability to deal with them. In this case, they could only report this matter to their clans. Zhao Hai looked at the three and smiled. Everyone, the reason why we didn't attack the Taurus continent with you was my idea. I think you know how deep the hatred between your three races and the divine race is. If you participate in this attack, then the entire divine race would counterattack. At this time, we still haven't taken the Taurus continent, which would be very disadvantageous for us. Therefore, we plan to inform you after we take the Taurus continent. If the divine race were to intervene while we were fighting the Taurus continent, then we would have informed you. To be honest, I didn't like your attitudes before, but there is a saying that an enemy of an enemy is a friend. We have a common enemy, the divine race. As long as we eliminate the divine race, then we would have a better life. Because of this, I'm willing to form an alliance with you. Binjie and the others didn't speak, but their expressions were somewhat awkward. Their previous attitude wasn't very good. If they were dealing with people one level lower than them, then they wouldn't say anything. However, when they were facing Zhao Hai, an expert of the same level as them, their attitude was very disgusting. However, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this direct. Zhao Hai looked at the three and smiled faintly. We still have a lot of things to do here, so I won't keep you three any longer. I hope that you can contact your clansmen as soon as possible and give us an answer as soon as possible. Do you want to form an alliance or not? If you agree to it, then we'll have to prepare ourselves. Binjie and the others looked at each other before they stood up and gave Zhao Hai a salute. Then they turned around and left. After seeing Binjie and the others leave, Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Then he said, Mr. really has a way. To be honest, I'm tired of their arrogance. I think that after this matter, they will certainly restrain themselves. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I hope that they can form an alliance with us. But to be honest, if they don't, then I won't be worried. Fei smiled. When they came in contact with the three foreign races, they seemed to be in a disadvantageous position. This made Fei confused. Now that Zhao Hai said this, Fei understood that the reason why they were in a disadvantageous position was because they didn't have the strength to contend with the three foreign races. They thought that without the help of the foreign races, they would lose. Therefore, it was natural for them to be in a disadvantageous position. On the other hand, Zhao Hai wasn't like this. With Zhao Hai's strength, it didn't matter whether or not the three god ranks would help him or form an alliance with him. He wasn't afraid. Because of this, Zhao Hai was on an equal footing with them, he even had the upper hand. As the old saying goes, one needs to be strong to forge iron. This was the truth that Fei and the others were now able to understand. Fei looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, our attack on the divine race has been very smooth. However, there's something I need to tell you. I heard that the 13 continents of the divine race have an ultimate weapon. Every time the continent encounters a crisis, they would use this weapon. I heard that this weapon is very powerful, but I don't know how powerful it is. I've never seen it before, I've only heard about it. Fei looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, I've never seen it before. Zhao Hai stared and said, Ultimate weapon? Right, this might be the reason why the three foreign gods were able to defend the three continents. It doesn't matter. I really want to see what kind of weapon it is. Seeing how relaxed Zhao Hai was, Fei couldn't help but remind him, Mister needs to be careful. I heard from the divine race that the weapon can topple mountains and overturn seas. It's very powerful. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, don't worry, I'll pay attention to it. No matter what, the Taurus continent must be conquered. Sooner or later, we'll have to face this weapon. I think we should strengthen our attack tomorrow so that they can use the weapon to deal with us. Then they can use it to deal with your three races." As soon as Feier and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions changed. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to say this. If the divines really used the ultimate weapon to deal with their people, then they would certainly lose. Zhao Hai looked at Feier and the others and comforted them, "Alright, don't worry. We'll speed up the attack tomorrow. I really want to see what the ultimate weapon looks like." Feier and the others didn't speak. Then Zhao Hai turned to them and said, "Feier, after you go back, send a message to your people. Tell them not to push the divines too hard. Let us deal with them." The three nodded, then they stood up and said their goodbyes to Zhao Hai before they immediately left. Zhao Hai looked at Feier and the others and couldn't help but smile. The great demon king also smiled and said, "Mister, you're scaring them. But to be honest, if I'm the ruler of the Taurus continent, then I would use my ultimate weapon to destroy their three clans first. Then I would turn around and have a decisive battle with them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, I also think so. Therefore, I reminded them." But what's strange is that they didn't mention the ultimate weapon before. Did they forget about it? The great demon king and the demon dragon king looked at each other, they didn't know what to say. It seems like Feier and the others had forgotten about this matter. However, it was hard to say whether this was the case or not. Zhao Hai looked at the two's expression and smiled faintly, "Alright, don't worry. Whether they really forgot or not, it's all the same to me." The great demon king and the demon dragon king looked at each other before they smiled. The demon dragon king said, "Maybe Mister will have another weapon." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. The reason why Zhao Hai was so relaxed wasn't because he looked down on the divine race's ultimate weapon, but because he was confident. He believed that the Hell King's ship was strong enough to defeat the other party. If the Hell King's ship couldn't defeat the other party, then the divines wouldn't have called Lu Wei a deity. If Lu Wei wanted to become the deity of the divine race, then he must have the strength to do so. Whether it was the Ghost Pagoda or the treasure ship, both of them were formidable existences. If Zhao Hai hadn't improved his strength several times, then it would have been impossible for him to fight against Lu Wei. In other words, Lu Wei's two treasures were even more formidable than the ultimate weapons of the divine race. Otherwise, the divine race wouldn't have submitted to him. Lu Wei's two treasures were more powerful than the divine race's ultimate weapon. If Zhao Hai combined the two treasures, wouldn't it be even more powerful? This was the reason why Zhao Hai was so confident. Zhao Hai was very confident, but he didn't underestimate the enemy. A lion would go all out to catch a rabbit. Zhao Hai was also the same. After Feier and the others returned to their camp, they immediately wrote a letter to the clan and had it sent back. They were afraid that the situation that Zhao Hai described would happen. The next morning, Zhao Hai and the others continued their attack on the Taurus divines. However, Zhao Hai had changed his strategy. He asked Feier about the Taurus continent's situation. Zhao Hai and the others were now southeast of the Taurus continent. They could be considered inland, regardless of whether it was coastal or not. If they were to attack according to the direction they did yesterday, then they would be attacking northwest of the Taurus continent. This was equivalent to cutting a diagonal line in the Taurus continent. Zhao Hai didn't want this to happen, so he changed his mind. He wanted to take the southeast part of the Taurus continent and make it their rear. This would ensure that no enemies would suddenly attack them from behind. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to attack the southeast part of the Taurus continent. The Taurus divines didn't have a lot of troops at this time. And the southeast part of the continent had shrunk in defense. Almost all of the troops were concentrated in large and small cities. This gave Zhao Hai an opportunity. Zhao Hai was like pulling out nails as he pulled out cities one by one. At the same time, the space's map of the Taurus continent was getting bigger and bigger. In just 3 days, Zhao Hai managed to take down dozens of large and small cities in the southeast part of the Taurus continent. All of the divines were also thrown into the space. Zhao Hai didn't really want to starve the divines to death. Although the space had been destroyed by the divines, the space was still very big. As long as the divines calmed down, they would understand the importance of the space. Naturally, they wouldn't destroy it anymore. As for how long it would take for the divines to forget their hatred towards Zhao Hai, it was hard to say. In any case, Zhao Hai didn't expect the divines to provide him with faith power. The reason why he threw the divines into the space was because he didn't want to kill too many people. After the southeast part of the Taurus continent had been cleaned up by Zhao Hai, they immediately began to advance towards the continent. However, this time, Zhao Hai didn't advance randomly. Instead, he went straight towards the largest city of the Taurus continent, which was also their capital, Divine Will City. With this, the speed of their advance became even faster. They were almost in a straight line as they attacked Divine Will City. All the cities that they encountered along the way were captured by Zhao Hai's group. This was truly an irresistible force. The speed of Zhao Hai's group's advance caused the entire Taurus continent to panic. Some people even began to prepare ships in order to take refuge in other continents. At this time, Fei and the others received a reply from their clansmen. They had stopped their attack on the Taurus divines. Moreover, they were preparing to send people with prestige to meet Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to fight the Taurus divines to the death. He just wanted to use this method to make the Taurus divines focus their attention on him. Zhao Hai knew that he couldn't push the divines too hard. Otherwise, the Taurus divines would ask for help from the other continents. At that time, things would become more troublesome. Because of this, when Zhao Hai received the news that Fei and the others had stopped attacking the Taurus divines, Zhao Hai immediately slowed down his attack. Zhao Hai didn't slow down because he didn't do anything. Instead, he began to clean up the territories that he had conquered. If his attack on the Taurus divines before was a straight line, then now it was a flat plane, advancing in parallel. Although his attack speed had slowed down, his territory was getting bigger and bigger. Zhao Hai did this because, first, he wanted to gain more territory. Second, he wanted to give the Thunder Clan and the others an opportunity. Third, he wanted to wait for the foreign races to respond. Although Zhao Hai's speed had slowed down, the atmosphere of the Taurus continent was getting more and more tense. This was because Zhao Hai was slowly nibbling away at the Taurus continent. Little by little, the Taurus continent's living space was shrinking. Zhao Hai was also paying attention to the Arc continent's response. He already had Fei send a message to the three clans. Although the three clans had stopped their attack, Zhao Hai also asked them to do something else. This matter was to send their own elite troops to monitor the Taurus continent's waters. This was to see if the Taurus divines would ask for help from the other continents. The Thunder Clan and the others didn't think that they would agree to this request. Originally, they were feeling guilty about not being able to deal with the Taurus divines. But now, they didn't need to. On the third day after Zhao Hai had occupied the southeastern part of the Taurus continent, the representatives of the three clans finally arrived at Zhao Hai's place. This time, the three clans' lineup could be said to be very luxurious. The Thunder Clan had 200,000 elites, the Barbarians had 500,000 elites, and the Winged Pegasus had 1 million elites. Moreover, all of them were god ranks. The leaders of the Thunder Clan and the Barbarians were their great elders, second only to the Patriarch. The leader of the Winged Pegasus clan was their council speaker. Besides the Patriarch, the Winged Pegasus clan also had their council speaker. Compared to the great elders of the Thunder Clan and the Barbarians, the council speaker's status wasn't lower. In fact, his status might even be higher. It can be said that all of the three clans were present. The status of these people was a lot higher than Fei and the others. Such a lineup could be said to be magnificent. When they arrived, Zhao Hai and the others were resting in a medium-sized city called Divine Will City. Zhao Hai was still living on the Hell King's ship. Fei and the others had established a large camp in the city. When the three clans arrived, they immediately went to their own camps. After learning about this, Zhao Hai didn't care about it. He was now an ally of the three clans, he wasn't their ruler. Since the three clans had arrived, there was no need for them to see him. Naturally, they would contact their own clans first and understand the situation before coming to see Zhao Hai. However, the three clans didn't make Zhao Hai wait for too long. After they entered the camp and settled down, the leaders of the three clans arrived. Zhao Hai stood on the deck of the Hell King's ship as he looked at the leaders of the three clans. The three of them weren't young anymore. Their clothes were very distinctive. The great elder of the barbarian race was wearing a leather robe. He had a sturdy body and a cane in his hand. Although he was wearing a robe, he looked very mighty. He looked like a general wearing a scholar's robe. The Thunder Clan's great elder was also very tall. He was also wearing a robe and had a cane in his hand. However, his cane was much smaller than the great elder's, it was about the size of a cane. On the other hand, the Winged Pegasus clan's chairman was wearing very gorgeous clothes. He also had a fine cane in his hand. He looked like a great noble of the Ark continent. Zhao Hai looked at the three and said, "This Zhao Hai has seen the three of you. The three of you have just arrived here, but you actually rushed to see this Zhao Hai. This makes me feel flattered. Please take a seat." Zhao Hai nodded and looked at the three of them. The three immediately returned the greeting. The Winged Pegasus chairman looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "Speaker Feng has seen Mr. Mr. is too polite. It's only right for us to come here and see Mr. There's no need to be so polite." The great elder of the barbarian race also gave a salute to Zhao Hai and said, "Barbarian River has seen Mr. We thank Mr. for helping our barbarian race." The Thunder Clan's great elder also gave a salute and said, "Zhen Wushuang has seen Mr. Feier has already told us about Mr. I really admire Mr.'s ability." Zhao Hai smiled faintly at the three and said, "There's no need to be so polite. Please take a seat. I'm very happy that you're here." A table was already prepared on the deck, filled with food. It wasn't only Zhen Wushuang's group that came, Feier and the others were also present. On the other hand, Zhao Hai only brought the Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King. After the group sat down, Laura and the others brought out the prepared food. This time, they brought out the Chinese dishes that Zhao Hai liked to eat. Whether it was the Ark continent, the Divine Realm, or the other planes, they didn't have anything like this. When the Great Demon King and the others saw the dishes on the table, they couldn't help but stare. However, they were all people with status, so they didn't say anything. Zhao Hai personally took a glass of wine and poured everyone a glass. Then he smiled and said, "These dishes are unique to my Buddha clan. There aren't a lot of people in the continent who have eaten these dishes. I'm very happy that you're here today. Please, let's drink." The group raised their glasses and returned the gesture. After that, Zhao Hai poured a second glass. But this time, he didn't raise his glass. Instead, he looked at the group and said, "Everyone, have a taste of my Buddha clan's dishes. There's no need to be polite." The Great Demon King and the others curiously took a bite of the food. The taste was very good, they couldn't help but praise it. Zhao Hai smiled and thanked them. Then he drank another glass of wine and said, "You came to see me this time, is there anything I can help you with?" Man Yuanjiang looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, "We were ordered by the Patriarch to thank Mr. Zhao Hai. Mr. didn't kill us in the Ark continent. Mr. also allied with us to deal with the divine race. Moreover, you took the lead in every battle. This made us very moved." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You're too polite. We're allies. Allies should do this. Moreover, the divine race is our common enemy. It's only right for us to deal with them." Man Yuanjiang smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Then Zhen Wushuang opened his mouth and said, "Besides thanking Mr., there's also another matter. We brought our troops to support Mr. Naturally, we know that Mr. doesn't lack troops. But since we're allies, we can't just rely on Mr. alone." Speaker nodded and said, "Mr. has been taking care of us. We can't just watch Mr. fight against the divine race. This would make us feel uneasy." Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and smiled faintly, "You're too polite. There's nothing wrong with this. If I don't use my undead and let your clansmen charge, then that wouldn't be something I, Zhao Hai, would do. We're allies, and I don't want to control your clans. There's no need to consume your strength, right?" Speaker Feng didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this straightforward. He didn't know how to respond. Shan knew Zhao Hai's style of speaking, so he smiled and said, "Speaker, Mr. has always been very straightforward. He would always say what he wants to say to his friends. But when it comes to his enemies, Mr. wouldn't hesitate." Speaker Feng nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai with appreciation. Then he raised his glass and said, "Let's have a toast to Mr. You're a true friend. Also, this wine tastes very good." Xiaohai smiled and said, "It's good that you like it. When you go back, I'll give you some." "Right, I also have Beastman milk wine as well as fruit wine." "Hee, there's a lot of wine in the Ark continent right now. Moreover, they all taste very good." Xiaohai and the others were currently drinking rice wine. It wasn't very strong, but it was still very mellow. Even people who haven't drunk strong liquor before would be able to bear it. After the group drank another cup of wine, Xiaohai said, "I've already told the foreign races that we can form an alliance with them. However, I hope that they won't make a move against the divine race. Does anyone have any objections?" Xiaohai nodded and said, "I've already told the foreign races." Fei and the others had already written letters to their clans. Therefore, when they heard Xiaohai, the three shook their heads at the same time. Then Unparalleled Jin said, "Mister, we have already considered this before. But at that time, we were afraid that our allies weren't strong enough. Therefore, we had no choice but to ask the foreign races for help. Now that Mister is here, we have to change our plans. Otherwise, it would be very disadvantageous for us. Moreover, regarding the ultimate weapon, we really have to thank Mister. There aren't a lot of people in our clans who know about it. Moreover, ever since we were conquered by the divine race, we haven't seen any ultimate weapons. Because of this, we didn't tell Mister about it. I hope Mister wouldn't blame us." Xiaohai waved his hand and said, "You don't need to be so polite. I don't blame you, so there's no need to be so nervous. Right, I'll be giving you some messenger fishes so that we can contact each other more conveniently. Moreover, it's also better for us to contact your clans. It's best if you give some messenger fishes to those who are monitoring the Taurus divines so that they can report back to us as soon as possible. This way, we can deal with the situation." Xiaohai nodded and said, "All right." Unparalleled Jin nodded and said, "Fei has already sent some messenger fishes back to the clan. To be honest, Mister, these things are very useful." Xiaohai smiled and said, "These messenger fishes were actually found in the Ark Continent Sea. The fishmen have been using these fishes to transmit information. But after the Radiant Church suppressed the foreign races, the people of the Ark Continent didn't know about the existence of these messenger fishes." Unparalleled Jin and the others nodded. They had some understanding of the Ark Continent's situation. The methods that the divine race used to deal with the Ark Continent were much more than what they used to deal with the other races. If it wasn't for Xiaohai's appearance, then the Ark Continent would have already fallen under the divine race's rule. Xiaohai continued, "However, these messenger fishes also have their shortcomings. Each fish can only communicate with the right person. This isn't very good. However, I'm still thinking of ways to improve it. I hope that it will be useful." Speaker Feng replied, "Mister, what you mean is that you can communicate with multiple people with just one fish? If that's the case, then that would be great. But according to the current situation, it wouldn't be long before the Taurus divines use their ultimate weapon. Does Mister have any plans?" Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, "In my opinion, this ultimate weapon isn't something to be afraid of. It's obvious that the divine race wouldn't use it easily. If they do, then they would have to pay a huge price. However, I'm very curious about this weapon. Not only the Taurus divines, I'm also curious about the other ultimate weapons of the divine race." Speaker Feng and the others smiled. They appreciated Xiaohai's confidence. The group continued to chat until everyone was full. Then Speaker Feng and the others said their goodbyes and left. After Speaker Feng and the others left, Laura and the others came out of the cabin. Laura looked at Speaker Feng and the others and said, "Brother Hai, what did these guys come here for?" Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, "They wanted to see what kind of person I am. They wanted to see my determination to deal with the divine race. What else can they do?" Laura nodded and said, "It seems like they were very satisfied. Brother Hai, what are we going to do next?" Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, "As I said before, I can't help but want to see what the divine race's ultimate weapon looks like. I want to see if I can add some functions to the Hell King's ship." When Laura and the others heard Xiaohai, they couldn't help but laugh. The next day, Xiaohai continued to advance towards the Taurus continent. Although their speed wasn't fast, they were still advancing every day. This caused the tourist divines to have a headache. On the other hand, Speaker Feng and the others had their horizons broadened. The Hell King's ship's fighting strength was beyond their expectations. Although they had heard from Fei about the ship's strength, seeing it with their own eyes was still very shocking. 5 days after Speaker Feng and the others met up with Zhao Hai, news came from the foreign races. This time, it was Yetta and the others. They also brought good news to Zhao Hai. They agreed to form an alliance with Zhao Hai. They also agreed with Zhao Hai's opinion. For now, they wouldn't attack the tourist divines, nor would they provoke the other divines. If the other divines were to participate in the war in the Ark continent, then they would immediately attack the other divines and support Zhao Hai from the side. After discussing the details with Yetta and the others, Zhao Hai began to attack the tourist divines. This time, Zhao Hai didn't advance slowly. He sped up in order to force the tourist divines to use their ultimate weapon as soon as possible. Zhao Hai's plan was very successful. 10 days after he formed an alliance with the foreign races, the divines used their ultimate weapon. At that time, Zhao Hai was attacking a medium-sized city. The city's shield had already been broken by Zhao Hai. The undead were attacking the city. Zhao Hai was standing on the Hell King's ship as he watched the battle below. Yetta and the others were standing by Zhao Hai's side. After contacting Zhao Hai last time, Yetta and the others didn't leave. They stayed by Zhao Hai's side and watched as Zhao Hai broke through the divine races' cities one by one. Then the people inside the cities were either taken away or turned into undead. At first, they were shocked when they saw this scene. But after a long time, they became numb. They only had one thought in their minds, and that was to never become enemies with Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly felt a powerful aura coming towards them. This aura was the most powerful aura that Zhao Hai had ever felt. Even Lu Wei didn't give this feeling to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's eyes flashed with excitement, then he turned to Yetta and the others and said, "The tourist divines might have used their ultimate weapon. You should get off the ship first. I'm afraid that I won't be able to take care of you. Moreover, it's very likely that you'll be injured." Yetta nodded and said, "I'm afraid that the tourist divines have used their ultimate weapon." Yetta and the others' status in the divine race wasn't low, so they knew about the ultimate weapon. Therefore, when they heard Zhao Hai, their expressions changed. After giving Zhao Hai a salute, they turned around and left the ship. Zhao Hai controlled the ship and rushed towards the source of the aura. Zhao Hai thought that the divine race's ultimate divine artifact would be huge and formidable. However, when he saw the ultimate divine artifact, he couldn't help but stare. This was because the ultimate divine artifact was too small. It was a golden metal cow that was about the size of an ordinary cow. This cow was running in the air with its 4 hooves. A person was sitting on the back of the cow. This person was wearing a white weapon suit. His hair and beard were already white. His stature was very tall. Although he was an old man, he still gave off the aura of a lion. Zhao Hai stopped the Hell King's ship and looked at the approaching tourist divines. At this point, he wasn't sure if this was the tourist divine's ultimate artifact. The old man stopped about 100 meters away from the Hell King's ship. He looked at Zhao Hai and calmly said, "Are you Zhao Hai?" Zhao Hai looked at the old man and smiled faintly as he said, "Right, I'm Zhao Hai. May I know who you are?" The old man looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Child, you actually dared to run wild in my tourist continent. Today, I'll let you know that the divine realm isn't a place where people like you can run wild." Zhao Hai looked at the old man and smiled, "I can't come? I really don't know. I only know that the divine realm is a place where people can run wild. And you can't do anything to me? What's wrong? Have you used the ultimate divine artifact of your clan? To be honest, I've been waiting for this day. I didn't expect you to use it this late. I'm really disappointed." The old man's face was still calm. However, Zhao Hai noticed that the beard on the old man's face was trembling. It was obvious that the old man's mood was fluctuating. Zhao Hai could guess why. It must be because he mentioned the ultimate divine artifact. Even among the divine race, there weren't a lot of people who knew about ultimate divine artifacts. Moreover, those who knew about them would try to keep it a secret. Now that Zhao Hai mentioned the ultimate divine artifact, the old man couldn't help but be excited. Zhao Hai did this deliberately because he didn't know if the metal bull that the old man was riding was an ultimate divine artifact or not. Therefore, he decided to test it. The result of the test was good. Zhao Hai was sure that the metal bull was an ultimate divine artifact. The old man looked at Zhao Hai and said with a cold voice, "I didn't expect a person from the lower realms to know about the divine realm. However, knowing is useless. You're dead today." Then the old man waved his hand as a small formation disc appeared in his hand. When the old man received the disc, Zhao Hai discovered that he was surrounded by 20 domain weapons. Among the 20 domain weapons, 10 were spears, 5 were swords, and 5 were shields. Although these domain weapons were small compared to the Hell King's ship, they were still domain weapons. Their attack power wasn't weak. Zhao Hai didn't even look at the divines who were using domain weapons. Instead, he was looking at the small formation disc in the old man's hand. The small formation disc looked incomparably refined. Its entire body was made of golden metal. It was very beautiful. Zhao Hai was sure that this formation disc wasn't something simple. These domain weapons experts didn't just appear out of thin air. They must have been by the old man's side. It was just that the formation disc in the old man's hand was used as a cover. Because of this, the old man didn't notice the divines. When the old man saw Zhao Hai's expression, his face couldn't help but sink. His left hand gently patted the metal bull's head twice. A small round hole suddenly appeared on the bull's head. The old man then placed the formation disc in his hand into the round hole. The round hole immediately disappeared. It was very exquisite. Although the old man was still some distance away from Zhao Hai was still able to see the old man's movements. He also saw the metal bull's movements. There was a small groove inside the metal bull that allowed the formation disc to be placed. It could be described as exquisite. After the old man placed the formation disc, he turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "You're the first one to come to the Taurus continent to cause trouble. You have a lot of courage. However, the dignity of the Taurus divines cannot be trampled on. You must die." Zhao Hai looked at the old man and smiled faintly. "You and these people want to take this Zhao Hai's life? Have you not woken up yet? Do you really think that these people with domain weapons can pose a threat to me? Stop dreaming. Today, I'll let you know what true strength is." After he said that, Zhao Hai's mind moved. The two sides of the Hell King's ship automatically adjusted their angles and aimed at the divines. The old man calmly looked at Zhao Hai. He didn't believe that a few magic cannons could do anything. One couldn't blame the old man for not being well informed. Besides the first time when Zhao Hai dealt with Holy Light City, he didn't use the Hell King's ship's magic cannons. Because of this, the divines didn't know how powerful Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship's magic cannons were. In the old man's opinion, it was impossible for magic cannons to break through a domain weapon expert's shield. Because of this, he wasn't worried at all. The divines who used domain weapons didn't take this matter to heart. They were peak existences among the divines. If ordinary divines were arrogant, then there was no need to talk about them. It was because of their careless attitude that Zhao Hai was given the opportunity to kill them. Although the divines saw the Hell King's ship's magic cannons aimed at them, they didn't move. They wanted to use this method to show their strength to Zhao Hai, so how could they avoid it? At this time, the magic cannon sprayed out red light almost at the same time. The red light was like a sword piercing a piece of paper. It directly cut through the domain weapons of the divines. The people inside were vaporized. The domain weapons lost control and fell to the ground. However, it didn't take long for them to disappear. They were taken into the space by Zhao Hai. After exterminating the divines, Zhao Hai looked at the old man sitting on the metal bull. He smiled and said, "With just them? You want to take this Zhao Hai's life? Dream on." Zhao Hai had said this before, but the old man didn't take it to heart. He only thought that Zhao Hai was arrogant. But now that he heard Zhao Hai, the old man couldn't help but be startled. The old man looked at Zhao Hai as if he was looking at a monster. He didn't think that 20 domain experts would be killed by Zhao Hai in an instant. Even if he used his domain weapons, he still wouldn't be able to do this. For the first time, the old man had a bad feeling in his heart. Zhao Hai looked at the old man's expression. His expression slowly turned cold. Then he said, "You said that the people of the Ark continent came to the Taurus continent to behave atrociously? How can you say such things? Who was the one who started this war? Who opened the spatial rift? Who changed the laws of space? Who was it that sacrificed the people of the Ark continent? Let me tell you, sooner or later, the divine race will be blamed on you. Now that that day has come, you can only accept your fate. I want to thank you for giving me so many domain weapons, as well as this ultimate weapon of the divine race." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm not sure what to do with the divine race's divine race." When the old man heard Zhao Hai, his expression changed. His face paled as he looked at Zhao Hai. Then he coldly snorted and said, "Don't think that you're invincible just because you dealt with a few domain weapons. Today, I'll let you know what an ultimate weapon is." Then the old man shouted, "Armor transformation." Along with the old man's command, the metal bull he was sitting on turned into a yellow light and wrapped around the old man. When the yellow light disappeared, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. In front of Zhao Hai, the divine race's old man was standing there. However, there was no longer a metal bull underneath him. Instead, there was a suit of magnificent golden armor on his body. Upon seeing this armor, Zhao Hai couldn't help but think of something deep in his memory, the Gold Saints. The armor on the old man's body was too similar to the armor worn by the Gold Saints. However, it was even more gorgeous. The old man was already tall and big. Wearing the armor made him look even more majestic. The old man quietly opened his eyes and looked at Zhao Hai. His eyes were very cold, there was no trace of emotion. It was as if the Zhao Hai standing in front of him was a dead man. When Zhao Hai saw the old man's gaze, he recovered. He felt a trace of danger, but he immediately patted his head and muttered, "God, what kind of world is this? Why did the Japanese appear here? Who the hell can tell me what's going on here?" The old man didn't care about what Zhao Hai said. He coldly looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Anyone who dares to insult the Taurus divines will be punished by the gods. You must die." Zhao Hai looked at the old man, then he gently shook his head and said, "It's useless. Although you're very dangerous right now, I can also feel that this armor has high requirements for the user. You simply can't meet the requirements. You're just using the armor, you won't be able to hold on for long." The old man looked at Zhao Hai, then he nodded and said, "You're right, I won't be able to hold on for long. But it's enough to deal with you. Prepare to die." After saying that, the old man didn't take any stance. He just took a step forward and shouted, "War trample." A powerless energy wave was sent out from the old man's foot and went straight towards Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai's expression changed. He could feel that the old man's attack was very powerful. He didn't dare to neglect as he whispered, "Monstrous wave." The waves under the Hell King's ship rushed out and turned into a huge wave. It went straight towards the transparent energy wave. Boom! A loud bang was heard as the waves collided with the Hell King's ship. When the waves collided with the Hell King's ship turned into a huge transparent bull. This bull was more than 10 meters tall and had a pair of curved horns. One could see at a glance that its strength was extraordinary. However, Zhao Hai's monstrous wave wasn't easy to deal with. Waves had a characteristic, they were continuous. The bull broke through a layer of waves, but there was still another layer behind it. Layer after layer of waves resisted the bull's charge. Slowly, the bull's charge became slower and slower. Its body also became smaller and smaller before it finally disappeared. When the bull disappeared, the waves returned to the bottom of the Hell King's ship. However, Zhao Hai discovered that the collision created a strong shock wave that spread in all directions. Everything that was swept by the shock wave felt a huge force. Some of the undead and divines that were fighting were sent flying by the shock wave. Some of the divines even spat out blood. The old man looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You really have some skills. You actually managed to block this attack. However, your old luck ends here. Take this, Golden Bull charge." After he said that, the old man withdrew his right fist and then sent out a fierce punch. A golden bull-shaped energy wave rushed towards the Hell King's ship. This energy wave wasn't as big as the transparent energy wave, but it was more solid and faster. Zhao Hai looked at the energy wave and then with an intention, the Hell King's ship shrank. In the end, it turned into a 10-meter-long boat. At this time, Zhao Hai wasn't sitting on the ship. Instead, he stood in midair and waved his hand as he shouted, "Wave-breaking strike." The Hell King's ship rushed forward. Its speed reached its limit in an instant. A yellow light flashed as it collided with the bull-shaped energy wave. Whoosh! It was as if someone had pierced through the bull's skin with a sword. The bull-shaped energy wave that the old man sent out had completely disappeared. However, the Hell King's ship was still rushing towards the old man. The old man's expression changed, then he said, "Earth Bull turn." His figure suddenly turned like a giant bull. It looked very clumsy, but it was actually a clever move. He avoided the Hell King's ship's attack. After avoiding the Hell King's ship, the old man immediately clenched his fist and shouted, "Take this move, Thousand Bulls Cross." Then he continued to send out punches towards Zhao Hai, who was still in midair. While the old man was attacking, the Hell King's ship still hadn't returned to Zhao Hai's side. The old man sent out more than 100 punches in an instant. Each punch sent out a bull-shaped energy wave towards Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai didn't care as he shouted, "100 flowers bloom." Just as Zhao Hai said this, the Hell King's ship appeared beside them. The Hell King's ship didn't get bigger. Instead, the magic cannons on the ship shot red light towards the old man's chi. The red light and the chi collided, causing red and yellow flowers to explode. It was as beautiful as fireworks being set off at the same time. At this moment, the old man made another move. However, this time, he didn't use his fists. The old man clenched his fists and spread them to the sides of his body. Then, he stretched out his index finger and said, "Double horn kill." After saying that, he pushed his finger forward with his arm and fiercely stabbed forward. Along with his movement, two horn-like chi shot out from his fingers, directly attacking Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai's figure suddenly moved and returned to the Hell King's ship. The Hell King's ship was like a sharp sword as it pierced through the Taoist's attack. Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Flying disc formation." The old man didn't have time to change his move before the Hell King's ship's ram arrived in front of him. The old man's expression changed. At this time, it was already impossible for him to change his move. He crossed his arms in front of him and curled his body into a ball, waiting for Zhao Hai's attack. Coincidentally, Zhao Hai's attack hit the old man's elbow. A crisp sound was heard as the old man's elbow was broken. The old man's body rolled back as if he was hit by a car. At the same time, the old man spat out a mouthful of blood. Because of this collision, the Hell King's ship slowed down slightly. The old man borrowed the force of the collision to fly a kilometer away. Then he didn't turn back to fight Zhao Hai. His figure moved and disappeared in a blink of an eye. The old man's action was somewhat beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. Looking at the old man's disappearance, Zhao Hai couldn't help but shake his head. He knew that it was too late to chase after the old man. It was impossible for the old man to run in a straight line. Zhao Hai didn't know where the old man went. Zhao Hai shook his head and stopped thinking about this matter. He waved his hand and picked up something from the ground. It was the broken elbow of the old man's armor. Zhao Hai looked at it and saw that the elbow was silvery white. It seemed to have a beautiful luster on it. At the same time, it was also very sharp. Zhao Hai waved his hand and threw the elbow into the space. Then he turned his head towards the direction of the old man. After that, he turned his head towards the city he was attacking. The people in the city were also paying attention to the battle. Now that they saw Zhao Hai defeating the old man, the divines who were resisting were startled. Then they panicked and began to flee. This made it easier for the Undead Continent and Feier's group to attack. Before long, there were no more divines in the city. According to what he did before, Zhao Hai directly threw the divines into the space. After Zhao Hai was done, Wu Shuang, Binjia, and the others arrived on the Hell King's ship. They saw the battle just now, so they weren't fools. Naturally, they knew that the old man was using the Taurus continent's ultimate weapon. Because of this, they were surprised that Zhao Hai was able to defeat the Taurus continent's ultimate weapon. Because of this, when the group arrived on the Hell King's ship, their gazes towards Zhao Hai were different. Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled, "What's wrong? There's no need to be surprised. Strictly speaking, it would be very difficult for me to deal with that person. It's just that he wasn't strong enough to use the armor." Because of this, he was injured and escaped. Although Zhao Hai said this, Wu Shuang and the others weren't fools. Naturally, they knew that Zhao Hai was being modest. However, they didn't say anything and just told Zhao Hai about the casualties in the battle. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "At present, our progress is very smooth. But after the old man escaped, we might be in trouble. The armor that the old man used is the Taurus continent's ultimate weapon. Now that they found out that their ultimate weapon is useless against me, they would certainly ask for reinforcements. Elder Zhen Wushuang, Elder Jiang Yuan Jiang, and Speaker Feng, I hope the three of you can contact your clans and have them send more people to monitor the sea. I think the Taurus continent would certainly ask for help from the other continents." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes." The three nodded. They also thought about this point. The ultimate weapon was the Taurus Divine's last resort. Now that they lost it, they could only wait for death. The Taurus Divines weren't idiots, they wouldn't do such a thing. Zhao Hai turned his head to Binjia and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "You three, tell your patriarchs about the situation here. Have them prepare, you might have to make a move soon." Binjia and the others stood up and respectfully complied. They were now afraid of Zhao Hai. They didn't know what other means Zhao Hai had. In the past few days, they had been by Zhao Hai's side. They were already aware of Zhao Hai's methods. The magic cannons, the crystals, the undead, and the Hell King's ship. All of these made Zhao Hai seem like a mystery. And today, Zhao Hai made them understand what a terrifying battle was. Their clans also had ultimate weapons. It can be said that it was because of these ultimate weapons that the three clans were able to protect their three continents. But today, Zhao Hai was able to deal with the Taurus Divine's ultimate weapon. This made them realize that Zhao Hai's fighting strength wasn't something to joke about. Now that they were in front of Zhao Hai, they didn't dare show any arrogance. Seeing that everyone agreed, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's go and prepare. In the next few days, we'll speed up our advance. Before the reinforcements from the other races arrive, we'll seize more territory." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's go and prepare. In the next few days, we will speed up our advance." The others nodded before they turned around and left. Whether it was Zhen Wushuang or Binjia, they unconsciously regarded Zhao Hai as their leader. They would certainly listen to Zhao Hai's words. After arranging these matters, Zhao Hai returned to the space. When Laura and the others saw Zhao Hai, they immediately surrounded him. Laura asked, "Brother Hai, how are you? Are you all right?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. However, the Taurus continent's ultimate weapon is really something. It was actually able to block the Hell King's ship's attacks. Although I didn't display the ship's full strength, it's still very good for me to be able to block it." Laura nodded and said, "Right, I didn't think that their ultimate weapon would be a suit of armor. But looking at the armor, it seems quite formidable. Brother Hai, if they gather all the ultimate weapons of the other continents to deal with you, would you be able to survive?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. If I go all out, I can deal with the divine race easily. However, I don't dare use my full strength right now. This is because I discovered that the divine race's laws have begun to reject me." Laura and the others stared, then their expressions changed. They looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Really? What does it feel like?" Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "It feels like you're in a place where everyone is hostile to you. They want to kick you out of the place. Moreover, they're very strong. Even if I wanted to resist, I wouldn't be able to. Because of this, I don't dare use my full strength." Laura and the others nodded, but they didn't know what to do. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "All right, there's no need to worry too much about this matter. I won't be able to leave in a short time. Although the laws of the heaven and earth reject me, it hasn't reached the point where I have to leave. To be honest, if it wasn't for the Thunder Clan and the Atlanta Plain, I would have already left. With my current strength, I wouldn't be able to fully utilize it in the divine realm. However, I'm curious as to why Lu Wei suppressed the goblins. The development of the Atlanta Plain is very similar to that of the goblins, but they weren't suppressed. I want to understand why this is the case. After all, we might be heading to the Cultivation continent. When we get there, we would have to face Lu Wei. Lu Wei's true strength is definitely more formidable than his. Therefore, I want to understand more about him and at the same time accumulate some strength. This way, when we arrive at the Cultivation continent, we would have more means to protect ourselves. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, there's no need to worry too much about this." Laura and the others nodded. They didn't know how strong Lu Wei was, but they were certain that Lu Wei was very strong. He was definitely stronger than the projections. Moreover, Lu Wei was just an elder of the Five Extremes sect. The Five Extremes sect might have a lot of elders, and there might even be existences stronger than the elders. If this was the case, then when they arrive at the Cultivation realm, the enemies they would have to face would be very formidable. In the face of formidable enemies, having more means to protect one's life was definitely a good thing. Because of this, Laura and the others didn't oppose Zhao Hai's words. To be honest, Laura and the others didn't care about the Thunder Clan, Barbarians, and the Winged Pegasus. In Laura and the others' minds, the people of the Ark continent were already safe. Since the Demon Realm had submitted to Zhao Hai, they were now safe. On the other hand, the Barbarians and the others were only cooperating with Zhao Hai. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't need to care about them. However, Laura and the others were just like Zhao Hai. They were very curious about the magic armors of the Atlanta Plain. Magic armors that could reach God rank were truly amazing. If they could improve the level of their magic armors and make more powerful magic armors, then their fighting strength would increase further. This was very important for them. Most importantly, Laura and the others wanted to obtain the ultimate weapons of the Divine Realm. Compared to magic armors, these ultimate weapons were much more formidable. If they can obtain these weapons, then their fighting strength would be even more formidable. When the time comes, they wouldn't need to worry about facing Lu Wei and the others. The war was still going on. Just as Zhao Hai said, Zhao Hai sped up his attack on the Divine Realm. At this point, Zhao Hai wasn't short on troops. Moreover, he had sent the first batch of Devil Legion to the Hell Space to gain experience. At this point, Zhao Hai had more than 100 million undead in his hands. At this point, Zhao Hai was receiving a large number of undead every day. And these undead were all God-ranked experts. It can be said that with Zhao Hai's current strength, he wouldn't be in a disadvantageous position against the Divine Realm. Most importantly, Zhao Hai now had more than 20 domain weapons. This number was very formidable even for the Divine Realm. At this point, the Taurus Divines had no other way to deal with Zhao Hai except for asking for reinforcements. It can be said that the Taurus Divines were at the end of their rope. With the increase of Zhao Hai's undead, the speed at which he dealt with the Taurus Divines had also increased. Zhao Hai selected the strongest undead and had them use domain weapons. Then he sent them out to attack the Divine Realm cities. With this, the Divine Realm's advance was naturally much faster. 5 days after Zhao Hai's battle with the Taurus Divines, news came from the Barbarians. They discovered that a group of Taurus Divines was heading towards the Capricorn continent. It seems like they were going to ask for reinforcements. This group didn't have a lot of Taurus Divines, only about 10,000. However, there were some old men riding metal bulls and 2 domain weapons. The rest of the group were the most powerful cavalry of the Taurus Divines. When the Barbarians saw this, they didn't dare to stop the group and just let them go. When Man Yuanjiang and the others heard this, they relaxed. Fortunately, they didn't stop the group. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. When Zhao Hai heard that the Taurus Divines had sent their ultimate weapons, he immediately ordered the Barbarians and the other 2 races to attack the Taurus Divines. In order to avoid the Taurus Divines' domain weapons, Zhao Hai sent 3 undead domain weapons to each of the 3 clans. He had them guard the 3 clans. However, what Man Yuanjiang and the others didn't know was that the 3 groups of undead were equipped with tokens from the Blood Ghost Staff. These tokens were used as monitors. With the addition of the 3 clans as well as the large number of domain weapons, Zhao Hai and the others were able to occupy the upper hand in the war against the Taurus continent. At this point, the Taurus continent had already given up on defending the small and medium-sized cities in the periphery. Most of their troops were concentrated in the large cities of the Taurus continent. In the smaller cities, there were only some ordinary divines left. However, Zhao Hai didn't relax. The Taurus Divines gave an order to their ordinary citizens. They were allowed to rebel against Zhao Hai and the others. As long as these ordinary citizens can kill Zhao Hai and the others, or even kill an undead, then as long as they can escape, they would be rewarded by the royal family. They might even become nobles of the Taurus divines. Such a reward was very attractive to the ordinary citizens of the Taurus divines. In the divine realm, the status of the royal family and the nobles was much higher than the status of the Arc continent. In the divine realm, if you are a noble, then one day you might become a god of a plane. That plane would be your territory, you can do whatever you want there. Because of this, there were a lot of divines who wanted to become nobles. However, the divines were very strict when it came to nobles. They wouldn't easily bestow titles to anyone. Because of this, there weren't a lot of nobles in the Taurus divines. In the war against the Arc continent, the Taurus continent had suffered a big loss. In order to delay Zhao Hai's advance, the Taurus royal family issued such an order. Because of this, the Taurus continent's people who had the ability to resist stopped defending their cities and began to engage in guerrilla warfare. Such tactics had a certain impact on Zhao Hai and the others. This was especially true for the three races. They were constantly worried about being attacked by the divines. Although Zhao Hai was also affected, it wasn't that big. After all, he had the space. Even if these people were good at guerrilla warfare, they would still be able to get past the space's surveillance. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about these things. However, this matter had angered Zhao Hai. The three races suffered a lot of casualties. This made the three races not dare to move easily. This had a huge impact on Zhao Hai's plan. Zhao Hai wanted to eliminate the Taurus divines before the reinforcements from the other continents arrive. This way, he would have more strategic depth to deal with the counterattack of the divines. However, the Taurus divines' actions had greatly slowed down his control of the Taurus continent. When the other continents attack, the Taurus divines would be in a passive position. Moreover, the situation was getting worse and worse. In the past, Zhao Hai only needed to eliminate the Taurus divines' defenders and kill those who resisted. Then the Taurus divines wouldn't resist. But now, there were no more defenders in the cities. The Taurus divines also seemed to be very obedient. However, whenever Zhao Hai sent his undead to capture them, a lot of them would go missing. In the end, the number of undead that went missing in the cities was more than the number that was attacking the cities. This made Zhao Hai very angry. Zhao Hai was angry, and the consequences were very serious. Unable to bear it anymore, Zhao Hai issued a kill order. As long as there were more than 100 undead that went missing in a city, they would immediately be massacred. This order was made public. Every time Zhao Hai captured a city, he would make it clear to the divines that if they didn't resist, then they wouldn't be harmed. But if they did, then they would be killed. This was a bloody order. In the beginning, the people in the divine race cities didn't believe it. However, in a medium-sized city with more than 1 million people, more than 1,000 undead were killed in an instant. Zhao Hai directly ordered a massacre. A city with more than 1 million people, not a single person was left alive. Besides not leaving anyone alive, Zhao Hai also used the Hell King's ship's magic cannons to raze the city to the ground. Henceforth, the city with more than 1 million people disappeared from the Taurus continent. The Taurus continent was very big. Although the divines were playing guerrilla warfare with Zhao Hai, they still needed a lot of things to eat and use. They were also aware of Zhao Hai's attack on the cities. Because of this, news of Zhao Hai razing a city to the ground quickly spread throughout the Taurus continent. Although the Taurus divines were angry and afraid, they still couldn't resist. Zhao Hai was too strong. There were some benefits to Zhao Hai's actions. A lot of small divine race cities no longer resisted. They allowed the undead to take them into the space. For these people who didn't resist, Zhao Hai also gave them some rewards. He would return the living materials that he took from the divine race, making their lives in the space better. Now that more and more Taurus divines were entering the space, their resistance was getting lower and lower. This was because although the divines who entered the space destroyed a lot of things, there were still a lot of things for them to eat. If they didn't want to starve to death, then they could only stay inside the space. Zhao Hai didn't make them do anything. They can live well inside the space. As long as they don't cause trouble, then Zhao Hai wouldn't take care of them. These divines discovered that although their living conditions couldn't be compared to the Taurus continent, they had more freedom. In the past, they were just ordinary people, they weren't nobles. They farmed, and hunted. However, all of these had to be taxed. But in the space, they didn't have to pay taxes. In order to make sure that the divines wouldn't cause trouble, Zhao Hai also treated them like the goblins. He built churches where the divines could exchange for things. This allowed the divines to live in peace inside the space. Zhao Hai's thunderous method reduced the resistance of the divine race's cities by a lot. The remaining divines who were preparing to fight as guerrillas found that nobody was providing them with supplies. Everywhere that Zhao Hai went, the cities were empty. Everything that could be used had disappeared. If they wanted to fight as guerrillas, then they would have to become savages. The Taurus continent was very big, there were a lot of magic beasts here. Those who wanted to fight as guerrillas didn't need to worry about food. However, there was one thing that was certain, they needed salt. Salt wasn't something that could be found everywhere in the Taurus continent. Those who wanted to fight as guerrillas needed to be supplied with salt. However, Zhao Hai moved the people of the cities to the space. Not to mention salt, they couldn't even find a grain to eat. Without salt, people would get sick. In this case, guerrilla warfare was almost impossible. Those who wanted to fight as guerrillas had no choice but to gather in the cities that Zhao Hai had yet to capture. This made the supply of these cities more and more stressed. In the end, the divines had no choice but to fight against Zhao Hai. At the same time, Zhao Hai discovered that many of the divines were sick because they couldn't eat salt for a long time. Their fighting strength wasn't as good as before. There was no need to kill them, just capture them alive. In the beginning, the order of the Taurus divines did cause some trouble for Zhao Hai. However, the Taurus divines discovered that they couldn't cause any trouble for Zhao Hai. Instead, they allowed Zhao Hai to capture them in batches. Their plan had completely failed. Zhao Hai looked at the Taurus divines. The Taurus divines were now at a dead end. They discovered that Zhao Hai's advance was much faster than before. The Taurus divines thought that with the size of the Taurus continent, Zhao Hai would need at least a few months to a year to capture all the cities. They thought that as long as they had 4 to 5 months, the other divines would arrive to support them. But now, they discovered that they were wrong. According to Zhao Hai's current speed, it wouldn't take more than a month for him to reach Divine Decree City. When that time comes, they would be finished. Seeing Zhao Hai advancing every day, the Taurus divines couldn't sit still. They secretly sent some of their juniors to other continents to take refuge. As for the rest, they stayed behind to delay Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was aware of these people who escaped, but he didn't stop them. He continued to advance at his own speed. As the resistance of the divines got weaker and weaker, Zhao Hai's speed also got faster and faster. Finally, a month after Zhao Hai discovered that the old man had left the Taurus continent, Zhao Hai and the others arrived at Divine Decree City. This was the largest city in the Taurus continent. It had a population of 60 million people. All of these 60 million people were soldiers. All of the civilians in the city had already moved to other smaller cities. Naturally, these people were now inside the space. Zhao Hai had already cleaned up the Taurus continent, leaving only Divine Decree City. It was obvious that Divine Decree City had been reinforced. Magic shields were opened, ballistas and magic cannons were placed all over the city walls. It seemed like the city was ready to fight to the death. Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship as he looked down at Divine Decree City. Behind him were the Great Demon King, the Demon Dragon King, the Barbarian Patriarch and Great Elder, the Winged Pegasus Patriarch and Speaker, the Thunder Clan's Patriarch and Great Elder, Binjia, Rider, and Yetta. 10 days ago, Zhao Hai met up with the Barbarians, the Thunder Clan, and the Winged Pegasus Clan. It took them 10 days to clean up the entire Taurus continent before they arrived at Divine Decree City. The patriarchs of the 3 clans were very respectful towards Zhao Hai. And with Zhao Hai's strength, they were now following Zhao Hai's lead. Looking at Divine Will City, the eyes of the people from the other clans lit up. When their planes were conquered by the divines, they didn't think that they would be able to encircle the Taurus divines in the city. What kind of power and influence was this? The Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King were also excited. In the past few days of fighting against the divine race, they had discovered how formidable the divine race was. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai's appearance, then the divine race would have taken the Ark continent in the end. They might have even taken the demon realm while they were at it. The ones who were the most excited were Binjia and the others. The foreign races and the divine race had been fighting for tens of thousands of years. In these years, the foreign races had always been at a disadvantage. If it weren't for the divine race's lack of unity and the existence of their ultimate weapons, then the foreign races would have been on the same level as the goblins. How many years has it been since the divines attacked the foreign races? The foreign races were only able to defend, they didn't have the ability to attack. But now, Zhao Hai was able to do it. This caused the foreign races to have mixed feelings in their hearts. They didn't know what to feel. But now, Zhao Hai was able to do it. Zhao Hai looked at Divine Decree City. To be honest, he couldn't help but admire the Taurus divines. In this case, they still didn't give up. This wasn't easy. Although he admired the Taurus divines, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite since they were his enemies. However, he still wanted to do his best. Zhao Hai gently controlled the Hell King's ship to slowly approach Divine Will City. When it was still some distance away, he stopped and said, "The Taurus divines are here. Come out and meet me." The Taurus divines nodded and said, "Let's go." The Taurus divines inside Divine Decree City were nervously preparing for the battle. Nobody thought that Zhao Hai would suddenly say this. They didn't respond for some time. After some time, an old voice was heard. "Taurus Divine's patriarch, Mori, has seen Mr. Zhao Hai." Along with his words, a domain weapon slowly rose from Divine Will City. This was a sword-shaped domain weapon. Standing on top of this domain weapon was a man wearing gorgeous armor. This man's hair and beard were already white, but his aura was still astonishing. Although his domain weapon was smaller than the Hell King's ship, the man's aura wasn't any weaker than Zhao Hai's. Zhao Hai looked at the domain weapon that Zhao Hai was looking at. To be exact, Zhao Hai didn't have any aura. He was very calm. Most people wouldn't pay attention to him. Zhao Hai looked at Mori, then he gave a slight bow and said, "Hello, Patriarch Mori. I asked the Patriarch to come out today because I want to have a talk with you." At this point, the Taurus Divine's feudal resistance is useless. I asked Patriarch Mori to think about the Taurus Divines and give up on resisting. This Zhao Hai will guarantee your safety. Moreover, I won't enslave the Taurus Divines. Mori looked at Zhao Hai with eyes full of hatred. After hearing Zhao Hai, he suddenly laughed and said, "Zhao Hai, don't think that. You've won. Let me tell you, you haven't won yet. The Taurus Divines won't be defeated. Just you wait, sooner or later, someone will come and take revenge on us. You will all die without a burial place." Zhao Hai looked at Mori's crazy expression and couldn't help but knit his brows. It seems like this defeat was a big blow to Mori. At this point, he was completely blinded by hatred. It was impossible to solve the Taurus Divines peacefully, so they could only fight. Zhao Hai took a deep breath and said, "Since Patriarch Mori said so, then this Zhao Hai has nothing to say. The war was started by you, so the consequences of the war should be borne by you. Patriarch Mori, please return. We will attack soon." Mori looked at Zhao Hai and snorted. Then he turned around and returned to Divine Decree City. At this time, the Thunder Clan's patriarch who was standing behind Zhao Hai said, "Mister, your efforts were in vain. Mori is a madman. He would never admit defeat. His arrogance is enough to drive people crazy." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Too many people have died in the war. I didn't want to kill more people. But unfortunately, it seems impossible. We can only fight. We'll break their shields and then use the undead as the vanguard to kill them." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai wasn't polite anymore. Since negotiations couldn't be reached, then they could only fight. There was nothing else to say. Zhao Hai commanded the Hell King's ship to rush forward. The divines in the city were also prepared. However, they still underestimated the ship's speed. The Hell King's ship was very fast. One moment it was far away from Divine Will City, and the next it was outside the city. Before the people in the city could react, the Hell King's ship's ram had already hit the city's shield. Because it was too fast, the Divine Will City's barrier didn't even have time to block it. With a chi sound, the barrier was broken. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't let go of this opportunity. The Hell King's ship's magic cannons immediately fired. Then a large number of undead appeared in Divine Decree City. Although the divines had encountered this attack many times, they still couldn't do anything about Zhao Hai's attack. However, Divine Will City wasn't easy to deal with. Although the shield had been broken and the Hell King's ship bombarded the city, there were still too many people inside the city. Tens of millions of people were waiting to fight Zhao Hai. Because of this, the gap created by Zhao Hai's attack was quickly filled by the other divines. The divines inside the city began to kill the undead. At the same time, the divines on the city walls began to use their magic cannons and other things to attack the allied army outside the city. Zhao Hai's attack caused a huge gap in the city. The divines inside the city began to kill the undead. Zhao Hai also noticed this situation, but he wasn't worried. At this point, he had more undead than the divines in Divine Decree City. Because of this, he wasn't afraid of the divines at all. He just released the undead into the city, expanding his territory little by little. From the very beginning, the war had reached its climax. The divines in Divine Will City were very loyal to the Taurus royal family. And with the Taurus Patriarch personally overseeing the city, these people were naturally prepared to fight to the death against Ji Yin's army. In just a short time, the casualties of the army had increased. People were dying in the battlefield every minute. The divines were using their flesh and blood to fight the undead and the other races. Zhao Hai recognized their bravery and fearlessness, but these people were his enemies. He wouldn't show them any mercy. The battle continued. This was the most bitter battle that Zhao Hai had ever experienced. People seemed to have gone completely crazy. Their eyes were blood red, their bodies were stained with blood. The weapons in their hands were constantly slashing towards their enemies. They were either killed or killed by their enemies. At this point, there were only a few people who could remain calm on the battlefield. The rest were the undead. These undead were like machines, they didn't have any emotions. What they wanted to do was to kill without stopping. The two sides were completely entangled. Even if Zhao Hai wanted to use the magic cannons, it would be impossible. This was because it would certainly cause collateral damage. However, Zhao Hai wasn't too worried. Although the Taurus divines had more than 20 domain weapons left, Zhao Hai also had a lot of domain weapons in his hands. The two sides were evenly matched in this battle. Zhao Hai didn't intervene. The divines also didn't deal with Zhao Hai. They knew that they weren't Zhao Hai's opponent. It can be said that they knew that they would lose this war. They were just making their final struggle. Time passed by bit, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. 1 day passed, 2 days passed, the war was still going on. 3 days passed, the war was still going on, but it was already nearing its end. At this point, the entire Divine Will City had turned into hell. Dark brown blood was everywhere. After 3 days and 3 nights, the people's fighting strength was no longer as good as before. However, nobody stopped, they still held on to their weapons and rushed towards their enemies. Finally, when night fell, the last divines who were still resisting were killed. The war had officially come to an end. At this time, almost everyone who participated in the war was exhausted. Only the undead were still standing. At the same time, Zhao Hai was still standing on the Hell King's ship, looking at Divine Will City. In this war, nobody surrendered, nobody ran away. They really fought to the last soldier. However, this didn't affect Zhao Hai. War was war, no matter how bitter the other side was, as long as they resisted, the war would continue. Zhao Hai waved his hand and collected the corpses of the undead and the divines. Then he waved his hand as a huge ball of water appeared above Divine Will City. Then the ball of water slowly sprinkled down like rain, washing everything in the city. Divine Will City was now completely destroyed. There were almost no buildings left intact. Weapons were strewn everywhere, and there were even some severed limbs. The divines who were lying on the ground suddenly felt the rain. Moreover, the water was actually warm. When it fell on their bodies, they felt as comfortable as taking a hot bath. Their strength that had disappeared began to slowly recover. Their sore bodies were also slowly recovering. They couldn't help but open their eyes and see the huge water sphere in the sky as well as the Hell King's ship that wasn't far from it. At this moment, the setting sun dyed the water sphere golden yellow. The originally golden Hell King's ship now looked like it was emitting a golden light. It looked incomparably holy. Such a beautiful scene made the divines who were lying on the ground not want to move. They looked at the Hell King's ship with a trace of worship in their hearts. Zhao Hai calmly looked at Divine Will City. The water inside the sphere was hot spring water. Originally, it was very hot. But after the water was poured down, the temperature dropped a bit. Now that the water was on the ground, it gave people a very comfortable feeling. All the bloodstains on the battlefield had been washed away. Although Divine Will City was severely damaged, its drainage system wasn't damaged too much. Therefore, the water didn't flow into Divine Will City, but instead flowed out of the city through the drainage system. This water wasn't only used for bathing, it also had a healing effect. Almost everyone in Divine Will City was injured, so the water was used to heal their injuries. After arriving at Divine Will City and seeing that there were no more bloodstains, Zhao Hai stopped. At this time, several figures flew out of the city and landed on the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai didn't need to look to know that it was the Great Demon King and the others. Both sides had invested more than 200 million troops in this battle. The Taurus divines had 60 million troops while Zhao Hai's army had 140 million troops. In this battle, the Taurus divines didn't surrender, all of them died. At the same time, Zhao Hai's army suffered 60 million casualties. Among them, 20 million were Zhao Hai's undead, 5 million were killed from the Thunder Clan, 17 million were killed from the Winged Pegasus, and 14 million were killed from the barbarians. As for the demons, only the Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King were killed. As for the foreign races, they had more than 1,000 people, but now they had less than 100. This was a great victory. They had finally eliminated the Taurus divines. The other clans had obtained their freedom. From now on, nobody would be able to ride on their heads. However, this was also a Pyrrhic victory. The losses of the other clans weren't small. Because of this, the patriarchs of the Thunder Clan and the other two clans didn't have any smiles on their faces. They knew that this was just the beginning. There would be more brutal battles waiting for them in the future. The group stood quietly behind Zhao Hai. They followed Zhao Hai as they watched the sun slowly sink into the horizon. They were appreciating the beauty of the dusk. Nobody spoke for a while. After some time, Zhao Hai said, "I didn't expect the war to be this fierce. Your races have suffered heavy losses, so you need to recuperate. However, the divine race wouldn't let you off so easily. I believe that it wouldn't be long before the allied forces of the divine realm arrive." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone's mood became heavy. They knew that Zhao Hai was right. The Taurus divines had already sent reinforcements. Moreover, they had been gone for more than a month. Although they haven't been able to invite any reinforcements, they believed that it was only a matter of time before reinforcements arrive. It was just that the Taurus divines had underestimated Zhao Hai's attack speed. Because of this, they still haven't returned. However, once they return, they would be followed by the allied forces of the divine race. When that time comes, the situation that they would have to face would be even more severe. The Thunder Clan's patriarch sighed and said, "I didn't expect the divine race to be this strong. I thought that they would be able to deal with the Ark continent because of their lack of manpower. I didn't expect the final battle to be this bitter. It can be considered a Pyrrhic victory." The Thunder Clan's patriarch sighed. The others nodded as well. Although the Thunder Clan's losses were the least, their population wasn't that big. Compared to the total number of people they had, the Thunder Clan's casualties were the heaviest. Zhao Hai sighed and continued, "What do you plan to do next? Now that the Taurus divines have been destroyed, the other divines will still come. Moreover, I'm sure that the reinforcements will have more than one ultimate weapon. I can deal with these ultimate weapons, but at the same time, I can't take care of you too much. The casualties in the future might be even greater." Zhao Hai nodded. The patriarchs' moods were very heavy. They thought that with the combined strength of their clans and Zhao Hai, they would be able to fight against the divine race. They succeeded, but at the same time, they also attracted more powerful enemies. If they didn't handle this well, then they might be in danger of being exterminated. Binjie, who hadn't spoken, suddenly said, "Mister, I have a proposal. I don't know if it is feasible." Zhao Hai turned to Binjie and curiously asked, "Oh? Mister, please tell me." Binjie also looked at the others. Seeing the eagerness in everyone's eyes, Binjie continued, "Mister, in the past few years, the foreign races have been in contact with the races that were conquered by the divine race. We know that there are some races that aren't satisfied with the divine race's rule. Mister, can you tell them about the Taurus continent? Maybe they would rebel against the divine race. This would reduce the pressure we face." Zhao Hai stared, then with a curious expression, he said, "Mister's proposal is very good. But haven't the foreign races conquered other planes? Haven't you enslaved other races? If the divine race were to make trouble in the rear, then our troubles would be even bigger." Binjie forced a smile and said, "Mister might not know, but the foreign races really haven't conquered other planes. In order to conquer other planes, the first thing we use is a magic formation that can break space. This magic formation was given to the divine race by a god-rank expert. Because of this, the foreign races don't know how to break space and conquer other planes." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Binjie and said, "That's for the best. I ask you to report our situation to your people. See if they can get in touch with the other races. Since the Taurus continent's matter has already happened, there's no need to hide it. If they really want to resist the divine race, then we will certainly cooperate." Binjie nodded and said, "All right." Binjie nodded, as long as Zhao Hai agreed, then everything would be fine. In fact, in the past few years, the foreign races had been thinking of a lot of ways to deal with the divine race. The divine race had been conquering various small planes, taking them under their control. On the surface, it seemed like their strength had increased, but in fact, there were hidden dangers. After the divine race conquered a race, they would force them to change their faith. If this was on Earth, then it wouldn't be a big deal. However, for the people here, their faith was more important than their lives. The divine race would force the other races to change their faith, planting the seeds of hatred. On the other hand, the foreign races didn't have such worries. They hadn't conquered other planes, so they didn't have any subordinates. Therefore, they didn't need to worry about this problem. However, in this way, they would be at a disadvantage when fighting against the divine race. This was because the divine race could force the conquered races to join the war while the foreign races could only rely on themselves. In order to change this situation, the foreign races came up with a method. They secretly sent people to contact those who had been conquered by the divine race in order to see their attitude towards the divine race. If those people had hatred towards the divine race, then the foreign races would make an agreement that when the divine race and the foreign races were in war, the foreign races wouldn't take the initiative to attack them. Naturally, the foreign races would agree to this. In the end, the foreign races managed to get in touch with a lot of races. This was the reason why Binjie and the others had this idea. After seeing Zhao Hai's strength, Binjie and the others believed that it would be impossible to deal with the divine race without Zhao Hai. Because of this, they decided to tell Zhao Hai about this matter. Zhao Hai looked at the Thunder Clan Patriarch and the others, then he said, "The Taurus divines have been completely destroyed. The Taurus continent is now our domain. The Taurus divines have also been taken away by me. However, I don't want to station too many troops in the Taurus continent. I'm going to use the method that I used to deal with the divine race in the Buddha Empire to deal with the other divines." Fei and the others had experienced this before, so they knew what Zhao Hai meant. To be honest, Zhao Hai's tactics were very hard to deal with. They had suffered a lot in this aspect. The Thunder Clan Patriarch and the others also understood what Zhao Hai meant. Fei had told them about Zhao Hai's tactics, but they hadn't seen it before. Therefore, they were still skeptical. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "Right now, your clans need to take a good rest. I think you should withdraw your army to your space and take a good rest. Leave the matter of the divine race to me. Mr. Shao, when you send a letter to your clans, you should tell them that they shouldn't act immediately while the divine race's reinforcements are still attacking us. At that time, the other divines should be most vigilant. Wait until we're in the Taurus continent, then it wouldn't be too late for you to act." Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "All right. Binjie stared. He didn't know where Zhao Hai's confidence came from. However, he believed that Zhao Hai had a plan. Because of this, Binjie didn't say anything and just nodded. All right, that won't be a problem. But mister, do we still need to contact the conquered races? Zhao Hai smiled and said, of course, we need to do it as soon as possible. Tell them that if the divine race wants them to send troops, they should remember that they can send troops, but they can't do anything. If they do, then this Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. Binjie nodded. If Zhao Hai said this before, then he wouldn't have believed it. But now that Zhao Hai said it, Binjie believed it. After seeing Zhao Hai's strength, they didn't believe that Zhao Hai was joking. Zhao Hai turned to the group and said, if there's anything your clans need, then don't hesitate to tell me. I'll find a way to get it for you. Please rest assured. The reason why Zhao Hai was so confident was because he wasn't short on money. The various minerals in the demon realm were very easy to mine. At this point, Zhao Hai's gold coins had exceeded his original level. Moreover, he had already bought the 20 ordinary and 10 magic spaces that he could sell. In addition to the previous magic spaces, Zhao Hai wasn't short on money. No matter what the Thunder Clan and the other clans needed, Zhao Hai would be able to make them through the universal machine. Because of this, Zhao Hai dared to speak like this. The Thunder Clan's patriarch and the others thanked Zhao Hai before leaving. After the war, their clan still had a lot of things to deal with. Naturally, they couldn't stay with Zhao Hai for a long time. On the other hand, Binjie and the others didn't leave. The matters that Binjie told Zhao Hai could be handled by others. Naturally, they would stay and observe Zhao Hai. This was also an order from their clans. They wanted to know how strong Zhao Hai was. Therefore, they had to stay. After seeing these people leave, Zhao Hai turned to the great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King and said, Your Majesty, Demon Dragon, you've been outside for a few days. It's time for you to return to your clans. I won't keep you here. When the great Demon King saw Zhao Hai's expression, he knew that Zhao Hai had something to tell them. However, he didn't want Binjie and the others to know about it. Therefore, the two didn't say anything and just nodded. Then Zhao Hai allowed the two to enter the space. This wasn't the first time that Binjie and the others saw the great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King enter the space. However, they didn't know that the demons had already entered Zhao Hai's space. They only thought that Zhao Hai was a powerful spatial divergent ability user. They thought that he could send the great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King back to the demon realm. They didn't suspect anything. In fact, after the war, Zhao Hai wanted to have a showdown with the Thunder Clan and the others. He wanted to tell them about the space and see if they could enter the space. However, when Binjie said that he wanted to contact the other clans, Zhao Hai knew that it was impossible. It was difficult to leave their homeland. They still had a glimmer of hope in their country. It was impossible for the Thunder Clan and the others to enter the space at this time. Therefore, Zhao Hai held back and didn't say anything. After the great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King left, Zhao Hai turned to Binjie and the others and said, Mr. Xiao, I'll be taking a rest as well. I'll leave the matter to you. Binjie and the others immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, Mr. Can rest assured, Binjie will do a good job. Zhao Hai nodded before he turned around and entered the cabin. When Binjie and the others saw that Zhao Hai had left, they also entered their cabins. However, their rooms weren't on the same floor as Zhao Hai's. Nevertheless, their rooms were very good, the interior was very well decorated. After Binjie and the others entered the room, they didn't close the door. Instead, they asked Ryder and Yetta to sit down. Then Binjie said, Do you think that Mr. Zhao Hai went all out this time? Ryder smiled bitterly and said, Went all out? How is that possible? I don't think Mr. Zhao Hai went all out. Even when he dealt with the Taurus Divine's ultimate divine artifact, he didn't go all out. Yetta nodded and said, I always feel that Mr. Zhao Hai's plan isn't small. He's very strong, he can deal with the Taurus Divines by himself. However, he pulled the Thunder Clan and the others along. With Mr. Zhao Hai's strength, the Thunder Clan and the others should be on guard against him. But look at the Thunder Clan and the others, do they look like they're guarding against Mr. Zhao Hai? They're completely following Mr. Zhao Hai's lead. Not to mention them, even we have to listen to Mr. Zhao Hai's words. Moreover, we're unconsciously thinking about Mr. Zhao Hai. Hee, no one would believe this before. But now, we've done it without any complaints. It's really strange. Binjia and the others couldn't help but smile bitterly. They didn't know what was wrong with them, but they couldn't help but think for Zhao Hai. This matter was very strange, it was as if they were under a spell. However, they knew that Zhao Hai didn't use any magic on them. After sorting out his mood, Binjia said, "What is Mr. Zhao Hai's goal? From what I can see, he doesn't seem to be very interested in the land of the god race. So, why is he here?" Ryder and Yetta didn't know what to say. After some time, Ryder said, "Alright, don't think too much about it. Let's report the situation to the family first. Let's do what Mr. asked us to do first." Binjia nodded, then he turned around and left. But what they didn't know was that Zhao Hai was currently sitting inside the space, looking at Binjia and the others. Seeing that Binjia and the others weren't talking, Zhao Hai turned the screen to the Taurus continent. Then he turned to Laura and said, "It seems like our guess wasn't wrong. The Hell King's ship can indeed change people's attitude towards me. But it seems like it's too fast. It seems like they're aware of it." Laura smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, the Hell King's ship isn't magic or a spiritual attack. They wouldn't think of it. Forget it, let's not think about it. Brother Hai, aren't you going to the demons to see the Devil Legion? Why haven't you gone yet?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Let's go. I believe that the Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King would be very surprised. The Devil Legion's people have already become god ranks in just a month. Their fighting strength has increased by several times." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I believe that the Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King would be surprised." Laura smiled and said, "Right, I really didn't expect this. Brother Hai, there's something else that you didn't expect. During the battle today, the Hell King's ship seems to have absorbed some of the blood chi in the city. Then it was transmitted to the Hell space, making the place even more gloomy. However, the undead that you placed in the Hell space have also become god ranks." Zhao Hai stared, then with a happy expression, he said, "I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Ha ha ha. Good, very good. Right, how did the plants in the Hell space react?" Laura turned to Kair. Kair nodded and said, "The plants in the Hell space are very good. Moreover, it's not just the Hell space. The other two spaces that we bought this time also have good plants. It seems like it has something to do with the blood chi absorbed by the Hell King's ship." After Zhao Hai's last upgrade, he was able to buy 10 more spaces. But at that time, he didn't have enough money. After discussing with Laura and the others, Zhao Hai decided to buy 2 more dark attribute spaces. This would be more beneficial to Feng Zhan. As for the other spaces, they bought some special ones. For example, the fire attribute ones and the water attribute ones. This was to make it easier to grow herbs. When Zhao Hai heard Kai he nodded and said, "Alright, then I'll go take a look at the demons first. You should take a rest as well. I didn't expect this battle to last 3 days. You must be tired." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, then I'll go take a look at the demons first." Laura and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai's body flashed as he went to the demon space. At this time, the demon space had been built very well. The demons had built their own houses and planted some food on the ground. There were also some people who specialized in grazing. Their days were very leisurely. These demons were very satisfied with their current life. The demon palace was the first building that they built. It looked exactly the same as the one in the demon realm. At this time, the Devil Legion was standing outside the palace. At the same time, a large number of demons were surrounding the Devil Legion and looking at them. The people of the Devil Legion were still standing there with indifferent expressions. However, the deathly aura on their bodies had disappeared. Although they still gave off a deathly aura, they weren't as scary as before. This made the demons puzzled. The Devil Legion used to be the most powerful force of the demon race. They were almost invincible. The demons were very clear about what they were like. How come the Devil Legion's aura wasn't as strong as before? This made the demons puzzled. The Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King looked at the 100,000 Devil Legion with surprise. They were different from ordinary demons. They had a better understanding of the Devil Legion compared to before. In their opinion, the Devil Legion was much more terrifying than before. In the past, the Devil Legion was very powerful. They were like a shining sword. Anyone who saw them would know that they were very dangerous. Although the Devil Legion didn't look as frightening as before, the Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King knew that this was the most frightening aspect of the Devil Legion. An unsheathed sword could be dangerous, but a hidden dagger could be even more dangerous than a sword. This was because the danger of a sword could be seen while the dagger couldn't be seen. Even if the dagger was hidden, it could still be dangerous. At this time, Zhao Hai entered the space. When the Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King saw Zhao Hai, they immediately went forward to greet him. After the three exchanged greetings, Zhao Hai turned his head to the 100,000 Devil Legion. He nodded and said, "Good, good. Hee, it seems like it's time to equip them with mounts." The Devil Legion was still infantry. In the past, Zhao Hai would equip them with mounts. However, these mounts didn't match their strength. But now, things were different. After Zhao Hai conquered the Taurus continent, the space leveled up. Now, the space could finally produce god-rank magic beasts. Many of these magic beasts could be used as mounts. The mounts that Zhao Hai prepared for the Devil Legion were actually bred in the hell space. Although the magic beasts bred in other places were very strong, they lacked wild nature. If these magic beasts were given to the Devil Legion, they wouldn't be able to display 100% of the Devil Legion's strength. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to breed a lot of magic beasts in the hell space. These magic beasts were prepared for the Devil Legion. These magic beasts were raised in the hell space. The Devil Legion's people would be sent there to fight with these magic beasts. This way, not only would the Devil Legion be tempered, the magic beasts would also be tempered. Then Zhao Hai would equip the Devil Legion with these magic beasts. This way, the Devil Legion would become stronger. As for the fact that they had fought before, Zhao Hai wasn't worried at all. These magic beasts weren't as smart as the Devil Legion. As long as Zhao Hai gave an order, they would immediately die, let alone becoming mounts for the Devil Legion. However, the Great Demon King didn't know about this. When he heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he asked, "Can Mr. find magic beasts that match them?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's not a problem." After saying that, he released 100,000 demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were black in color and had the shape of a horse. They had a horn on their head, but their bodies had no fur. Instead, they were covered in a layer of leather armor. Their hooves were covered in flames and their tails were like flaming whips. These magic beasts were a type of magic beast produced by the space. They were called nightmares. Don't be fooled by their horse-like appearance, they were extremely ferocious. Moreover, they eat meat and can use fire magic. Their fighting strength was very formidable among god-rank magic beasts. Nightmare beasts were also present in the demon realm. However, they weren't this strong. Although the nightmare beasts in the demon realm were strong, they were still 9th ranks at most. They also had fur on their bodies, but they didn't have the obvious characteristics of fire element magic beasts. At most, they would have red fur on their hooves and tails. But right now, their hooves and tails were on fire. The Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King had never seen a nightmare beast like this. Zhao Hai turned his head to the Devil Legion and said, "These will be your mounts from now on. Take them." The Devil Legion nodded and then each person took a nightmare. However, Zhao Hai still looked down on the weapons used by the Devil Legion. The weapons used by the Devil Legion were provided by Zhao Hai. They had a full set of armor, a knight's spear, a javelin, and a greatsword. These things weren't bad in the eyes of the Devil Legion. However, Zhao Hai still wasn't satisfied. It was a pity that he couldn't make better weapons right now. He could only wait for an opportunity in the future. After the Devil Legion took their mounts, Zhao Hai turned his head to the Great Demon King and said, "Your Majesty, you can arrange for the second batch of people to enter the space. I'll have the undead guard the defensive line. Have the Devil Legion rest inside the space." The Great Demon King nodded and then turned around to make arrangements. The Demon Dragon King stayed by Zhao Hai's side and said, "Mister, did Binjia and the others ruin your plans today? Why don't we just send them away?" Zhao Hai shook his head, then he smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, there's still a war to fight. Did you forget that the underworld's dark mist has already entered the Oxu Empire? At the same time, the Atlanta Plains magic armors would be ready to attack the Ark continent. Hee, I want to see how they react when they see the Ark continent." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry." The Demon Dragon King couldn't help but smile. The Atlanta Plain attacked the Ark continent for its resources and manpower. But now, the Ark continent had been destroyed. Most of the minerals had already been taken by Zhao Hai to the space. What was left behind were useless things. The Atlanta Plain was doomed to suffer a loss this time. Zhao Hai turned to the Demon Dragon King and said, "I don't want to use the Devil Legion in the space. If we go to the Cultivation realm, then the Devil Legion would be able to display their skills. I can't think of a better way to improve the undead strength. On the other hand, as long as the Devil Legion becomes God rank, then their cultivation would become much smoother. Because of this, the Devil Legion will be the foundation of our survival once we enter the Cultivation realm. We need to take good care of them." The Demon Dragon King nodded and said, "Mr. can rest assured. Every demon wouldn't forget the humiliation that Lu Wei brought upon us. We also wouldn't forget Mr.'s great kindness. I've already sent people to look into the space and found out that there are a lot of demons who have placed Mr.'s statue in their homes." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that this would happen. He was puzzled as he asked, "When did this happen? How come I didn't know about this? Did you force them to do this?" The Demon Dragon King smiled faintly and said, "We didn't force them, they did it voluntarily. They wanted to thank Mr. for his grace to the demon race. Didn't Mr. say that you wouldn't care about our faith in the future? How could we force them to change their faith?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "It's good that they didn't force me. If they really think of me as a god, then I'll feel relieved. Alright, let's just let nature take its course." Faith power was useful to Zhao Hai, but as for what it was, Zhao Hai didn't know. Because of this, he wasn't anxious. He didn't force any of the races that he received into the space. They can worship whoever they want, he wouldn't interfere. The Demon Dragon King looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but admire him. He also knew about the matter of faith power. Originally, they wanted to use this as a bargaining chip to negotiate with Zhao Hai. However, they didn't expect that Zhao Hai wouldn't even mention this matter. Zhao Hai did what he said when he invited them into the space, he wouldn't interfere with their affairs. This made the Demon Dragon King feel moved and admired. After returning from the demon space, Zhao Hai paid attention to the situation of the Thunder Clan and the other two clans. Fortunately, the three clans didn't seem to have any reaction, everything seemed to be normal. Although they won against the Taurus Divines in Divine Edict City, their casualties were 1-to-1. It can be said that if it weren't for Zhao Hai's formidable undead, then the casualties would have been even greater. Zhao Hai and the Taurus Divines didn't have much of an advantage over the Divines. Although the three clans were already prepared to make sacrifices, they didn't expect to make such a huge sacrifice. This wasn't to say that Zhao Hai wasn't strong enough. In fact, if it weren't for Zhao Hai, then even if they had the support of the demons, they would have still lost. They had greatly underestimated the strength of the divine race. At this point, it can be said that the three clans' strength had been damaged. If they didn't take some time to recover, then it would be impossible for them to recover. And this period of time didn't mean a few days or a few months, it meant several years or even several decades. What they had lost was their population, their elite soldiers. Elite soldiers of any race weren't easy to train. If a soldier wanted to become an elite, then it would take a very long and difficult process. During this process, the investment needed to train these soldiers would be huge. The training of these soldiers required weapons, armor, mounts, provisions, and salaries. All of these required a lot of money. Any elite soldier would have a lot of money behind their impressive achievements. At the same time, the three clans had been suppressed by the divine race for many years. Every year, they would have to pay a lot of taxes to the divine race. Because of this, they didn't have enough money in their hands. Although they had defeated the divine race, their foundation was still too weak. It was impossible for them to train an elite army in a short period of time. Zhao Hai looked at the situation of the three clans. At this time, the three clans had already returned to the spatial rifts that connected to the other clans. Moreover, they were using the spatial rifts as a foundation to establish a line of defense. They had no choice but to do so. Although there were many spatial cracks, they weren't very big. By building a defensive line there, they could use fewer soldiers to block the enemy. The enemy couldn't send too many soldiers each time they attacked. This was the importance of a defensive line. Zhao Hai wasn't angry at the reaction of the three clans. On the contrary, he was very happy. The three clans had been working together with him. This made Zhao Hai's actions somewhat restricted. There were many special tactics that he couldn't use. Now that he was acting alone, this was a good thing for Zhao Hai. It was like a person who had been carrying a heavy load. Now that the load was removed, he became as light as a swallow. This was the case for Zhao Hai. Although Binjia and the others were still on the Hell King's ship, for Zhao Hai, their presence didn't affect him at all. He could make tactical arrangements at will. The Taurus continent was a lot bigger than the Ark continent. In the past, Zhao Hai only had the size of the Buddha Empire to deal with the demons and the divine race. Now that he had such a large strategic area, there was nothing for him to be afraid of. He could use the space to drag the entire divine race here. Zhao Hai was confident in himself, and he was even more confident in the space. The reinforcements that the divine race sent this time might be from one continent or several continents. But no matter what kind of reinforcements they sent, one thing was certain. These reinforcements would have ultimate weapons. Although ultimate weapons were very strong, the divine race couldn't use them easily. Just like the old Taurus divines, he couldn't use his ultimate weapon for a long time. Otherwise, his body wouldn't be able to handle it. At the same time, Zhao Hai's strength wasn't weak. He had 40 domain weapons, mounts, as well as the space's teleportation ability. All of these were weapons that could be used to deal with the divine race. As long as he used them well, the divine race wouldn't be able to do anything to him. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but pay more attention to the divine race's movements. Unfortunately, the space only had a map of the Taurus continent. He didn't know about the other places in the divine realm. Besides these, there was another thing that made Zhao Hai worried. It was the underworld and the Atlanta plain. The underworld's advance was still very fast. At the same time, the Atlanta plain was almost ready. As long as the Atlanta plain attacks the Ark continent, the divine race would have another variable. Fortunately, Zhao Hai didn't lack troops at this time. Even if he had to deal with multiple battles, he still had enough troops. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about the divine race. The only thing he was worried about was the space's repulsion. Zhao Hai could clearly feel that the space's repulsion was getting stronger and stronger. He didn't have much time left. He had never felt such a strong repulsion before. Even if the divine race didn't change the laws of space, Zhao Hai still didn't feel such a strong repulsion when he appeared in the Ark continent as a god-rank expert. But now, he felt it. Although this made Zhao Hai puzzled, Zhao Hai was sure that it wouldn't be long before he ascends. If he couldn't solve this matter before he ascends, then the three clans would be left with a huge mess. The divine race wouldn't let the three clans off easily. Zhao Hai didn't think that the divine race would let him go. However, Zhao Hai didn't have a clue as to how to solve this matter. Whether it was the Atlanta plain or the underworld, they weren't easy to deal with. Even the divine race wasn't something that Zhao Hai could deal with. If the other divines were to go all out like the Taurus divines, then it would take a long time for Zhao Hai to deal with them. At the same time, he didn't know how long he could stay in the space. Zhao Hai also tried to take the Hell King's ship into the space to see if the space's rejection towards him would decrease. However, the result disappointed Zhao Hai. The space's rejection towards him didn't decrease at all. Zhao Hai understood that it was because his strength had reached the requirements for ascension, not because of the Hell King's ship. However, Zhao Hai discovered another problem. When he hides inside the space, the rejection towards him would decrease a lot. It can be said that he couldn't feel it at all. For Zhao Hai, this was good news. This could greatly prolong his ascension time. At the same time, his cultivation speed inside the space was much faster compared to outside. Inside the space, the Tao Lotus and the Golden Core would cultivate on their own. Zhao Hai was sure that if he stayed inside the space, then it wouldn't take long for him to ascend. Because of this, the space wasn't omnipotent. He couldn't just hide inside the space forever. Because of this, Zhao Hai was now in a dilemma. In order to reduce his cultivation speed, Zhao Hai had to reduce the time he spent inside the space. Most of the time, he would stay in the divine realm. However, Zhao Hai wouldn't let go of this opportunity. The divine realm had a lot of minerals. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He immediately sent out a large number of undead and iron-armored beasts to mine the divine realm. Binjie and the others were somewhat puzzled by Zhao Hai's actions. However, they didn't ask too much. In Binjie's opinion, Zhao Hai had already occupied the divine realm. Why would he be in a hurry to mine the minerals? As long as the divine realm's attack was repelled, then Zhao Hai would be able to mine whenever he wanted. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't explain anything to them. Every day, he would wander around the Taurus realm. As long as there were minerals, he would send out his undead to mine them. Zhao Hai had a lot of high-level undead inside the space. These people were very familiar with the Taurus continent. They were very clear about the minerals there. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to find something to mine. While mining, Zhao Hai was also paying attention to the situation of the divine realm. Unknowingly, time passed by bit. Soon, a month had passed by. At this point, the defensive lines of the three races had been built. The people from the Atlanta Plain were also preparing to invade the Ark continent. At the same time, news came from the foreign races. The Capricorn continent, Scorpio continent, Cancer continent, Gemini continent, and Leo continent had already left their respective continents and were heading towards the Taurus continent. When Zhao Hai heard this news, he wasn't too worried. He was still waiting for the divines. To be honest, the divines were much slower than Zhao Hai had imagined. At this point, Zhao Hai might have to fight on two fronts. When the Atlanta Plain attacks the Ark continent, it would be impossible for them to not notice the spatial rift. After all, it was too obvious. As long as the Atlanta Plain noticed the spatial rift, they would certainly send people to investigate. When that time comes, Zhao Hai would have to face the possibility of fighting on two fronts. Although Zhao Hai didn't want to see this situation, he still had to face it. The divines were coming, but the Atlanta Plain wasn't slow. Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to make use of the time difference. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had already expected this situation. Because of this, he wasn't worried. The arrival of the Atlanta Plain and the divine race wasn't a big deal to him. However, it would be troublesome for him if both sides arrived at the same time. Originally, Zhao Hai wanted to use the underworld to pin down the Atlanta Plain. However, with the underworld's speed, it would take a long time for them to fight the Atlanta Plain. The Atlanta Plain would certainly enter the Ark continent from the south. Therefore, the first to fight the Atlanta Plain would be Zhao Hai's group. However, Zhao Hai wanted to give up on the spatial rift between the Ark continent and the divine realm. This would allow the people from the Atlanta Plain to enter the divine realm. Then he would have the people from the Atlanta Plain fight with the people from the divine realm. He wanted to see which of the two races was more formidable. Gold Ben sat on the Taurus with a calm expression on his face. However, his heart wasn't as calm as his face. He had lost contact with the people of the continent for more than a month. It can be imagined that the situation in the continent wasn't good. After thinking about this, Gold Ben couldn't help but feel anxious. His chest felt stuffy as he coughed twice. Ever since the battle with Zhao Hai, Gold Ben had escaped with injuries. Although he wasn't killed, his body wasn't as good as before. Then he had to personally persuade the Capricorn continent and the other continents to send reinforcements. This had cost him a lot of energy, causing his body to deteriorate day by day. At this point, his hair and beard had turned white, and his face no longer had the rosy luster from before. According to the Taurus Patriarch's estimation, even if Zhao Hai was formidable, it would still take him 3 to 6 months to conquer the Taurus continent. However, Gold Ben didn't expect that he would lose contact with the Taurus continent not long after he left. This made him very uneasy. Although he invited reinforcements from the 5 continents, he only managed to get 2 ultimate weapons. To be honest, he wasn't sure if these 3 ultimate weapons would be enough to defeat Zhao Hai. The reason why he led the reinforcements back to the Taurus continent was because he had no other choice. First, he was worried about the situation in the Taurus continent. Second, he knew that even if he begged the other continents, it would be impossible for them to send their ultimate weapons. He had already paid a huge price for these two ultimate weapons. Third, he deliberately invited these people to the Taurus continent. Even if they couldn't defeat Zhao Hai, Gold Ben wouldn't be afraid. If Zhao Hai defeated these people, then it would be equivalent to making enemies with the other continents. When the time comes, the people from these continents would certainly go all out against Zhao Hai. It was precisely because of this that Gold Ben invited the divine race from the Capricorn continent, Scorpio continent, and Cancer continent. This was because the people from these continents were the most vengeful. As long as they start a war with Zhao Hai, then they wouldn't be able to stop. Moreover, the people of these continents didn't have a good reputation among the divine race. They were warlike by nature, extremely ruthless, vengeful, and vengeful. Most importantly, these people were very greedy. Even though Gold Ben was a divine race member, he still didn't like them. However, it was precisely because of their character that Gold Ben was able to invite them. Gold Ben took advantage of their greed and arrogance to drag them into this war. After thinking about this, Gold Ben couldn't help but turn his head to look at the continents behind him. This time, the 5 major races had sent 100 million elite troops to help the Taurus continent. Besides these 100 million divines, there were also 100 million troops from other races. In total, there were 200 million troops. In addition to these 200 million troops, there were also 200 domain weapons as well as 2 ultimate weapons. It can be said that the 5 major races attached great importance to Zhao Hai. However, Gold Ben didn't have much confidence in this army. He had seen Zhao Hai's attacks before, they were very strong, very strong. Gold Ben believed that if Zhao Hai wanted to attack the divine race's cities, nobody would be able to stop him. The Taurus continent also had a lot of troops. However, when these troops met Zhao Hai, they were all defeated. Although the Taurus continent had lost some of their troops and the 3 major races had rebelled, these weren't the main reasons for Gold Ben's decision. The main reason was that Zhao Hai was too strong. Although these 200 million troops were invited by Gold Ben, they weren't under his control. Gold Ben couldn't command these people. These people weren't convinced of each other's strength. In the end, Gold Ben didn't know how much they could do. However, he had no other choice. Besides believing in these people, he had no other choice. He could only hope that the Taurus continent was still under his people's control. Otherwise, things would become more troublesome. When the horizon of the Taurus continent could be seen in the distance, Gold Ben couldn't help but get excited. This excitement caused him to cough again and again. The Taurus divines beside him were also nervous. Slowly, they got closer and closer to the Taurus continent's coastline. Everyone was looking towards the direction of the Taurus continent. They were afraid of encountering Zhao Hai's army. Gold Ben didn't hide Zhao Hai's strength from the others. He told the 5 clans that Zhao Hai was very strong. After all, Zhao Hai had defeated him. Because of this, the 5 clans began to believe him. Because of this, they were very careful. Before long, they arrived at the Taurus continent's coastline. However, they weren't attacked. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. At the same time, the divines discovered a problem. They were already in the divines' territory, but they still haven't seen a single person. This caused the divines' mood to be somewhat depressed. These battle-hardened divines naturally understood what this meant. In the past, when the Taurus divines paid a huge price to invite them, they didn't think much of it. They thought that the Taurus divines were making a fuss over a minor issue and that their courage was too small. However, after arriving at the Taurus continent, they discovered that things weren't as simple as they thought. The Taurus continent had a large population. And the place that Gold Ben chose was in the rear of the Taurus divines. If Zhao Hai hadn't attacked the Taurus continent, then there should be a lot of people here. But now, they haven't seen a single person. This caused the divines' hearts to skip a beat. Gold Ben's expression became even more ugly. He knew what this meant. This might be the result that he didn't want to see. However, he still hoped that his guess was wrong. In order to know the answer as soon as possible, Gold Ben sped up. This was because he knew that there was a city not far away. If there was nothing here, then there should be people in that city. The other divines behind him also sped up. This empty scene gave them a lot of pressure. They also wanted to know the result as soon as possible. Before long, the city in Gold Ben's memory was already in sight. But before they arrived, Gold Ben's expression became worse and worse. This was because he couldn't see a magic shield around the city. He also couldn't see any smoke coming from the city. When Gold Ben and the others arrived above the city, the tourist couldn't help but shout, "No, this is impossible." Then he coughed up a mouthful of blood before he fainted and fell to the ground. The people from the tourist continent immediately caught Zhao Hai and the tourists as they slowly descended towards the city. However, the people from the tourist continent couldn't help but have tears in their eyes as they sobbed. The city looked very ordinary, the damage wasn't serious. However, there was no one here. There were only some dried blood stains on the ground. The blood stains had already turned black. It seems like this place had been here for a long time. All of this showed that a battle had taken place here. And now, there were no divines here. This could only mean that the tourist divines were defeated. The tourist divines were very clear that this place was their rear. If this city was captured by Zhao Hai, then the other places wouldn't be any better. They were afraid that the tourist continent had already fallen into Zhao Hai's hands. When the people from the other 5 continents saw the tourist continent's reaction, they immediately understood what was going on. The people from the other continents immediately issued an order to stop their advance. Then they immediately sent people to clean up the houses in the city. Some people with status from the great clans were immediately sent to live in these houses. Naturally, Gold Ben also lived in the city. Almost all divines had healing magic. The tourist divines used healing magic for a long time before Gold Ben slowly opened his eyes. As soon as Gold Ben opened his eyes, he saw his clansmen around him. Gold Ben's heart couldn't help but ache. However, he still forced himself to sit up. He looked at his clansmen who were crying and said, "What are you crying for? Things have already happened. The most important thing for us right now is to get our revenge." "What are those people doing?" One of the tourist divines had tears in his eyes as he replied, "Supreme Elder, those people have already stopped. They are currently having a meeting in the city lord's mansion." Gold Ben nodded, then he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. After some time, he opened his eyes. Divine light returned to his eyes as he walked out of the bed. The divines were startled. One of them quickly said, "Elder, you should take a good rest. The tourist continent's hope for revenge is now in your hands. If you fall, then the tourist continent would be finished." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Elder, you should take a good rest." Gold Ben looked at them and said, "I'm not that delicate. Don't worry, I won't die in a short time. You stay here, I'll go see what those people are discussing." After he said that, Gold Ben walked out. When he arrived outside, he saw that he was actually in a room behind the city lord's mansion. After identifying the direction, Gold Ben went straight to the hall. The divines were indeed in the hall discussing how to deal with the current situation. Gold Ben had promised a lot of benefits in the past, all of which were based on the tourist continent's existence. Now that the tourist divines had been slaughtered, it was very likely that they wouldn't be able to get their hands on the benefits that Gold Ben promised. In this case, they didn't want to participate in this matter. They didn't want to provoke such a powerful enemy. After discussing for a long time, they still couldn't come to a conclusion. The hall was strangely quiet. Everyone was thinking about whether it would be good or bad for their clans if they provoked such a powerful enemy. If it was good, then what would they gain? If it was bad, then what would they lose? After weighing the pros and cons, the leader of the Capricorn continent said, "I don't think we can participate in this operation. The enemy that the tourist continent has provoked is too strong. Even if we manage to repel them, our losses wouldn't be small. Moreover, we wouldn't be able to obtain any benefits." The leader of the Capricorn continent said, "I don't think we can participate in this operation. The tourist continent's enemy is too strong. Short-sighted." A roar was heard from outside the hall. The people inside the room stared. This was because the person who spoke was a Capricorn patriarch. He wasn't an ordinary person, he was a supreme elder of the Capricorn patriarch. He was also an ultimate weapon user. It can be said that he was one of the people with the highest status in the room. Nobody would dare to be impolite to such a person. However, when the group saw the person who came in, they immediately shut their mouths. This was because the person who came in was Gold Ben. Gold Ben was also a supreme elder of the Taurus clan, an ultimate weapon user. Gold Ben and the Capricorn Patriarch had the same status. Naturally, there was no problem with Gold Ben's words. However, the Capricorn Patriarch wasn't happy. He stared at Gold Ben and said, "Gold Ben, who are you scolding? You're just a stray dog, yet you dare to bark here." Gold Ben looked at the Capricorn Patriarch and coldly snorted, "Moroga, I'm scolding you. You're an idiot who only knows how to look. Seeing the Taurus divines defeated, you want to retreat? Where's your courage? Are you worthy of being called a divine? Did you think that Zhao Hai can destroy the Taurus divines today? Then tomorrow, he might make a move on your Capricorn divines. Why? Do you believe that you can defeat Zhao Hai? Even if you can defeat Zhao Hai, how much damage will your Capricorn continent suffer? How many people will die? Think about it yourself." Moroga wanted to retort, but when he heard Gold Ben, he didn't say anything. What Gold Ben said was true. If Zhao Hai can destroy the Taurus continent, then why can't he destroy the Capricorn continent? If Zhao Hai really attacked the Capricorn continent, then the Capricorn continent wouldn't have a good time. Gold Ben saw that Moroga didn't speak, so he continued, "The sea isn't something that a continent can deal with. Moreover, he's a powerful dark mage, he can turn the dead into undead. Moreover, the undead that he makes will retain their fighting strength. If he kills a divine race, then he would have a god-rank undead in his hands. At present, I'm afraid that he doesn't have 100 million undead, but at least 80 or 90 million. Think about it, if 80 or 90 million undead were to attack your continent, what kind of scene would that be?" Gold Ben looked at Moroga and said, "I'm afraid that the divine race would have a god-rank undead." A person who was sitting next to Moroga with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were very strange, they were actually red. His stature was also very tall. Although he was wearing ordinary clothes, his aura was even stronger than Gold Ben and Moroga. This person was the supreme elder of the Cancer continent, Jiayu. Jiayu looked at the people in the room with his red eyes and said, "Gold Ben is right. This Zhao Hai must be eliminated. Otherwise, he would only get stronger and stronger. When the time comes, the entire divine race wouldn't have a good time. Moreover, the Taurus divines have already been destroyed. Fighting Zhao Hai here wouldn't hurt the innocent. If we wait for the flames of war to reach our home, then more people would die." Jiayu's position in everyone's hearts was higher than Moroga and Gold Ben's because Jiayu was an expert who had been famous for many years. In the divine realm, he was famous for his fighting prowess and killing countless people. When Jiayu said this, everyone couldn't help but look at this matter seriously. Gold Ben also said, "Elder Jiayu is right. The Taurus divines are finished. Fighting here wouldn't affect the ordinary people of the divines. But if Zhao Hai comes to kill us one day, it doesn't matter if you can defeat him or not. At the very least, the ordinary people of your clan would be affected. I don't think anyone would want to see this happen. Also, who said that defeating Zhao Hai wouldn't bring any benefits? Don't forget, although the Taurus divines are finished, the Taurus continent still exists. Not only that, the Taurus continent still has 3 vassal realms. Although they have rebelled, as long as we defeat Zhao Hai, eliminating the 3 realms would be an easy matter. Additionally, the Taurus divines have opened a spatial rift to the Arc continent. At the same time, the demons have opened a spatial rift to the Arc continent. As long as we defeat Zhao Hai, not only would you obtain the Taurus continent, you would also obtain the Arc continent, the Thunder continent, the Barbarian continent, the Winged Pegasus continent, and the Demon realm. Isn't this a huge benefit? Gold Ben thought about it. In any case, the Taurus divines were finished. It would be better to use these things as bait and have them deal with Zhao Hai in order to avenge the Taurus divines. Sure enough, when they heard Gold Ben, the eyes of the people in the hall couldn't help but show greed. Moroga looked at Gold Ben and said, "Gold Ben, is what you said true? Did the Arc continent really open a spatial rift to the demon realm? You're not lying to me?" Gold Ben coldly snorted and said, "How can this matter be deceived? This time, it's clear that Zhao Hai is working with the demons to deal with us. We can see demons in Zhao Hai's army. Moreover, the demons had opened the spatial rift to the Arc continent before us. This is something that the Taurus divines know. The Taurus divines nodded. Moroga didn't speak. After some time, he said, "Is this Zhao Hai really that strong?" Gold Ben coldly snorted and said, "If he wasn't strong, then why would he destroy the Taurus divines? Our Taurus divines didn't even last for 2 months before being destroyed. Do you think he's strong or not? Back then, when I went to deal with him, I had 20 experts with domain weapons with me. However, in a single exchange, he annihilated all of them. Do you think he's strong or not?" Moroga's expression couldn't help but turn ugly. At this time, Jiayu said, "You didn't mention this matter?" Gold Ben sneered and said, "If I did, would you come? Let me tell you the truth. The Taurus divines had summoned the deity's avatar twice in order to ask him to help us eliminate Zhao Hai. However, both times we failed. The deity was defeated by Zhao Hai and had 2 of his weapons taken away by Zhao Hai. The reason why Zhao Hai is so strong is because he has the deity's weapons." Upon hearing Gold Ben, the people inside the room couldn't help but take a deep breath. To be honest, when they heard that Gold Ben was defeated, they weren't too surprised. Among the 13 clans, Gold Ben wasn't the strongest. He might only be ranked 7th or 8th, Jiayu and Moroga could defeat him, but he was defeated by Zhao Hai. This meant that Zhao Hai was stronger than him. However, it was hard to say if Zhao Hai was stronger than Jiayu and Moroga. But now that they heard Gold Ben say that Zhao Hai defeated the deity twice and even took 2 of his weapons, the divines couldn't help but be surprised. The deity was very strong, this was something that they already knew. In the past, they had also invited the deity's avatar to fight. When the deity's avatar came out for the first time, it might not be much stronger than them. However, the deity's weapons were very strong. There was almost nothing that could match it. And if the deity's avatar was destroyed once, then the second deity that appeared would be even stronger. There was no one in the divine realm who could match up to the deity. Even Jiayu wasn't a match for the deity. But now, Zhao Hai defeated the deity and even took his weapon. This showed that Zhao Hai's strength far exceeded Jiayu's. And now, he might even be stronger because he had the deity's weapons. Jiayu frowned as well. Gold Ben didn't say anything about this matter. Jiayu knew why Gold Ben didn't say anything. Gold Ben just wanted to drag them down. But now that Gold Ben said it, they had no choice but to get involved. This was because Zhao Hai's threat was too great. He was a threat to the entire divine race. They had no choice but to deal with Zhao Hai. Moroga and the others didn't make a sound, all of them were frowning. Gold Ben calmed down, he looked at the people in the room and then turned to Jiayu and said, "Elder Jiayu, we need to make some arrangements. First, send a message to the other divines. We need at least 2 elders with ultimate weapons in order to deal with Zhao Hai. Second, you need to be careful of the other races that you've subdued. The Thunder Clan, the Barbarians, and the Winged Pegasus didn't show any signs of rebellion before, but they did. This is a lesson for you. Can you guarantee that the other races under your control wouldn't rebel? Third, we need to be on guard against the foreign races. Zhao Hai came from the Arc continent to the Divine Realm. There are foreign races in the Arc continent. After they arrive in the Divine Realm, they would surely contact the foreign races. After the foreign races know about Zhao Hai's strength, they would certainly cooperate with him. Don't forget that we have been suppressing the foreign races in the past few years. They wouldn't let go of this opportunity to retaliate. If Elder Jiayu agrees, then I will propose for the 10 divine races to form an alliance with Elder Jiayu as the leader. We will work together to deal with Zhao Hai. Naturally, our Taurus divine race has already been destroyed. We just need to take revenge. As long as we defeat Zhao Hai, we won't need anything else. I will also give you my Taurus divine armor." Upon hearing Gold Ben, Jiayu, and Moroga couldn't help but stare. Then they understood what Gold Ben meant. Gold Ben had nothing left. His race was destroyed and he was injured. Besides the Taurus divine armor, he didn't have anything else. Because of this, he wanted to use the Taurus divine armor as a bargaining chip for his revenge. However, they couldn't help but admit that this bargaining chip was very tempting. Additionally, what Gold Ben said wasn't wrong. The Thunder Clan, Barbarians, and Winged Pegasus weren't the first subordinates of the Taurus divines. In the past, these three clans had participated in the war between the 10 divine races and the foreign races. They even made some contributions. But now, they suddenly betrayed the Taurus divines. Who can guarantee that their vassal races wouldn't betray them? Additionally, Xianxia came from the Arc continent. The Arc continent had a branch of the foreign races there. It would be strange if Xianxia didn't contact the foreign races in the divine realm. At the same time, the enmity between the foreign races and the 10 divine races was too deep. If the foreign races didn't take advantage of this opportunity, then they would be idiots. These 3 points alone were enough to move the 10 divine races to deal with Xianxia. There was no need to mention these 3 points. Jiayu and the others were immediately convinced by Gold Ben. After pondering for some time, Jiayu nodded and said, "Gold Ben, you're right. This matter needs to be dealt with properly. Moroga, Gold Ben, the 3 of us will write a letter to the other continents about the Taurus continent's situation. Then we'll listen to their opinions. As for what we should do during this time, I don't think we should be in a hurry to attack. Let's establish a base here and prepare to welcome the incoming army. Once our army arrives, we'll push towards the Taurus continent bit by bit. What do you think?" "What do you think?" Moroga nodded and said, "I agree with Elder Jiayu. However, I think that the 3 of us are too few. Let's write a letter and have everyone sign it. Then we'll send it out. This would be more convincing. What do you think, Elder Jiayu?" Jiayu nodded and said, "You're right. Alright, let's do it this way. I'll write the letter later. Gold Ben, are you familiar with the surrounding terrain? Draw a map immediately and then choose a place to build a base to welcome the incoming army." Gold Ben nodded and said, "Don't worry, leave it to me. But I need to tell you something. Xiaohai's magic cannons and javelins are very powerful. Moreover, he got a ship from the deity. This ship can easily break through the city's protective shield. Moreover, it's not afraid of cannon fire. I heard that Xiaohai used a harassment tactic when he fought against the divine race in the Arc continent. He had cavalry with fast mounts harass us, making it difficult for us to move. I'm afraid that Xiaohai would do the same thing again. Therefore, I think that if we want to build a base, we need to think about these things." Jiayu nodded and said, "Among us, you're the only one who fought against Xiaohai. I'll leave this matter to you. Make sure to build the base well. If we can't kill Xiaohai here, then it would be a huge disaster for the divine race." Jiayu nodded and said, "Alright." Gold Ben nodded, then he said, "I'll immediately go and choose a place to build the base." Then he turned around and left. After Gold Ben left, Moroga turned his head to Jiayu and said, "Brother Jia, do you think that Gold Ben is telling the truth about the Taurus divine armor?" Jiayu replied, "It's true. Gold Ben's injuries weren't light, those injuries weren't fake. He also vomited blood outside the city, so it's impossible for him to fake it. He must be using some secret method to suppress his injuries. However, this method wouldn't last long. Once his injuries erupt again, he would die. Because of this, he said that he would give the Taurus divine armor away." Moroga nodded, then he sighed and said, "This Xiaohai is really fierce. He actually managed to destroy the Taurus divines. No wonder Gold Ben would give up his life for revenge. If we don't get rid of him, then he would definitely become a big problem for the divine race." Jiayu nodded, then he closed his eyes. Nobody knew what he was thinking. When Moroga saw Jiayu's expression, he immediately had someone prepare a pen and paper so that Jiayu could write a letter. Axe had been in high spirits recently. His status in the family was getting higher and higher. In the past, because Axe loved adventuring, his strength wasn't the highest in the family. And with the fact that he rarely interfered with the family, Axe's position in the family wasn't very stable. However, the information that Axe brought back was very important to the O'Neill family. It was precisely because of this information that the O'Neill family began to prepare for their invasion of the Arc continent. In this case, Axe's position in the family was becoming more and more stable. Nobody would dare to question his qualifications as the successor. Because of this, Axe was very concerned about the invasion of the Arc continent. In his opinion, this invasion was a good opportunity for him. As long as the family manages to conquer the Arc continent, then the patriarch's position would certainly be his. Because of this, Axe was very enthusiastic about the invasion. There were a lot of things that weren't under his control that he was involved in. The patriarch of the O'Neill family, who was also Axe's father, doted on his son. Seeing Axe meddling in these matters, not only did he not stop him, he even supported him. In the past, Axe didn't pay attention to the matters of the clan. This was exactly what his father was worried about. As the patriarch of a clan, you can delegate power, but you must know what is going on in the clan. Delegating power doesn't mean that you are kept in the dark. Otherwise, you would become a puppet. Axe was like this before, which made his father very worried. Because of this, his father not only didn't stop Axe, he even encouraged Axe's actions. In the Atlanta Plain, especially in the Magic Armor continent, there were a lot of things that needed to be prepared in order to carry out a large-scale military operation. Just like the divine race, if they want to attack someone, they would also need to make preparations. They would need to mobilize their troops, mobilize their supplies, stockpile their weapons, and so on. All of these needed to be prepared before they could act. Without proper preparation, the operation would only end in failure. On the other hand, in the Atlanta Plain, there were a lot of things that needed to be prepared. First of all, magic armors were their main weapons. Magic armors had formidable defensive and offensive capabilities. However, magic armors also had a weakness: they needed power to move. Magic armors weren't like humans, especially those god-ranked experts. Their fighting strength was very strong, and as long as they ate something and were given time to rest, they could continue fighting. On the other hand, magic armors were different. Magic armors needed a kind of compressed energy source to provide them with energy. This kind of energy source was a special kind of equipment. It extracted energy from the Atlanta Plain's ordinary magic crystals and then compressed them. This energy device was the heart of a magic armor. Therefore, the Atlanta Plain had prepared a lot of this energy device for the first time. A magic armor without an energy device was just a pile of scrap iron. Because of this, the Atlanta Plain needed a lot more time to prepare compared to the divine race. The divine race only needed a month to prepare their troops, while the Atlanta Plain needed 2 to 3 months to prepare their troops. Besides the compressed energy device, the Atlanta Plain also needed a lot of things to prepare. The first one was transportation. The magic armors of the Atlanta Plain were just like airplanes. Naturally, they were more powerful than airplanes. However, the amount of energy they could carry was very small. Once the energy source was used up, the magic armors wouldn't be able to fight anymore. Because of this, magic armors could be used for fighting. However, they couldn't be used for long periods of time. Moreover, they couldn't use their limited energy to travel. Because of this, if they wanted to use their magic armors to fight, then they would need to use something bigger to transport them. In the Atlanta Plain, there were a lot of such means of transport. Some of them could travel by sea while others could travel by road. But without exception, these means of transport were very big. Because of this, the Atlanta Plain didn't have anything that could carry multiple magic armors in the sky. Because of this, they needed to prepare a lot of things before they could invade the Ark continent. The spatial rift between the Atlanta Plain and the Ark continent was located on an island. It was a very big island with no people. This wasn't a problem. On the contrary, for the Atlanta Plain, this was a good thing. This was because they could use the island as a base to slowly invade the Ark continent. However, this also caused some problems for the people of the Atlanta Plain. If they want to leave the island, then they would need a large amount of sea transportation equipment. The Atlanta Plain had a lot of such equipment, but getting them to the Ark continent was a very troublesome matter. Whether it was the Ark continent, the Atlanta Plain, or even Earth, the number of long-distance transmission facilities in the sea was much larger than those on land. However, the bigger the equipment, the more difficult it would be to transport it. Because of this, after learning about the Ark continent's situation, the first thing the O'Neill family did was to build a shipyard on the island. Then they gathered all of the family's best shipbuilders to build ships on the island. This was also the O'Neill family's best method. In the O'Neill family's territory, the spatial rift was found in a small valley inland. The family simply didn't have the means to transport large ships directly to the Ark continent. Therefore, they could only use this method to achieve their goal. However, since the Atlanta plane was able to make magic armors, it could be said that they were more adept at making ships. Their speed was very fast. A 1,000,000-ton ship could be made in just a month by the Atlanta plane, and then it would be put into use. On the other hand, the O'Neill family attached great importance to this invasion. They invested almost all of the family's funds and manpower. In just 2 short months, they built 4,000,000-ton ships. These 4 ships weren't only used to transport magic armors, they were also used to transport land vehicles. These land vehicles were a masterpiece of the Atlanta plane. Each vehicle could carry 20 magic armors. Moreover, these vehicles were versatile. They could be used to transport troops on both land and water for a short period of time. They could also be used in extremely bad conditions. They could also be used to transport troops on land and water. They were also equipped with thick armor and weapons that could be used in combat. It could be said that they were very versatile. The O'Neill family was very clear that they would eventually conquer the Ark continent. Because of this, they only needed to build a few large ships. This time, the O'Neill family was gambling with everything they had. In their opinion, as long as they conquer the Ark continent, they would have everything they wanted. Axe was currently standing on the island where the spatial rift was located. This island had been named Axe Island by the family in order to commemorate him. After naming this island, Axe liked to stay on the island. He supervised the people building the ships while indulging in his own thoughts. Today, it wasn't only Axe who was on Axe Island. Axe's father, the patriarch of the O'Neill family, and other important members of the family were also present. The reason why they came to Axe Island was because today was the day that the 4,000,000-ton ships built on the island were launched. These 4 ships were named by the O'Neill family as Conquest, 100 Victories, Splendor, and Hegemon. From the names of these ships, one could see how ambitious the O'Neill family was in conquering the Ark continent. These 4 ships contained the full strength of the O'Neill family. Now that these 4 ships were officially launched, the O'Neill family's invasion of the Ark continent had officially begun. The workers below were still busy. Axe was standing on the dock, half a step behind his father. Axe's father looked at the 4 ships and couldn't help but smile. After some time, he turned to Axe and said, "Axe, you've done well this time. As long as the family conquers the Ark continent, you will have the greatest merit." Axe's father nodded and said, "Axe, you've done a good job." Although Axe was feeling proud, he still maintained a calm expression on his face. He bowed to his father and said, "It's my honor to serve the family. Father, I want to go to the Ark continent and get in touch with Xianxia. What do you think, father?" Axe's father looked at Axe and smiled faintly. Then he shook his head and said, "Axe, you don't need to be so anxious. Wait until the family is ready before you go. That Xianxia is very young and might not have any experience. However, this doesn't mean that the other people in the Ark continent are inexperienced. If you go to the Ark continent while we aren't prepared, then you might alert the enemy. This wouldn't be a good thing for the O'Neill family. Also, Axe, don't forget that you are the family's young patriarch. What you need to do is to command the overall situation and not to charge into the enemy lines. There are other people who can do that, you don't need to be the young patriarch. Do you understand?" When Axe heard his father, he didn't dare to talk back. He just nodded and said, "Yes. Father. I understand." Axe's father nodded, then he patted Axe's shoulder and said, "Child, in the future, the O'Neill family will be handed over to you. You need to understand that there are things that the family should do and things that the patriarch shouldn't do. If you do too many things that the patriarch shouldn't do, then you wouldn't be able to hold on to your position." Although Axe didn't understand his father's words, he knew that this wasn't a good time to ask about this matter. Therefore, he just nodded and didn't say anything. At this time, the docks were ready. A leader went to Axe's father and knelt down as he loudly said, reporting to the patriarch, "Everything is ready. I asked the patriarch to cut the ribbon." Axe's father nodded and then went to the docks. At this time, the tyrant was anchored there. A bottle of wine was tied to the bow of the ship. Axe's father grabbed the bottle and threw it towards the tyrant. However, what Axe and the others didn't know was that everything that happened on Axe Island was seen by Xianxia. In the past few days, Zhao Hai hadn't relaxed his surveillance of the divine race, the underworld, and the Atlanta plain. Zhao Hai knew about the arrival of the divine realm's reinforcements, so he didn't immediately attack them. He wanted to see what they would do. Zhao Hai thought that the divine race would come to the Taurus continent for a decisive battle. However, his guess was wrong. The other party didn't come looking for him. On the contrary, they built a base there. This made Zhao Hai surprised. However, after thinking about it, he felt that it was reasonable for the divine race to do this. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't know that the divine race was going all out to deal with him was because every time the divine race held a meeting, they would use magic formations to surround the place. Zhao Hai couldn't see what was going on inside the meeting, nor could he hear what they were talking about. However, when Zhao Hai saw the divine race's actions, he understood what they were planning. Because of this, he wasn't worried. He wanted to see how the divine race would deal with him. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't just sit there and watch. He also had Xianxia send a letter to the foreign races so that they could contact the conquered races. However, this wasn't something that could be done in a short time. Even if Zhao Hai gave the foreign races messenger fishes, it would still be impossible for them to receive any information in a short time. Because of this, Zhao Hai's attention was attracted to the situation on Axe Island. The O'Neill family didn't build a defensive formation on the island. Although the people of the Atlanta plain were famous for their magic formations, in the eyes of the O'Neill family, it was impossible for the people of the Ark continent to come to the island. Therefore, there was no need to build a defensive formation. Moreover, the O'Neill family had arranged a large number of magic armors to guard the island. There was no need to build a magic formation at all. It would be a waste of time. For the O'Neill family, they might as well use the time to build ships. Because they didn't build a magic formation, all of their actions were seen by Zhao Hai. In the beginning, Zhao Hai didn't know what the O'Neill family was doing. But it didn't take long before he found out that the O'Neill family was actually building a ship. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai could roughly guess the situation of the Atlanta plain. The magic technology of the Atlanta plain was much higher compared to Earth. However, they still haven't reached the level of the universe. At the very least, they still couldn't build spaceships to transport troops. Zhao Hai didn't attack the O'Neill family's shipyard. He was afraid that attacking the O'Neill family would raise their vigilance. He also wanted to see the O'Neill family's expression after seeing the scenery of the Ark continent. Because of this, Zhao Hai looked at the O'Neill family's shipyard on Axe Island. Little by little, 4 ships were being built. To be honest, seeing the O'Neill family working day and night in the shipyard, Zhao Hai couldn't bear to see them doing useless work. However, Zhao Hai didn't remind them that they were enemies. Under Zhao Hai's gaze, the 4 ships were finished. After the ships were finished, Zhao Hai also saw Axe and his father cutting the ribbons for the ships. As for what Axe and his father were talking about, Zhao Hai didn't know. The official language of the Atlanta plain was different from the Ark continent. Although they could speak the Ark continent's language, they didn't speak the Ark continent's language. Instead, they used the Atlanta plain's language. This made Zhao Hai somewhat depressed. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. Although the ships were finished, it would still take some time for the Atlanta plain to invade the Ark continent. At this point, Zhao Hai didn't think about the time difference, it was simply impossible. It seems like his battle with the divine race would have to be delayed. At the same time, the Atlanta plain's invasion of the Ark continent would also have to be delayed. If things go wrong, then the 2 continents would attack the Ark continent at the same time. Zhao Hai was already prepared to fight on 2 fronts. However, Zhao Hai was now very interested in the million-ton ships that the Atlanta plain built. Moreover, the machines used to build these ships made Zhao Hai very excited. When Zhao Hai first saw the Atlanta plain's ships, he couldn't help but be surprised. This was because the Atlanta plain's ships were fully mechanized. While they were building the ships, they would also do welding, cutting, and other operations. And all of these operations were done by using special magic armors. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. These magic armors weren't the transformative magic armors that Zhao Hai had seen before. They weren't humanoid either. Some of the magic armors were in the shape of carriages with mechanical arms attached to them. Some of them were just mechanical arms. This method of building ships was the most magical that Zhao Hai had ever seen. It was obvious that the Atlanta Plain had integrated their magic machines into a whole new magic machine civilization. Magic Machine Civilization was Zhao Hai's abbreviation for Magic Machine Civilization. In the beginning, Zhao Hai thought that the Ark continent would take this path. This was because the Ark continent had already embarked on a path similar to Magic Machine Civilization. The people here used magic formations to make furnaces, refrigerators, and other daily necessities. This was very close to Magic Machine Civilization. However, it didn't take long before Zhao Hai discovered that he was wrong. Although the Ark continent used magic formations weren't very important in the Ark continent. The people only used magic formations to make their lives more convenient. They didn't think of using magic formations to do more things. After that, Zhao Hai came into contact with the Demon Realm, the Divine Realm, the Thunder Realm, the Barbarian Realm, and other planes. Almost all of them were magic machine civilizations. After learning about the goblins, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel pity. This was because in Zhao Hai's opinion, the goblins were actually a magic machine civilization. It was just that they were destroyed. But with the appearance of the Atlanta Plain, Zhao Hai knew that there was a magic machine civilization in the universe. Moreover, they had already developed to a very high level. Zhao Hai, who had lived on Earth for decades, was very clear about the changes that a magic machine civilization would bring to people's lives. Because of this, Zhao Hai sincerely hoped that the Ark continent could develop a magic machine civilization. In Zhao Hai's opinion, the Atlanta Plain's magic machine civilization had really developed to a certain degree. Aside from the magic machines used in the construction of ships, the ships also made Zhao Hai's eyes light up. These ships were all made of metal. They were different from the Ark continent's ironclad ships. These ships were very similar to the ocean-going cargo ships on Earth. However, their power systems were also composed of magic formations. What puzzled Zhao the most was the fact that there were a lot of magic formations engraved on the ships. This made the ships look even more mystical. Zhao Hai didn't understand the magic formations used by the Atlanta Plain. The Atlanta Plain's use of magic formations had already reached a certain level. Most people wouldn't be able to understand them. Their magic formations were very strange. Two magic formations that looked exactly the same can produce completely different effects when used. When you carefully look at the magic formation, you can see that it's possible for only one symbol to change, but the entire magic formation can produce different effects. This wasn't as simple as just changing a magic symbol. It required many experiments to find the most suitable position, size, and even the thickness of the lines used to draw the symbol. All these factors could change a magic array beyond recognition. At this time, Zhao Hai had some Atlanta Plain's magic formations. These formations were taken from axes matched by Kair. At this time, Karen was carefully studying these formations. Although the goblins were very talented in this aspect, their civilization was almost completely destroyed. Most of the goblins were illiterate. After a few months of learning, they simply couldn't help much. Because of this, although Zhao Hai had a lot of magic formations, only a few of them knew how to use them. Because of this, when Zhao Hai looked at the magic formations engraved on the ships, it was as if he was looking at a heavenly book. He simply didn't know what these formations were used for. It was like giving an illiterate person a machine, they simply couldn't use it. But the more it was like this, the more curious Zhao Hai was about these ships. He really wanted to know what functions these ships had. Besides being curious about the magic formations on the ships, the design of the ships also made Zhao Hai's eyes light up. The deck of the continent was divided into 30 floors. The upper floors were used for living. The design was very reasonable. For people to a room, the space inside wasn't small. Moreover, there were also some entertainment facilities. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. The living quarters took up 5 floors altogether. From the 6th floor onwards, there were mechs. The magic armors took up 10 floors of the deck. Above that were some garages. It seems like they were used to store the magic armors. Zhao Hai had seen these magic armors before, there were a lot of them on Axe Island. Below the garages was a repair workshop. Inside the repair workshop was a huge space that could repair 50 mechs at the same time. All kinds of mechanical arms and special magic armors were moving around in an orderly manner. At the bottom of the ship's hold were parts for magic armors and energy devices. There was even a small energy compression device. It can be said that the equipment was very complete. Looking at the workers, one could see that they had built more than one ship. This also gave Xiao Hai a general impression of the Atlantoplane's magic armors. Xiao Hai sat on the Hell King's ship while Laura and the others sat beside him. The layout of the room was almost the same as the Space's villa. Since Xiao Hai couldn't stay in the villa for a long time, he could only make a room on the Hell King's ship. This way, he would be more comfortable. Laura and the others didn't oppose Xiao Hai's decision. In their opinion, this was necessary. Xiao Hai stayed on the Hell King's ship every day, so they also needed to accompany Xiao Hai. On the other hand, they were already used to the Space's villa. It can be said that in the villa, even if they closed their eyes, they wouldn't touch anything. If they were to change their environment, it might take some time for them to get used to it. Because of this, Xiao Hai's decision was also very beneficial to them. The Hell King's ship was now their home. Almost everything in the villa was moved to the ship. Xiao Hai and the others also stayed on the ship every day. Binjia and the others also experienced what it meant to be a homebody. Although Xiao Hai and the others stayed on the ship every day, they rarely went out. Almost all of them were locked in their rooms. This behavior of Xiao Hai and the others made Binjia and the others smile bitterly. At this time, Xiao Hai was carefully observing the situation in Axe Island. The 4 ships were launched and tested for a period of time. Everything was normal. Then the ships returned to the shipyard in Axe Island for a final inspection. After some adjustments were made, the ships were ready to be put into use. However, Xiao Hai wasn't paying attention to these. Instead, he was paying attention to the armored personnel carriers. Although Xiao Hai didn't know what these carriers were called in the Atlantoplane, Xiao Hai liked to call them armored personnel carriers. This was because the armor of these vehicles was very thick and big. Moreover, these vehicles were also caterpillar type. The design was sharp and angular, making them look very powerful. Xiao Hai was paying attention to the magic formations on the armored personnel carriers. The formations on the armored personnel carriers were similar to the ones on the ships. With Xiao Hai's research on magic formations, he couldn't tell which formations were the same and which formations were different. However, one thing that Xiao Hai found strange was that these armored personnel carriers were caterpillar type. Moreover, their bodies were very heavy. If the mechas inside were added, then they would be even heavier. However, these heavy armored vehicles weren't slow at all. Moreover, they were very flexible when it came to turning. This made Xiao Hai very puzzled. Laura was sitting next to Xiao Hai. She didn't have anything to do right now. She wasn't like Megan and Lizzie who were busy formulating tactics every day. However, Xiao Hai found out that Laura was very good at managing logistics. She was very keen on machinery. Xiao Hai didn't think that Laura would do something like that. Perhaps it was because of Karen's genes. Laura had a very strong intuition when it came to machinery and magic formations. It was just that Laura didn't pay attention to this aspect before, so she didn't show this talent. But now, it was different. Laura was looking at the magic armors and magic formations of the Atlantoplane. This aroused her passion for these 2 things. 2 days ago, when the ship was about to launch, Laura stared at the screen for a whole day. This scared Xiao Hai so much that he forced her to rest. Now, Laura was also looking at the armored personnel carriers on the screen. After some time, she said, "Brother Hai, do you think we should modify the Hell King's ship?" When Xiao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. He looked at Laura and said, "Modify the Hell King's ship? Why? How do we modify it?" Laura smiled and said, "Do you think that the Hell King's ship is too monotonous? I want to change the magic formation. What do you think?" Xiao Hai thought for a moment and said, "The Hell King's ship is built according to the Space's blueprint. I'm afraid it won't be easy to modify it. You can also draw a blueprint. If it's good, then I'll agree to modify it." Laura smiled and said, "Brother Hai, you misunderstood. I don't want to change the ship's appearance. I just want to modify the internal structure. There's no need to melt the ship." When Xiao Hai heard this, he relaxed and said, "So it's like this. Alright, you can modify it. But you still need to draw a blueprint. Otherwise, I won't let you modify it. Laura nodded before she turned around and ran away. Zhao Hai looked at Laura's departing back and smiled bitterly. I hope she doesn't act like father-in-law. Otherwise, it would be terrible. When Meg heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but laugh and said, who made Sister Laura stare at the screen? Are you regretting it now? It's too late. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, at that time, I saw that she didn't have anything to do. She looked listless, so I let her look at the screen and relax. Who knew that it would turn out like this? Meg couldn't help but laugh. Among Zhao Hai's women, Meg was usually the least talkative. Even Nir was more important than her. Because Nir liked to do things, most of the time, Zhao Hai had Nir stay inside the space and take care of the animals. Nir was too pure. Zhao Hai didn't want her to know too many things that she shouldn't know. Letting Nir stay with the animals might be better for her. On the other hand, Meg didn't have anything to do. Her role was like Laura and Zhao Hai's professional secretary and assistant. She helped Laura and Zhao Hai arrange their daily lives. This was Meg's job. At this point, Zhao Hai and the others were already used to Meg's way of doing things. If one day Meg didn't manage these things, then their lives would become chaotic. But they believed that that day wouldn't come. Although Meg had the least presence, Zhao Hai's feelings for her were the best. Meg had been with Zhao Hai for the longest time, so their feelings for each other were the deepest. Because of this, Zhao Hai doted on Meg the most. Among Zhao Hai's women, only 2 stayed inside the space the least. One of them was Ruyan. Because Ruyan had been with Zhao Hai for the shortest time, and because of her previous identity, it can be said that she had a special status among Zhao Hai's women. If they were to be ranked, then she might be the last one. Ruyan was currently inside the space. She was the one who wanted to go there. She usually stayed on Wild Dragon Island in the Ark space and arranged everything there. This was because the island belonged to the Buddha clan. Naturally, she would return to Zhao Hai's side every night. She could also come back during the day, as long as she took care of the island's matters. Zhao Hai didn't want Ruyan to go, but he didn't have anything else to do. If Ruyan stayed here every day, she would be very bored. At the same time, Ruyan also liked to help Zhao Hai manage the island. Because of this, Zhao Hai agreed to Ruyan's approach. Another woman who wasn't always by Zhao Hai's side was Berry. As a demon, Berry's management skills were very poor. She also wasn't very good at taking care of Zhao Hai's daily life. She also wasn't very interested in machinery. The reason why she was so busy was because she had to take care of her people. Before Zhao Hai allowed the demons to enter the space, he had already promised Berry that he would allow her people to enter the space. After Zhao Hai allowed the demons to enter the space, Berry asked Zhao Hai to give her people a place like Wild Dragon Island, where the succubi could live peacefully. Zhao Hai completely agreed to this point. However, he didn't understand why Berry wanted to do this. After asking Berry, Zhao Hai understood that the succubi had already had enough of competing with each other. This was because they were considered the most suitable people to become wives. Because of this, almost everyone in the demon realm wanted to have a succubus as their wife. For this purpose, they would sometimes use some means to force the succubi to submit. This was what the succubi hated the most. Because of this, they wanted to find an uninhabited island where they could live peacefully. However, Zhao Hai felt that this was strange. So he asked Berry, if the succubi stayed on that island, then how would the succubi continue to live? Without a man, how could they have descendants? Berry had already thought about this point. The succubi wouldn't always stay on the island. Every once in a while, the adult succubi would go to the continent to train. When the time comes, they would be able to find a man. Whether they marry someone and stay on the continent, or if they get pregnant and return to the island, that would be up to them. When Zhao Hai heard this, he was dumbfounded. He didn't understand why the succubi would make such a strange request. However, in the end, he agreed. This was because this wasn't Berry's idea, but rather the idea of all the succubi. In this case, Zhao Hai had no choice but to agree. Because of this, Berry would spend most of her time on the island. She would be with her clansmen and deal with the matters of the clan. Since Berry was Zhao Hai's wife, her status was very special. Because of this, the succubi were very respectful towards her. Now that Barry had become the patriarch of the succubi clan, she was very busy. Xiao Hai didn't oppose Barry's decision. Xiao Hai wasn't the kind of man who only thought about his wife. He didn't want his wife to leave him, he didn't want her to be better than him, he didn't want her to have her own family. He wanted his wife to be able to do what she liked. Therefore, he supported Barry's decision. While the women were busy, Xiao Hai was actually very relaxed. He just sat there and looked at the monitor. He looked at the undead and iron armor beasts mining in the Demon Realm, the Ark Continent, and the Taurus Continent. He also looked at the underworld's dark mist as the people from the Atlanta Plain transported supplies in order to attack the Ark Continent. He also looked at the soldiers from the Divine Realm who were building their own bases. These things might seem boring because these people were doing the same thing every day. However, Xiao Hai couldn't help but pay attention to them. This was because these people were his enemies. Xiao Hai was analyzing their actions to understand their motives and find out their weaknesses. At the same time, Xiao Hai was also observing the various races in the space. The goblins' lives were still normal. However, more and more goblins started to play with magic formations. This caused them to need more supplies. Xiao Hai and Kyer decided to give the goblins some tasks. Only by completing these tasks would they be able to obtain more supplies. These tasks weren't difficult for the goblins. Moreover, these tasks were related to magic formations. These tasks were very effective for the growth of the goblins. Because of this, the goblins' lives were very good. Xiao Hai would also observe the fishmen from time to time. Naturally, Xiao Hai was most concerned about the blue dragon snails. The blue dragon snail was a magic beast that Xiao Hai obtained from the fishmen. Its defensive capabilities were very formidable, making it an important weapon for the fishmen. In the end, Xiao Hai obtained a blue dragon snail from the fishmen. Later on, he obtained a few more. Now, all of them were being raised by Xiao Hai in the fishman's base. Because of the space's acceleration ability, the blue dragon snails were now very big. However, Xiao Hai didn't take out these blue dragon snails to refine. This was because he knew that the older these blue dragon snails were, the more useful they would be in the future. Because of this, although the fishmen had a lot of blue dragon snails that had matured and could be used, Xiao Hai still didn't use these blue dragon snails. Xiao Hai wanted to see how long it would take for these blue dragon snails to die. He wanted to wait for these blue dragon snails to die naturally before taking them out to refine. However, what surprised Xiao Hai was that the blue dragon snails were still alive. At this time, the biggest blue dragon snail in the fishman's space had already grown to the size of 10,000 Mago. The blue dragon snail on its body had also become more lifelike. However, it was still alive. Xiao Hai did an experiment. He used the Ark Continent's magic cannon to attack the blue dragon snail. The magic cannon's energy source was crystal stones. Even a god-ranked expert wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, when the cannon hit the blue dragon snail, Xiao Hai was shocked. The blue dragon on the blue dragon snail seemed to come alive as it swam around the blue dragon snail. Then it extended its claw towards the magic cannon's energy beam. When the energy beam came into contact with the blue dragon's claw, it actually disappeared. The cannon simply didn't have any effect. Upon seeing this, Xiao Hai was shocked. He didn't think that the blue dragon snail's defense would be this abnormal. If it was allowed to live for a few more years, then who knows what it would become. Because of this, Xiao Hai didn't touch the blue dragon snails and just let them grow. Xiao Hai wanted to see what the blue dragon snails would become in the end. The other clans of the fishman race had also been greatly improved in the space. Their strength had also increased. What Xiao Hai saw the most was the sea dragons. They were the last branch of the dragon race. Their space wasn't the fishman space, but rather the space where Xiao Hai's villa was. However, they had been living in the sea for a long time. Xiao Hai had even forgotten about them. However, the growth of the sea dragons was beyond Xiao Hai's expectations. When Xiao Hai saw them last time, they already had several god-ranked experts. Now that he saw them again, the number of god-ranked experts had increased. This was something that Xiao Hai didn't expect. Time passed by quickly. Zhao Hai was calmly standing on the Hell King's ship as he looked at the spatial rift in the distance. Naturally, there wouldn't be any changes in the spatial rift. However, Zhao Hai knew that there were changes behind it. Behind the spatial rift, the people from the Atlanta plain were aggressively heading towards the Ark continent. Their 4 million-ton ships had been officially launched. Zhao Hai thought that the best opponents would be the divines from the divine realm. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was the fact that it has been more than a month since the divines arrived at the Taurus continent. However, the divines were still building their base, they didn't seem to have any intention to advance. Moreover, they were using their ships to transport materials such as magic formations, food, and other strategic materials to their base. It seems like they wanted to build a giant fortress. On the other hand, after the Atlanta plain finished building their ships, they began to load them with various materials. Then they began to mobilize their troops. After a month passed, they immediately boarded their ships and headed towards the Ark continent. They didn't even try to probe the Ark continent. This caused Zhao Hai to be surprised. These people from the Atlanta plain didn't look like recruits on the battlefield. However, they didn't do any probing or scouting. They just went straight to the Ark continent. This caused Zhao Hai to be puzzled. The Atlanta plain's move was somewhat frivolous. Zhao Hai didn't know where their confidence came from. However, Zhao Hai had to admit that the Atlanta plain's magic machine civilization was developing very well. After the 4 ships were finalized, some things were added to them. Now, the 4 ships were like 4 cities that could move on the sea. Most importantly, Zhao Hai saw a lot of magic armors. These magic armors were very advanced. Some of them were even more advanced than Axe's magic armors. These magic armors could transform into 3 different forms. Moreover, in Zhao Hai's opinion, these magic armors weren't any weaker than god ranks. This time, the O'Neill family had dispatched nearly 1,000 magic armors. Moreover, it can be seen that they didn't go all out. It was only because of the needs of the battle that the 4 ships were equipped with magic armors. At this time, the 4 ships had already arrived at Blazing Island. The 100 Victories docked on the island. Then the magic armors immediately flew out of the ship and rushed towards the island. They killed all the magic beasts on the island before taking their magic crystals. Zhao Hai has been paying attention to the Atlanta plain's actions. He wanted to know what was going on. Fortunately, because they didn't find any danger, the ship's magic shields weren't opened. This allowed Zhao Hai to see what they were doing. They brought the magic crystals to a small factory on the lowest level of the ship and used a machine to turn the magic crystals into an energy device. Zhao Hai looked at all of this in amazement. He didn't think that the people from the Atlanta plain would be able to do this. This was very surprising. It was only now that Zhao Hai knew what the Atlanta plain's magic armors were powered by. It was actually magic crystals. However, this made Zhao Hai even more curious about the magic armors. He wanted to know if he could get his hands on the magic armors and then use magic crystals to power them. Wouldn't the magic armor's fighting strength increase? Although the Atlanta plain's people turned their magic crystals into energy generators, Zhao Hai knew that the energy inside the energy generators couldn't be stronger than the magic crystals. In other words, the energy generators used by the Atlanta plain couldn't be as strong as the magic crystals in his hands. The magic cannons that used magic crystals weren't very powerful. However, after using the magic crystals in his hands, they were able to kill god ranks. If the magic armors were to use the magic crystals in his hands, how much power would they be able to display? At this point, Zhao Hai was eager to get his hands on some magic armors. But Zhao Hai also knew that this wouldn't be easy. Laura walked to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Brother Hai, don't worry. The people from the Atlanta plain wouldn't be able to do anything. Don't you want to see their expressions when they arrive at the Ark continent? You'll be able to see it soon." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and patted Laura's hand. "I know, I'm not worried. I just can't wait. If the Hell King's ship is equipped with these magic armors, then its fighting strength would be even more astonishing." Laura smiled and said, "What's wrong? You're still not satisfied with the Hell King's ship? How's my modification?" Zhao Hai smiled. When Laura said that she wanted to modify the Hell King's ship, Zhao Hai didn't take it to heart. However, he didn't expect Laura to be serious about it. She studied the ship and then made a comprehensive modification. She even drew a very detailed blueprint. On Laura's map, the Hell King's ship was divided into many areas. The topmost layer of the ship was where Zhao Hai lived. The layout of the ship was the same as the space. There were even green waters, hot springs, and other things. The lower layers were for the ship's residents. Altogether, these layers could accommodate 10,000 people. Moreover, each of them had their own independent rooms. The facilities inside the rooms were also very good. Below was the place where supplies were stored. This place could store enough supplies for 100,000 people for a month. Below that was the ship's forbidden area. This was where the undead were placed. The environment inside was very similar to the hell space. This allowed the undead to cultivate inside. At the bottom was the ship's dynamic layer. This was where the Yin-Yang pond was located. This was the heart of the ship. Actually, with the space, Laura and the others didn't need to prepare these things. However, since Zhao Hai couldn't enter the space, they had to make the ship more comfortable. The other living areas and storage areas were for outsiders to see. This was to help Zhao Hai keep the space a secret. In addition to keeping the ship secret, Laura also had Zhao Hai modify several places on the ship. The first was the ship's ram. In the past, the ram was integrated with the ship. Now that Laura separated the ship, the ram could be taken down. When necessary, the ram could fly out from the hull and kill the enemy. There was also the chessboard. Originally, it was just a place to hang the flag. However, Laura had Zhao Hai lengthen the chessboard. At the same time, the chessboard became soft and hard. It could be swung in all directions. In other words, even if someone were to approach the ship, the chessboard could be used to stab the enemy like a sword. Besides these, Laura didn't make too many changes to the ship. This was because if she did, she would need to use the processing machine. Because of this, Laura didn't make any changes to the ship. Moreover, the undead inside the ship's hell space were specially selected by Laura. They were god-rank undead magic beasts of the divine race. These undead were originally very big, but Zhao Hai's undead could transform. Because of this, these magic armors turned into their humanoid form and stayed inside the hell space. When Zhao Hai came out, they would transform into their true form and fight. Zhao Hai's undead were very big. Zhao Hai was very interested in Laura's changes. These changes did indeed improve the Hell King's ship's fighting strength. Zhao Hai knew that the reason the Hell King's ship could dominate the hell space was because there was nothing that could threaten it. It was like an adult going to a kindergarten to fight with a child. It was pure bullying. However, the space's repulsion towards him was getting stronger and stronger. Sooner or later, he would have to go to the cultivation vacuum space. When that time comes, the Hell King's ship wouldn't necessarily be the most powerful. He would encounter more powerful enemies and more powerful weapons. At this time, nobody could approach the Hell King's ship. There was nothing that could threaten it. However, this didn't mean that the cultivation vacuum space didn't exist. Laura's changes were very useful for the Hell King's ship. When he heard Laura, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile and said, "Good, the changes are very good." "Right, what are the others doing?" Laura smiled and said, "Nothing much. Lizzie and Megan are still looking at the map of the Taurus continent and the Arc continent. They're preparing to deal with the Divine Race and the Atlanta Plain. Meg is researching new desserts. That girl, Nia, is still looking after the animals inside the space. Ryan is still busy on the island. I heard from Grandpa Green that Ryan is preparing to open a chamber of commerce in the continent. He wants to use this method to earn more gold coins for you. Barry is still with her people, she's the busiest one among us." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "What about you? Why haven't you been studying the blueprints these past few days? Aren't you very interested in the magic armors? You even asked Kai to get the blueprint of the magic armors." Laura smiled and said, "I'm very interested in the magic armors. I did get the blueprints and tried to make one. However, I discovered that the metal used to make the magic armors isn't ordinary. It should be a special alloy. This alloy has high strength and toughness. If I use ordinary metals to make the magic armors, they would fall apart. This is because ordinary metals simply can't support heavy magic armors. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I don't know how many years it took for the Atlanta plane to come up with those magic armors. You can see that the magic armors that the goblins have researched. Magic armors involve a lot of subjects, not to mention magic armors. You don't need to worry about it, just take your time. Once we get our hands on a few magic armors, you can study them. Laura smiled and said, it seems like if we want to make good mechas in the future, we'll need the help of the dwarves. Right, there's also the elves, they're very good at engraving magic formations. Zhao Hai smiled and said, don't disturb them for now. After we get our hands on the mechas, we'll see if the space can analyze the metals used to make the mechas. Maybe we'll be able to make the mechas after that. Laura nodded and said, I know, but I still hope that the dwarves and the elves can help. This way, they wouldn't be too idle. You must know that whether it's the dwarves or the elves, both of them have special talents. For example, the dwarves' sensitivity towards metals far surpasses that of the humans. On the other hand, the elves are much better at engraving magic formations compared to the humans. If they were to join us, then I think that it would be very beneficial for us to improve our mecha. Laura nodded and said, all right. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and then nodded. To be honest, he didn't think about this before. He only wanted the goblins to research magic formations and then make the mechas. He didn't think about making these things separately. Now that Zhao Hai had some understanding of magic formations, he was very clear that the research of magic formations wasn't something that could be done overnight. Besides metals, the engraving of magic formations was also very important. If you make a mistake in engraving a symbol on a magic formation, then the formation would become useless. In terms of engraving magic formations, the elves were the best. The elves had an innate advantage in engraving magic formations. They were more focused and talented in this area. On the other hand, the dwarves' obsession with all kinds of metals was something that humans couldn't compare to. If these two races could join the research of magic arrays and magic armors, it would definitely be of great help to the research of magic arrays and magic armors. The reason why Zhao Hai thought of this before was because he didn't think about it at all. To be honest, although he had taken the goblins into the space, in his heart, there were still some races that were close and some were distant, some were close and some were distant. In his heart, the people of the Ark continent were the closest to him. He had lived there for a long time, so his friends and relatives were all natives of the Ark continent. Therefore, in his heart, the people of the Ark continent were his family. Then there were the demons. Although Zhao Hai and the demons were enemies, Zhao Hai didn't really hate them. Moreover, the demons were willing to enter the space. Because of this, their status in Zhao Hai's heart was very high. Then there were the goblins. It can be said that the goblins had nothing to do with him. Zhao Hai just didn't want the goblins to live that kind of life. At the same time, he wanted to use the goblins' talents to research more magic formations. Because of this, he had the goblins in the space. Finally, there were the divines. The hatred between Zhao Hai and the divine race couldn't be resolved. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to pursue the matter of the divine race. He also didn't want to kill them. Because of this, he had the divine race in the space. Because of this relationship, Zhao Hai had the goblins research magic formations. He didn't want the dwarves and the elves to join in. He wanted to give the dwarves and the elves as much freedom as possible. Moreover, he didn't want anything in return. Zhao Hai always felt that if he had the dwarves and the elves work for him, then it would be the same as asking for something in return. As for the goblins, Zhao Hai didn't have this idea. He didn't have any feelings towards the goblins. Therefore, having the goblins help him was something that he ought to do. Now that Laura reminded him, Zhao Hai thought about it. Having the dwarves and the elves join in his research wasn't a big deal. In any case, the dwarves and the elves also liked to do such things. Zhao Hai didn't force them to do so. Therefore, there was nothing special about it. Laura understood Zhao Hai's thoughts. Therefore, when she saw Zhao Hai nod, she smiled and said, Brother Hai, don't think too much about it. We can have the dwarves and elves of Wild Dragon Island join in. We can also select some intelligent spirits and have them get familiar with each other. After a long time, the goblins wouldn't be afraid of the dwarves and the elves. The dwarves and the elves would also be able to accept the goblins. Naturally, they would be able to research magic formations and magic armors. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, it's time for the goblins to get in touch with other races. Zhao Hai understood that there was a reason why Laura said that the goblins should get in contact with other races. In the past, the goblins had been persecuted by the divine race. Not only did the goblins' civilization get destroyed, their spirit also suffered a huge blow. Zhao Hai discovered that the goblins were very wary of other races. They were also very afraid of them. When they face other races, they often don't know what to do. Moreover, they would be very silly. It was precisely because of this that Laura said that the goblins should get in touch with other races. However, this matter couldn't be rushed. At this time, the goblins had just come in contact with magic formations. Even if they wanted to help, they wouldn't be able to do anything. This matter would have to wait for some time. At this time, Binjia and the others came out of the room. Binjia and the others were by Zhao Hai's side. However, they didn't know what Zhao Hai was planning. They only thought that Zhao Hai wanted to occupy the Taurus continent. They didn't think that the reason why Zhao Hai stayed here was because of the magic armors and the ultimate weapons of the divine race. However, Binjia was still very grateful to Zhao Hai. The Taurus divines were a great enemy of the foreign races. This was especially true for the beastmen. Because of this, Binjia didn't blame Zhao Hai for destroying the Taurus divines. On the contrary, he thought that what Zhao Hai did was right, very good. When Binjia saw Zhao Hai and Laura standing at the bow, he couldn't help but hesitate. He was afraid that he would disturb Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also noticed Binjia's expression. He smiled faintly as he turned to Binjia and said, Binjia, what's wrong? Do you need something? They had believed in Binjia for a long time. Because of this, Zhao Hai's way of addressing Binjia had become more casual. Binjia arrived in front of Zhao Hai, then he bowed and said, Mister, I just received news from the family. The divine race seems to have increased their surveillance of the conquered races. As long as they find something wrong, they would immediately send troops. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Mister, I just received news from the family. Zhao Hai stared, then he nodded and said, no wonder the divines haven't moved for a long time. So it turns out that they have this idea. They want to stabilize the rear first before they turn around to deal with us. Interesting. Binjia looked at Zhao Hai and said, then what should we do? Do we just watch? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, isn't it good to just watch? They knew that the reason why the Taurus continent fell so quickly was because of the rebellion of the three major races. Therefore, they increased their surveillance on the races that submitted to them. They might even kill some of them to establish their prestige. However, the more they do this, the more the other races would hate them. When the Taurus continent is no longer under their control, their backyard would become more and more chaotic. This is very advantageous to us. Zhao Hai nodded and said, you're right. Binjia stared for a moment before he nodded. He had to recognize what Zhao Hai said. They had been fighting against the divines for many years, so they had a good understanding of the divines. The divines were indeed very tyrannical. When they knew that the conquered races would rebel, they wouldn't be polite to them. Killing them to establish their might was the most common method. However, Binjia knew that the conquered races had long been dissatisfied with the divines. If the divines were to do this, then it would only speed up their rebellion. As long as those races rebel, the divines wouldn't have enough troops to deal with them. When the time comes, Zhao Hai would be able to eliminate the divines bit by bit. After thinking about this, Binjia nodded and said, all right, then I'll do as Mr. says. I'll tell my people about Mr.'s plan. But Mr., shouldn't we make a move against the divines? Let them build their base. If they succeed, then it wouldn't be good for us. Zhao Hai shook his head and smiled, don't worry, let them build. They can't stay in their base forever. As long as they come out and attack us, then we can eliminate them bit by bit. Binjia didn't speak, he just nodded as he gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, if that's the case, then I'll be reporting back to my ancestors. Then he turned around and returned to the cabin. Laura looked at Binjia, then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, the foreign races didn't let Binjia and the others go back. Are they monitoring you? Why should we keep them? We can deal with the divines by ourselves. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, if we don't drag them into the water, then how can they fight against the divine race? As long as they weaken, then we'll have a better chance of snatching their ultimate weapons. Naturally, if we can drag them into the space, then that would be even better. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right." When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but smile. She now knew that Zhao Hai had this idea in mind. This was actually Zhao Hai's way of dealing with the Thunder Clan and the other two clans. He wanted to drag them into the fight with the divine race. This way, not only would they be eliminated faster, it would also weaken their strength. When the time comes, Zhao Hai would lead the Atlanta Plain and the underworld to the divine realm. At that time, he wouldn't be afraid that these people wouldn't enter the space. As long as these people enter the space, then sooner or later, they would treat Zhao Hai as a god. When that time comes, Zhao Hai would have even more faith power. Although this method wasn't very bright, it was the most effective method at this time. If Zhao Hai uses force to conquer them, then it would only waste more time. And Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to stay in the space for too long. The reason why Laura and Zhao always wanted to bring people into the space was because the space was too spacious. It would be a waste to not make use of such a large space. The second reason was because of faith power. Although Zhao Hai wasn't clear about the benefits of faith power to cultivators, he was certain that it would be of great use to them after seeing how hard they tried to collect faith power. However, if Zhao Hai ascends to the cultivation realm one day, then it wouldn't be easy for him to collect faith power. Lu Wei was assigned to this place to collect faith power. From this, it can be seen that it wouldn't be easy to collect faith power in the cultivation realm. If the people in the cultivation realm were very strong, then it would be impossible for Zhao Hai to collect faith power there. Moreover, the cultivation realm had already distributed their space. This meant that the cultivation realm was also cleaned up by the major forces. If Zhao Hai wanted to go to the cultivation realm to collect faith power, then he would offend the major forces. When the time comes, he would certainly be hunted down. Zhao Hai had already offended Lu Wei, so he didn't want to offend too many people. Lu Wei's avatar was already this formidable, it can be seen that the main body was stronger. But in the cultivation realm, Lu Wei wasn't the strongest. There were a lot of people who were stronger than him. Zhao Hai didn't want to go to the cultivation realm and be hunted down. That wouldn't be fun. Most importantly, Zhao Hai was afraid that there would be people in the cultivation realm who could break through the space. If there were people in the cultivation realm who could do this, then Zhao Hai would be in a lot of danger. Because of this, before entering the cultivation realm, Zhao Hai made ample preparations. He wanted to bring more people into the space so that he wouldn't lack faith power in the cultivation realm. He also wanted to understand the magic armors and ultimate weapons. When these things fall into his hands, he would have more means to protect himself. Axe stood on the bow of the tyrant in high spirits. He liked the name of the tyrant very much. Every time he heard this name, he would feel his blood boil. A few days ago, they had already arrived at Blazing Island. There weren't any changes to the island, only some magic beasts remained. Axe wasn't polite as he sent people to slaughter the magic beasts and obtain some magic stones. Although it wasn't a lot, Axe was still very happy. He liked the feeling of conquering. After that, they headed north. Axe knew that the Ark continent was in the north. This was because Zhao Hai came from the Ark continent. Because of this, Axe wasn't in a hurry as he slowly headed north. The tyrant wasn't the flagship of the 4 ships. The flagship of the 4 ships was the Radiant. Axe's father was on the Radiant, so he took the initiative to come to the tyrant. Axe didn't like to stay under his father's watch. Although he could learn a lot of things, being under his father's watch made him very uncomfortable. Therefore, when he set off, he took the initiative to come aboard the tyrant's metropolis. Moreover, the reason he gave was very good. He wanted to learn how to command a ship. This reason was very useful. When his father heard this, he immediately agreed and made Axe the tyrant's captain. At the same time, he gave Axe an experienced first officer. In the past, Axe didn't think much about it. But now that he was in charge of a ship, he discovered that the taste of power was very wonderful. It was like a glass of wine, making people want to monopolize it. In the past few days, although they sent some magic armors to scout the area, they didn't find any continent. They also didn't see any ships. This made Axe somewhat puzzled. Their ship's speed wasn't slow. After all, it was powered by energy tools. It wasn't an ancient sailing ship. Even after traveling for several days, they still didn't see any land. It seems like Blazing Island was very far from the Ark continent. However, this also made Axe puzzled. Their ship took several days to travel. According to what Zhao Hai said, the Ark continent didn't have any magic armors. This meant that they should be using a sailing ship, which would take even longer. Why would Zhao Hai drive a sailing ship to Blazing Island? Moreover, the timing of his appearance was very coincidental. There shouldn't be any problems, right? When he thought of this, Axe immediately shook his head. He didn't dare to follow this line of thought because he was afraid that it would be a huge blow to the family. Time passed day by day, and after 2 days, Axe couldn't remain calm. He spent most of his time on the deck, looking at the traces in the sky. He understood that if they weren't far from the continent, then the magic armors would have already come back to report. It was useless for him to just stand here and watch. However, he still stayed on the deck. This was because he couldn't stay in his room. At this time, a black dot appeared in the distant sky. Axe couldn't help but shake his spirit. He knew that the magic armors that went to scout had returned. Sure enough, it didn't take long before a magic armor slowly flew towards the tyrant. It was an aircraft-like magic armor, one of the fastest magic armors. The magic armor transformed into a humanoid form before it slowly landed on the ship. Then its breastplate opened as a person jumped out and walked towards Axe. The person bowed and said, "Young lord, I found a continent. It's definitely the Ark continent. It's not an ordinary ship. It's to the east of us, but we've gone astray." Axe nodded and said, "Young lord, I found a continent. It's definitely the Ark continent." Axe nodded excitedly and said, "Good. That's great. Did you tell my father about this?" The person nodded and said, "Someone has already reported it to the patriarch. Young lord, you can rest assured." But after the person said this, he looked hesitant. Axe's heart sank. He immediately said, "What's wrong?" "But what? Say something." The man looked at Axe and said, "We didn't get too close to the Ark continent. But what made us feel strange is that there aren't any signs of human habitation in the Ark continent. We also didn't see any ships on the coast, not even a single one. This is very strange." Axe's heart sank. He immediately said, "Did you tell my father about this?" "What did he say?" The person shook his head and said, "I don't know. He should have told the patriarch. We went separately, I didn't go to the patriarch." Axe nodded, then he turned his head and said, "Prepare my magic armor. I'll be heading to the glory." The servant behind him immediately complied before he turned around and left. Before long, someone came over and pulled out Axe's magic armor. Axe didn't say anything as he immediately got on his magic armor and flew towards the glory. They weren't far from the glory, the 4 ships were moving in a straight line. The first ship was the 100 Victory, it was the vanguard. The second ship was the Radiant, and the last was the Tyrant. Between them was the Conqueror. Before long, Axe arrived at the deck of the 100 Victory. After he parked his magic armor, he immediately jumped out and headed towards his father's room. Before long, Axe arrived at his father's room. In front of the door were 2 guards. When the 2 guards saw Axe, they immediately gave him a salute. One of the guards turned to Axe and said, "Young lord, the patriarch said that if you arrive, you can go in and see him." Axe nodded, then he pushed the door and went inside. Upon entering the room, Axe couldn't help but stare. This was because there were several people inside the room. These people were famous generals of the family. They were also the commanders of the ships that were sent to the Ark continent. When his father saw that Axe had arrived, he nodded and said, "Good, you came quickly. Hurry up and sit down." After Axe gave a salute to the people inside the room, he sat down. After Axe sat down, his father said, "We've discovered a continent to the east. However, there's a strange phenomenon. We didn't see any ships on the coast of the continent. This is very strange. I've already sent people to investigate. This time, I'll allow them to get closer to the continent and see what's going on." The people inside the room nodded. Then one of the captains frowned and said, "Patriarch, if there's no one on the continent, then what should we do?" Axe's father nodded and said, "Don't worry. If there are no people in that continent, then there are only two possibilities. First, we didn't find the right place. That place isn't the Ark continent, it's just a desolate place. However, this possibility isn't very big. The second possibility is that that place is the Ark continent, but something happened there that caused the people there to leave. For us, this is good news. This is because we don't need to use force to occupy the continent. In any case, what we want are the resources and minerals of the continent, we have the people there." The group nodded. At this time, Axe stood up and gave his father a salute. "Father, I'm sorry. I didn't do my scouting properly." Axe's father waved his hand and said, "This isn't your fault. If you really made contact with the people of the Ark continent, then you would have alerted the enemy. Perhaps there's no one on the continent right now. This is related to the last time you met Zhao Hai. Let's wait and see what happened there." Axe nodded and sat down. Then his father turned to the others and said, "Regardless of whether there are people in the Ark continent or not, we still need to prepare ourselves. The ship has already turned around and arrived at the continent. We need to build a base in the shortest time possible and prepare for the arrival of our troops. It seems like the Ark continent is much bigger than we imagined. For the O'Neill family, this is good news. A bigger place means that there are more things that we can use. This might be an opportunity for the O'Neill family to develop." The Ark continent was indeed a lot bigger than what they had imagined. For them, this was definitely good news. Not to mention anything else, the Ark continent had a lot of magic beasts. And with magic beasts, there would be a lot of magic crystals. With magic crystals, the O'Neill family would be able to obtain a lot of energy. This income alone was enough to make the O'Neill family a lot of money. Not to mention the other resources in the Ark continent, there were also minerals. It was impossible for such a big continent to not have any minerals. As long as there were minerals, the O'Neill family would be able to make a lot of money. In the Atlanta Plain, after many years of mining, almost all of the mineral deposits had been dug out. Without minerals, there would be no metals. Without metals, there would be no way to make magic armors. Without magic armors, their strength would be limited. This was a cycle. Axe's father looked at everyone and said, "Although the Atlanta Plain is very big, there are still the Martial clan and the demon race there. It would be impossible for us to deal with the Martial clan and the demon race in a short period of time. On the other hand, the Ark continent belongs to us, to the O'Neill family. This place isn't any smaller than the Atlanta Plain. Think about it, having the Atlanta Plain as our rear base would be very exciting." Everyone's eyes shone as they listened. They were shocked by Axe's father's description. Right, if the O'Neill family had a place as big as the Atlanta Plain as their base, then there would be no one in the Atlanta Plain that could be their opponent. Axe's father looked at everyone's expression before he nodded with satisfaction and said, "All right, that's all I have to say. You can go back and prepare. We will take the Ark continent. Anyone who dares to stand in our way will be our enemy. We will tear them apart. O'Neill family, long live the O'Neill family." The captains and Axe stood up and loudly shouted, "Long live victory." Then they left with excited expressions. Axe also wanted to leave but his father stopped him. After the captains left, Axe's father asked Axe to sit down and then said, "When you saw Zhao Hai that day, did you notice anything special about him?" Axe stared, but he also understood what his father meant. His father was still worried about the Ark continent. Axe shook his head and said, "I didn't find anything special." It seems like it was his first time seeing magic armors. He was very curious and scared. I'm sure that magic armors don't exist in the Ark continent. At that time, he was dressed as a mage. He also had a magic staff in his hand. He should be a 9th rank expert, but I didn't sense any god rank aura from him. His father nodded and said, "It seems like what that person said is true. It's impossible for a god rank expert to appear in the Ark continent. This is good news for us. However, I'm still a bit worried. Why would a spatial rift suddenly appear in the Ark continent? It's really puzzling." Axe knit his brows. To be honest, he didn't think about this. Axe wasn't a fool, he understood what his father meant. However, he didn't understand why the Ark continent was like this. Axe's father looked at Axe's appearance and nodded inwardly. He felt that Axe had matured a lot recently. This was what he wanted to see the most. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard from outside, reporting, "Patriarch, the scout has returned." Axe's father stared for a moment before he was overjoyed. He immediately said, "Let him in." Someone outside the door nodded before a person pushed the door and walked in. This person was a middle-aged man. He looked to be around 30 years old. However, he looked very spirited. He was wearing a tight combat uniform. This was a necessity for magic armors. The man arrived in front of Axe's father and gave him a salute. "I have seen the patriarch." Axe's father nodded and said, "Lev, what's the situation there?" It was impossible for Axe's father to know every magic armor user in the family. However, Lev was an exception. He was a god-rank magic armor user, and he was one of the strongest in the family. His magic armor also had a stealth function. This time, in order to find out what happened in the Ark continent, Axe's father sent Leviticus, otherwise, Lev wouldn't be able to make a move. Lev replied, "That place might be the Ark continent. But what's strange is that there isn't a single person in the seaside city. It doesn't seem like there was a war there. Moreover, the people seem to have moved away on their own. Everything that they used was taken away. From the thickness of the dust on the ground, it seems like they have moved away for more than 3 months." Axe's father stared, but Axe's expression changed. He looked at Lev and said, "More than 3 months? Does that mean that when I met Zhao Hai, the Ark continent was already like this?" "Lev, did you only see one city, or is it the same everywhere in the Ark continent?" Leo said in a low voice, "I've seen 2 cities and some villages. It's the same. The people moved away on their own. Everything that could be used is gone. And I can see that they didn't move in a hurry. Everything was cleaned up very well." Axe's expression turned ugly. He looked at his father, then his father smiled faintly and comforted him. "Axe, don't take this matter to heart. It seems like Zhao Hai was deceiving you. When you met him, he might have already moved away. But no matter where he moved to, the Ark continent is still there. As long as we have the Ark continent, it's fine. Leo, go and rest." Lev nodded, then he gave a salute to the 2 before he turned around and left. After Lev left, Axe's father frowned and said, "It seems like things aren't that simple. If the people of the Ark continent moved, then why did they move? Where can they move to? The appearance of the spatial rift might have something to do with the people of the Ark continent moving away. It seems like we need to investigate this matter." Axe's expression was calm as he sat on the side. He was very angry at this time. He thought that he had deceived Zhao Hai, but it turned out that he was deceived by Zhao Hai. After thinking about this, Axe couldn't help but clench his teeth. He felt that he had been played. This made him very unhappy. However, there was nothing he could do. Axe's father looked at Axe's expression and smiled faintly. "Axe, don't be angry. You will encounter this kind of thing many times in the future. Don't take it to heart. Go back to your ship and take care of it." Axe let out a long breath as he nodded. Then he gave his father a salute before he turned around and left. Looking at Axe's back, Axe's father smiled faintly but didn't say anything. In his opinion, this was a lesson for the young. Axe's father didn't know that Zhao Hai was currently sitting inside the space, looking at the 2 of them. After Axe left the room, Zhao Hai sighed and said, "What a pity. I thought that there would be something interesting. I didn't expect Axe's father to be so calm. It seems like the O'Neill family is really extraordinary." Laura nodded, then she turned to Kair and said, "Kair, is your translation correct? To be honest, I'm surprised that you were able to learn the Atlanta Plains language in such a short time." Kair smiled and said, "What's there to be surprised about? I've been monitoring them in Axe Island. Although they are very busy, they still need to talk. After monitoring them for a long time, along with some analysis and calculations, it's natural for me to learn the Atlanta Plains language. There's nothing wrong with the translation." Laura nodded and said, "If I'm not wrong, then the O'Neill family's patriarch is even more amazing. The problems that he mentioned are the key to leaving the Ark continent. It seems like he's a great person." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then the O'Neill family's patriarch should be even more amazing." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course he's a great person. How could a family member be a simple person? But I don't want to deal with them right now, I just want to monitor them until they discover the spatial rift. I didn't think that these fellows would follow us to Rosen Empire. This is interesting. I don't know if they will find us first, or if they will fight the undead of the underworld first. Lizzie smiled and said, I didn't expect them to deviate this much from their course. Moreover, their speed was very fast. They actually managed to reach the Rosen Empire. Now that they are closer to the underworld's undead than us, I guess they would fight the underworld's undead first. Zhao Hai nodded and said, there's indeed such a possibility. That's good, we don't need to worry about them for now. We just need to monitor them. Kai, don't forget to collect data on their equipment, the more the better. Kai nodded. Zhao Hai changed the scene to the divines. The patience of the divines in the Taurus continent was beyond Zhao Hai's expectation. Zhao Hai didn't expect the divines to take this long to build a base. Moreover, this base was much more powerful than their original city. Zhao Hai didn't expect the divines to take this long to build a base. The entire base was built on a mountain. It was almost like Zhao Hai's base in Accra Mountain. The divines had hollowed out the entire mountain. Although the divines didn't have any iron armor beasts to dig, one shouldn't forget that the divines were very strong. Moreover, they could use earth element magic. This made it much easier for them to build their base compared to Zhao Hai. In the past, Zhao Hai didn't have enough formations to help them build their base. Therefore, they could only rely on the dwarves' iron armor beasts. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was the fact that the walls of the base were covered with magic formations. It took the divines a lot of time to carve these formations. It seems like they really wanted to turn this place into an impregnable fortress. Zhao Hai could understand the divines' approach. It was just like how they wanted to enter the Arc continent. They wanted to build a base so that they could slowly push into the Taurus continent. This way, they would be able to reduce their living space bit by bit. This would force Zhao Hai to go all out against the divines. However, Zhao Hai didn't think this way. Although the divine race had built a fortress, this was the divine realm, not the Radiant Empire. In the Radiant Empire, after the divine race occupied the Radiant Empire, they were able to transport supplies to the Radiant Empire because of the spatial rift behind them. At that time, Zhao Hai couldn't go through the spatial rift. Because of this, the divine race were able to transport supplies to the Arc continent without worry. But now it was different. They were now in the divine realm, and the divine race's base was near the sea. And the sea wasn't necessarily the divine race's domain. If Zhao Hai wanted to attack their supply line, then the base would become nothing more than a decoration, it wouldn't be of any use at all. Zhao Hai didn't think that the divine race would be able to do anything. Besides the base, Zhao Hai also discovered something else. It seems like the divines didn't trust their vassal races. When they built the fortress, they didn't use the vassal races. Moreover, the vassal races weren't allowed to enter the fortress. They were completely excluded. However, Zhao Hai didn't think about attacking the divines right now. He was waiting for the divines to make a ruckus in the rear. Then he would immediately cut off their supply line. Then he would deal with the fortress first and see how the divines would react. During this period of time, Zhao Hai got more and more information from Binjia. The divines were preparing to deal with the vassal races. The suppression of the vassal races was getting more and more ruthless. In addition to the curfew, the vassal races weren't allowed to have weapons. They weren't allowed to have gatherings with more than 10 people. They weren't even allowed to practice martial arts. It can be said that the divines didn't trust the vassal races at this point. This made the conflict between the divines and the vassal races become deeper and deeper. A war was on the verge of breaking out. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai decided to wait for the vassal races to make their move. He was afraid that once he makes his move, the divine race would shift their attention to him. This would cause the suppression of the vassal races to relax. If that happens, the vassal races wouldn't be able to muster up their courage to deal with the divine race. Zhao Hai didn't want this to happen. He wanted the vassal races to participate in the war. This way, he could fish in troubled waters. The vassal races didn't make Zhao Hai wait for too long. The key point was that the divine race was too cooperative. The divine race's suppression of the vassal races was getting more and more severe. They even reached the point where if they didn't like someone, they would directly capture them and kill them. In this case, the vassal races finally broke out. They couldn't wait any longer, they didn't dare to wait any longer. If they continued to wait, then their people would be killed by the divine race. Therefore, the vassal races of the divine race rebelled one after another. The scale of the rebellion was very large. Zhao Hai heard about this from Binjia. It was 10 days after the 4 ships from the Atlanta Plain arrived at the 10,000 Seas continent. Zhao Hai was currently paying attention to the situation in the Atlanta Plain. Although the O'Neill family knew that the people from the Ark continent moving away was strange, they didn't care about it. They still drove their ships towards the Ark continent and arrived at the original port city of the Ark continent, Rising Water City. Rising Water City was originally a very important port city of the Rosen Empire. It had always been under the control of the Rosen Empire's prince, but now it was empty. However, this didn't matter to the O'Neill family. The place where they appeared wasn't far from Rising Water City. Therefore, they decided to use Rising Water City as their disembarkation point. Fortunately, Rising Water City's port was a deepwater port. Otherwise, the 4 ships wouldn't be able to stop. Although the O'Neill family knew that there were no people here, they still carefully sent magic armors to scout the city. After determining that there was no danger, they allowed their troops to go ashore. After the O'Neill family's troops went ashore, they didn't rush to expand into the Ark continent. They only sent a small group of troops to scout the continent. The rest of the troops were still rebuilding Rising Water City. Although Rising Water City was a famous port in the Rosen Empire, it wasn't used by the O'Neill family. What the O'Neill family used the most were magic armors and war chariots. And whether it was magic armors or war chariots, they were very tall. This was especially true for war chariots. Each war chariot was equipped with 20 magic armors. This made the war chariots look like behemoths. Although Rising Water City wasn't a small city, it was still built according to normal standards. Although it was very tall, the war chariots still couldn't enter. Additionally, when the mechas aren't in battle, it would be best to store them in a house for maintenance. Because of this, the mechas needed to be stored in a warehouse. And since the houses in Rising Water City weren't enough to store the mechas, the O'Neill family decided to establish a base here for them to use in the long term. They couldn't just send the mechas back to the ships to be repaired. The 4 ships couldn't stay here forever, they still need to return to Axe Island to transport supplies to the Ark continent. In the past few days, the O'Neill family didn't just send a small group of scouts. They were also busy with the reconstruction of Rising Water City. There weren't any major disturbances in the city. Moreover, their scouting range didn't go beyond the Rosen Empire. Because of this, Zhao Hai's wish to have the O'Neill family fight the underworld fell through. At this time, Binjia sent news to Zhao Hai that the vassal races of the divine race had rebelled. When Zhao Hai heard this news, he couldn't help but be happy. As long as they started to rebel, then he would be able to act. It wasn't that Zhao Hai was a war maniac. It's just that for so many days, he couldn't do anything but watch. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Now, he could finally deal with the divine race. However, Zhao Hai didn't say anything in front of Binjia. He just nodded and said, "All right, I understand." Then he turned around and returned to his room. Upon returning to his room, Zhao Hai immediately turned to Laura and the others and said, "Get ready, we'll head out immediately. Let's deal with the divine race first." Laura and the others also nodded happily. To be honest, waiting here every day made them feel very annoyed, it was too boring. However, they also knew that this wasn't the best time to send troops. Because of this, they endured. Now that they could finally send troops, they were very happy. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and smiled faintly. "Let's set out immediately. First, we'll cut off their supply line. Then we'll deal with their base." Laura and the others nodded. In any case, they didn't have anything to worry about. Before they left, Zhao Hai sent a letter to the Thunder clan and the other 2 clans. He told them about the situation here. Binjia was puzzled by Zhao Hai's reaction. He didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to do. Why did he have such an indifferent reaction after hearing about the divine race's rebellion? However, Binjia quickly discovered that he was wrong. Zhao Hai had already made his move. The Hell King's ship turned around and flew towards the Taurus continent at an extremely fast speed. Xianxia stood on the deck of the ship and looked at the retreating clouds outside. His heart relaxed. He knew that Zhao Hai was about to send troops. Xianxia never doubted Zhao Hai's fighting strength. He had seen Zhao Hai's strength with his own eyes. As long as Zhao Hai makes a move, the divine race wouldn't be able to survive. At this moment, the Hell King's ship was very fast. However, the ship didn't feel any wind at all. The ship had a shield that completely blocked the strong winds. Moreover, the ship was flying steadily. If Xianxia wasn't on the deck of the ship, he would feel that the ship was moving. At this time, Zhao Hai appeared behind Xianxia. He looked at Xianxia and smiled faintly. "What's wrong? I can see that you're a bit excited." Xianxia turned his head to Zhao Hai, then he bowed and said, "Mister, I'm a bit excited. My uncles, father, and brothers were all killed by the divine race. What I want to do the most every day is to kill the divine race and avenge them." Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia and sighed. Then he patted Xianxia's shoulder and said, "This is inevitable. War is like this. Don't think too much about it. Go and take a rest." Xianxia shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, mister. I can't sleep." "Mister, do you think we can defeat the divine race this time?" Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia's expression and smiled faintly. "Yes, we can. Don't worry." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Xianxia's expression slowly calmed down. He didn't know why, but although Zhao Hai only said one sentence, Xianxia believed Zhao Hai's words. At this time, Yetta and Ryder arrived on the deck. They looked at the Hell King's ship's direction and didn't say anything. They were already aware of the rebellion of the divine race's vassal races. Zhao Hai's reaction was also within their expectations. The Hell King's ship was very fast. After 2 hours, they had arrived at the sea. Zhao Hai didn't stop. After flying for another 2 hours, they stopped. Then the Hell King's ship flew horizontally across the sea as it recorded the situation on the space's map. If the divine realm had a satellite, then they would certainly be able to see that the Hell King's ship was currently flying in a semicircle, surrounding the divine race's base. Xianxia and the others looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. "Don't worry, just wait here. As long as the divines send supplies to the Taurus continent, we will certainly be able to rob them." "Alright, let's take a rest." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry, just wait here. As long as the divines send supplies to the Taurus continent, we will certainly be able to rob them." Xianxia and the others looked at each other, but nobody made a move. They were already aware of Zhao Hai's abilities. However, they still believed that the Hell King's ship would be delivered to their door by the divine race's supply ships. Zhao Hai didn't explain anything to them, he just turned around and returned to his cabin. Xianxia and the others had no choice but to return to their rooms. Xianxia and the others also knew that if Zhao Hai really cut off the divine race's supply line, then the divines in the Taurus continent would be out of luck. There were nearly 100 million divines in the Taurus continent. Besides the divine race army, there were also 100 million vassal soldiers. At this point, the vassal soldiers didn't know that they were already in conflict with the divine race. Therefore, they were still following the divine race. Naturally, the more people there were, the stronger they would be. However, one shouldn't forget that they also needed mouths to feed. 100 million people meant 100 million mouths to feed. If the vassal soldiers were included, then there would be 200 million mouths to feed. And with the addition of mounts, this number was astronomical. Every day, the divines would send ships with spatial equipment to deliver food to the divines. Otherwise, the divines would be starving. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't just cut off the divine race's supply line. At the same time, he had Xianxia and the others think of ways to send messages to the divines in the Taurus continent, informing them about the war between the divine race and the divine race. Zhao Hai didn't expect the 100 million vassal soldiers to pose a threat to the divine race army. However, it wouldn't be a bad idea to win over the 100 million vassal soldiers. Even if the vassal soldiers didn't help the divines, at least they wouldn't be killed by the divines. Time passed by bit. Seeing that the sky was about to turn dark, Xianxia couldn't stay in his room any longer. He went to the deck to see if the divines would pass by. However, when he arrived outside, he couldn't help but Stare. This was because when he came out of his room, he saw the Hell King's ship moving. Binjie stared, but when he looked down, he couldn't help but be happy. This was because he saw a divine race fleet slowly approaching. At this time, Zhao Hai also came out. He looked at Binjie and smiled. What's wrong? Are you worried that I won't be able to stop the divine race fleet? Binjie couldn't help but scratch his head. Then he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, Mister's means are extraordinary. Binjie was worried for nothing. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Don't worry, I said that I'll deal with the divine race, so I'll definitely deal with them. I've already placed undead in the sea. As long as we find the divine race fleet, the undead would immediately follow us. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't telling the truth. If he didn't say this, then he wouldn't be able to explain how he knew that the divine race fleet would appear here and how he managed to stop them. Sure enough, when Zhao Hai said this, Binjie's face immediately lit up. He thought that Zhao Hai really did have undead in the sea. Binjie had already seen how strong Zhao Hai's undead were. Therefore, he didn't doubt Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai didn't intend to hide himself. Because of this, the divine race fleet quickly discovered Zhao Hai and the others. The fleet slowed down before a lot of divine race soldiers flew out. Among these divine race soldiers, more than 20 of them had domain weapons. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to attack. He just commanded the Hell King's ship to slowly meet the divine race army. Then Zhao Hai looked at the divine race army and said, Don't hide. The Supreme Elder with the ultimate weapon has arrived. Come out and let this Zhao Hai meet him. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Let's go. Nobody made a sound. The opposite divine race army was still standing there without any reaction. Binjie and the others looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They thought that Zhao Hai was trying to trick the other party. At this time, Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, Sneaky. After he said that, the Hell King's ship's flagpole suddenly flew towards Zhao Hai's direction. Binjie was startled. Just as he was about to warn Zhao Hai, he saw the flagpole flying towards Zhao Hai's head like a spear. Originally, there was nothing in the air. But suddenly, a clanging sound was heard. This was the sound of weapons colliding. Along with this sound, a figure slowly appeared 30 meters in front of Zhao Hai. The figure was standing on top of a huge scorpion. The Hell King's ship's tip was now pointed at the scorpion's tail. Upon seeing this situation, Binjie and the others immediately understood that this person wanted to use the ultimate weapon to attack Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai discovered him and blocked the attack with the flagpole. Zhao Hai looked at that person and said coldly, The one below? Why don't you sign up? The man looked at Zhao Hai and said coldly, You don't know my name. Prepare to die. After that, the scorpion opened its pincers and attacked Zhao. At the same time, the scorpion stretched its tail forward and hooked the flagpole there. Zhao looked at it with disdain. Then the scorpion opened its pincers and separated itself from its body. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then with an intention, the Hell King's ship's ram separated from the ship's hull and pierced forward. Unexpectedly, the ship didn't care about the pincers at all. The man was startled. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to use this method of mutual destruction. He didn't care about Zhao Hai as he immediately commanded the scorpion to sink. Naturally, the pincers returned to the scorpion's body. Just as the scorpion sank, the Hell King's ship's cannons adjusted their direction and shot towards the man. The man commanded the scorpion's pincers to block Zhao Hai's attack. At the same time, the scorpion's tail stabbed towards the Hell King's ship's hull. Just as the scorpion's tail was about to hit the ship's hull, the waves below the ship suddenly turned into a whirlpool that blocked the scorpion's tail. Zhao Hai's hand suddenly moved as a magic staff appeared in his hand. Then he waved the magic staff in front of him, causing it to turn into a huge flail as it went straight towards the man. The man didn't expect Zhao Hai to have such a move. He could only withdraw his scorpion's tail and retreat. But at this time, he felt a gust of wind behind him. He was startled as he immediately dodged to the side. The Hell King's ship's ram passed by him, causing him to break out in cold sweat. The man dodged the ram, but he didn't expect the Hell King's ship's flagpole to turn into a huge whip that lashed towards the man's head. The man could only use his scorpion's tail to block the whip. However, he was completely powerless as he was whipped down by Zhao Hai's flagpole. Zhao Hai didn't pursue. Instead, he had the ship's flagpole and ram return to their original positions. The magic staff in his hand also returned to its original state. At this time, a golden light flashed below as a person slowly flew down. The giant scorpion beneath his feet had already disappeared. Instead, he was wearing a shiny golden armor. This armor was very gorgeous. There were 2 large pincers on the armor's fists. From time to time, the pincers would open and close. The blades of the pincers were shining with a cold light. At a glance, one could see that their lethality was extraordinary. Behind him, there was also a tail that was agilely shaking. At the tip of the tail, there was a scorpion tail hook. The man's eyes were blood red as he looked at Zhao Hai. Then he laughed and said, "Good, good. No wonder the old bull suffered a big loss against you. But you're unlucky to have met me today. The old bull is already old and useless. But against me, you must die. Take this, poison tail punch." Then he pulled his right hand forward and punched. This punch was very interesting. He didn't clench his fist like an ordinary person. Instead, he extended his index finger like a hook. Along with his movement, a huge scorpion shadow appeared behind him. After the scorpion shadow appeared, its huge tail immediately stabbed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the man and smiled faintly. Then he waved his hand as the Hell King's ship's ram separated from the ship's hull and went straight towards the scorpion tail. A bang was heard as the ram and the scorpion tail collided. The scorpion tail completely disappeared while the ram returned to the ship's hull. Without waiting for the man to make a second move, Zhao Hai's staff suddenly lengthened as it stabbed towards the man. The man's reaction was very fast. He stretched out his left hand and blocked the staff with his pincer. However, the man didn't want to let go of Zhao Hai. He moved his right hand as the pincer clamped down on Zhao Hai's staff. Then he sneered as he exerted force with his pincer. A cracking sound was heard as the staff was broken. Then the man laughed wildly and said, "Kid, your weapon is interesting, but it's too weak." Zhao Hai looked at the man and smiled faintly. "Really? How come I didn't know about it?" After he said that, the staff in Zhao Hai's hand slowly returned to its original shape. The part of the staff that was snapped by the man automatically flew back to Zhao Hai's hand. Slowly, the staff fused together, making it impossible to see that it was just broken. Zhao Hai looked at the man and sneered, "I was just trying to match your movements. You actually took it seriously. Ha ha ha. Interesting, very interesting." The man was infuriated by Zhao Hai. He roared as he rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the man and sneered, "Looking at your appearance, you're a murderous person. Then I won't be polite." Then the Hell King's ship shrunk and shot forward. The man was rushing forward, so the Hell King's ship met him head-on. In just a blink of an eye, the ship was about to collide with the man. The man was startled as he crossed his hands in front of him to block Zhao Hai's attack. However, he didn't expect his hands to be pulled back. Just as he was startled, the Hell King's ship's ram hit his body. The place where the ram hit was very special. It was none other than the man's unprotected throat. The man's head was directly cut off. The man's eyes flashed with disbelief as he died. The last thing he saw was his hands being entangled by the waves below the Hell King's ship. It was because of these waves that he couldn't block Zhao Hai's attack. As soon as this person died, the armor automatically retreated from this person's body. Then it automatically formed a huge scorpion in the air and fell to the ground. How could Zhao Hai let this thing fall to the ground? He waved his hand as a spatial rift appeared. The giant scorpion disappeared in midair. When that person died, the divines behind him were thrown into chaos. Naturally, the divines knew the identity of that person. Now that that person died, the divines immediately lost their faith, causing their morale to plummet. Zhao Hai wouldn't let this opportunity go. He immediately launched a barrage of magic cannons, killing a large number of the divines. One must know that these magic cannons were launched from the Hell King's ship. The might of the cannons was enormous. The divine race panicked, they didn't even resist. They just turned around and wanted to run. However, when they turned around, they discovered that they didn't know when the undead had blocked their path. It wasn't just behind them, but above them, below them, left, right, front, back, all the places that they could run to had been blocked by the undead. It was as if they were trapped in a huge cage. What they didn't see was the countless undead coming out of the sea and attacking the ships. The remaining divines on the ships were fighting against the undead. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle. However, as the number of undead increased, the divines on the ships were slowly being killed. At this point, the fleet had already fallen under Zhao Hai's control. Zhao Hai didn't care about any of this. He immediately ordered the undead to kill the surrounding divines. The divines who were using domain weapons wanted to resist, but it was useless. Zhao Hai also released some undead using domain weapons. Moreover, their numbers were greater than the divines, so they were able to kill the divines in a short period of time. The battle ended very quickly. For an army that didn't have any morale, the attack of the undead was a one-sided massacre. In less than 2 hours, the entire fleet was under Zhao Hai's control. There was no longer any resistance from the divine race. Naturally, not all of the divines were killed. Some of them had already lost their will to resist and directly knelt down to surrender. This was the first batch of divines to surrender since Zhao Hai's war with the divine race. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to take care of them. He directly threw them into the space. Then with a wave of his hand, the ships were also sent to the space. Each ship was loaded with provisions. On the bodies of the dead divines, Zhao Hai also found some spatial equipment that contained provisions. The largest spatial equipment was found on the body of the Supreme Elder who was killed by Zhao Hai. It didn't contain provisions, instead, it contained magic crystals. Zhao Hai didn't care about these things. At this time, he wanted to study the metal scorpion. This was the first ultimate weapon that he obtained. However, Zhao Hai didn't put the weapon into the space for analysis. He just stored it inside the space's warehouse. On the other hand, Binjia and the others had been following behind Zhao Hai the entire time. When Zhao Hai and the Supreme Elder fought, Binjia and the others were very nervous. Their hearts almost jumped out of their chests. Fortunately, Zhao Hai won in the end. However, they had a new understanding of Zhao Hai's strength. In their opinion, Zhao Hai's strength was too terrifying. A Supreme Elder was actually killed by Zhao Hai in a short time. Zhao Hai's strength was too terrifying. At this time, Zhao Hai turned his head to the group and said, "Do you know that person?" Binjia and the others recovered, but they still shook their heads. However, Binjia said, "Mister, although I don't know that person, I've heard about all kinds of ultimate weapons. From the looks of it, he should be the Supreme Elder of the Scorpion race." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I guessed so. Alright, I'll go back and rest. You can take your leave." After he said that, Zhao Hai returned to his room. Upon returning to his room, Zhao Hai didn't immediately place the metal scorpion into the space. Instead, he waved his hand and summoned an undead. This undead was the Supreme Elder of the Scorpion race that Zhao Hai just fought. The reason why Zhao Hai asked Binjia and the others if they knew this person was to cover for himself. He wanted Binjia and the others to think that he didn't know about the divine race from other sources. After all, his relationship with the foreign races wasn't that good. Although the Supreme Elder's head was knocked off by Zhao Hai, the other parts of his body weren't injured. Therefore, it was completely possible for him to become an undead. Zhao Hai looked at the Supreme Elder and said, "What's your name? Why are you on a grain transport ship?" The Supreme Elder immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, replying to the master, "I'm called Xianxia, a Supreme Elder of the Scorpion race." Before, the Supreme Elder of the Taurus race said that the master was very powerful and might attack our grain transport team. Because of this, he proposed that the Taurus continent needs a Supreme Elder to oversee the transport. This time, it just so happens that it's my turn. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You send food to the Taurus continent every few days. I just calculated that you've used more than 1,000 ships to transport food. Moreover, each ship can carry 10,000 tons of food. With the addition of the spatial equipment, the amount of food transported this time is a lot." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." The Supreme Elder immediately replied, replying to the master, "We only send grain to the Taurus continent once a month. This amount of grain isn't enough for 200 million people. Therefore, the vassal races can only get a small amount of grain. This way, they won't be able to eat until they're full. This way, even if they rebel, it would be more convenient for us to deal with them." Zhao Hai didn't laugh at Yan Jian's words. He thought that what the divine race did was right. The divine race had already decided to go against the vassal races. Naturally, they wouldn't treat them too well. If the vassal races were to fall out with the divine race, then the divine race would be in a lot of trouble. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "How many continents are participating in this operation?" Yan Jian replied, replying to Master, "All 10 continents are participating in this operation. This is because we believe that this would shake the foundation of the divines. We must kill it immediately." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "In the Taurus continent, how many supreme elders are capable of using ultimate weapons?" Yan Jian immediately replied, "There are 4 supreme elders in the Taurus continent. They are the Taurus race's Gold Ben, the one who was defeated by Master, the Capricorn race's Moroga, the Cancer race's Jiayu, and the last one is the Sagittarius race's Zithar Karna. Including me, there are exactly 5 supreme elders in total. The remaining supreme elders will stay in the divine's territory to deal with the vassal races as well as to prevent the foreign races from attacking." Zhao Hai nodded, the divine races. Arrangement was correct. Sending 5 supreme elders to deal with Zhao Hai was already a large number. In the eyes of the divine race, even if they couldn't kill Zhao Hai, they should still be able to protect themselves. Zhao Hai nodded, the divine race's plan was correct. Leaving 5 supreme elders in the Taurus continent was enough to suppress the foreign race's 3 ultimate weapons. This would make it difficult for the foreign races to ambush them. Zhao Hai turned his head to Yan Jian and said, "Will the divine realm send reinforcements to the Taurus continent? How is the rebellion in the divine realm?" Yan Jian replied, "Kill." Although Yan Jian's tone was calm, Zhao Hai could still feel the blood dripping from his mouth. The divines had their vassal races in the continents. The population of these vassal races was very large. But the divines only used one word to deal with them, kill. It seems like the divines were really ruthless this time. Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand and said, "All right, you can go." Yan Jian gave Zhao Hai a bow before he turned around and left. He wanted to return to the cabin that Zhao Hai had arranged for the undead. After Yan Jian left, Laura and the others gathered around Zhao Hai. Laura said, "Brother Hai, it seems like the divine race really hated us this time. However, we managed to obtain an ultimate weapon, it's very good." "Right, let's take a look at this ultimate weapon and see if the space can analyze it. Host can freely distribute it. This combat suit has a certain level of self-consciousness and is under the control of the host. If the host finds out that the host is not loyal to the host can immediately take back the combat suit or have the combat suit attack that person. The current combat suit can be turned into a space crystal ball and combined with the host's staff. Because the host's defensive ability is stronger than this combat suit, it is recommended that the host doesn't wear this combat suit and combine it with the staff. The combat suit will be assimilated into the staff and become a special crystalline combat suit that cannot be damaged and cannot be dropped. The combat suit has a little bit of self-consciousness. The host can summon the combat suit to help the host in battle. Once the host separates the combat suit from the staff forever, the combat suit will revert back to its special metallic structure and the host can freely distribute it. "Host, do you want to perform this operation?" The voice of the divine beasts immediately transmitted the voice to the voice of the divine beasts. The combat suit has a certain level of self-consciousness and is under the host's control. If the host finds out that the combat suit is not loyal to the host can immediately take back the combat suit or have the combat suit attack that person. The current combat suit can be turned into a special crystalline combat suit that cannot be damaged and cannot be dropped. The combat suit has a little bit of self-consciousness. The host can summon the combat suit to help the host in battle. There were a lot of things that Zhao Hai didn't understand for a while. But after asking Kai he understood that the space had decided that the divine race's ultimate weapon was a type of combat suit with strong defensive properties. The main function of this type of combat suit was to help its owner in battle. Because of this, the space launched a store called the Special Seed Page. In this store, special races would appear. Currently, there was only one race in the store, which was the seed of the Scorpio combat suit. This seed was only a single crop. After it matures, it would form a crystal ball with the same type of armor as the Scorpio combat suit. Zhao Hai could give this armor to his subordinates. If the subordinates weren't loyal, then Zhao Hai could have the combat suit kill them. Now, the space can turn the Scorpio combat suit into a crystal ball that can be combined with Zhao Hai's staff. The Scorpio combat suit looked like it was made of a special metal. Once it was combined with Zhao Hai's staff, the material of the suit would become the same as the staff. However, because of Zhao Hai's crystallization ability, Zhao Hai didn't need to wear the combat suit at all. He could just use it like Yan Jian and use it as a weapon. For Zhao Hai, this news was definitely a good thing. These combat suits were called ultimate weapons by the divine race. Although they couldn't be compared to Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship, they still couldn't be underestimated. Zhao Hai could now plant these combat suits in batches. If Zhao Hai had won, then wouldn't his army's fighting strength increase by several folds? Zhao Hai was currently worried about how to improve the Devil Legion's fighting strength. The Devil Legion's fighting strength wasn't weak, but they lacked good armor and weapons. If they were to wear these combat suits, then their lack of armor and weapons would be solved. Although Laura and the others also heard the prompt, they didn't understand it as well as Zhao Hai. Now that they heard Kai's explanation, Laura and the others understood what was going on. The group couldn't help but be happy. For them, this was a pleasant surprise, a big pleasant surprise. Ultimate weapons that can be planted in batches? This was something that could only happen in the space. It was impossible for it to happen anywhere else. Laura and the others couldn't help but cheer. Zhao Hai was also happy, then he said, "Immediately execute this operation." Just as Zhao Hai's voice fell, the space's combat suit was immediately covered by a white light. After the white light disappeared, a blood-red crystal ball appeared. This crystal ball wasn't very big, only about the size of a longan fruit. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as the crystal ball appeared. Zhao Hai looked at the crystal ball and saw that there was nothing inside. There was only a symbol, the symbol of the Scorpio constellation. Zhao Hai placed the crystal ball on his cane. The crystal ball seemed to have melted as it slowly entered the cane. Then the symbol of the Scorpio constellation appeared on the cane. Zhao Hai waved his hand gently as a huge blood-red crystal scorpion appeared in the room. This scorpion looked like the Scorpio battle suit, but it wasn't the same. It looked more formidable than the Scorpio battle suit, and its structure seemed to be more compact. Zhao Hai looked at the scorpion and nodded, then he said, "Stinger." The scorpion obediently moved its stinger. Zhao Hai discovered that the Scorpio battle suit's stinger was different from other scorpions. Ordinary scorpion stingers can only attack things in front of him. However, the Scorpio battle suit's stinger can be waved freely, just like a flexible whip. Zhao Hai nodded with satisfaction, then he said, "Left front pincer." The scorpion obediently waved its left front pincer. Its front pincer can also be separated from its body and fly out to hurt people. Zhao Hai tried the left front pincer. Just like the left front pincer, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Transform." Zhao Hai wanted to see if the Scorpio battle suit could transform into armor. And if it did, would it still need to cover his body in order to fight? Just as Zhao Hai's voice fell, the Scorpio battle suit slowly turned into an upright human form. It didn't cover Zhao Hai's body, instead, it turned into a complete suit of armor. This suit of armor was made of blood-red crystal, it was very beautiful. Even the joints were made of crystal. However, the crystal was soft, it could move freely, it wasn't any worse than a human's joints. The appearance of this suit of armor was exactly the same as the one that Zhao Hai saw before, the one that Yan Jian wore. There was nothing special about it, it just didn't need a person to wear it, it could move on its own. Zhao Hai's face was filled with excitement as he said, "Receive." The suit of armor immediately turned into a small crystal ball before it returned to Zhao Hai's cane. Laura and the others had been watching Zhao Hai experiment with the Scorpio battle suit from beginning to end. When they saw how powerful the Scorpio battle suit was, they couldn't help but be happy. After receiving the Scorpio armor, Zhao Hai turned his head to Kai and said, "Kai, you should make some adjustments to the space. Arrange a plot of land in the black earth to be used to plant the armor." Kai nodded, she understood what Zhao Hai meant. At this time, the black soil was used to plant herbs. And these herbs were used to make god-rank potions. What Zhao Hai meant was to plant the battle suits without affecting the herbs. For Kai, this wasn't a difficult matter. Naturally, the herbs would still be affected. However, Kai needed to make some adjustments in order to minimize this effect. After instructing Kai, Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and the others and smiled. I didn't expect the divine race's ultimate weapons to be this useful. It seems like if we get all 13 of them, it would be very helpful in our battles. What do you think? Laura and the others nodded and said, what do you think? Laura smiled and said, of course it would be helpful. But Brother Hai, now that we've robbed the divine race's grain ships, would the divine race have already received the news? Zhao Hai sneered and said, of course they would find out. However, they might not find out today. Perhaps they would find out tomorrow. After all, they don't have messenger fishes to send messages. Let's return to the Ark continent right away. If the divines come looking for grain ships tomorrow, then we'll take the opportunity to clean up their base. Laura smiled faintly and said, I knew you would be like this. But I think we should talk to Xianxia and the others about this. The vassal races in the Taurus continent still don't know about the war between the divines and the divines. If we go and deal with the divines, then the divines might just use them as cannon fodder. Lizzie also nodded and said, Big Brother Hai, we aren't familiar with those vassal races. If we become enemies with them, then it would be very troublesome for us in the future. I think it's best to wait for Xianxia to get in touch with those vassal races before we deal with the divine race's base. In any case, we're not in a hurry. As long as we don't let the divine race find us, then we'll just wait for the next batch to arrive. I believe that Xianxia should be able to get in touch with those vassal races. What do you think? Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he nodded. He discovered that he was a bit anxious. This wasn't a war that could be settled in a short period of time, it would be a very long war. Speaking of which, it wouldn't be easy for Zhao Hai to capture a Supreme Elder with an ultimate weapon if he didn't go all out. If the Supreme Elder didn't underestimate his opponent and if the Hell King's ship wasn't strengthened by Laura, then it wouldn't have been easy to capture the Supreme Elder. If the Supreme Elder wanted to run away, then Zhao Hai wouldn't have been able to capture him. However, after the divine race suffered this loss, they would certainly strengthen their defenses. Next time, the two Supreme Elders would be the ones to take the food. If Zhao Hai had to deal with two Supreme Elders at the same time, then even if he was confident in winning, it wouldn't be easy for him to make the two Supreme Elders stay behind. If Zhao Hai can't keep the Supreme Elders here, then the war wouldn't end quickly. It would be impossible for him to deal with the divines early. Most importantly, Zhao Hai thought about something. In the divine realm, there were 13 continents. 12 of them were named after the 12 constellations, but one of them wasn't. If the divine race's ultimate weapon was something like the 12 golden saint robes, then what would the 13th be? Zhao Hai frowned, but he still shook his head and threw these thoughts out of his mind. Now wasn't the time to think about it, he would know about it later. Lizzie looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. Then she shook her head and said, Brother Hai, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Zhao Hai shook his head and asked. Zhao Hai looked at Lizzie, then he smiled faintly and said, No, you didn't say anything wrong. I'm just thinking too much. Alright, I'll go see Xianxia and see when they can contact the vassal races. After he said that, Zhao Hai stood up and walked out. Xianxia and the others were currently sitting outside on the deck. The Hell King's ship had already left the battlefield, but they didn't return to their rooms. The battle just now was too stimulating for them. A Supreme Elder of the divine race was actually killed by Zhao Hai. In their opinion, this was simply too shocking. Moreover, in this battle, they weren't able to help at all. This made them feel very uncomfortable. In their opinion, they were useless in Zhao Hai's eyes. This made them feel very uncomfortable. However, they had to recognize Zhao Hai's words. In the battle between Zhao Hai and the divine race, they simply couldn't do anything. Although they were experts in their own clans, they were nothing in front of Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai gave them missions, these missions weren't combat missions at all. This made them depressed. Ryder looked at Xianxia and said, Old Xianxia, what do you think Mr. Zhao Hai is thinking? Don't tell me we're just going to wait idly? Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, Be content. At least we have something to do. With our strength, can we participate in Mr.'s battle? What's the difference between that and death? Yetta also smiled bitterly. She recalled the first time she saw Zhao Hai. She couldn't help but blush. She believed that at that time, Mr. Zhao Hai looked at them as if they were idiots. Ryder looked at the expressions of the two and suddenly laughed. Binjie and Yetta were puzzled, they didn't know what Ryder was laughing about. Ryder smiled faintly and said, I just want to say that following Mr. has really broadened my horizons. If someone told us in the past that a Supreme Elder could be killed, would you believe it? When Binjie and Yetta heard Ryder, they couldn't help but laugh. If someone told them in the past that a Supreme Elder could be killed or defeated, then they would have treated it as a joke. But now, this matter was happening in front of their eyes. Even if they didn't want to believe it, they couldn't help but laugh. While the group was laughing, Zhao Hai's door opened and Zhao Hai walked out. The three quickly stood up and gave Zhao Hai a salute. Zhao Hai waved his hand, then he looked at the three and smiled, What's wrong? What are you talking about? Binjie smiled and said, We're just chatting. Does Mr. need to rest for a while? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, There's no need. Right, Binjie, I want to ask, when will you be able to contact the vassal races in the Taurus continent and let them know that their clansmen are at war with the divines? Binjie thought for a moment before he said, This won't be easy. The vassal races in the Taurus continent are being monitored. It wouldn't be easy to get in touch with them. I think it would take half a month. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai gently knit his brows and didn't say anything. He just nodded and said, Let's do it as soon as possible. We don't want to wait for the divines to make a move. We still haven't contacted them yet. Moreover, the sooner we contact them, the sooner we can attack the divine race's base. This way, the casualties of the vassal races would be less. Binjie nodded and said, Yes, Mr. can rest assured. We'll make haste. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Tell your clansmen to not be anxious. Take it slow and wait for some time before attacking. Binjie nodded and said, Yes, Mr. can rest assured. I'll make it clear to the clan. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned his head to look at the Taurus continent that was getting closer and closer. Then he said, I don't know how many people will die in this war. Perhaps this is the fate of the lower realms. In the eyes of the upper realms, we're just a group of ants fighting each other. They're just looking at us as a joke. They don't know that ants also have feelings. Binjie and the others didn't know what Zhao Hai meant, so they couldn't help but stare at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled bitterly. It can be said that the actions of the divine race in the past few years have been controlled by people. And with the addition of a little bit of ambition, they have become like this. Even if we defeat the divine race today, the result would still be the same. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Whether or not it's controlled by people, we must defeat the divine race in order to have the opportunity to meet the people who controlled this place. Binjie and the others didn't speak. They still didn't understand the meaning behind Zhao Hai's words. Because of this, they didn't know how to respond. Zhao Hai looked at the three and said, When we arrive at the Taurus continent, you can disembark and arrange a meeting with the vassal races. I'll give you some space to prepare food. Mr. and the others can eat until they're full. When I make my move against the divine race, they would be able to help. Otherwise, the divine race would certainly cut their food and starve them half to death. When the time comes, they would only become a burden. Binjie and the others weren't fools. When they heard Zhao Hai, they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. The three nodded. They knew that the divine race knew that they were going to war with the vassal races. However, the vassal races didn't know about this. Therefore, it was entirely possible for the divine race to cut their food supplies. Zhao Hai looked at the three and then waved his hand as several pieces of space equipment appeared. These pieces of space equipment were obtained from the divine race's supply ships. Zhao Hai threw the pieces of space equipment to Binjie and the others and said, These are all food supplies. Take them and distribute them to the vassal races. Tell them not to let the divine race discover them. If they do, I'm afraid the divine race would immediately make a move on them. The three nodded. At this time, the Hell King's ship had already arrived in the Taurus continent. Zhao Hai turned his head to the three and said, Go down. Once you're done with your business, go find me in the same place as before. I'll be waiting for you there. The three nodded before they left the Hell King's ship and headed towards the divine race's base. After seeing the three disappear, Zhao Hai returned to his room. When Zhao Hai returned to his room, He immediately looked at Kai and said, Kai, what happened? Did you call me just now? Kai did call out to Zhao Hai, but Binjie and the others weren't able to hear it. Kai nodded and said, yes, young master. When I was monitoring the O'Neill family, I discovered that they were heading towards the Oxu Empire. It wouldn't be long before they encounter the underworld's undead. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before his interest was piqued. He turned to Kai and said, oh, that's good. I want to see how the O'Neill family would react when they encounter the underworld's undead. After he said that, he sat on the sofa. Kai immediately turned on the monitor. On the projection, a small team of magic armors appeared. This small team consisted of 3 carriages, about 50 magic armors. Originally, the 3 carriages could hold 60 magic armors. However, 10 of the carriages were used to store living supplies and energy tools. Because of this, only 50 magic armors were installed. These 3 carriages entered the Oxu Empire from Lifeline Canyon. Their speed wasn't any slower than the cars Zhao Hai saw on Earth. Moreover, they weren't big cars, they were small cars. Zhao Hai calculated that if the Atlanta Plains war chariots were to move at full speed, they would be able to reach a speed of 200 kilometers per hour. When he came to this conclusion, Zhao Hai couldn't believe it. 200 kilometers per hour, ordinary cars on Earth wouldn't be able to reach the speed. But these war chariots with 20 magic armors weighing more than 100 tons were actually able to reach the speed? How is this possible? However, after the space's repeated calculations, Zhao Hai finally believed that this number was correct. These clumsy war chariots could really reach the speed. Zhao Hai couldn't understand how these war chariots could reach the speed. But when he saw the ships, Zhao Hai thought of a possibility. The Atlanta Plains ships weren't slow. So for these ships with a displacement of more than 1 million tons to be able to reach the speed was very strange. But because the ships were sailing in the sea, they didn't have a fixed point of reference. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't think of this point. However, there was one time when the 4 ships encountered a small wave. Although this wasn't a big deal, Zhao Hai noticed that when the waves hit the bow of the ship, the waves would fly very high. In a situation where the waves weren't very strong, there was only one explanation for this: the ship's speed was very fast. Zhao Hai measured the speed of the ships and discovered that they were very fast. Compared to the ships on Earth, they weren't any worse, they might even be faster. This made Zhao Hai startled. When he thought about the war chariots, Zhao Hai suddenly understood. Whether it was the ships or the war chariots, all of them had a lot of magic formations engraved on them. However, Zhao Hai still wasn't clear about the uses of these formations. In other words, the people of the Atlanta Plain might have used these formations to reduce the weight of the ships. This allowed the ships and war chariots to move this fast. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but get excited about the Atlanta Plain's magic formations and magic armors. They had really developed their magic machine civilization to a very high degree. Whether it was the Ark Continent, the Divine Realm, or the magic armors, all of them had to look up to the Atlanta Plain when it comes to magic formations. On the other hand, the war chariots that Zhao Hai saw were the best of the best. Not only were they faster, they also had more weapons. Zhao Hai also discovered that the war chariots of the Atlanta Plain were divided into several types. The first type was the turtle-shaped war chariot. This type of war chariot was the slowest, but it carried the most things and had the best defense. The second type was the tiger-shaped war chariot. This war chariot was the most commonly used war chariot in the Atlanta Plain. This war chariot had a lot of horsepower, it was much faster than the turtle-shaped war chariot. Moreover, it had a lot more firepower. The third type was the leopard-shaped war chariot. This war chariot was the fastest, but its load capacity was average. Its firepower was also inferior to the tiger-shaped war chariot. This war chariot was a communication war chariot, it was used to transmit messages. On the other hand, the war chariot that Zhao Hai saw was a modified tiger-shaped war chariot. Not only was it as fast as the leopard-shaped war chariot, it was also much more powerful than the tiger-shaped war chariot. This war chariot was much more troublesome to make compared to the tiger-shaped war chariot. After passing through Lifeline Canyon, these war chariots immediately headed towards the Oxu Empire. Although the Oxu Empire had experienced a war in the past, It wasn't like the Accra Mountains where Zhao Hai slaughtered all the magic beasts. Because of this, one could hardly see magic beasts in the Accra Mountains. However, the Oxu Empire was different. There were a lot of magic beasts here, all of them wild magic beasts. Although Zhao Hai had moved the people of the Ark continent, he didn't have the time to manage these beasts. Additionally, the Oxu Empire didn't experience a beast tide like the one in the demon realm. Because of this, there were still a lot of magic beasts here. When the people of the Oxu Empire moved away, the place naturally became a paradise for magic beasts. All kinds of magic beasts ran wild in the Oxu Empire. The 3 war chariots of the Atlanta Plain didn't care about these magic beasts. Only when the magic beasts were about to attack them would the war chariots eliminate them. The rest of the time, the war chariots just kept moving forward. Zhao Hai couldn't understand what the Atlanta Plain wanted to do. If they really wanted to scout, then they should have stopped and looked around. Why would they just pass through the Ark continent? This didn't seem like a scout at all. Actually, what Zhao Hai didn't know was that these war chariots weren't really scouting. They were heading to the north of the Ark continent with only one purpose, to see if they could find the people of the Ark continent. They also wanted to see if they could find out why the people of the Ark continent left. Not only were they heading north, they were also sending convoys forward. However, some of these convoys were still wandering around the Lion Empire. They couldn't reach the Buddha Empire because of the lack of supplies. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to the convoy heading south. Instead, he paid attention to the convoy heading north. According to Zhao Hai's calculations, the convoy heading north should be able to reach the underworld faster than the undead. When the time comes, he wanted to see how they would react. Although the speed of these war chariots was very fast, the Ark continent was quite big. It would be impossible for them to cover the entire continent in 1 or 2 days. Because of this, when the sky turned dark, the convoy stopped at a medium-sized city in the Oxu Empire. Seeing that the convoy had stopped to rest, Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and said, "It seems like we don't need to worry about the Ark continent for a while. I wonder if the people from the Atlanta Plain would attack the undead of the underworld." Laura smiled faintly and said, "I don't think so. Without knowing the depth of the underworld, the people of the Atlanta Plain wouldn't necessarily fight with the people of the underworld. On the contrary, it's possible that they would head south and find a spatial rift there." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I don't think so." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It seems like it's possible. But there's nothing to worry about. We're not afraid of them. On the contrary, I'm waiting for them. I just don't know if they'll arrive in half a month. If they do, then we'll have to fight the divine race." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Laura smiled bitterly and said, "It seems like we'll have to fight on 2 fronts. Right, Brother Hai, do you want to inform the Thunder Clan and the others about this so that they can prepare?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "We should. You go and arrange it. I'll go and see how Binjia and the others are doing." Laura nodded, then Lizzie and the others turned around and left. At the same time, Zhao Hai turned the monitor to Binjia and the others. Binjia and the others had already arrived at the periphery of the divine race's base. They didn't advance rashly, instead, they stopped in a forest and took a good rest. Seeing that nothing was happening, Zhao Hai turned off the monitor and then went to take a bath. After relaxing, his body flashed as he arrived at the demon race's location. At this time, the demons had already sent the 3rd batch of the Devil Legion to the Hell Space. And when the Devil Legion came out of the Hell Space, Zhao Hai arranged for them to cultivate. The Demon Realm's development was very fast, it wasn't any worse than the Ark continent. Although the Ark continent was given more care by Zhao Hai, the demons were also given a lot of care. Most importantly, the demons were very fond of the Demon Realm. When the people from the Ark continent entered the space, they only felt that the air was a bit better. However, the demons were different. The space's environment was much better compared to the Demon Realm. The demons cherished this place very much. In their opinion, being able to survive in such an environment was the happiest thing in their lives. Because of this, each and every one of them put 200% of their efforts into building their own homes. Because of this, their development was very smooth. This time, Zhao Hai came to the Demon Realm to inform the Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King about the situation outside. He wanted to tell them that he was about to go to war with the divine race. On the other hand, the great demon king and the demon dragon king were very relaxed. The entire demon realm was working hard to build their own homes. And with the space being very big, every race had their own territory. Because of this, there were no conflicts between the races. Because of this, there were fewer things that they needed to deal with. Back in the demon realm, there would be conflicts between races for territory, food, and other things. These were all things that the great demon king had to deal with. Sometimes, a demon city would be attacked by magic beasts. Sometimes, natural disasters would occur, and the great demon king would have to deal with them. However, this kind of situation wouldn't happen in the space. The space's territory was very large, and each clan occupied a large area. There wouldn't be any conflicts because of territory. There were a lot of weak magic beasts in the space, as well as countless breadfruit trees. They also planted their own crops such as bamboo rice, as well as a variety of vegetables. Naturally, there wouldn't be any conflicts because of food. In the space, there was also a church that could be exchanged for things. As long as you take out something of equal value, then you can exchange it for anything you want. In this case, nobody would dare to fight over these things. Because of this, the great demon king was very relaxed. The demons had reached a point where they didn't pick up anything on the road, they didn't close their doors at night. Xiao Hai came to the demon realm this time for a single purpose. He wanted to discuss the issue of the demon realm's currency with the great demon king and the demon dragon king. In the past, the demon realm didn't have any currency. Everyone bartered with each other. Just like the beast men, they used their cattle and sheep to exchange for living materials. The demon realm was also the same. This was because materials were more precious than gold in the demon realm. However, the space was different. There was no shortage of materials in the space. The demon realm was almost self-sufficient. In this case, the issue of currency was a must. Otherwise, there would be conflicts over the price of goods. Moreover, this method of bartering was very inconvenient. If the demons wanted to develop, then they would need to issue currency. This was something that Xiao Hai had already thought about. Moreover, the issue of currency would be very beneficial to the transactions between the various spaces. Xiao Hai's idea was that in the future, there would be exchanges and transactions between the various spaces. Therefore, the issue of currency was a must. Xiao Hai had discussed this issue with the great demon king before. The wise old man also agreed with Xiao Hai's idea. However, the issue of how to make currency was still a problem. Xiao Hai's space can produce gold mines. However, the demons had already reached an abnormal level of environmental protection. Even if they wanted to build a house, they would first think about how much damage it would cause to the environment. How could they destroy the space's environment by mining? The demons certainly wouldn't agree to this. Xiao Hai couldn't stand the demons' approach. He didn't know what to say. They can't mine and they can't use paper currency. This was because they would need something to produce paper. Moreover, the demon realm's anti-counterfeiting capabilities weren't good. In the future, there would certainly be counterfeit currency. When that time comes, the demon realm's currency would become a piece of waste paper. The entire demon realm might go to war because of this. This wasn't something that Xiao Hai wanted to see. Xiao Hai's trip to the demon realm this time was to find a solution. However, this wasn't his strong suit. Therefore, Xiao Hai brought Laura and Rian with him. When the three arrived at the demon realm, the great demon king and the demon dragon king were having dinner in the demon realm's imperial palace. The two's dinner was very simple. This had always been their habit, it didn't change even when the environment changed. When Xiao Hai's group arrived at the imperial palace, the Devil Legion's guards immediately noticed them. However, the guards didn't stop them. Instead, they gave a salute to the three before they went to inform the great demon king and the demon dragon king. When the great demon king and the demon dragon king heard that Xiao Hai had arrived, they immediately went out to welcome him. They invited Xiao Hai and the others to the dining hall before they immediately arranged tableware and food. After everything was arranged, the great demon king turned to Xiao Hai and said, "Mister, did you come because of the demon realm's currency? Does Mister have any good ideas?" The great demon king had been having a headache about this matter for the past few days. However, he couldn't think of any good ideas. Zhao Hai had thought of some methods before, but none of them worked. It wasn't until some time ago when he was cleaning up the space that he found something. This was when he remembered that the continent had something like a crystal card. In the Ark continent, Zhao Hai had obtained a lot of crystal cards. However, crystal cards weren't very useful in the space. Later on, after the space upgraded itself several times, crystal cards could be used. The space was now able to convert money into the space's currency. Because of this, the Ark continent had a lot of things like banks. Crystal cards had become a necessity for everyone in the Ark continent. On Earth, you can use your card to make purchases. However, if you want to go abroad to make purchases, there would be problems. Moreover, it could be lost, stolen, or hacked. However, there were no such problems in the space. In the Ark space, crystal cards were divided into two types. One was an ordinary crystal card used for transactions. This crystal card was just like money, anyone could use it. The other was an exclusive crystal card. This crystal card could only be used by the owner of the card. The crystal card had the owner's photo, fingerprints, blood type, energy attribute, and so on to identify the owner. It was impossible for anyone else to use it. This kind of protection couldn't be done on Earth, but it could be done in the Ark continent. Moreover, Zhao Hai had integrated the crystal card with the ID cards back on Earth. The card had a lot of information about the owner, making it more convenient for the people of the Ark continent. At this point, the crystal card had been popularized in the Ark continent. Almost everyone had one. This time, Zhao Hai wanted to discuss with the Great Demon King to have the demon race popularize this card. Because of this, when the Great Demon King asked, Zhao Hai immediately told the Great Demon King about his idea. When the Great Demon King heard Zhao Hai, he thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "That's a good idea. Mister, can you show me the card that you mentioned?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he took out a card. This card was the same as the ones used by the people of the Ark continent. Zhao Hai had one of these in order to popularize this card. The Great Demon King took Zhao Hai's card and looked at it. Then he nodded and said, "Good, very good. Mister, when do you want to use this card?" Zhao smiled faintly and said, "I'm going to build some banks in your first city that will specialize in issuing these cards. Not only these cards, but also a small converter. This converter isn't big, it's like a piece of jade. Anyone can carry it on their body. If you want to buy something, as long as you negotiate a price with the other person, you don't need to use money. You just need to take out your card and insert it into the converter at the same time to transfer money to the other person's card. It's very convenient." The Great Demon King smiled and said, "So Mr. already has a plan." "Alright, I have no objections. I'll just listen to Mr." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Alright, then it's settled. You can discuss with your people first. When you're done, inform me and I'll immediately set up the bank." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Alright, then we'll do that." The Great Demon King nodded and said, "Alright, then I'll have to ask Mr. about it." "Right, Mr., what's the situation outside? Do you need us to send troops?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. I've just robbed the Divine Race's supply ships. They shouldn't be able to attack right now. The most important thing right now is to get food for themselves. The people from the Atlanta Plain have also appeared in the Ark continent. Those people wouldn't be able to threaten us for a while. Because of this, it would take some time before the war starts. You don't need to worry." The Great Demon King smiled and said, "I'm not in a hurry. The longer we delay, the more advantageous it would be for us. We can also send more batches of the Devil Legion to train." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, just wait. Right, after some time, I'll give the Devil Legion combat suits. When the time comes, I'll inform you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry." The Great Demon King stared, then he said, "Did Mr. find the right combat suits?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course I did. Don't the Divine Race have a lot of ultimate weapons? Wouldn't we be able to get their ultimate weapons and make them into combat suits?" When the Great Demon King heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to have such an idea. snatching the divine race's ultimate weapons? Only Zhao Hai could come up with such an idea. The great demon king had seen the might of the divine race's ultimate weapons. To be honest, even if he had a domain weapon, he still couldn't help but feel that the divine race was truly worthy of being called the divine race's ultimate weapons. The ultimate weapon looked very simple, but the great demon king knew that it was very strong. It was much stronger than a domain weapon. Before the demons met Zhao Hai, they only had one domain weapon. The great demon king was very clear about how difficult it was to make a domain weapon, let alone an ultimate weapon that was stronger than a domain weapon. Zhao Hai actually said that he wanted to make a lot of ultimate weapons. How could the great demon king not be surprised? Zhao Hai looked at the great demon king, then he smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to be nervous. I've already obtained an ultimate weapon. I'm currently in the process of making it. I believe that there will be results soon. However, this thing is very special, it would be difficult to mass produce it. Therefore, I can only supply it to the devil army in batches." The great demon king stood up, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, if you really manage to make an ultimate weapon, then please give me one." Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at the great demon king and said, "Your Majesty, you're a realm lord, you can just ride the devil war chariot. What do you need that thing for? Do you think that you'll have the opportunity to go to the battlefield in the future?" The great demon king stared, then he smiled bitterly as he nodded and said, "Right, I'm a king. Thinking about these things every day is too disappointing." Zhao Hai looked at the great demon king and smiled, "You're really crazy about martial arts. Don't worry, an ultimate weapon isn't a good thing. Just give it to me. If I can make a Hell King ship in the future, I'll give you one as well." The great demon king smiled and said, "Don't worry." Zhao Hai understood why the great demon king wanted an ultimate weapon. Something like an ultimate weapon was very important to a warrior. If Zhao Hai gave the devil army a new one, then the devil army would be loyal to Zhao Hai in the future. They might no longer listen to the great demon king. Because of this, the great demon king had some concerns. Although the devil army was very strong, they were still under the command of the great demon king. If Zhao Hai gave them an ultimate weapon, then that might not necessarily be the case. Although the great demon king's thoughts towards Zhao Hai had been altered by the space, he still didn't reach the point where he would think for Zhao Hai. It was impossible for him to be like Shu and the others. It was understandable for him to have his own selfish thoughts. After all, a leader's heart was as hard as stone. Changing their thoughts was much more difficult than changing the minds of ordinary people. Zhao Hai was aware of this, so he said that he would give the great demon king an ultimate weapon for a year. At the same time, he would also give the great demon king a Hell King ship in the future. When the great demon king heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai as he said, "Thank you, mister." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to be polite. Alright, we've finished talking about today's matters. You should prepare as soon as possible. We need to establish the banking system as soon as possible." The great demon king nodded and said, "Mister can rest assured, I'll do it as soon as possible." Zhao Hai nodded, then he led Laura and Rian out of the demon space and returned to the Hell King's ship. Upon returning to the ship, Laura immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, it seems like the great demon king still has his own selfish thoughts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked for an ultimate weapon." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's understandable. We don't need to worry about him being selfish. As long as he doesn't rebel, then it's fine. The divine race are still my enemies. I've already placed them in the space, so we don't need to worry." Laura nodded. At this time, Lizzie came over and said, "Brother Hai, what happened? Why did Sister Laura say that the great demon king is selfish?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then told Lizzie about what happened in the demon realm. After Lizzie finished, she couldn't help but stare at Zhao Hai and said, "That great demon king really doesn't know what's good for him. Brother Hai, do you want us to teach him a lesson?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no need. The great demon king's prestige in the demon realm is very high. If we deal with him, then it would certainly affect the demons. In any case, the great demon king is just being selfish, he doesn't want to harm us. There's no need to do that." Lizzie was still somewhat indignant. She coldly snorted and said, "We've been good to the demons, yet he still has his own selfish thoughts." Humph. Such a person should be taught a lesson. Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, "You're wrong. Who told you that if you're good to others, then they'll have to be good to you? No one ever said that, right? Remember, if you're good to others, then they won't necessarily be good to you. The human heart is the most difficult thing to understand in this world. Do you know how powerful the space is now? The space's strength lies in its ability to change people's hearts. This is the most heaven-defying aspect of the space." Lizzie nodded. Although she was still somewhat indignant, she knew that what Zhao Hai said was right. In this world, there were many people who repay kindness with enmity. If you think that if you're good to others, then they'll be good to you as well, then you're too naive. You wouldn't even know how you died. Laura didn't want to talk about this heavy topic, so she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, you should take a rest. In a few days, we might have a big battle." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Kai and said, "Kai pay attention to Bingjia and the others. If something happens to them, then support them. They're very useful to us right now." Kai nodded, then Zhao Hai turned around and went to rest. Theo sat inside the tiger-shaped war chariot. Through the reinforced glass of the war chariot, he looked at the land outside. He can see that the land here was very fertile. It wasn't any worse than the land of the Atlanta plain. Although there weren't any crops, the weeds were still very long. One could see how fertile this land was. However, this was also something that Theo couldn't understand. Theo was very clear that most people wouldn't give up such a good place to live. But for the people of the Ark continent to move, there were only two explanations. Either they found a better place to live, or something happened that forced them to leave. And the latter reason was what Theo wanted to prove. This wasn't just because he was curious, it was also related to the future of the O'Neill family. They have been traveling for 3 days now. The cities they encountered were both big and small. But judging from the scale of the cities, the population of the Ark continent was very large. It was unknown how much more the population of the Ark continent was compared to the O'Neill family's territory. This made Theo's heart uneasy. A continent with so many people wouldn't be easy to move. Even if they wanted to move, where would they move to? Not to mention a continent with so many people, even if a city wanted to move to another city, there would still be a lot of things to consider. The Ark continent's migration was too sudden, it was too strange. While Theo was thinking about this, a person beside him suddenly said, "Theo, what are you thinking about? Why are you so engrossed in your thoughts?" Theo turned his head and saw the war chariot driver, Lewis. Theo wasn't a war chariot driver, he was a magic armor driver, which was a higher rank than war chariot drivers. However, Theo didn't dare underestimate Lewis. Lewis used to be an excellent magic armor driver. But after he was seriously injured, he was no longer able to drive magic armors. Therefore, he became a war chariot driver. His status was much higher than ordinary war chariot drivers. At the same time, he was also the O'Neill family's most famous war chariot driver. Theo wasn't perfunctory with Lewis, he said, "Brother Lewis, I'm getting more and more restless. You can see how fertile the Ark continent is. If there isn't a problem, then the people here wouldn't move. We've already passed through more than a dozen cities. Not to mention the villages, I'm afraid that the population in these cities is no less than 10 million. With such a large population and such a good land, it would take a lot of determination for them to move. However, they still decided to do so. This means that they must have encountered something extraordinary. We need to be careful. Something must have happened. Something must have happened." Lewis turned his head and looked at Theo. Theo couldn't help but ask, "Brother Lewis, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Lewis shook his head and said, "No, you're not wrong. I just didn't expect you to think this much. You're right, the Ark continent's move is very strange. This matter is related to the O'Neill family's life and death. Therefore, we must be careful." Lewis shook his head and said, "You're right, the Ark continent's departure is very strange. This matter concerns the O'Neill family's survival." Theo nodded, then he turned his head to Lewis and said, "Brother Lewis, I remember your injuries. It seems like you got injured when you fought with someone from the warrior continent. Are those people really strong? In the past few years, the Atlanta Plain had been relatively peaceful. Theo hadn't fought with the people from the warrior continent and the magic continent. Therefore, he didn't know how strong they were. Now that he had the opportunity, he wanted to ask about it. When Lewis heard Theo, his expression couldn't help but change. With a sad expression, he nodded and said, "Yes, very strong. At that time I was already a god-rank magic armor pilot. Moreover, I was only 20 years old at the time. I was a famous genius of the O'Neill family. Naturally, I was arrogant and wasn't afraid of anyone. You heard that there was an island between the samurai continent and the magic armor continent. Although there wasn't a lot of it, it was enough for us to use for a while. When I heard this news, I didn't think much about it and just drove my mecha to the island." Lewis nodded and said, "Yes, I'm very strong. Back then, I was already a god-rank magic armor pilot." This was the first time Theo heard about this matter from Lewis. Therefore, he listened carefully. To be honest, when he heard about the discovery of a magic ore on a deserted island between the warrior continent and the magic armor continent, his heart couldn't help but move. Magic silver was an indispensable ore for making magic armors. It was an alloy made of magic silver and other metals. It was the most basic material for making magic armors. Anyone from the magic armor continent wouldn't be able to resist this temptation. Although Lewis's eyes were looking forward, his mouth didn't stop as he continued, "I was young and frivolous. Who would have thought that it was actually a trap set up by the warrior continent? I only learned about it later. This is an unwritten rule of the 3 continents of the Atlan realm. No matter which continent a famous young genius appears, they would be schemed against by people from the other 2 realms. And this person would certainly have someone protecting him. At that time, I had someone protecting me, but I didn't let them follow me. In the end, I suffered a big loss and was seriously injured by a famous expert from the warrior continent. If it weren't for the experts from my family arriving quickly, I wouldn't have been able to return. Their martial arts are very strong. The people of the martial skill continent specialize in body refining. They have battle chi and their power is extraordinary. When they cultivate to a high level, their lifespan is much longer than the people of the magic armor continent. Moreover, they can fly in the sky just like magic armors. Most importantly, their ability to fight for a long time is much stronger than our magic armors. If we leave our magic armors, our fighting strength will be greatly reduced, making it impossible for us to fight against them. Especially when it comes to god-rank experts, they are very powerful. Although their individual attacks aren't as strong as ours, and their speed isn't as fast as ours, it wouldn't be easy for us to deal with them. If we drag it on for a long time, then the ones who will lose will be us." Theo listened to Lewis's words. Lewis said a lot of things that Theo didn't know about. Theo could be considered as a genius of the O'Neill family, but he didn't know about these things. Theo couldn't help but stare blankly at Lewis. Lewis turned his head to Theo and whispered, "The people of the 3 continents wouldn't tell anyone about this matter. They would only send people to protect you in secret. Perhaps there are people protecting you right now." Theo stared, then he forced a smile and said, "Big brother Lewis, don't joke around. I'm not a genius of the O'Neill family. The family wouldn't send people to protect me. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given me such a task." Lewis smiled faintly and said, "That's not necessarily the case. You should know that experts who grow up have to go through hundreds of battles. Without going through life and death situations, it would be impossible for them to become an expert." Theo stared for a moment before he nodded. He looked outside the window and said with a firm expression, "I will definitely become an expert. I will." Lewis looked at Theo's appearance and smiled faintly. It was as if he was looking at his younger self. At that time, he was in high spirits and was surrounded by praises. But now that he was seriously injured, he couldn't drive his mecha fleet anymore. Everything disappeared. Fortunately, Lewis didn't give up and become a drunkard. After being depressed for some time, he stood up again and began to drive war chariots for the O'Neill family. In the end, he became the best war chariot driver for the O'Neill family. Although the status of a war chariot driver wasn't as high as a magic armor driver, a war chariot driver wasn't necessarily lower than a magic armor driver. Being able to drive a 100-ton war chariot as nimbly as one's own arm wasn't something that anyone could do. People like you might not be able to see it during normal times, but when you perform special tasks, you would need to use them. The war chariot was silent for some time before Louis suddenly stopped. Theo, who was thinking about something, turned his head and looked at Louis. Louis looked as if he was looking at a ghost. Theo followed Louis' gaze and was startled. This was because in front of them, the entire world was covered by a dark fog. It was noon now, almost lunchtime. It was the time when the sun was at its brightest. However, in front of them, there was a black fog. It was a black fog that covered the entire world. This was too astonishing. Theo's expression changed as he said, "Brother Louis, what's going on? What is this?" Louis recovered, his expression changed as he looked at Theo and said, "Inform everyone to prepare for battle. I feel that this dark fog isn't simple. In the past, I killed a dark mage from the magic continent. When he used his dark magic, this fog would appear. However, the area he used wasn't this big. Even a god-ranked dark mage wouldn't be able to use such powerful dark magic. This situation isn't simple. Perhaps this is the reason why the people of the Ark continent moved away." When Theo heard Louis, he didn't dare to neglect. He immediately turned around and entered the space behind the war chariot. This was where the people were resting and where the magic armors were stored. After arriving at the storage area, Theo immediately pressed a red button on the wall. As soon as the button was pressed, a sharp sound was immediately heard from Louis' war chariot. When this sound was heard, the entire war chariot became lively. Louis' war chariot had a standard configuration of 40 people. Among them were 20 magic armor drivers, 5 war chariot drivers, 5 war chariot mechanics, and 10 weapon operators. Because of this, there were places for people to rest inside the war chariot. Of course, the space inside the war chariot couldn't be compared to the space inside the ship. The conditions inside the war chariot weren't as good as on the ship. However, if the war chariot wanted to travel long distances, these were necessary. Theo quickly got into his magic armor. He was a god-rank magic armor pilot. His magic armor was much bigger than Axe's. Not only could it transform, but it was also much faster. Its attack was much fiercer, and its defense was much stronger. At this time, the top of the war chariot opened. Theo immediately drove his magic armor out of the war chariot and flew straight towards the black fog. This was the Atlanta Plains way of fighting. After discovering the abnormality, the war tanks would immediately stop and let the magic armors attack. After all, the war tanks were only used to transport troops, the magic armors would be the ones to fight. Theo carefully controlled his mecha. He liked to stay in his magic mecha. He believed that there was no place in the world more comfortable than staying in his magic mecha. He liked this feeling. It was precisely because of this that he was able to have his current achievements. Theo carefully looked at the direction in front of him, where the dark mist was. Theo couldn't help but clench his fist. His mecha also did the same. This was the Atlanta Plains' greatest invention. It was because of this invention that magic armors were able to grow. This was a type of magic array called the Mind Acceleration Magic Array. The greatest use of this magic array was that it allowed people to use their mind to control external objects. Moreover, the external objects would be one with their own mind. It was like a person controlling their own hands and feet. Because of this, magic armors were very powerful. Whatever the person inside the magic armor did, the magic armor would do the same. It was very powerful. However, this magic formation also had a shortcoming. In order to control this magic formation, one must have formidable spiritual force. But this spiritual force was different from the spiritual force that mages practice. Mages practice spiritual force in order to control more magic elements. They can use incantations and their own magic elements to use magic. On the other hand, the spiritual force that magic armor masters cultivate was the purest form of spiritual force. This kind of spiritual force couldn't be used to kill enemies, it was only used to control things. The most important thing for magic armor masters was to cultivate this spiritual force. The stronger their spiritual force, the more powerful their magic armor would be. It was precisely because they spent all their time cultivating their mental strength that their bodies were only stronger than the average magicians. Compared to real warriors, they were too far behind. Theo looked at the black fog through his magic armor. Due to the special magic arrays in his magic armor, Theo could clearly see the situation inside the black fog. Moreover, under the enhancement of the magic arrays, his vision was strengthened to a certain extent. The black fog was very dark, it was impossible to see what was inside. Theo turned his head to look at the others also stopped. Theo said, "What do you think?" The magic armor amplified his voice and transmitted it to the others. Another person said in a deep voice, "Send a few people in to explore and see what's inside. The rest will wait outside." Taiwu nodded and said, "All right." Nimble Snake, Viper, Vicious Dog, Madman, Lone Wolf, the 5 of you go in and take a look. Don't go too deep into the black fog. If you discover anything abnormal, immediately return. The 5 magic armors complied, then they flew towards the black fog. Theo and the others were outside, they were on high alert, ready to provide support at any time. When the 5 magic armors entered the black fog, they discovered that the visibility inside was very low. Moreover, it seems like there was nothing in the air. However, the aura of death made them even more careful. The 5 of them advanced in a 2-3 formation, 2 in front and 3 in the back, forming a trapezoid. Suddenly, one of them said, "Stop, there's movement." The one who spoke was the magic armor pilot nicknamed Vicious Dog. The group stared before they immediately stopped. Vicious Dog said, "Let's go down, there's movement below. Let's see what it is." As soon as he finished speaking, a bone spear suddenly flew out from below and pierced straight at him. Vicious Dog stared blankly, but his mind was always on high alert. Therefore, as soon as the bone spear came out, his hand immediately moved and grabbed the bone spear. At this time, several bone spears flew towards them from below. However, these people were experts from the Atlanta Plain, so these bone spears simply couldn't hurt them. After the group blocked the bone spears, more than a dozen fireballs suddenly flew out from the black fog. These fireballs were very special. Most of the fireballs were red, but some of them were gray. Gray fireballs. When Vicious Dog saw these fireballs, his expression couldn't help but change as he said, "Retreat immediately, this place is too strange. Go back and ask Big Brother Shimming." The others nodded before they turned around and retreated outside the black fog. However, before they retreated, they shot energy beams from their hands and hit the fireballs. In their minds, the fireballs would certainly be destroyed. However, they didn't expect that even though the fireballs were hit, they would become bigger. It seems like the energy they shot out had turned into fuel for the fireballs. Vicious Dog and the others were startled, they retreated even faster. Fortunately, they didn't go too far into the black fog. Before long, they flew out of the black fog. However, something strange happened. When they came out of the black fog, the fireballs that were chasing them suddenly stopped. They didn't take a step out of the black fog. Theo and the others were paying attention to the situation inside the black mist. They didn't think that the people who just went in would suddenly come back out. Moreover, they looked very distressed. They were startled and immediately went forward to receive the people who went in. However, what surprised them was that nothing came out of the black fog. Theo was puzzled as he asked, "Vicious Dog, what's going on? Why did you come out so quickly?" Vicious Dog immediately replied, "Lion, it's very strange inside. The visibility is very low, we can't see what's going on inside. Moreover, some people used bone spears to attack us. Later on, there were fireballs. Those fireballs weren't afraid of our energy beams. When our beams hit the fireballs became even bigger. Therefore, we retreated. Lion, we have to ask Big Brother Shimming. He's experienced and knowledgeable, he should know what's going on." Theo stared for a moment, then he nodded and said, "All right, let's go. Leave 10 people behind to be on guard. Let's see what's going on inside." Then he led the others to leave. 10 people were left standing there, looking at the black fog. When Theo and the others returned to the war tank, they immediately had their magic armors descend. Theo jumped out of the armor while Lewis opened the door and walked out. Theo went to Lewis's side and said, "Big brother Lewis, I had Mad Dog and the others enter the dark mist to take a look. Some people were attacking them with bone spears. Later on, there were also some fireballs. Those fireballs couldn't be extinguished by our energy beams, instead, they burned even more fiercely. What's going on?" Lewis nodded and said, "What's going on?" Lewis stared, then his complexion changed as he said, "Mr. Een Domain, how can there be an innate Een Domain here?" Theo looked at Lewis and said, "Big brother Shimming, what is an innate Een Domain? Why can't there be an innate Een Domain here?" Lu Zimming replied, "Innatine lands, that's just one of our names. The so-called innatine lands are places with extremely dense qi. Such places can produce undead, and these undead can evolve into higher-level undead. The fire you encountered is the innatine fire produced by the undead in the innatine lands. This fire is incomparably poisonous, and aside from yang energy, nothing can extinguish it. Even if you extinguish the fire, you will still be poisoned to death. Other fires don't have this kind of ability, and this kind of fire can't be produced anywhere else. This fire can only be found in innatine lands. But there is a condition for innatine lands, and that is that there can't be a sun. Once there is a sun, it will be impossible for Een lands to be produced. This is because the sun is the nemesis of innatine lands, yang energy." As soon as Lewis finished speaking, Theo and the others couldn't help but look at the sun in the sky. They now understood why Lewis was so surprised that an innate Een domain would appear here. The sun was hanging high in the sky, but an innate Een domain appeared below. This was really inexplicable. Lewis looked at a 30-year-old man with a fierce expression on his face and said, "Mad Dog, did the fire not come out of the dark mist?" Mad Dog nodded and said, "Yes, not long after we went in, we encountered the fire. When we saw that we couldn't extinguish it, we immediately retreated." "The fire didn't chase us?" Lewis nodded, then he said, "Nobody touched the fire, right?" Mad Dog shook his head. Lewis relaxed and said, "That's good. As long as the innatine flame touches anything, it will immediately destroy everything it touches. Even magic armors can block water. It's strange, this place shouldn't be able to produce an innatine domain. So why would an innatine flame appear here?" Theo didn't know what to do at this time. He looked at Lewis and said, "What should we do now? Should we go in and investigate?" Lewis shook his head and said, "That's impossible. This type of innatine fire can only be dealt with by the ship's cannons. We don't have any cannons right now, so we'll just be courting death if we go in. Alright, we'll leave 2 chariots here to monitor the dark mist. Find out how big the dark mist is and send one of the chariots back to report. I now understand why the people of the Ark continent moved away. If innatine chi is really here, then the Ark continent must have undergone some unknown changes. Moreover, as soon as night falls, the undead would come out of the dark mist, and the people of the Ark continent wouldn't be able to stop them. Immediately prepare a war chariot and 10 magic armors." Theo didn't dare delay, he complied and immediately went to prepare. Lewis didn't leave, he knew that he couldn't leave. Although he hadn't been driving magic armors for a long time, he had been to a lot of places in the past. His knowledge and experience were much better than Theo and the others. Therefore, he decided to stay and help Theo and the others. Before long, the chariots were prepared. Theo didn't lead the chariots back, instead, he ordered 10 magic armor drivers to follow the chariots back. Among them was Evil Dog. After the chariots left, Lewis looked around and said, "Let's go back to the city where we rested last night. Don't get too close to the dark mist, otherwise, we might be attacked at night." Theo nodded, then he sent someone to call back the team of magic armors that were monitoring the dark mist. Then they drove the chariots back. What they didn't know was that there was a pair of eyes that was watching them. Every word that they said was heard by the eyes. Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and said, "Innatine flame? Innatine flame? So there's a place in the Atlanta plain that's similar to the underworld? Otherwise, it's impossible to recognize it. Also, is innatine flame really that strong? I want to go take a look." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura smiled and said, "I knew that you wanted to go take a look. Alright, let's go take a look. I'm also very curious about innatine flame. Brother Hai, the Hell King ship itself is of the dark attribute. How about we go back and take a look? Zhao Hai turned his head to Lizzie and the others. Lizzie and the others were looking at him with longing. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile and said, "You really look like children. Alright, let's go take a look." Then he waved his hand as the Hell King's ship entered the space. In the next moment, the Hell King's ship appeared in the dark mist, but it was a lot smaller. In fact, whether the Hell King's ship was bigger or smaller, the space inside was still the same. This was because the Hell King's ship didn't depend on its size to determine how much it can store. Instead, it relied on its spatial ability. Even if Zhao Hai made the ship bigger, it still wouldn't be able to store too many things. When the Hell King's ship entered the space, Zhao Hai and the others came out of their rooms and looked curiously at the dark mist. In the past, Zhao Hai only came to the dark mist once. The rest of the time, he had his undead capture the undead and send them to the space. He didn't personally come here. Now that he was here, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be curious. But soon, he felt that there was nothing strange about this place. The dark mist billowed all around, making the visibility very low. At this time, several bone spears shot towards the Hell King's ship from the dark mist. Their target was Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai didn't even look at the bone spears. He knew that these bone spears couldn't pose any threat to him. Sure enough, when the bone spears flew towards the Hell King's ship, they were immediately swept away by the waves below. They simply couldn't get close to the ship. Seeing that the bone spears were useless, the other party immediately sent out fireballs. They did the same thing as what they did to Evil Dog and the others. When Zhao Hai saw the gray fireballs, his eyes lit up. He knew that what he was looking for was here. When the fireballs approached the Hell King's ship, Zhao Hai didn't use the waves to attack. Instead, he opened a spatial rift and absorbed the fireballs into the space. As soon as the gray fireballs entered the space, Zhao Hai immediately heard a prompt, "Yin-type toxic substance detected. Yin-type flame. Extracting ingredients. Host can use this flame to refine and increase the strength of the Hell King's ship. Yin-type flame can be added to the Hell King's ship. It can be used for attack and defense. It can also increase the Hell King's ship's power and increase the attack power of the ship's magic cannons. This material can slowly form fire crystals in the hell space. Host, do you want to proceed with this operation? Do you want to refine it?" When Zhao Hai heard the space, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't expect the fireballs to bring him so many benefits. It was very interesting that he could use these fireballs to refine artifacts. Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. This was an unexpected surprise. Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh as he said, "Let's do it right away." Just as Zhao Hai's voice fell, a gray light suddenly covered the Hell King's ship. When the gray light disappeared, gray flames began to appear outside the Hell King's ship. The gray flames seemed to be coming from the Hell King's ship. They continued to burn on the ship's surface. However, Zhao Hai and the others who were standing on the ship weren't affected at all. When Laura and the others saw the situation on the ship, they couldn't help but feel strange. They stretched out their hands and tried to touch the flames. However, the flames seemed to be illusory, they weren't affected at all. At this time, several bone spears were shot out from the dark mist. This time, Zhao Hai didn't use the waves to block the bone spears. Instead, he had the bone spears fly straight towards the ship. Just as the bone spear was about to penetrate the deck of the ship, a wall of flames suddenly rose from the side of the ship and blocked the bone spear. When the bone spear came into contact with the wall of flames, it turned into ashes and disappeared without a trace. Laura and the others couldn't help but exclaim. They didn't think that the illusory flames would be this powerful. At this time, a sound was heard from the dark mist. Zhao Hai stared, then he looked towards the direction of the sound and said, "Who's there? Come out." The dark mist parted as several people walked out. No, they shouldn't be called people. They didn't have a physical body, they looked like ghosts floating in the air. When Zhao Hai saw these people, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately understood that these people were the Lich race, a race unique to the underworld. To put it bluntly, the Lich race was a ghost race. They were powerful souls that mutated into dark energy. They were almost immune to physical attacks. They were a very difficult race to deal with in the underworld. Zhao Hai didn't expect to meet the Lich race in the dark mist. It seems like more people from the underworld have come to the Ark continent. The Lich looked at Zhao Zhaohai and said, Zhaohai, who are you? Why did you come to our place? Zhaohai looked at the Lich and smiled faintly as he said, this place is the Ark continent's territory. I can come here whenever I want. Are you from the underworld's Lich race? Why didn't you stay in the underworld? Why did you come to the Ark continent to cause trouble? When the Lich heard Zhaohai, they couldn't help but stare. One of them looked at Zhaohai and said, don't talk nonsense. How could this place be the Ark continent? The Ark continent has its own laws of space. God ranks cannot stay in the Ark continent for a long time. We've been here for some time, but we didn't feel any changes in the laws of space. Moreover, with your strength, it seems like you've reached God rank. How can you live in the Ark continent? Speak, where is this place? Zhaohai stared. He didn't expect these Lich to know this much. In fact, Zhaohai didn't know that these Lich were old ghosts who had lived for countless years. As long as they weren't killed in battle, they could live forever. Because of this, they knew a lot of things. They were known as living history books. When the Lich saw that Zhaohai didn't speak, they thought that their guess was correct. Seeing that Zhaohai had nothing to say, one of the Lich couldn't help but ask, Kid, tell us, where is this place? Zhaohai looked at the Lich and said, this is indeed the Ark continent. However, a huge change has occurred here. The laws of the world have been changed by someone. Because of this, a spatial rift that connects to the underworld appeared, allowing you to come here. Zhaohai looked at the Lich and said, this is indeed the Ark continent. The Lich looked at each other and saw a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. Zhaohai's words weren't wrong, changing the laws of the continent would lead to unexpected changes. Before this, they didn't understand what kind of power was able to break the spatial barrier and connect the spatial rift to the underworld. So it turned out to be because of this reason. But what they didn't understand was what kind of power was able to change the laws of the underworld. The Lich leader looked at Zhaohai and said, nonsense, how could the laws of a world be changed so easily? How could someone do it? Zhaohai smiled bitterly and said, the laws of the world aren't easy to change. However, someone used the blood of an entire country to change the laws of the world. Zhaohai smiled bitterly and said, the laws of the world aren't easy to change. When the Lich heard Zhaohai, their expressions changed. Although they were now Lich, they were still human beings. Moreover, although they were now ghosts, they still remembered their past. They didn't think that someone would be crazy enough to use the people of a country as a blood sacrifice. Zhaohai looked at the Lich and said, although you are Lich, you still have some humanity. I don't know how much stronger you are compared to those people. I'm not afraid to tell you that the ones who did this to the Ark continent were the divine race. The divine race and the demon race invaded the Ark continent at the same time. The divine race used an entire country's population as a blood sacrifice to break space and change the laws of space. And with the sudden appearance of the underworld, I had no choice but to evacuate everyone from the Ark continent. Just as Zhaohai spoke, one of the Lich immediately asked, Mister, can you tell me which country the divine race used as a blood sacrifice? Zhaohai nodded and said, it's nothing. The country they used as a blood sacrifice was the Ocean Waves dynasty. When Zhaohai said this, the Lich couldn't help but stare at Zhaohai and said, you mean the Ocean Waves dynasty? Is it really the Ocean Waves dynasty? Zhaohai looked at the Lich with a puzzled expression, then he nodded and said, right, it's the Ocean Waves dynasty. I don't need to lie to you about this matter. The Lich suddenly screamed. Zhaohai discovered that the flames on the ship had automatically formed a wall of fire. It seems like the screech was very powerful. It made the flames think that the Lich was going to attack the ship. Zhaohai couldn't help but knit his brows. He looked at the Lich in confusion. He discovered that the Lich didn't do this deliberately. It was just that he was too shocked. The other Lich were comforting him. Moreover, Zhaohai could see that among the Lich, the one who screamed was the weakest. Zhaohai's heart couldn't help but move. He suddenly thought that Liches were transformed from humans. Could it be that this Lich had something to do with the Ocean Waves dynasty? After some time, the Lich calmed down. One of the Lich who looked very old looked at Zhaohai and said, Mister, please don't be offended. He didn't mean to attack you. It's just that he was a member of the Ocean Waves dynasty's imperial family. Therefore, when he heard Mister's words, he became emotional. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I can understand. But it seems like Mister hasn't returned to the Ocean Waves dynasty for many years. The Lich who screamed stared, then he nodded and said, Mister's guess is correct. He passed away more than 1,000 years ago. He didn't know about the Ocean Waves dynasty. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I can't blame Mister. The Ocean Waves dynasty has been the biggest base of the Radiant Church for the past several hundred years. In that place, the Radiant Church's words were more effective than the nobles. Most of the people in the country were fanatical believers of the Radiant Church. The Radiant Church was a chess piece that the divine race left in the Ark continent. Later on, we discovered the Radiant Church's tricks and dealt with them. However, we didn't expect the Radiant Church to retreat to the Ocean Waves dynasty. Then the Emperor of the Ocean Waves dynasty gave the throne to the Bishop of the Radiant Church, changing the name of the dynasty to the Radiant Empire. Because of this, the divine race was able to use the people of the Ocean Waves dynasty as blood sacrifices. The Lich stared, then the Lich from the Ocean Waves dynasty sighed and said, Forget it, more than 1,000 years have passed. What happened to the Ocean Waves dynasty has nothing to do with me. Also, with my current appearance, I have no way to take revenge on the divine race. Let's forget about it. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Actually, Mister's enmity has already been avenged. The ones who invaded the Ark continent were the Taurus divines. The Taurus divines have already been destroyed by me. We are now fighting against the divine race in the Taurus continent. From now on, the Ark continent will belong to the underworld. The Lich stared at Zhao Hai, they couldn't believe what Zhao Hai just said. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled, I came here because I heard that there was a strange flame here. Therefore, I came here to take a look. I don't have any other intentions. The Lich looked at each other, then one of the Lich said, You mean, those iron men that came in are also Mister's subordinates? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I don't have that kind of subordinate. Because the divine race changed the laws of the Ark continent, several spatial rifts appeared in the continent. One of them is connected to the underworld while the other is connected to a plane that we didn't know about before. It's called the Atlanta plane. Those iron men are their weapons, they're called magic armors. When they drive their magic armors, they can display formidable fighting strength. They are also invaders of the Ark continent. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, That's right. The Lich didn't know what to say. They didn't think that the Ark continent would undergo such a huge change. For them, this was like listening to a heavenly book. Zhao Hai looked at the Liches and said, Everyone, I won't say anything more. In the future, you will surely encounter the people from the Atlanta plane. Please be careful. Then he drove the Hell King's ship to leave. Zhao Hai looked at the Liches and said, Everyone, I won't say anything more. At this time, the Lich suddenly called out, Mister, please wait. Zhao Hai stared, then he stopped and turned to the Lich and said, Is there anything else? The old Lich gave Zhao Hai a salute. This salute was similar to a noble's, but it wasn't the same. It had an ancient aura to it. Laura looked at the old man's salute and her eyes shone. Then she whispered to Zhao Hai, Brother Hai, this is an ancient noble's salute. It's only used when someone has a request. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the Lich and said, Mister, do you need something? The Lich looked at Zhao Hai and said, Looking at Mister's appearance, it seems like you're out of the ordinary. We Liches are tired of staying in the underworld. We want to follow Mister around. Mister, do you agree? We are Mister's slaves, we want to be Mister's slaves. Zhao Hai stared, he didn't expect the Lich to have such a request. He looked at the Lich in confusion and said, You all have God-rank strength. Even in the underworld, you should be an overlord. Are you willing to give up everything and follow me? Become my slaves? The old Lich smiled faintly and said, Mister's words are correct. The few of us can be considered as influential people in the underworld. However, the underworld is different from other places. In the underworld, the ones who have the final say are the undead. Everyone has an immortal body, so they don't fight each other. If the people below them want to fight, then let them fight. We have been idle for so many years, I don't even know how many years I've lived. When we're bored, all we can do is sleep. We've had enough of this kind of life, so we want to follow Mister around and take a look. Even if we have to become slaves, we won't hesitate. Zhao Hai turned his head to the other lich and said, "Do you all have the same idea?" The lich nodded. To be honest, doing nothing all day long, only being able to sleep and stare blankly was not something a person could live through. It was just like how confinement was a severe punishment. Zhao Hai looked at the lich, then he smiled faintly and said, "I can take you with me. You can also bring your subordinates to my ship. Moreover, I'll treat you as friends, you don't need to be my slaves." Zhao Hai looked at the lich and smiled faintly. The lich stared at Zhao Hai. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be willing to be their friend. The lich turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, we are lich. If we go out with Mister, wouldn't we bring trouble to Mister?" Zhao Hai laughed and said, "You're thinking too much. I'm a dark mage, I have tens of millions of undead in the continent. Why would I care about a few more lich?" The lich stared, then with an excited expression, he said, "Then how many undead can Mister's ship hold?" "We have a lot of subordinates." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "No matter how many you have, you can bring them to the space. The more the better." The lich stared, then he turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "All right, since Mister said so, then I won't be polite. However, a lot of my subordinates can't fly. I'll have to ask Mister to lower your ship's altitude." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he lowered the Hell King's ship until it landed on the ground. At this time, the old lich looked up to the sky and screamed. Then he led the other lich to the Hell King's ship. Before long, a large number of undead arrived from all directions. Zhao Hai thought that the lich's subordinates were also lich. However, he soon discovered that he was wrong. Among the undead that arrived from all directions, most of them were skeletons and zombies. Although it was strange, Zhao Hai still took them to the ship. Under the stunned gazes of the lich, the undead entered the Hell King's ship one by one. The ship didn't look very big, but it was like a bottomless pit that swallowed all of the undead. After the last undead entered the Hell King's ship, Zhao Hai turned his head to the lich and said, "Alright, let's head to the divine race and take a look." The lich nodded and said, "Alright, let's head to the divine race." The lich nodded. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as the Hell King's ship disappeared into the dark mist and then appeared in the divine realm. The lich stared blankly at the changes in the scenery outside. The old lich looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I didn't expect Mister to be a spatial divergent ability user. No wonder Mister was able to defeat the divine realm." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Defeating the divine realm wasn't just because of this. Since you have some reputation in the underworld, you should know about the existence of the demon realm, right?" The lich didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai just said that the demons and the divine realm had invaded the Ark continent. Could it be that he wanted to know about the demon realm through them? The lich's mind turned, but in the end, he nodded and said, "Yes, the underworld and the demon realm have fought several times. The fighting strength of the demons is quite good. Even if the underworld has an undead army, we were still repelled by them. It can be said that they are the most powerful enemy we have ever seen." Zhao Hai looked at the lich and smiled, "The reason why I dared to deal with the divine realm is because I have already subdued the demons. Now that the demons are my subordinates, I don't have to worry about them. Naturally, I can attack the divine realm without any worries." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the lich stared. Then their expressions changed as they looked at Zhao Hai. Some of the lich were several thousand years old. They had participated in the war against the demons. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to have subdued the demons. This caused them to be shocked. Zhao Hai looked at the lich and smiled, "Come with me, we'll take a look at the demon realm." Then with an intention, the Hell King's ship appeared in the demon realm. Upon arriving at the demon realm, the lich couldn't help but stare. They had been to the demon realm before, so naturally they knew what kind of place the demon realm was. They were sure that this place wasn't the demon realm. What made them feel strange was that although this place wasn't the demon realm, the people living here were definitely demons. They had fought against the demons before, so naturally they knew what the demons looked like. The lich were puzzled as they looked around. Suddenly, a voice was heard, "Discovered program that doesn't belong to the space. Modifying program. Program. Modification complete. Host can now command the program." While Zhao Hai stared, the lich suddenly bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "We have seen the master." Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he was overjoyed. These Lich were intelligent. Zhao Hai thought that the space wouldn't do anything to them. But now it seems like this wasn't the case. Although these Lich were intelligent, they were still undead. In the space's view, they were intelligent programs. It can also be said that they were viruses. Naturally, the space wouldn't allow such disobedient things to appear. Therefore, it directly subdued them. For Zhao Hai, this was good news. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, call me young master from now on. Today, I'll take you on a tour of the space. After that, you can go to Wild Dragon Island and study magic formations with my father-in-law. If you want to come out and play, just tell me." The Lich obediently complied. They now regarded Zhao Hai as their master. They would unconditionally respect Zhao Hai's words. They were different from the people that were received by Zhao Hai. The people that were received by Zhao Hai had to be changed by the space bit by bit. On the other hand, the Lich weren't polite and directly subdued them. Zhao Hai took the Lich to see the Great Demon King. At this time, the Great Demon King was busy talking to his clansmen about the crystal cards. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't stay any longer and went out of the space. However, Zhao Hai directly threw the Lich's subordinates into the space. These Lich's subordinates were ordinary undead. Some of them didn't even reach 9th rank. Naturally, Zhao Hai would have them sent to the furnace. After dealing with the undead, Zhao Hai returned to the divine realm. However, Zhao Hai handed the Lich over to Kair. He had Kair take the Lich to understand the space. Then he had Zhao Hai arrange for the Lich to stay in the Arc Space's Wild Dragon Island. These Lich had a very long lifespan. Even if they weren't very smart, time could make up for everything. Additionally, they had been trapped in the underworld for many years. Besides sleeping, they would also record history or research things that they were interested in. However, it was a pity that the underworld didn't have a system for magic formations and knowledge. The undead simply didn't have any intelligence, they only had their instincts. In this case, even if they wanted to study magic formations, they wouldn't be able to get anything out of it. Now that Zhao Hai had them in the space, it might be a good thing for them. They would be able to find something to do. Magic formations were incomparably profound, so it would be good for them to do their research. At this time, in Wild Dragon Island, Zhao Hai had Ruyan help him build a laboratory. In this laboratory, there were a lot of people. There were mages, elves, dwarves, and now there were a few liches. Zhao Hai also had the goblins move in. For Zhao Hai, this laboratory was very important. When Zhao Hai lived on Earth, he was very clear about the importance of these laboratories. A lot of important scientific and technological achievements on Earth were made in these laboratories. Now, he wanted to build a laboratory like this in order to prepare for the future. Theo and Louis stood on top of the city wall as they looked at the dark mist in the distance. They had been observing for the past few days and saw that the dark mist had already covered the entire northern part of the Arc continent. Moreover, the dark mist was advancing at a very slow pace every day. This made Louis and Theo's faces turn ugly. After Mad Dog and the others left, they sent a messenger back to the family. At this time, there were only 30 magic armors and a war tank left in Yapping City. Theo looked at the dark mist and couldn't help but punch the battlements as he said, "I didn't expect the dark mist to not expand. No wonder the people from the Arc continent ran away. What should we do now? Could it be that the family's big move is going to be ruined because of this?" Louis was also very clear about this point. Their bodies had been marked with the O'Neill family's mark. It can be said that they were bound together for good or ill. They were also aware that the O'Neill family had used a lot of resources to enter the Arc continent. If they fail, then the O'Neill family might not be able to recover from this setback. If that happens, then they wouldn't be able to live a good life. However, this dark mist wasn't easy to deal with. It was certain that there were undead inside, this was something that Louis was certain about. This was because undead and dark mages liked to use bone spears to attack their enemies. There was also the innating fire. The appearance of the innating fire made Louis certain that there were undead inside. This was because Louis knew that even dark mages wouldn't be able to survive in an innating fire for a long time without being affected. However, Louis couldn't show any uneasiness right now. He turned his head to Theo and smiled faintly, "Don't worry, the family will find a way to deal with it." If we can't, then we can just bring the family's ships and prepare more cannons. Theo nodded. After all, he was still young, so he wasn't as calm as Louis. The appearance of the undead had indeed disrupted their plans. Because of this, Theo was worried about this matter for the past few days. Naturally, his temper had turned bad. Theo turned his head to Louis and said, "Big brother Louis, how many days will it take for the people who delivered the letter to return?" Louis shook his head and said, "It's hard to say right now. I think the family will certainly make arrangements. It's very likely that they will send a battleship to support us from the sea. A battleship can mobilize a lot of troops. Moreover, it's faster and more efficient." Theo stared for a moment before he nodded. Then he turned his head to Louis and said, "Big brother Louis, those undead wouldn't attack us even at night. You see, we can't stay idle every day. Should do something." Louis looked at Theo and said, "You want to do something? What do you want to do?" Theo smiled faintly and said, "There are no people in the Ark continent right now. It's the world of magic beasts. And these magic beasts can provide us with a lot of magic crystals. How about we send people out in batches every day to hunt those magic beasts and collect magic crystals? We can also see if there are any minerals in the Ark continent. This would be very beneficial to our future operations." Louis thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "All right, we'll do as you say. Send 10 people out every day, but don't use war chariots." Theo happily nodded before he turned around and ran. Louis looked at Theo's back and smiled. Then he turned his head to the dark mist and frowned. He was very worried about the current situation. The dark mist was too big, and it was still expanding. This meant that the undead inside the dark mist were very powerful. Was it really worth it for the O'Neill family to fight against these undead? While Louis was worrying about these things, Mad Dog and the others arrived at the O'Neill family's residence in the Rosen Empire. The O'Neill family's residence was the former Rosen Empire's patriarch. The O'Neill family's patriarch had also moved into the imperial palace. Although Zhao Hai had moved the entire Rosen Empire's population, he didn't destroy the imperial palace too much. Although there wasn't anything inside, the decorations were still there. The patriarch of the O'Neill family didn't hesitate to move in. When Mad Dog and the others arrived outside the imperial palace, they were immediately stopped by 2 magic armors. Demons didn't dare to be unreasonable here. The magic armors in front of them were god rank. Magic armors. If Mad Dog dared to be unreasonable, then the other party would certainly kill him. Mad Dog jumped down from his war chariot and bowed to the 2 magic armors. "Lion Squad Scout Captain Gojing requests an audience with the Patriarch. I have important news to bring back." One of the 2 magic armors turned his head towards the Imperial Palace and loudly said, "Lion Squad Scout Captain Gojing requests an audience with the Patriarch." Another magic armor not far away also transmitted the same message. Before long, the message reached the Imperial Palace. A person dressed as a servant arrived at the O'Neill family's patriarch's office. He stood in front of the door and knocked twice before saying, "Patriarch, the lion hunting squad has sent someone back. They said that they have something to discuss with you." The O'Neill family's patriarch was currently in his office. When he heard the servant, he immediately said, "Let him in." The servant nodded, then he turned around and said to one of the magic armors, "Let him in." The magic armor passed on the message. Before long, Mad Dog entered the Imperial Palace and was led by the servant to the O'Neill family's patriarch's office. The patriarch looked at Mad Dog and smiled faintly. "Gojing, it's you. What happened? What did you find?" Gojing didn't think that the patriarch would recognize him. He couldn't help but feel excited as he kowtowed to the patriarch and said, "Patriarch, we set out from here and headed north. Everything was going smoothly, but when we were about 10 days away from here, we ran into some trouble. There was a black fog, and when I entered the fog to investigate, there were bone spears attacking us as well as gray fireballs. Those fireballs weren't afraid of our energy beam attacks, but instead, they burned even more vigorously. Later on, when we came out and told Big Brother Louis said that we might have encountered an innate domain, and those fireballs might be innate flames. Because of this, he told us to immediately return and send a message while the others stayed behind to monitor the black fog." The patriarch stared, then he frowned. Naturally, he knew what an innate domain meant to them. He looked at Gojing and said, "Are you sure that it's an innate domain?" Gojing shook his head and said, "Brother Lewis said that it does have the characteristics of an innate domain. However, an innate domain is generally afraid of the sun." However, this wasn't the case. Even under the sun, the dark fog was still there. Brother Lewis wasn't sure, but he still thinks that it's more likely to be an innate domain. The patriarch nodded and said, "Brother Lewis has always been very reliable. It seems like that place might really be an innate domain. If that's the case, then it would be troublesome. However, I don't think that Brother Lewis would enter the dark fog. You can go and rest first." Gojing nodded and then turned around to leave. After Gojing left, the patriarch turned his head and loudly said, "Invite the generals in for a meeting." A servant at the door complied and then turned around to leave. Before long, the generals arrived at the patriarch's study, including Axe. After the group sat down, the patriarch said, "Gojing from the lion hunting squad just came back. They said that they found a black fog 10 days north of here. Charming suspects that it's an innate domain. What do you think?" The patriarch nodded. The people in the room were silent. Everyone in the room was a veteran of many battles. Even Axe was very familiar with the Mister's underworld because of his many years of adventuring. Therefore, he didn't speak carelessly. After some time, a tall general stood up and gave the patriarch a salute. "Patriarch, I think we should send people to protect that place. It's only 10 days away from here, it isn't far. If something were to happen, it would certainly be a threat to us. Moreover, the O'Neill family has just occupied the Ark continent, we can't just retreat. Otherwise, our losses would be too great." The patriarch nodded, then another general stood up and said, "Patriarch, I think that the Ark continent's migration might be related to the innate domain. We need to guard the place strictly. I think we should send a warship over as well as some cannons from the family." The patriarch nodded, then another general stood up and said, "Patriarch, I think that the Ark continent's migration might be related to the innate domain." The patriarch nodded. At this time, another general stood up and said, "Patriarch, I think we should speed up our exploration of the south. The south is too close to our family. If something happens, it might directly threaten our family." The patriarch hesitated for a moment before he nodded and said, "That's true. We should really investigate the south. Axe, do you have anything to say?" Axe stood up, then he gave the patriarch a salute and said, "Father, we have just occupied the Ark continent. We still don't know why the people of the Ark continent moved away. Now that there's this innate place, I think that our strength in the Ark continent is still too weak. We should transfer some people from the family as well as the magic armor engineers. We need to find the Ark continent's mineral deposits as soon as possible and mine them. This way, the family's funds can be recovered as soon as possible." Axe nodded and said, "That's right." The patriarch looked at Axe and nodded with satisfaction. "My son has indeed grown up. This is a good idea. Now that the dangers of the Ark continent are unknown, we need to be prepared to retreat at any time. But if we just retreat, then the family's losses would be too great. Therefore, we need to find all kinds of mineral deposits in the Ark continent as soon as possible. This way, the family's funds can be recovered as soon as possible." The generals nodded as well. To be honest, the reason why they attacked the Ark continent was for resources and minerals. If they don't look for minerals in order to figure out what happened to the Ark continent, then they would be putting the cart before the horse. Even if the Ark continent was in danger and they had no choice but to retreat, they would still need to mine as much as possible in order to minimize the family's losses. Seeing that everyone agreed, the patriarch nodded and said, "Relay my orders, have the 100 victories and the glory immediately return to the family. Also, have the tyrant transport 1,000 magic armors and 50 war tanks to support the lion squad." The patriarch nodded and said, "All right, I'll have the 100 victories and the glory immediately return to the family." After the group left, the patriarch frowned and said, "Interesting, there's actually an innate domain here. I'm getting more and more curious about the Ark continent, I wonder what else is here." The patriarch nodded and said, "Interesting, there's actually an innate domain here." At this time, Zhao Hai was inside the space listening to the conversation between the patriarch and the others. After the group left, Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and smiled. It seems like the O'Neill family is very careful. But if they continue to explore the south, I'm afraid they would find the spatial rift in the demon realm and the divine realm. I wonder how they would react when they see these two spatial rifts. Laura nodded and said, the O'Neill family is very careful. Laura smiled faintly and said, if I was the O'Neill family's patriarch, I would send people to the underworld and mine in the Ark continent. At the same time, I would also send people to investigate the demon realm. At the same time, I would also launch a probing attack. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, there are a lot of things that need to be done. I just don't know if they have enough manpower. Laura smiled and said, they should have enough troops. Didn't you just hear that they're mining ores and not fighting magic armors? There's no danger in mining magic armors in the Ark continent. Moreover, they don't need a lot of people to investigate the magic armors. Their main force would be divided into two parts. One would be used to monitor the underworld while the other would be used to probe the defensive line. Shouldn't they be able to use these forces? Zhao Hai nodded and said, then I'm sure they'll have enough troops. Zhao Hai nodded and said, their attacks wouldn't be too fierce. They should have enough troops. What we need to do is to prevent them from entering the divine realm. We'll let them do whatever they want in the Ark continent. After they mine the ores, we'll just rob them. Wouldn't that be better? Laura and the others couldn't help but chuckle. Then Lizzie said, I think Brother Hai is becoming more and more like a bandit. Brother Hai, if you see that girl in the future, shouldn't you try to snatch her back? Zhao Hai nodded and said, don't worry. Zhao Hai lowered his head and pretended to think. After some time, he nodded and said, all right, that makes sense. I haven't tried to rob a bride yet. It seems like I'll have to give it a try. Then he turned around and ran. When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they immediately rushed over and chased after Zhao Hai. Naturally, they knew that Zhao Hai was just joking. This was just a game between husband and wife. After some time, Zhao Hai stopped. At this time, Zhao Hai discovered a messenger fish. Zhao Hai took it out and saw that it was Binjia's messenger fish. Zhao Hai turned to Laura and the others and smiled faintly, it seems like we have work to do. Then he turned to the messenger fish and said, I'm Zhao Hai. Binjia, speak. At this time, Binjia's voice was heard, Mister, I've taken care of things here. Mister can move at any time. Zhao Hai nodded and said, don't make a move. Wait for my notice. Remember, don't let the divine race discover your movements. Make sure to launch a surprise attack. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Binjia replied, yes. Mister can rest assured. The divines have already gathered the vassal armies. They wouldn't be able to discover us. Zhao Hai nodded and said, how did the divines deal with their food supply in the past few days? Binjia smiled faintly and said, the divines have been strictly controlling the distribution of food. Moreover, they have sent a large number of troops to hunt magic beasts all over the continent. The food that the vassal races received was even less. However, the divines didn't restrict them from hunting. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, the divines don't want to arouse the suspicions of the vassal races. You should also tell the vassal races to not be anxious. Don't show any hostility towards the divines. Once I give the order, you can deal with the divines. Binjia nodded. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he received the messenger fish. Then he turned to Laura and the others and said, it seems like it's time for us to make our move. Laura smiled faintly and said, should we attack their food ships? I believe that their food ships will arrive soon. If they don't, then the divines might really starve. Zhao Hai nodded and said, not only that, they wouldn't just send the food as soon as possible. Moreover, they would also send more people to deliver the food. They might even send some supreme elders with ultimate weapons. They should already know that the supreme elder of the demon scorpion race has met with a disaster. Laura nodded, then she frowned as she looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, do we still need to move? Why don't we deal with their base directly? You can't go all out right now, so don't suffer a loss. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it doesn't matter. Let's go and take a look. We'll go back and deal with their base. In any case, they wouldn't be able to catch up to us. When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she didn't stop him. She knew that Zhao Hai already knew what to do. Zhao Hai immediately had Kyer monitor the area that they saw a few days ago. Once the Divine's food ships were discovered, they would immediately go and intercept them. Kyer nodded. She didn't need to monitor the ships, she just needed to pay attention to them. Zhao Hai's attention to the O'Neill family. The O'Neill family didn't only send scouts to the north of the Ark continent, they also sent scouts to the south. However, these scouts had yet to reach the Buddha Empire. Naturally, it was impossible for them to discover the spatial rifts in the demon realm. However, the scouts that were sent to the south were about to reach the Accra Mountains defensive line. In the Ark continent, Zhao Hai still had some undead mining. However, their numbers were very small. Most of the undead and iron armor beasts had been transferred to the demon realm. There were also some in the Taurus continent. 3 days after Zhao Hai contacted Binjia, Kyer informed Zhao Hai that the Divine Race's supply fleet had arrived. This time, the Divine Race's supply fleet was very special. Besides their supply ships, they also had a lot of battleships. Moreover, it can be seen that the number of supply ships they had was very small. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "It seems like the Divine Race wouldn't be able to gather a lot of ships in a short time. However, it seems like they prepared a lot of space this time." Laura looked at the supply ships and said, "Brother Hai, what do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Of course. Let's go and meet the Divine Race. Let's see who they sent this time." Just as he said that, Zhao Hai's Hell King ship disappeared. When it reappeared, it wasn't far from the Divine Race's supply ships. Zhao Hai slowly made the Hell King ship bigger as it pressed down on the Divine Race's fleet. The Divine Race already knew about the Hell King's ship. When they saw the Hell King's ship pressing down on them, they reacted almost instantly. Their battleships quickly surrounded the supply ships. At the same time, a large number of demons flew out from the supply ships and the battleships. What surprised Zhao Hai was the fact that he didn't see any Supreme Elders using their ultimate weapons. This made Zhao Hai very confused. The Divine Race should know that besides the Supreme Elders, no one else was a threat to them. So why didn't they send any Supreme Elders this time? Just as Zhao Hai was puzzled, he suddenly felt the sky turn dark. Just as Zhao Hai stared, he found himself in another place. This was a starry sky. There were large and small meteorites floating around as well as various planets. Not far away, there was even a star that was emitting an astonishing amount of heat. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others stared blankly at this situation. Their minds couldn't wrap their heads around it for some time. This was especially true for Laura and the others. They didn't know what space was like, so it was naturally impossible for them to know where they were. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was looking around curiously. Although this place looked like space, Zhao Hai was sure that this wasn't space. There was no gravity in space, people would float in space. Moreover, there was no air. However, this didn't happen here. Zhao Hai was sure that this was a place created by the Divine Race. Formation. This was the first word that came to Zhao Hai's mind. Zhao Hai was almost certain that they were inside a formation of the Divine Race. However, he didn't know what formation it was. Zhao Hai didn't think that the Divine Race would have a weapon that could turn the surroundings into something like this. This was beyond his expectations. Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and the others and said, "Be careful, we're now inside a Divine Race formation. I believe that it won't be long before the Divine Race attack us." Laura and the others nodded. However, they weren't too worried. The most important thing was that the impression that Zhao Hai gave them was very good. He was almost invincible. Because of this, they had absolute confidence in Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about this. He directed the ship's cannons to fire at the surrounding planets. The energy beams from the cannons quickly hit the planets. Several small meteorites were directly destroyed. The bigger planets were also hit by the cannons. Everything looked just like space. Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows. To be honest, his understanding of formations was still too little. The formations of the Divine Race were very mysterious. For someone like him who was a beginner in formations, it wouldn't be difficult for him to be trapped in a formation. Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. At this time, Zhao Hai discovered that the distant planets were connected by a white line. These connected planets formed a picture of a bowl. Just as the picture was formed, a huge Taurus rushed towards the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows. The planets connected by the white line reminded him of the Taurus constellation. The attack this time seemed to be the same as the attack used by the Supreme Elder of the Taurus clan. Zhao Hai didn't move. He just waved his hand as the cannons fired energy beams towards the incoming Taurus. More than 100 energy beams converged into a huge beam and hit the Taurus. However, what Zhao Hai didn't expect happened. The Taurus golden light dimmed a bit, but it didn't disappear. Instead, it continued to rush towards the Hell King's ship. At this time, it was too late for Zhao Hai to dodge. However, just as the Taurus was about to reach the Hell King's ship, the waves below the ship hit it. The Taurus speed became slower and the golden light on its body dimmed. However, it still didn't disappear. The Taurus rushed against the waves and hit the Hell King's ship. A bang was heard as the Hell King's ship shook for the first time. The shaking was almost imperceptible. However, Zhao Hai still frowned. He discovered that the Taurus attack was much stronger than the Supreme Elder's attack. At this time, Zhao Hai felt something rushing from behind the ship. Zhao Hai turned his head and saw a white line not far behind him. The white line connected several planets and formed a centaur. As soon as the centaur took shape, an arrow of light was shot towards the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai's mind moved and the Hell King's ship immediately shrunk. Then it quickly dodged to the side. However, what Zhao Hai didn't expect was that the arrow of light seemed to have eyes. It turned around and continued to attack the ship. Zhao Hai looked at the arrow of light and couldn't help but stare. However, he still commanded the ship's cannons to shoot energy beams towards the arrow of light. The result was the same as the Taurus. Although the cannon's beam dimmed the arrow of light, it still continued to fly towards the Hell King's ship. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but coldly snort. He waved his hand as a huge blood-red scorpion flew out from his hand and went straight towards the light arrow. Just as the scorpion was about to collide with the light arrow, it suddenly swung its tail and stabbed the light arrow. With a bang, the light arrow was pierced by the scorpion's tail and disappeared without a trace. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhao Hai returned to the ship's cabin. Then he immediately opened the space's monitor. Last time, they were able to escape the maze formed by Tao Lotus thanks to the space's monitor. Zhao Hai wanted the monitor to help him this time. However, Zhao Hai was disappointed this time. The space's monitor was a mess, nothing useful could be seen. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but change. He understood that the space's monitor wasn't omnipotent. The formation used by the divine race was very powerful. Even the space's monitor was useless against it. This was tantamount to breaking the most important thing in Zhao's hands. If the space's monitor was really useless, then they might really be trapped here and die. In an instant, Zhao Hai fell into an unprecedented crisis. Laura and the others were also behind Zhao Hai. When they saw the monitor, they couldn't help but stare. This kind of situation had never happened before, so they couldn't help but panic. While Laura and the others were panicking, Zhao Hai didn't. Instead, he calmed down as he called out, "Kair, Kair, are you there?" Kair didn't reply. This was unprecedented. In general, Kair would respond to Zhao Hai's call. Zhao Hai could feel that his connection with Kair was still there. However, it seems like it was blocked by something, making it impossible for them to contact each other. Zhao Hai's expression turned ugly. He slowly walked out of the cabin and looked around. The Scorpion was still beside the Hell King's ship. The Taurus and Sagittarius constellations were still attacking the ship from time to time. However, the ship's cannons, ram, waves, and chess poles were all moving. With the Scorpion's help, the enemy couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai for a while. However, Zhao Hai quickly noticed that two more constellations had appeared on the left side of the ship. One of them looked like a mountain lying on the ground while the other looked like two fishes entangled together. Slowly, the two constellations took shape. From the goat constellation, a goat with two sharp horns rushed out and hit the Hell King's ship. On the other side, two fish constellations also rushed out and hit the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he immediately ordered the ship's cannons to attack the goat and Pisces constellations. The waves coordinated while the Scorpion, ram, and chess poles took care of the Taurus and Sagittarius. Zhao Hai was now certain that there were at least 4 supreme elders who came to deal with him. They were the Taurus, Capricorn, Pisces, and Sagittarius. It seems like they were well prepared. They even set up a large formation to kill Zhao Hai. At this time, Laura panicked and said, "Brother Hai, what do we do now?" Zhao turned to look at Laura and smiled faintly. "Don't worry, it'll be fine. They're just trying to drag us to death. But we're not afraid of them. If they really want to drag it out, who knows who will be the one dragging who down." Just as Zhao Hai finished speaking, a huge meteorite suddenly flew towards the Hell King's ship. The Hell King's ship didn't react in time and was hit by the meteorite. When the meteorite hit the Hell King's ship, a wall of flames immediately appeared. The meteorite turned into ashes, but the Hell King's ship was still slightly shaken by the impact. At this time, several meteorites were about to hit the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai's expression changed. He was now certain that there weren't only 4 supreme elders attacking him, there were at least 5 of them. 4 of them were commanding the 4 constellations while 1 was commanding the meteorites to attack him. It was very likely that this formation was laid out by the 5th supreme elder. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this smooth for him to command it. Zhao Hai's expression changed. He was now certain that there were more than 4 supreme elders attacking him. Zhao Hai's expression turned ugly. At this time, he had lost contact with the space. Even if he wanted to have someone come out to help him, it would be impossible. Although there were a lot of undead on the ship, the strength of the undead wasn't enough to resist the other party's attacks. Even if the undead were to be released, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Zhao Hai didn't know what kind of formation the divine race made this time, but one thing he was certain about was that this formation would enhance the strength of the divine race's ultimate weapons. It can be said that the divine race's ultimate weapons can be used in conjunction with the divine race's ultimate weapons. It can be said that with the help of this formation, the divine race's ultimate weapons would be doubled in strength. Zhao Hai didn't know what kind of formation the divine race's ultimate weapons were. However, there was one thing that he was certain about. This was what Zhao Hai was most concerned about. He wasn't afraid of the divine race's ultimate weapons, it can be said that he wasn't worried at all. On the other hand, he was very concerned about the divine race's continent. He wanted to obtain this formation. The reason why Zhao Hai was so interested in the continent was because the formation was able to cut off his connection with the space. It was very mysterious. Moreover, Zhao Hai was confident that sooner or later, he would be able to obtain the ultimate weapons of the divine race. When that time comes, he would be able to use the formation in conjunction with the ultimate weapons of the divine race. At that time, the divine race would be even more formidable. If the divines were to know what Zhao Hai was thinking, they would certainly faint from anger. Zhao Hai was still trapped in the continent, but he was already thinking about the formation. How could this be justified? Zhao Hai looked around and saw that the meteorites were still coming towards the Hell King's ship. The staff in Zhao Hai's hand turned into a huge flail as it smashed towards the meteorites. As long as the flail hit a meteorite, it would immediately be smashed to pieces. Zhao Hai looked around and saw that the meteorites were still crashing towards the ship. While smashing the meteorites, Zhao Hai was also looking around. He didn't want to waste too much time with the divine race. He needed to find a way to break this formation. Zhao Hai was paying attention to the meteorites as well as the planets. Zhao Hai discovered that these planets were also moving towards the Hell King's ship. These planets were much bigger than the ship. If these planets were to squeeze in, then the Hell King's ship would be in trouble. Zhao Hai paid attention to these planets. Before long, he discovered a strange phenomenon. All of the planets in the formation were moving, the meteorites were also moving. The only thing that didn't move was the sun, the star. This discovery caused Zhao Hai to stare. Then he decided to take a risk. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately commanded the Hell King's ship to rush towards the star. The reason why Zhao Hai discovered this problem wasn't only because the star didn't move, it was also because it was the only star in the entire continent. The more this was the case, the more Zhao Hai felt that something was wrong. Because of this, he decided to deal with this star. The Hell King's ship was very fast. In just a blink of an eye, it had already reached the star. Waves immediately surrounded the ship as a firewall was erected. However, Zhao Hai could still feel the heat emitted from the star. Zhao Hai didn't care about this as he rushed straight towards the star. But what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that he passed through the star in just a blink of an eye. However, the formation didn't seem to be affected at all. Zhao Hai's expression changed as he thought, did I guess wrong? That's impossible. Inside the formation, all of the planets can be used to attack the enemy. Only the star didn't move. This should be the key to breaking the formation. But why didn't it move? Laura and the others were stunned when they saw Zhao Hai rushing towards the star. They didn't understand why Zhao Hai did this. However, they decided to believe in Zhao Hai wholeheartedly. Because of this, nobody moved. Everyone stood on the ship and waited for the result. Seeing that nothing happened to the star, Laura and the others felt relieved. But at the same time, their current situation didn't change. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the celestial bodies around him. The celestial bodies were still squeezing towards him. The attacks from the 4 constellations were still ongoing. All of this was different from what Zhao Hai expected. Zhao Hai looked at the star. There were no changes to the star. However, Zhao Hai firmly believed that the star was the key to breaking the formation. If the star wasn't the key to breaking the formation, then the ship should have been attacked by something more terrifying than the high temperature. But in the end, it didn't. This was a flaw in the other party's plan. It can be said that the other party was too smart for their own good. However, such an obvious attack wouldn't have any effect on the star. Zhao Hai needed to think of another way to deal with the star. While thinking about this, Zhao waved his staff to shatter the meteorites. Suddenly, Zhao remembered a book he had read before. In fact, there was more than one book that said that when a person laid out a large formation, there must be a formation eye. And where the formation eye was located, they would certainly protect it. For example, at the formation eye, they would arrange a smaller formation to protect it. However, Zhao Hai didn't know much about formations. It was almost impossible for him to break the formation. So what should he do? Zhao Hai frowned as his mind turned. Formations, he remembered that it wasn't this difficult for him to break the Tao Lotus formation. Could it be because the Tao Lotus formation had no one to command it? After thinking about this, Zhao Hai's eyes suddenly lit up. Because he couldn't communicate with the space, Zhao Hai didn't have a lot of things that he could use. His staff, the Hell King's ship, the scorpion, and his undead. However, Zhao Hai forgot something very important, the Tao Lotus. The Tao Lotus existed inside his body, not inside the space. Therefore, he could take it out and use it. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai's mind moved as the Tao Lotus immediately flew out of his dantian. However, Zhao Hai didn't use the Tao Lotus to defend himself. Instead, he used the Tao Lotus to attack the star. Using formations to break formations, Zhao Hai suddenly thought of this sentence. Although this sentence only appeared in novels and wasn't necessarily useful, at this time, it didn't matter if it was useful or not. Because of this, Zhao Hai released the Tao Lotus and used it to attack the star. After releasing the Tao Lotus, Zhao Hai paid attention to the situation of the Tao Lotus. Sure enough, the Tao Lotus didn't encounter any obstruction and directly flew into the star. It looked like the star had swallowed it. However, Zhao Hai could clearly feel that the connection between the Tao Lotus and him wasn't broken. Moreover, the Tao Lotus was operating normally. Zhao Hai controlled the Tao Lotus to attack the star. Suddenly, 8 phantoms appeared on the Tao Lotus. These 8 phantoms were the 8 trigrams of heaven, earth, wind, thunder, water, fire, mountain, and lake. Then the Tao Lotus quickly rotated, causing the 8 trigrams to rotate as well. In the end, one couldn't see what they were, they all turned into chaos. Zhao Hai didn't encounter this kind of situation before. He just let the Tao Lotus attack, but the Tao Lotus seemed to have its own consciousness and started to attack on its own accord. This made Zhao Hai puzzled. It was at this moment that the primal chaos chi suddenly burst out. With a bang, the star disappeared, and the entire starry sky disappeared with it. In front of Zhao Hai was a blue sky and white clouds. The divine race's grain ships weren't far away. At this time, 5 divines were surrounding them. One of the divines had an ugly expression on his face. Above his head was a round, plate-like object that was slowly rotating. As for the other 4, all of them wore armor. Zhao Hai recognized the Taurus Supreme Elder, but he didn't recognize the other 3. However, this didn't stop Zhao Hai from guessing. The one with 2 horns on his helmet should be the Capricorn continent's Supreme Elder. The one with a pair of wings on his back and a bow in his hand should be the Sagittarius continent's Supreme Elder. As for the one with a fin-like object on his elbow, he should be the Pisces continent's Supreme Elder. These people didn't seem to be young. The oldest among them should be the Supreme Elder of the Taurus continent. As for the others, they seemed to be younger than him. However, Zhao Hai didn't have time to pay attention to them. He was currently calling Kai. Just as Zhao Hai called for Kai immediately appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Then she hugged Zhao Hai's neck and cried, "Young master, where did you go? Kai couldn't find you." Kai was very scared. Zhao Hai patted Kai-er's head and said, "Kai-er, don't be afraid. Zhao Hai won't ignore Kai-er, he never will. Kai-er, be good." Zhao Hai coaxed Kai-er for a long time before she finally stopped. At this time, Laura and the others also arrived at Zhao Hai's side. They looked at Zhao Hai with excited expressions. They knew that this crisis had been resolved by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the divine race and said, "Are you all supreme elders of the divine race? We are already old friends of the Taurus clan, so there's no need to introduce them. Let me guess their identities. This should be the Grand Elder of the Capricorn continent, right? By the way, your name is Muroga, right?" Muroga snorted, which was his answer to Zhao Hai. Although he still looked arrogant, his eyes were full of fear. Zhao Hai smiled and turned to look at the bow-wielding man with a pair of wings on his back. "This should be the Sagittarius continent's Supreme Elder, right? Please forgive me, I don't know your name." The Supreme Elder had a calm expression as he gave Zhao Hai a slight salute and said, "Well said, this one is called Yali Abbot." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to the Finned Elder and said, "This should be the Pisces continent's Supreme Elder, right? Please forgive me, I don't know your name." The Pisces continent's Supreme Elder faintly said, "Ming Dassel has seen Mr. Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to look at the person with the plate floating on his head. Then he smiled faintly and said, "This elder's identity isn't easy to guess. If I'm not wrong, then the formation was made by you. And the reason why you were able to make that formation was because of the plate floating on your head. That formation seems to be compatible with the ultimate weapons of the continents. So your identity isn't hard to guess." The Supreme Elder calmly looked at Zhao Hai and didn't say anything. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then said, "Of the 13 continents of the Divine Realm, each continent has its own ultimate weapon. 12 of these continents use their constellations as their weapons. Only the Central Continent doesn't. And from the Supreme Elder's ultimate weapons, it seems like the 12 continents also use combat armors that correspond to their constellations. On the other hand, the Central Continent's ultimate weapon might not be combat armors." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then said, "Of the 13 continents of the Divine Realm, 12 of them use combat armors that correspond to their constellations." The pupils of the Central Continent's Supreme Elder shrank. Zhao Hai noticed this detail, then he smiled faintly and said, "The Central Continent's ultimate weapon should be the plate on your head. That plate can arrange a very peculiar formation that can be used in conjunction with the other continent's ultimate weapons. Therefore, your identity is clear, you are the Central Continent's Supreme Elder. Please forgive me, I don't know your name." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You're a Supreme Elder of the Central Continent." The Supreme Elder looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai is too polite. Mr. didn't guess incorrectly, I am the Supreme Elder of the Central Continent. My name is Elder Star. I didn't expect Mr. to be able to break my formation. Mr.'s strength is something that Elder Star has never seen before." The Supreme Elder looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, you're too polite." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I was just lucky. Mr. Elder Star is too polite. It seems like you came here today to kill me? Am I right?" Elder Star looked at Zhao Hai, then he sighed and said, "To be honest, I didn't want to be Mr.'s enemy. This was because Mr.'s strength was beyond my expectations. However, Mr.'s strength is too strong, to the point that it can threaten the existence of the Divine Realm. I have no choice but to face Mr." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Good, Mr. Elder Star. Mr.'s mouth is really good. You don't want to be my enemy? Did you think that the spatial rift between the Divine Realm and the Arc Continent was opened by me, Zhao Hai? Did you think that I, Zhao Hai, would sacrifice the Ark continent's hundreds of millions of people, regardless of age and age? All of this was brought upon by the divine race. You're too arrogant. You really think that the divine race can rule the myriad of worlds? You're still far from that. You're just a chess piece in someone else's hand, a dog for someone else. You think that you can threaten the existence of the divine race? Right, the divine race shouldn't exist. When Zhao Hai said this, the expressions of Elder Star and the others couldn't help but turn ugly. Elder Star coldly snorted and said, Zhao Hai, don't think that just because I praised you, you don't know what your surname is. Do you think that you can run away from the five of us? Zhao Hai laughed and said, Run? Why would I run? I still want to take all of your ultimate weapons for my own use. Do you think I need to run away? Do you think you can let your ships run away just because you're stalling for time? Stop dreaming. To tell you the truth, I'm waiting here. Right now, there are 5 of you Supreme Elders here, and there are still 4 who haven't appeared yet. I think at least 2 of you have to stay behind to guard your continent, and the other 2 can appear here to besiege me. Are they coming soon? After Zhao Hai said that, the expressions of the divines changed. At this time, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in the sea below. The entire divine race fleet was sucked into the whirlpool. Aside from the divines who could fly, nothing else was left behind. Zhao Hai's expression changed. At this time, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in the sea below. When the ships disappeared, a small bubble suddenly emerged from the sea. It flew towards the Hell King's ship and then landed on Zhao Hai's head. This small bubble was Bubble. The sea was Bubble's world. He was the source of all water, so it was easy for him to control the sea. Because of this, after Zhao Hai's people broke through the continent, he immediately placed Bubble in the sea. He had Bubble rob the divines and their ships. Bubble was here to support the divines. To be honest, if Zhao Hai wanted to deal with the 5 Supreme Elders at the same time, it wouldn't be impossible. However, if he did, then he would have to use his true strength. This would also increase the repulsive force of the space. If things go wrong, then he would have to ascend. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to fight to the death with the 5 Supreme Elders. The reason why he spoke so much nonsense was to give Bubble time to prepare. He wanted to clean up the divine ships in the shortest time possible. Moreover, Zhao Hai's words weren't nonsense. The 2 Supreme Elders who were guarding the base in the Taurus continent were indeed on their way. One was the Cancer Supreme Elder while the other was the Lion Supreme Elder. At this point, they were about to arrive at Zhao Hai's ship. And this was what Zhao Hai wanted to see the most. Under the stunned gazes of the Supreme Elders, Zhao Hai looked up to the sky and laughed. Today is the most difficult battle I, Zhao Hai, have encountered since my debut. Gentlemen, let's not accompany each other. If there's an opportunity, let's get to know each other. After he said that, he disappeared along with the Hell King's ship. Seeing Zhao Hai disappear, the expressions of the Supreme Elders couldn't help but change. Goldben's expression changed as he said, Not good, Zhao Hai knows that there's no one guarding the base in the Taurus continent. Will he attack it? When Goldben said this, the expressions of the Supreme Elders changed. Elder Star immediately said, Everyone, hurry up and support the base. We mustn't let Zhao Hai destroy it. After he said that, he flew towards the Taurus continent. Unfortunately, none of them could use spatial magic or spatial divergent ability. They were doomed to fail. As soon as the Hell King's ship disappeared from the sea, it appeared not far from the Taurus continent's base. When the ship appeared, Zhao Hai immediately took out his messenger fish and said, Binjia, are you there? Binjia's voice was heard, Mister, I'm here. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Good. Listen to me, have the vassal soldiers get ready. We'll deal with the divine race's base immediately. Now that there's no Supreme Elder guarding it, it's time to deal with them. Binjia excitedly nodded. Then he received his messenger fish and immediately went to make arrangements. Zhao Hai looked at the divine race's base and coldly snorted as he said, It's time to deal with you. Then he drove the Hell King's ship towards the base. While rushing over, the Hell King's ship continued to grow bigger and bigger. In the end, it was as big as a hill. At the same time, Zhao Hai released the scorpion as well as Bubble to the sea. The divine race's bases weren't far from the sea. This was in order to receive supplies faster. This also gave Bubble the opportunity to show his might. Zhao Hai and the others were very fast. The Hell King's ship's magic cannons would fire energy beams from time to time towards the divine race's base. The scorpion directly rushed towards the divine race's base. As soon as Bubble entered the sea, it immediately began to stir up waves. Wave after wave attacked the divine race's base, catching the divine race unprepared. At the same time, Zhao Hai released a large number of undead to rush towards the divine race's base. Although the divine race's base was using ballistas and magic cannons to fight back, the results weren't very good. 20 domain weapons flew out from the divine race's base, but they were instantly destroyed by the Hell King's ship. At this time, the Hell King's ship's cannons were even more powerful than before. This was because the cannons contained innate fire. This fire was very vicious and its attack was very strong. Although it was currently daytime and sunlight was the best weapon to deal with innate fire, Zhao Hai's innate fire wasn't in this category. However, the construction of the divine race's base was very good. There were layers upon layers of defensive formations. Even the walls of the base were engraved with magic formations. This added a lot of trouble to Zhao Hai's attack. Zhao Hai knew that there were still 100 million divine race soldiers inside the base. If they couldn't deal with them as soon as possible, then the Supreme Elders would come and help. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't care too much as he directly drove the Hell King's ship towards the divine race's base. The divine race's base was built inside a mountain. The entire mountain was hollowed out by them. Therefore, when Zhao Hai drove the Hell King's ship towards the divine race's base, it was the same as driving the ship into a mountain. Outside the base, Xianxia and the vassal soldiers who were preparing to cooperate with Zhao Hai were stunned as they watched Zhao Hai drive the Hell King's ship towards the mountain. It was as if he was committing suicide. A loud bang was heard as the Hell King's ship crashed into the mountain. Moreover, it went in from one side of the mountain and came out from the other. The entire mountain was penetrated by the Hell King's ship. The mountain couldn't withstand such an impact and collapsed. Dust filled the sky as boulders flew everywhere. Some of the boulders even flew towards the vassal soldiers' camp. When Xianxia saw this, he couldn't help but be startled. He immediately shouted, "Get out of the way." The vassal soldiers weren't fools. They wouldn't just stand there and wait for death. Immediately, they scattered in all directions. Zhao Hai's attack had given them a huge shock. On the other hand, a lot of the divine race soldiers didn't manage to escape and were buried alive. Although some of them managed to escape, they stood there as if they had lost their souls. Looking at the destroyed base, they even forgot to escape. The divine race had thought of many ways for Zhao Hai to attack their base. They even made preparations. However, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to attack their base in such a violent way. Moreover, he destroyed their base in one fell swoop. At this point, the divine race soldiers were completely dumbfounded. Their confidence and pride were all gone. All that was left was deep fear. However, Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to let them go. The undead army had already surrounded the divine race soldiers. As long as he gave the order, the divine race soldiers would immediately be annihilated. Now, the divine race's army only had 40 million soldiers left. Nearly 100 million soldiers had been reduced to this number. The rest of the soldiers had been buried in the mountains. Although the strength of the divine race was formidable, the power of a falling mountain wasn't something that the divine race could contend with. The divine race that were buried under the mountain had already met their end. However, Zhao Hai didn't order the undead to attack. He discovered that these people had lost their will to resist. In this case, it didn't matter if they were killed or not. Sure enough, just as Zhao Hai thought, when these people saw that they were surrounded by the undead, all of them except for a few people had looks of fear on their faces. At this time, Zhao Hai drove the Hell King's ship to the periphery of the group. He looked at them and said, "Put down your weapons. I'll send you to a place where you can live. Otherwise, you'll die." Zhao Hai nodded. When the divines heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they looked at each other. It wasn't known who was the first to throw away their weapons. With one person taking the lead, a second followed, then a third, and then a third. Before long, almost all of the divines had thrown away their weapons. Zhao Hai looked at them and then waved his hand as a huge spatial rift appeared. Zhao Hai said, everyone, go in. When the divines put down their weapons, they also put down their pride and dignity. They didn't resist and just accepted their fate as they flew into the spatial rift. Naturally, there were also a few who wanted to resist. But before they could do anything, the undead had already caught them. This was because those who resisted had weapons in their hands. It was very easy to catch them. Before long, the divines had entered the spatial rift. Zhao Hai closed the spatial rift and then waved his hand as a huge black gas covered the collapsed mountain. More and more black gas appeared. In the end, the entire mountain was shrouded in black gas. After doing this, Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the army of the vassal races that were slowly gathering. When the mountain collapsed, debris flew everywhere. The scene was too terrifying. Therefore, these people scattered and fled. Only after everything calmed down did they slowly gather again. At this time, Binjia and the others arrived on the Hell King's ship. They bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "We have seen Mr." Zhao Hai looked at the group and nodded, "Good, you did a good job this time. But you still need to tell these people to leave as soon as possible. I believe that it won't be long before the 7 Supreme Elders arrive." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good. You've done a good job this time." When Binjia heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "Yes, Mr. Rest assured, we'll leave immediately." Then he flew towards the vassal races. Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and smiled faintly, "Since they're gone, let's go there for a while." Then Zhao Hai pointed towards the mountain covered in black gas. Laura smiled faintly and said, "All right, let's go." Then Zhao Hai commanded the Hell King's ship to enter the black gas and didn't come out. If other people were to see the situation in the dark mist, then they would certainly be surprised. Inside the dark mist, there were divine race people crawling out of the collapsed mountain. However, they were no longer human, they had turned into undead. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to cover these mountains was because he wanted to use magic to turn the buried divines into undead. This way, his undead army would increase by a lot. After Zhao Hai entered the black gas, he immediately turned on the monitor to see what the Supreme Elders were doing. The Supreme Elders were about to reach the Taurus continent. Their expressions were very ugly. This was because they knew that they were played by Zhao Hai. After 2 hours, the Supreme Elders finally arrived at the Taurus continent. Upon arriving, they saw the mountain covered in black mist. Zhao Hai nodded his head and said, "All right, all right, all right." When the Supreme Elders saw this, their expressions couldn't help but turn ugly. After some time, Elder Star said, "It seems like we're late." Goldben's eyes were burning as he looked at the black gas and said, "This is dark magic. This Zhao Hai is very vicious." Elder Star turned his head to the others and said, "Let's go and see what Zhao Hai is up to. Everyone, be careful, don't spread out too much. If Zhao Hai is still inside the dark mist, then we might get attacked if we scatter." Elder Star nodded and said, "Let's go and see what Zhao Hai is up to." The Supreme Elders nodded. They were very afraid of Zhao Hai's strength. Because of this, they didn't split up and just enter the black gas. They were all experts of the divine race, their divine sense was very powerful. However, they discovered that their divine senses range inside the black gas was very limited. Actually, this couldn't be blamed on them. In the beginning, the black gas was just an ordinary black gas. But after Zhao Hai absorbed some of the underworld's black gas into the space, the black gas began to mutate. The underworld's black gas had the ability to block divine sense. Now, this black gas also had that ability. However, this was the first time that the Supreme Elders had encountered something like this. They had seen things that could block divine sense. For example, domain weapons could block divine sense, and some magic formations could as well. However, this was the first time that they had encountered something like the black mist that could block divine sense. Goldben and the others were very familiar with the construction of the base. It was because of this that they were able to leave the base to deal with Zhao Hai. In their minds, with how well the base was built, even if it was attacked by ultimate weapons, it would still take a lot of effort. They would have enough time to come back and provide support. However, they didn't think that Zhao Hai would use such an unreasonable and barbaric method to attack the base. Because of this, the base was destroyed in an instant. Gold Ben and the others flew into the black gas and saw the base. In fact, the place could no longer be called a base. This was because the place was now in ruins, a collapsed mountain. Gold Ben and the others stared blankly at the destroyed base. To be honest, when they saw the black mist, they already knew that the base had been destroyed. However, they didn't think that the base would collapse to such a degree. It was completely destroyed. At this time, a rock in front of Gold Ben and the others moved twice. Gold Ben and the others stared, they thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. However, under Gold Ben and the others' gazes, the huge rock that weighed 1,000 pounds suddenly flipped to the side. Then a person slowly crawled out from underneath the rock. Upon seeing this person, Gold Ben and the others couldn't help but stare. It wasn't because they knew this person, but because of the person's attire. The person was wearing divine race armor. It was obvious that he was a divine race warrior. However, this wasn't what attracted Gold Ben and the others' attention. What attracted their attention were the two weapons on the person's body. The divine race warrior had two weapons inserted into his body. One was a two-handed sword that was inserted into his chest. This was a standard weapon of the divine race. The other weapon was a spear. This spear was inserted into the person's shoulder while the tip of the spear was exposed from his lower abdomen. It can be said that these two places were fatal. But now, the person was crawling out. While Gold Ben and the others were staring at the person also turned his head to look at them. His face didn't have any expression, his eyes were like a dead fish. Then the person reached out and slowly pulled out the two-handed sword that was inserted into his chest. Then he also pulled out the spear that was inserted into his shoulder. During this process, Gold Ben and the others could even hear the sound of the sword and spear rubbing against each other. It was a terrifying sound. After the two weapons were taken out, the person looked at Gold Ben and the others. Then he turned around and flew into the dark mist before disappearing. Throughout the entire process, the person didn't make a single sound. Because Gold Ben and the others were too shocked, they didn't even react. When the person flew away, Gold Ben and the others let out a long breath. But then their expressions turned ugly. They knew that the person wasn't a living person, he was an undead. Elder Star coldly snorted and said, "Good, Zhao Hai. He actually turned my divine race's soldiers into undead. Unforgivable, truly unforgivable." Gold Ben smiled bitterly. He was the first one to fight against Zhao Hai. Moreover, Zhao Hai's war with the Taurus continent wasn't just a day or two ago. Gold Ben was very clear about Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai's strongest troops were his undead army. And the main fighting force of his undead army was the divine race's undead. Because of this, Gold Ben wasn't surprised that Zhao Hai did something like this. At this time, Jiayu said, "The undead just went in that direction. Maybe Zhao Hai is there. Let's chase after them." Elder Star looked at the other elders, then he shook his head and said, "This place is now shrouded in a strange dark mist. It's very disadvantageous for us to fight. In my opinion, we should get out of the dark mist first. Then we can use light magic to disperse the mist bit by bit. When that time comes, it wouldn't be too late to deal with Zhao Hai. Otherwise, our divine sense would be restricted. With Zhao Hai's spatial ability, we would have no chance of winning." Upon hearing this, the group nodded. Then their bodies flashed as they flew out of the dark mist. Once they were outside, the group immediately used light magic to attack the dark mist. But what surprised them was that as soon as they released their light element magic, the dark mist melted like snow in the face of fire. Before long, the mountain revealed its true appearance. There was only a destroyed base. There was no Hell King's ship, no undead, and no living person. Elder Star and the others had ugly expressions on their faces as they looked at the ruins. When Jiayu and the others left, the base was still in good condition. And the time that they left added up to only a few hours. In just a few hours, a base that was guarded by a group of god-ranked warriors was destroyed. Everyone in the base had disappeared. From the undead they saw, it was clear that everyone in the base had gone to that place. This was the reason why their expressions were ugly. It wasn't only because of the destruction of their base, but also because of Zhao Hai's strength. There were nearly 100 million people in the base. If all of them were turned into undead by Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai's undead army would increase once again. At this time, Zhao Hai would be even more difficult to deal with. At that moment, Jiayu suddenly turned around and looked at the camp of the vassal races. The camp of the vassal races was also destroyed, but it was obvious that the damage was not serious. It was completely caused by the collapse of the mountain. There were no signs of a battle. Elder Star and the others also thought about the problem that Jiayu was thinking about. They also turned their heads to look at the camp of the vassal races. Seeing this, their expressions became even uglier. Gold Ben gritted his teeth and said, "Those guys already knew that we were fighting with them. They've been enduring for the past few days. The destruction of the base must have something to do with them." Jiayu shook her head. "I don't think so. The destruction of the base might not have something to do with them. Don't forget, our food supply has been very tight recently, so we've given them even less food. Most of them don't go out to hunt or kill mounts to eat, and the base has always been built by our own people. They didn't get involved at all, so it can be said that they don't know anything about the base. In this case, it's almost impossible for them to help Zhao. And I think that with Zhao's strength, he doesn't necessarily need their help. It's very likely that Zhao took them away for the future." Elder Star nodded and said, "Right, Zhao Hai's strength is very good. The 5 of us can't do anything to him. He can destroy the entire base by himself. He doesn't even need the help of the vassal races." Gold Ben didn't speak. He also understood that Elder Star and Jiayu were right. He was just blinded by his hatred. Gold Ben forced himself to calm down, then he turned to Elder Star and Jiayu and said, "What do you think we should do next?" Elder Star's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, "We can't take this loss for nothing. Wanting to take advantage of the divine race isn't a good thing. Zhao Hai isn't familiar with the divine realm, it's impossible for him to establish a relationship with the vassal races so quickly. The reason why the vassal races are causing trouble is certainly related to the foreign races. I think that we should take action against the foreign races. When the time comes, Zhao Hai would naturally come out and look for us. This is much better than us looking for him all over the world." Gold Ben and Jiayu's eyes lit up. Although Elder Star wasn't the oldest among the Supreme Elders, it can be said that he wasn't the strongest. However, there was one thing that the Supreme Elders respected. Elder Star was the most resourceful among the Supreme Elders. Additionally, he had ultimate weapons that could be used in tandem with their ultimate weapons. Because of this, Elder Star was always the center of attention. Gold Ben's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, "Right, those foreign race bastards have always been against us. It's time to deal with them. We'll use this opportunity to deal with them in one fell swoop." Jiayu and the others didn't speak. However, their cold eyes betrayed them. They had wanted to deal with the foreign races for a long time. However, dealing with the foreign races wasn't easy. The foreign races were very strong, and they also had 3 ultimate weapons. It wasn't easy to deal with them. Moreover, the Supreme Elders weren't united. At critical moments, there would always be people who would withdraw. This was the reason why the foreign races were able to hold on for so many years. However, the situation this time was different. In the past, the Supreme Elders were always on the attacking side. It can be said that in the war against the foreign races, the Supreme Elders could fight whenever they want. The foreign races simply didn't have the strength to fight back. But this time, they weren't on the offensive side. The divines in the continent had been exterminated, and their Supreme Elder had also gone missing. Now, it seems like they were in a perilous situation. It can be said that the divines had reached a critical juncture. It was time for them to unite. In the past, the reason why they weren't able to unite was because of benefits. The foreign races also saw this point. Because of this, whenever the foreign races and the divine race fought, they would always attack one of the divine races. The divine race would suffer heavy losses while the other divine races remained unharmed. This way, the foreign races would preserve their strength and gain more benefits. The divine race that was being attacked would often retreat. This way, the alliance would collapse on its own. However, this time was different. This time was related to the fate of the entire divine race. If they didn't do their best, then they would be defeated by Zhao Hai. Because of this, nobody objected to Gold Ben's proposal. Although Gold Ben had no one else in the Taurus continent, he still had his ultimate weapon. This was his biggest asset. Elder Star said, "We can no longer stay in the Taurus continent. We need to return to our respective continents and immediately gather our forces. Make it clear to the people below that this matter is related to the life and death of the divine race. We need to make sure that they don't only care about their own calculations." The group nodded. Although they were the supreme elders of their respective continents, it was still the patriarchs who had the final say in their respective continents. The supreme elders couldn't make things difficult for the patriarchs for no reason. Otherwise, these people might rebel. Because of this, even if the supreme elders wanted to do something, they still needed to make it clear to the patriarchs. Naturally, the supreme elders had a very high status in the divine race. Moreover, they were generally members of the imperial clans. Naturally, they wouldn't oppose the decisions of their own clans. Because of this, the decisions of the supreme elders could be said to have been made. However, this matter still needed to be discussed with the patriarchs of the various clans. Zhao Hai nodded. Elder Star turned his head to Gold Ben and said, "Elder Gold Ben, you should return to the central continent with me first. I can see that you're injured. After we return, I'll treat your injuries. At this time, we need to be in our best condition in order to defeat Zhao Hai." Gold Ben nodded and said, "Elder Gold Ben, you should return to the central continent with me." The group nodded. Then Elder Star looked at the Taurus continent and said, "Sooner or later, we will take this place back. Not only will we take it back, we will also take the Ark continent as well." Elder Star nodded. After he said that, he turned around and left without any hesitation. The others also followed behind him and left the Taurus continent in an instant. Their reaction was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai didn't expect this. Zhao Hai had been watching them through the monitor. Since Elder Star and the others were flying in the sky, they didn't use their shields. Therefore, Zhao Hai was able to hear everything that they said. Zhao Hai didn't expect Elder Star to be this decisive. He immediately retreated. This was beyond his expectations. Zhao Hai calmly looked at Elder Star and the others as they left. He didn't stop them. Laura stood beside Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, it seems like this guy isn't easy to deal with. He's different from the divines. The divines are arrogant, but he's not. Once he calms down, the divines would be very terrifying. Moreover, he seems to be targeting the foreign races. Should we remind Binjia and the others?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This guy isn't easy to deal with, especially his ultimate weapon. If we can get that weapon and combine it with the combat suits, then our fighting strength would be even more formidable. We must get that ultimate weapon and see if we can combine it with the Hell King's ship. If we can, then that would be great." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right, this guy isn't easy to deal with." Laura smiled and said, "Certainly. As long as we have the universal machine, we can certainly do it. Brother Hai, we don't lack money right now. You can also improve the domain weapons that we collected and give them to Pebble and the others. Those fellows have been bothering my father all day long. They don't have any talent for magic formations. My father scolds them 3 times a day, but it's useless. I think we should give them the weapons and have them stay by your side. With them, you wouldn't need to personally deal with a lot of things. Wouldn't that be better?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "That makes sense. We can give it a try. But now isn't the time. After the space produces the combat suits, we'll give them one each." Laura smiled and said, "All right, Brother Hai, let's go. We'll inform Binjia and the others about this so that the foreign races can make preparations. We can't let them suffer too much losses. Otherwise, the foreign races might hate us." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Kai and said, "Kai, what's the situation with the O'Neill family?" Kai smiled faintly and said, "Young master can rest assured. The O'Neill family hasn't made any moves yet. The O'Neill family has already sent a battleship to support the Oxu Empire. At the same time, their team heading south is about to discover the spatial rift in the demon realm. Young master, if they discover the spatial rift and want to explore it, then what should we do?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "If they want to see it, then let them. The demon realm isn't the same as other places. Don't forget, even the air in the demon realm is poisonous. I want to see if their magic armors can defend against poison. If they can, then that would be even better. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, let them see. Zhao Hai already regarded the magic armors as his own. Therefore, the more powerful the magic armors were, the happier he would be. Binjie and the others led the vassal soldiers to the depths of the Taurus continent and settled down in a large city. Binjie believed that Zhao Hai would find them, so he wasn't in a hurry. However, this didn't mean that the vassal soldiers weren't in a hurry. At this time, the vassal soldiers were very anxious. Originally, they weren't in a hurry, but after seeing Zhao Hai's strength, they became anxious. Zhao Hai's strength was beyond their expectations. Because of this, they wanted to see Zhao Hai and have a good talk with him. These vassal races were anxious to see Zhao Hai because their clans were still in a war with the divine race. And these people were the elites of their clans. If they weren't present, then their clans would suffer a huge loss. Zhao Hai nodded and said, good. Because of this, after seeing Zhao Hai's strength, the vassal soldiers asked Zhao Hai to find a way to send them back to their clans and help them deal with the divine race. Zhao Hai didn't know about the thoughts of the vassal soldiers. He had almost no contact with them. Communication with the vassal soldiers had always been handed over to Binjie. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't pay much attention to the vassal soldiers. This was also a manifestation of Zhao Hai's decentralization. If he went all out to contact the vassal soldiers, then Binjie and the others would think that Zhao Hai was trying to win them over. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't contact the vassal soldiers. Instead, he handed over this matter to Binjie and the others. After Binjie and the others settled down, Zhao Hai appeared in the sky above the camp. Binjie and the others immediately stopped what they were doing and flew towards the Hell King's ship to see Zhao Hai. Actually, Binjie and the others didn't have a lot of things to do right now. After all, the vassal soldiers were only cooperating with them. They weren't directly under their command. When Binjie and the others arrived at the Hell King's ship, they saw Zhao Hai looking down at the camp. Binjie's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. The 2 times he came to see Zhao Hai, he didn't bring the vassal soldiers with him. Would Zhao Hai be angry with him because of this? After thinking about this, Binjie couldn't help but feel uneasy. Binjie and the others arrived at Zhao Hai's side and then bowed to Zhao Hai and said, we have seen Mr. Zhao Hai turned his head to the 3 and smiled faintly, good, you've done well. These people didn't cause any trouble. Very good. Today, I came to look for you to tell you something. The divine race might be planning to attack the foreign races. You need to remind your people about this. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, good. When Binjie heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, is Mr. telling the truth? Zhao Hai nodded and said, of course it's true. The Supreme Elders found out that they couldn't do anything to me, so they decided to attack the foreign races. They guessed that I've joined forces with you, so they decided to attack you in order to lead me to a decisive battle. You need to warn your people to be careful of these guys. Binjie's expression became heavy as he nodded and said, yes, Mr. Can rest assured, I'll make it clear to my people. Mister, how are you going to deal with these people? You can't just let them stay here, right? Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, there are a lot of them, their fighting strength cannot be underestimated. Moreover, their people are currently fighting against the divine race. I think that they would want to return home. However, sending them home at this time is unrealistic. How about you send some people to the foreign race's 3 continents? In any case, the 3 continents are about to go to war with the divine race. When the time comes, they should be able to fight against the divine race. I can't take them with me. My next step will be to attack the divine race's continents. If they attack the foreign races, then I will attack their bases. Let's see what they can do about it. When Binjie heard Zhao Hai, his heart finally calmed down. He was afraid that Zhao Hai would misunderstand and think that he didn't want the vassal races to come in contact with Zhao Hai. Therefore, he wanted to test Zhao Hai's thoughts. If Zhao Hai was really dissatisfied with him, then he would certainly use this opportunity to meet the vassal races. But since Zhao Hai didn't make such a request, then it meant that Zhao Hai didn't have such thoughts. After Binjie calmed down, he immediately began to think about the possibility of Zhao Hai's proposal. Bingia was a smart person, so he knew about the vassal race's moods. He knew that the vassal races wanted to go home. But to be honest, sending them home was impossible. Sending them to their deaths was the same as sending them to their deaths. Because of this, Bingia didn't mention this matter. Now that Zhao Hai said this, he pointed out another way. Can they send the vassal races to the foreign races continent and help them deal with the divine race? This would indeed support the vassal races in their war against the divine race. However, it would be difficult to make the vassal races agree to go to the foreign races continent. Yetta and Ryder didn't speak. Before meeting with Zhao Hai, they had already unified their opinions. They didn't want to argue with each other in front of Zhao Hai. Otherwise, Zhao Hai would feel annoyed. When Zhao Hai saw that Bingia didn't speak for a long time, he knew that it would be difficult for Bingia to complete this matter. It was impossible for the vassal races to completely listen to Bingia, especially when it was related to the future of their race. Because of this, the vassal races would have to consider many things. Because of this, Bingia and the others would be the ones to decide on this matter. Zhao Hai and Bingia replied, "In these 2 attacks, I've obtained a lot of provisions and military supplies from the divines. If they're willing to help the foreign races, then I'll give them to you. If they want to go back to their own races, then I won't stop them. I'll also give them some food. However, I'll only give them enough to eat, I won't give them more." When Bingia heard this, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Zhao Hai's words reminded him that they could make a fuss about the grain issue. Bingia bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Yes, Mr. I'll take care of this matter. Mr. can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, you can go and take care of those things. Remember, tell your people to be careful. The divine race might attack in the near future. Moreover, they would certainly send a few supreme elders." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Bingia nodded, then he turned around and left the Hell King's ship with Ryder and Yetta. After they left, Zhao Hai immediately entered the ship and turned on the monitor. At this time, the monitor showed the O'Neill family's scouting team. They also had 3 carriages and 50 magic armors. Their current position was right outside the spatial rift in the demon realm. It must be said that the O'Neill family's magic armors were very powerful. With their magic armors, their scouting range was very wide. And with the combat strength of their magic armors, they were able to go to a lot of places. Therefore, it wasn't strange for them to discover the spatial rift in the demon realm. In fact, these people discovered the spatial rift in the demon realm a few days earlier than Zhao Hai expected. Zhao Hai thought that they would stay at the Accra Mountains for some time. After all, it was rare to see such a long defensive line. Moreover, there were traces of battle there. The O'Neill family should have stayed there for a few days. However, Zhao Hai miscalculated. Although the O'Neill family's scouting magic armors were able to scout the Accra Mountains, they didn't take as long as Zhao Hai expected. The speed of the scouting magic armors was very fast. And with the Accra Mountains being deserted, there weren't any magic beasts on the mountain. Because of this, the scouting magic armors didn't stay in the Accra Mountains for too long and directly headed towards the Buddha Empire. There was no need to mention the situation in the Buddha Empire. There were traces of battle in many cities. This delayed the scouting magic armors for a few days. However, it didn't take long for them to discover the spatial rift in the demon realm. The spatial rift in the demon realm was very big, it could be seen from far away. Therefore, it wasn't strange for the O'Neill family to discover it. Fortunately, the O'Neill family didn't send a lot of scouts to the south. Otherwise, they might have discovered the spatial rift in the divine realm. At this point, Zhao Hai was somewhat hesitant. He didn't know if he should resist the O'Neill family when they discover the spatial rift in the divine realm. Should he let the O'Neill family in or not? If he resists, then he would have to fight against the O'Neill family. This way, he would be able to get his magic armors earlier. Moreover, he would be able to turn the Taurus continent into his rear. When fighting against the divine race, the O'Neill family would be able to use more flexible tactics. For Zhao Hai and the others, this would be good. If the O'Neill family were to enter the Taurus continent, then there would be certain benefits. This benefit was that they could use the O'Neill family to threaten the Thunder clan, Barbarians, and Winged Pegasus clans. Now that these three clans were weakened, if they were to know that another powerful enemy was attacking them, then they would have to consider their retreat. When the time comes, Zhao Hai might be able to receive them into the space. This was Zhao Hai's goal. However, Zhao Hai was afraid that doing so would have the opposite effect. The Thunder Clan, Barbarians, and Winged Pegasus clans were all clans that yearned for freedom. In order to not be ruled by the divine race, they had prepared for many years. They even dared to scheme against the divine race. Before they were ready, they dared to go to war against the divine race. This wasn't something that an ordinary race would have. If Zhao Hai didn't resist the O'Neill family and allowed them to enter the Taurus continent, then the O'Neill family would certainly clash with the three clans. But the three clans were very familiar with Zhao Hai's strength. When the time comes, they would think that Zhao Hai deliberately allowed the O'Neill family to enter the Taurus continent. When the time comes, Zhao Hai would ask the three clans to enter the space. This would make the three clans think that Zhao Hai was plotting against them. They might even think that the battle with the Taurus divines was a ploy. In that case, it would be impossible for the three clans to enter Zhao Hai's space. Because of this consideration, Zhao Hai didn't make a decision. He didn't know if he should resist or let the O'Neill family in. Zhao Hai never thought of people as fools. He would rather think of people as smart. This way, he would be able to make fewer mistakes. Moreover, Zhao Hai had a good understanding of the Thunder Clan and the other two clans. He knew that the three clans weren't fools. In the past, they only wanted freedom. This was the reason why they cooperated with Zhao Hai. And after the battle with the Taurus divines, they had calmed down. Because of this, it would be impossible to scheme against them. To be exact, Zhao Hai didn't really want to scheme against them. After all, Zhao Hai wasn't a cruel person. Although he wanted to bring the three clans into the space, he didn't want too many of them to die. The reason why the three clans suffered heavy losses in the past wasn't because Zhao Hai wanted to weaken their strength. At that time, he was thinking about the unity of the alliance. Zhao Hai was very clear about this truth. If Zhao Hai helped the three clans, then the three clans would be grateful. However, if Zhao Hai were to take over the entire process of dealing with the Taurus divines, then the three clans would be in awe of him. This wasn't something that Zhao Hai wanted to see. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to find a way to get the best of both worlds. He wanted the three clans to not doubt him and obediently enter the space. This method wasn't easy. However, this matter can still be delayed. What Zhao Hai was paying attention to right now was the O'Neill family scouting team that discovered the spatial rift. Zhao Hai wanted to see what kind of performance this scouting team would have. To be honest, the performance of Theo and the O'Neill family scouting team had already surprised Zhao Hai. Their performance was commendable, very good. Zhao Hai didn't know how this team would perform. If this team performed as well as Theo's team, then Zhao Hai would have to re-evaluate the O'Neill family's fighting strength. Soldiers who haven't been to the battlefield often wouldn't perform well in scouting. Even if they were trained very strictly, this didn't mean that they weren't good. It was just that there was a big difference between a real battlefield and training. The atmosphere on the battlefield was completely different from training. If the O'Neill family scouting teams performed well, then it would mean that the O'Neill family had been fighting for a long time. They had a group of well-trained veterans. Such people were very dangerous. This would increase the strength of the O'Neill family by 2 levels. In fact, on the battlefield, the difference in strength between a recruit and a veteran was at least 3 levels. However, after considering that the O'Neill family were using magic armors, Zhao Hai came to this conclusion. The O'Neill family was now Zhao Hai's enemy. Zhao Hai never underestimated his enemies, he attached great importance to them. Penny looked at the spatial rift not far away. It was a huge spatial rift, much bigger than the spatial rift between the Atlanta Plain and the Ark continent. This spatial rift was discovered by one of his magic armor pilots not long ago. Penny didn't expect to find anything here, but he didn't expect his pilot to find such a huge spatial rift. When Penny saw the spatial rift, he couldn't help but be shocked. He had never seen such a huge spatial rift before. But then he became excited because there was no one inside the spatial rift. However, Penny was a very careful person. He looked at the spatial rift and then turned his head to the person standing beside him and said, Find 5 people to go inside the rift and see what's inside. The one called Dawn immediately responded, turned around, and left. Not long after, the 5 magic armors started up and flew straight into the crack. Penny paid attention to the magic armors. At the same time, he ordered his subordinates to enter their magic armors and prepare to receive the magic armors. At this time, the magic armor suddenly flew up at a very fast speed. Penny stared, then he immediately ordered the magic armors behind him to be on guard. At the same time, he also ordered the 3 war tanks to aim at the spatial rift. However, to his disappointment, there was nothing inside the spatial rift. It was completely different from what he expected. The spatial rift was very quiet. This made Penny puzzled. At this time, the 5 magic armors that just entered opened their breastplates. The 5 people jumped down from their magic armors. However, when they jumped down, they couldn't help but stagger. Penny stared for a moment before he ran to Tun's side. Tun's face was somewhat dark. He looked at Penny and said, "Quick, give me the antidote." Penny stared for a moment before he ran to his war tank and took out a bottle. This bottle contained the antidote that the O'Neill family had concocted. Penny took out an antidote and delivered it to Dawn's mouth. After Dawn swallowed the antidote, he let out a long breath and closed his eyes. After some time, he opened his eyes and said, "My God, that was too dangerous." Penny looked at Tun and said, "Tun, what's going on? How did you get poisoned as soon as you entered?" Dawn smiled bitterly and said, "It was too dangerous. Inside the spatial rift was a dark red world. Even the sun there was dark red. But I didn't expect the air to be poisonous. If it weren't for Chick's poison detector, we would have been poisoned." Dawn smiled bitterly and said, "That's right." Penny stared blankly for a moment, then immediately fed the others another antidote. After the others recovered, Penny looked at a 27 or 28-year-old man, who looked very honest, and asked, "Chick, is there really poison in the space behind that spatial rift?" Chick nodded and said, "Yes, according to my habit, when I enter a strange place, my poison detector will be turned on. This time is the same. I didn't expect that as soon as I entered, my poison detector would send out a warning. We didn't touch anything, so the only explanation is that there is poison in the air." Penny nodded, then he frowned as he looked at the spatial rift. It was impossible for him to ignore such a large spatial rift. If he did, then he wouldn't be a suitable scout. The reason why Penny thought like this was because he knew that just because there was poison in the space, it didn't mean that there weren't any creatures inside. The more dangerous a place was, the more powerful magic beasts there would be. In the Atlanta Plain, there were a lot of special places. Some of these places also contained poison in the space. And in those places, magic beasts lived. The magic armors that lived in those places were more powerful, making them more difficult to deal with. Now that such a large spatial rift appeared, and behind it was a space filled with poison, this wasn't good news for Penny and the others. If they couldn't figure out what was behind the spatial rift, then this place would always be a hidden danger. What worried Penny the most was that not far from the spatial rift was a huge city. This city could accommodate tens of millions of people. Although the city was abandoned, after careful observation, Penny could still see that the city wasn't completely rebuilt. It looked dilapidated, not because of years of neglect, but because it was abandoned. A big city that could house tens of millions of people was a huge project no matter which continent it was in. No one would easily give it up. But now, it was abandoned. This was too illogical. In this situation, there was only one explanation. They had encountered an unforeseen event that forced them to abandon the city. After thinking about this, Penny couldn't help but knit his brows. This city had a different architectural style compared to the other cities in the Ark continent. Moreover, the location of the city and the spatial rift were too coincidental. Most importantly, after carefully observing the city, Penny concluded that the city was built for the spatial rift. In other words, it was very likely that the city was built by the people who came out of the spatial rift. At this time, Dawn walked to Penny's side and said, "Penny, what do we do now?" Penny looked at the spatial rift and said, "No matter what the space behind the rift is like, we have to go and take a look. How about this, have Daki activate the shield and bring the antidote. Then we'll go in and investigate." Don nodded and turned around. He knew that Penny's decision was correct. However, he was still worried. If the magic armor's shields are activated, then they would be able to get rid of a lot of toxins. On the other hand, the energy consumption would increase. If the magic armor's shields were activated, then they would only be able to fly 60 to 70,000 meters. Shields consumed a lot of energy, but Don still supported Penny's decision. If they couldn't figure out what was behind the spatial rift, then they wouldn't feel at ease. Zhao Hai was sitting inside the space as he looked at Penny's actions. When he heard that Penny wanted to open the shield and enter the spatial rift, he couldn't help but nod. Then he turned to Laura and said, "This guy is really good. It seems like the O'Neill family's strength isn't ordinary. They have a lot of experienced veterans, this wouldn't be easy to deal with." Laura nodded, then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Big Brother Hai, if the O'Neill family were to come to the Divine Realm, then what should we do? Let them in? Don't let them in?" Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "To be honest, I can't make up my mind right now. Letting them in has its benefits, but not letting them in also has its benefits. I really don't know what to do." Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what do you think?" Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "What I mean is to get the Thunder Clan and the others into the space. But it's clear that this won't be easy. The tempers of those three aren't very good. If they find out that we're plotting against them, then they would rather die than enter the space." Laura nodded, then she turned to Lizzie and the others and said, "Do you have any good ideas?" Lizzie knit her brows and said, "Big Brother Hai, if we can't do it, then we can use the method we used to deal with the divine race. We'll have the Thunder Clan and the others participate in the defense of the spatial rift. We'll let them see how difficult it is to deal with the O'Neill family. When the time comes, we'll have them enter the space. I think this shouldn't be too difficult, right?" Zhao Hai nodded, this idea wasn't the best one. But for now, it was a good idea. Megan also whispered, "Big Brother Hai, we can also let the Thunder Clan and the others know about the current situation in the Taurus continent. Perhaps it would be useful." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It seems like we can only do this for now. If there are any changes in the future, then we'll talk about it later. If we can't, then we can only give up on the Thunder Clan and the others. In any case, we can't force them like we did with the divine race." Laura nodded. At this time, Dawn and the others had already entered their magic armors. They opened their shields and prepared their antidotes before they entered the spatial rift for the second time. Zhao Hai looked at Dawn and the others on the monitor, then he smiled faintly and said, "These guys' magic armors are really good. They even have shields. It seems like we'll be able to save a lot of effort in the future." Laura smiled faintly and said, "Brother Hai, to be honest, these magic armors aren't that useful to us. Think about it, the weakest people in the space are already 9th ranks. If we let them grow, they would become god ranks. Once they reach god rank, they would be able to use the divine race's combat suits. So these magic armors aren't that useful to us." Laura smiled faintly and said, "Don't you think so?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "For now, it seems like these magic armors aren't that useful to us. However, we need to look at the future of these magic armors. These magic armors can make a person as strong as a god rank expert. If we can make better magic armors in the future, they can increase a god rank expert's strength by 10 times, or even 100 times. Wouldn't that be more useful to us? Most importantly, even if these magic armors aren't of much help to our battle prowess, they will still be of great help to our daily lives. Isn't that right?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura couldn't help but nod when she thought about the magic armor's performance during the construction of the ships. The magic armor's performance during the construction of the ships was just too perfect. If they had those magic armors, then they would be able to save a lot of effort. Megan looked at the screen and said, "Big Brother Hai, should we call back the undead and iron armor beasts that are mining in the demon realm? If we don't call them back, then they would discover us." In the demon realm, there were a lot of ores. At this time, Zhao Hai was using his undead and iron armor beasts to mine them. But in the demon realm, some of the ores were on the surface. Because of this, although Zhao Hai's undead and iron armor beasts managed to dig some tunnels, a lot of them were still working on the surface. In this case, it wouldn't take long for them to be discovered. Therefore, Megan asked this question. Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "There's no need for that. I want to see how they react when they discover the undead and the iron armor beasts. If they can't handle it, then we can just take the magic armors and the war tanks to the space." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura and the others knew that Zhao Hai was planning to kill them this time. Although destroying the O'Neill family's magic armors and war tanks might attract the attention of the family, there were still some benefits to destroying the O'Neill family scouting team at this time. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. At this time, the O'Neill family's attention should be focused on the underworld. If Zhao Hai and the others destroyed the scouting team, then the O'Neill family might panic. However, they wouldn't be willing to give up on the Ark continent. They would certainly send people to the south to investigate. This would take a few days. Zhao Hai and the others didn't know what to do. Zhao Hai and the others didn't know what to do. In the past, Zhao Hai didn't make a move against the O'Neill family. He was afraid that if he did, the O'Neill family would be scared away. Zhao Hai wanted to dig out more benefits from the O'Neill family, he didn't want to scare them away. But now, it seems like his worries were unnecessary. For the O'Neill family, the Ark continent was too attractive. They wouldn't be willing to give up on the Ark continent. While Zhao Hai was paying attention to the scouting team, the O'Neill family's patriarch also received news from Lewis. He knew that the dark mist was slowly expanding its territory. This caused the O'Neill family to be in a difficult position for a while. When they discovered the situation in the underworld, they thought that it was just an innate domain. As long as they don't provoke it, then the innate domain shouldn't be a threat. But now, it seems like this wasn't the case. The innate domain here was different from the one in the Atlanta Plain. The O'Neill family's patriarch summoned the generals to his study and told them about the news that Lewis sent back. When the generals heard the news, they couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions changed. For the O'Neill family, this wasn't good news. The underworld's dark mist continued to expand. This meant that the Ark continent would soon be occupied. Although the family had already made arrangements for the cannons, these cannons might not be able to stop the expansion of the dark mist. This was a problem for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai and the others didn't know if they could stop the expansion of the dark mist. In the Atlanta Plain, the cannons were able to deal with the Anadine lands. However, the Atlanta Plain's Anadine lands didn't expand. Now that the Anadine lands were so big, it was hard to say how effective the cannons of the Tang family would be. If the cannons were to be useless, then the O'Neill family's situation would become even more troublesome. The family had invested too much in the Ark continent. If they were to give up on the Ark continent because of the dark mist, then the O'Neill family would suffer a huge blow. The O'Neill family's patriarch looked at these people and said, "Be quiet." His voice wasn't loud, but it still made everyone quiet down. The patriarch's status in the O'Neill family was very high. The patriarch looked at these people and said, "There's no need to panic. The dark mist won't be able to cover the Ark continent immediately. Moreover, the dark mist's expansion speed isn't fast. Our family's cannons will arrive soon. When the time comes, we might be able to deal with the dark mist. What we need to do now is to scout the south. Our understanding of the Ark continent's south is too little. What we need to do now is to know how much benefits the Ark continent can bring to us. We have already discovered dozens of types of minerals in the area that we have occupied. Some of them are things that the O'Neill family needs. It can be said that the Ark continent is a huge treasure trove for the O'Neill family. Therefore, we need to see how the Ark continent south is doing. If the south is doing well, then we can develop in the south. As for the dark mist south, we would need to slowly think of a way to deal with it. Haven't you thought about it? The dark mist's Anadine domain will continue to expand, and the spatial rift appeared on its own. Even if we don't come to the Ark continent, sooner or later, the dark mist would reach the O'Neill family's territory. When that time comes, wouldn't we be in a more passive position? At the very least, we can take the initiative. When everyone heard the patriarch, they didn't say anything. They also knew that the patriarch was right. The dark mist's Anadine domain didn't appear after they arrived in the Ark continent. Even if they didn't come to the Ark continent, as long as the dark mist reaches the Atlanta Plain, they would still have to deal with it. Now that they have discovered the danger ahead of time, in addition to the danger, They can also get a lot of ores and other things that they need from the Ark continent. For them, this could already be considered a profit. After thinking about this, the hearts of these people relaxed. In fact, there were two sides to a problem. You can see the disadvantages from one side, but you can also see the opposite side. The patriarch looked at them and said, "Go, immediately send more scouting teams to the south. We need to find out the situation of the Ark continent in the shortest time possible." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Go. Send more scouting teams to the south. We need to find out the situation of the Ark continent as soon as possible." Everyone nodded before they turned around and left. After they left, the patriarch let out a long breath. To be honest, his view of the Ark continent wasn't as optimistic as he said. He didn't know the situation in the south, but the situation in the north wasn't optimistic at all. After sighing, the patriarch gently rubbed his brows. The Ark continent was now a quagmire. The O'Neill family was completely stuck in it. Even if they wanted to leave, it would be too late. At this point, the O'Neill family only had two paths to take. One was to be swallowed by the quagmire. The other was to grab a piece of gold from the quagmire and happily take it back home. Dawn and the others didn't know about the family's current situation. They were still carefully exploring the demon realm. After seeing the demon realm cities, Dawn and the others couldn't help but feel strange. They didn't know that this place was the demon realm, but they were sure that this place wasn't the Ark continent. The spatial rift wasn't there for a long time. However, the situation here was almost the same as the Ark continent. Everyone had moved away, all the cities were empty. Moreover, from what they can see, the people here moved much later compared to the Ark continent. Most importantly, there were a lot more magic beasts here compared to the Ark continent. After looking at several cities, Dawn and the others had no choice but to withdraw from the demon realm. Their magic armors didn't have much energy left. If their magic armors run out of energy, then they would certainly die. This wasn't the Ark continent. In the Ark continent, even if their magic armors ran out of energy, as long as they sent a signal, someone would come and pick them up. But in the demon realm, if their magic armors ran out of energy, then the magic beasts and the poisonous space would be enough to kill them. After seeing Dawn and the others withdraw from the demon realm, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Then he turned to Laura and said, "According to the current situation, it would take the O'Neill family a long time to figure out the situation in the demon realm. It seems like we can deal with the divine race with peace of mind." At this time, Kai suddenly said, "Young master, the O'Neill family has sent several scouting squads towards the south. It seems like they want to figure out the situation in the Ark continent as soon as possible." Zhao Hai stared, then he turned the monitor. Sure enough, there were several scouting squads heading towards the south from the Rosen Empire. Moreover, their speed was very fast. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It seems like the O'Neill family really wants to understand the situation in the Ark continent. Then they'll make their next move. Alright, let them investigate. We just need to arrange some people to guard the spatial rift. I want to see what they can do." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, let's go." Laura smiled faintly and said, "Brother Hai, why haven't we dealt with the O'Neill family yet? Wouldn't it be better if we deal with them now?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to worry. We will deal with the O'Neill family sooner or later. But not now. I want to get the divine race's ultimate weapons as soon as possible. If I use too much of my energy while dealing with the O'Neill family, I would have no choice but to ascend. If we don't get the ultimate weapons, then our losses would be huge." Laura and the others' expressions changed. Lizzie immediately asked, "What's wrong, Brother Hai? Is the feeling of repulsion stronger now?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and nodded. Every time he uses his energy, he would feel the laws of the world wanting to drive him away. This feeling made Zhao Hai very uncomfortable. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Therefore, he could only reduce the number of times he uses his energy. While Zhao Hai was observing the O'Neill family, Xianxia and the others were persuading the vassal races to go to the foreign races continent. Before doing this, Xianxia and the others were already mentally prepared. They knew that they would encounter a lot of difficulties, but they didn't think that the difficulties would be beyond their imagination. After hearing Xianxia's proposal, the vassals immediately exploded. Some of them even suspected that Binjia and the others were deliberately deceiving them with false information. They wanted them to turn against the divine race and then use them as cannon fodder to fight against the divine race. To be honest, it wasn't strange for the vassal races to have such thoughts in this situation. Some of these people were the most loyal dogs of the divine race. The reason why they opposed the divine race was because there were too many people who opposed the divine race. They simply didn't have the ability to resist. If they had the advantage in numbers, then they might have helped the divine race suppress the rebellion of the vassal races. In the past, they didn't dare to make a sound. But now, it was different. Most of the vassal races wouldn't agree to Binjia's proposal. These people immediately jumped out and fanned the flames. For a while, the situation had gone out of control. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Hai hadn't given them food, then these people might have already started to rebel against Zhao Hai. Binjia and the others didn't expect this situation at all. They were still young and their status in the foreign races wasn't high. They didn't have any experience in dealing with this kind of situation. Because of this, they didn't know what to do. Binjia and Ryder were sitting in their room along with Yetta. The three of them had bitter expressions on their faces. At this time, the vassal races were still causing trouble outside. Binjia and the others had completely lost control over them. Moreover, under the instigation of some people, some of the vassal races even proposed to ask for food from Zhao Hai. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai's display of strength in dealing with the divine race's base, then these vassal races would have already run to Zhao Hai to ask for food. However, Binjia also knew that this situation wouldn't last for long. This was because Binjia knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't do anything to them. They believed that Zhao Hai wouldn't dare to do anything to them. This was because the vassal races had nearly 100 million people. No one would be crazy enough to slaughter 100 million people in one go. At first, these voices were very small. After all, Zhao Hai's strength was very clear. But before long, people began to say that when Zhao Hai attacked the divine race's base, he didn't kill many people. In the end, the divines who managed to escape were sent to an unknown place by Zhao Hai's spatial ability. This gave the vassal races confidence. Because of this, the voices saying that Zhao Hai wouldn't dare to do anything to them became louder and louder. Naturally, Binjia was aware of these voices among the vassal races. Moreover, he was also fully opposed to the vassal races asking for food from Zhao Hai. This was because Binjia knew that Zhao Hai wasn't a good person. Massacring 100 million people was nothing to Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai already had 200 million undead in his hands. Would a person with 200 million undead care about killing 100 million people? Don't be naive. But at this time, the vassal races simply didn't listen to him. Because of this, Binjia couldn't do anything about it. He could only hide in his room and worry. Ryder looked at Binjia and said, "Binjia, there's no need to be polite with these people. I think that we should tell Mr. about this matter. Mr. should teach these people a lesson." Binjia looked at Ryder and smiled bitterly. "I also want to tell Mr. about this matter. But this is what Mr. arranged for us to do. Now that we've messed up, how can I have the face to see Mr.? When Ryder heard Binjia, he didn't say anything. This matter was indeed messed up. He also felt that he didn't have the face to see Zhao Hai. At this time, Yetta said, "I think we should tell Mr. about this matter. If we let these people go to Mr. and he doesn't know about this matter, then Mr. would be in a passive position. We've made a mistake once, we can't make the same mistake a second time." When Binjia heard Yetta, he stared for a moment before his eyes lit up. "Right, you're right. We should let Mr. know about this matter. Otherwise, we would be letting Mr. down. Let's go, we'll go see Mr. immediately." Yetta stopped Binjia and said, "You can't go out right now. If you go out, those people would certainly follow you. When the time comes, they would take the opportunity to see Mr. Binjia, use your messenger fish and tell Mr. about this matter. In any case, we've already messed up, we don't need to be afraid of losing face." Binjia looked at Yetta. He knew that the elves loved face the most. For Yetta to say such words today, it seems like she was convinced by Zhao Hai. She had already begun to think about Zhao Hai. Binjia didn't say anything, he just nodded. Then he took out his messenger fish and said, Mister, are you there?" Zhao Hai was currently thinking about how to deal with the scouts that the O'Neill family had sent. The appearance of these scouts meant that the O'Neill family would soon discover the spatial rift in the divine realm. When the time comes, a war would break out. Before, Zhao Hai said that he only needed to station troops in the spatial rift's defensive line. However, things weren't that simple. The core problem was still the three major races. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Zhao Hai really wanted to bring the three races to the space. After all, he had fought with them before. Zhao Hai was sure that if he left, then the Atlanta Plain and the underworld wouldn't be able to stop the three races. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to bring the three races to the space. He wanted them to live the same life as the demons, the Ark Continent, and the goblins, so that they wouldn't have to worry about anything. However, this wasn't easy. The most difficult thing to understand in this world was the human heart. Zhao Hai was afraid that his good intentions would be misunderstood by the three races. That wouldn't be good. At this time, Zhao Hai felt a messenger fish call him. He took it out and saw that it was Binjia's messenger fish. Zhao Hai said, "I'm here." "Binjia, how are your preparations going?" Binjia nodded. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Binjia couldn't help but feel ashamed. He replied, "I'm sorry, mister. I've screwed up." Zhao Hai stared. He was puzzled as he asked, "What happened?" Binjia impatiently explained the matter to Zhao Hai. In any case, he had completely lost control over the vassal races. After hearing Binjia, Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but turn ugly. He didn't expect the vassal races to fail to appreciate his kindness. They actually wanted to force him to abdicate. Lizzie and the others who were sitting on the side also heard Binjia's words. Their expressions couldn't help but turn ugly. In the past, they thought that Zhao Hai was dragging his feet when dealing with the three races. They thought that there was no need for him to do so. But now, the vassal race's actions made Lizzie and the others understand why Zhao Hai had so many concerns. These concerns weren't just Zhao Hai's imagination, it could actually happen. Take the vassal races for example. Their people were fighting against the divine race, but they didn't know about it. They were still working for the divine race. The saddest thing was that the divine race wanted to use food to choke them to death. Once they lost their fighting strength, they would be dealt with. In this case, Binjia's appearance in front of them with food made him their great benefactor. Binjia's proposal to let them go to the foreign races was for their own good. However, this was the result that Lizzie and the others didn't expect. After Binjia finished speaking, Zhao Hai said, "All right, I understand. Binjia, you don't need to worry about this matter. Just treat it as if nothing happened and protect yourselves." After he said that, Zhao Hai received his messenger fish. Lizzie's expression turned ugly as she said, "These people don't know what's good for them. Big brother Hai, shouldn't we teach them a lesson?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. If we want to teach them a lesson, we need them to find an excuse to do so. Haha, I want them to make trouble quickly." Laura and the others were very familiar with Zhao Hai. They could hear the killing intent in Zhao Hai's words. They knew that Zhao Hai was truly angry this time. It seems like the vassal army was going to suffer. However, they didn't try to persuade Zhao Hai. The vassal army's actions had also angered them. If Zhao Hai didn't say that he wasn't in a hurry, then Lizzie would have already commanded her undead army to deal with the vassal army. Binjia received his messenger fish and then turned to Ryder and Yetta. Then he said, "What do you think of Mr.'s reaction? What method will Mr. use to deal with them?" Ryder sneered and said, "Mr. isn't a merciful person. These people are going to suffer. But this is also good. These people have no conscience. If it weren't for us, they would have already starved to death. Now that they've eaten their fill, they're turning their backs on us." Yetta smiled faintly and said, "All right, let them know how fierce Mr. is. This way, they wouldn't dare to go against Mr. in the future. Mr.'s command would also be more convenient." While the three were talking, the vassal soldiers were already preparing to go to Zhao Hai and force him to abdicate. Now that the Hell King's ship was hovering not far from their camp, they could just go and find Zhao Hai. They didn't need Binjia to lead the way at all. At this point, these people had already lost their reason. They forgot that when they were about to starve to death, it was Zhao Hai who had Binjia bring food to save them. In their minds, Zhao Hai was using them as cannon fodder. They wanted to let Zhao Hai know how fierce they were. Before long, under the instigation of these people, an army of 100 million vassal soldiers flew towards Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship, surrounding it in the middle. At this time, Zhao Hai was sitting inside the space, looking at the movements of these people. When he saw them coming, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "They're really impatient. Rushing over so quickly, it's not interesting at all. Meg, set up a table outside. I want to see what kind of tricks these people can play. Kair, remember those who took the lead, don't let them escape." Meg and Kair nodded and then went to prepare. Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and the others and said, "What do you think? Let's go out as well. I want to see how these people will force us to give them food." Laura and the others had cold expressions as they stood up and walked outside. Outside, Meg had already set up a table. On the table were some snacks as well as several glasses of red wine. The red wine was as red as blood. Zhao Hai sat on the main seat while Laura and the others sat beside him. The group just sat there and quietly looked at the vassal races that were surrounding them. To be honest, what does it feel like to be surrounded by 100 million people? Whether it was in the Ark continent or on Earth, nobody would be able to answer this question. If you ask Zhao Hai, what does it feel like to be surrounded by 100 million people? Zhao Hai would probably answer that he doesn't feel anything. Zhao Hai looked at the vassal soldiers and his heart was very calm. There wasn't a trace of fear or dread in his heart. He was calmer than an earthling looking at 100 million ants. If an earthling saw 100 million ants, then he might be scared to death. This was because those ants could eat him alive. However, in Zhao Hai's eyes, these vassal soldiers weren't as scary as 100 million ants. Ants were very weak, but when they gathered together, their strength would be very terrifying. On the other hand, these people were different. Although they were gathered together, as long as they encountered difficulties, they would just scatter. They weren't worth mentioning at all. Slowly, the vassal soldiers got closer and closer to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai calmly looked at them as he held a glass of wine in his hand and gently shook it. The blood-red liquid inside the transparent glass looked like a blood vortex. Laura and the others didn't look at these people at all. They just calmly sat there and drank their red wine. Zhao Hai looked at the group of vassal soldiers and said, "You're right. In the past, Laura and the others wouldn't act like this." But after seeing Zhao Hai's expression, Laura and the others found that it was very good. Because of this, they imitated Zhao Hai and calmly sat there. It was as if they didn't know what was happening around them. The vassal soldiers had already surrounded the Hell King's ship. At this time, the Hell King's ship didn't get bigger. Being surrounded by 100 million people, it looked like a small boat that was about to be swallowed by a vortex. But even so, the vassal soldiers didn't dare to board the ship. They just surrounded the ship and looked at Zhao Hai, who was drinking his wine. Looking at Zhao Hai's elegant movements, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They felt a bit nervous. Zhao Hai didn't look at these people, he just looked at the wine glass in his hand and said, "What's wrong? Did you come to see me?" The vassal soldiers discovered that Zhao Hai's voice was very calm. They didn't feel any aura coming from his body. However, they didn't know why, but they still felt nervous. This was especially true for those who were clamoring before. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva. However, they couldn't say anything for a while. Zhao Hai looked up at them, then he turned his gaze to the wine glass in his hand. He gently raised the glass and let it face the sun. The blood-red wine inside the glass looked even more delicate and beautiful. But in the eyes of the vassal races, it looked very strange. Zhao Hai looked at the vassal races and smiled. In the end, the vassal soldiers couldn't stand it anymore. One of them stood up and looked at Zhao Hai as he loudly said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, we want to talk to you." Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the person, then he swept his gaze towards the vassal soldiers around the Hell King's ship and said, "You want to talk? So many people want to talk to me? Your clan's way of talking is really unique." The person's face turned red. Then he looked at the people behind him and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, first of all, we want to thank you for saving us. If it weren't for you, we would have starved to death." Zhao Hai didn't make a sound, he just shook his wine glass and said, "I didn't want to save you. It was Binjia who told me that you were their allies. What do I have to do with you? But if it wasn't Binjia, then why would I save you? The person was stunned by Zhao Hai's words. Originally, he wanted to be polite before resorting to force. But now, it seems like Zhao Hai didn't want to accept it. In the end, he could only resort to force. The person's expression sank as he coldly said, "Since Mr. said so, then we don't need to be grateful. Can we ask Mr. to return our food?" Zhao Hai was disappointed with these people. He looked at the person and said, "Food? What food? Do I, Zhao Hai, owe you food?" That person said with a calm face, "Don't play dumb with us. You're the one who robbed the divine race's food. Now give us the food." Zhao Hai looked at the man, then he smiled faintly and said, "First, I want to confirm if you're from the divine race. Even if you're from the divine race, I can't give you the food because the divine race is my enemy. Have you ever heard of people returning the food that they stole from the enemy? If you're not from the divine race, then you have two identities. You can be my ally and you can't be my ally. If you're my ally, then I'll naturally give you the food. However, my allies have to listen to my arrangements. If you're not my ally, then you have nothing to do with me. Why should I give you the food?" Zhao Hai's words were flawless. These people had no reason to ask Zhao Hai for food. If they were from the divine race, then they would be Zhao Hai's enemy. It was impossible for Zhao Hai to give them food. If they were from the divine race, then they would be Zhao Hai's allies. Although Zhao Hai didn't say it explicitly, the meaning behind his words was clear to them. Why would they be so aggressive in asking for food? If they said that they weren't allies, then they were just passers-by. Passers-by, why would they ask for food from Zhao Hai? At this time, a vassal suddenly said, "Zhao Hai, let me ask you. Our people didn't go to war with the divine race at all. All of this is just a lie that you made up. You want us to sell our lives to you, right?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Zhao Hai, let me ask you. Our people didn't go to war with the divine race at all." Zhao Hai looked at this person as if he was looking at an idiot. After some time, Zhao Hai said, "You? I don't know what you're talking about. What good would it do me to lie to you? You work for me? I don't need it. Your lives aren't worth as much as the food. My undead army doesn't need to eat food and they'll still work for me." The person who just spoke was one of the vassal soldiers that Zhao Hai told Kair to pay attention to. He chose to speak at this time in order to arouse the hatred of the vassal soldiers towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's reply was very interesting. The vassal soldiers saw how Zhao Hai used his undead army to force the divine race soldiers to surrender. Zhao Hai's undead army was quite large. For Zhao Hai to speak at this time, it was clear that he didn't care if the vassal soldiers were working for him or not. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, the vassal soldiers calmed down. They didn't think about this point before. Now that they were reminded by Zhao Hai, they suddenly remembered that Zhao Hai had a large army of undead. Moreover, their fighting strength wasn't weak. However, the vassal soldiers were angered by Zhao Hai's words. The scene became noisy for a while. Some of the vassal soldiers were ready to make a move. Zhao Hai calmly looked at these people. The people that he paid attention to were standing in the crowd with proud expressions. They were looking at Zhao Hai. They wanted to see how Zhao Hai would deal with this situation. Zhao Hai's eyes swept through these people like a blade. Then he picked up his glass and took a sip of red wine. Then he gently placed the glass on the table and stood up. He looked at the vassal soldiers and said, "You said that I lied to you? Your people didn't go to war with the divine race? I want your people to fall out with the divine race? Alright, then let me ask you, do I really need to do that? Now that I have the Taurus continent, the 5 supreme elders have joined forces and didn't stay. The 7 supreme elders wanted to cause trouble for me, but in the end, they had no choice but to withdraw from the Taurus continent. Do I really need to use you? Aren't you overestimating yourselves?" When the vassal soldiers heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. This was because when they were still making noise, Zhao Hai's voice had already reached their ears. This made the vassal soldiers understand how powerful Zhao Hai was. This caused them to calm down. However, at this time, a voice was heard from the crowd, "Don't listen to his nonsense. He wants us to work for him, he also wants to drag our clans into this." The reason why the Supreme Elder retreated was most likely because of us. We need to return to our clans and explain everything to the divine race. Otherwise, we would have to go to war with the divine race. These words were like a pot of oil that was poured onto a fire. The calm minds of the vassal soldiers were once again burned. Right, there were a lot of vassal races that wanted to rebel against the divine race. However, if they wanted to rebel against the divine race, then they needed to keep it a secret. Otherwise, the divine race would be able to detect it, and then the divine race would be able to suppress it. Because of this, many of the vassal races didn't know what the divine race wanted to do. Because of how powerful the divine race was, they were naturally afraid of them. Therefore, when they heard someone say this, they subconsciously believed it. They didn't even pay attention to who said it. While the vassal soldiers were making noise, someone suddenly threw an axe towards Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. Although the axe was swept away by the waves, it was still a signal. This made the vassal soldiers excited as they rushed towards Zhao Hai. Looking at these people, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but turn cold. He coldly snorted as the Hell King's ship suddenly expanded. The vassal soldiers who were originally able to see Zhao Hai discovered that they weren't looking at Zhao Hai. Instead, they were looking at the bottom of the Hell King's ship, as well as the deep blue waves below. In the past, they had seen the Hell King's ship's ability to expand and shrink. But at that time, they were still far away, so they didn't feel anything. But now, it was different. They were standing below the Hell King's ship. In this case, they could feel the domineering aura of the Hell King's ship. The vassal soldiers who were rushing forward couldn't help but stare. They didn't know whether to advance or retreat. While they were stunned, Zhao Hai wasn't. Zhao Hai commanded the Hell King's ship to rush forward. The speed of the ship was very fast. In order to reason with Zhao Hai, the vassal soldiers were still in a secret formation. Now that they were attacking, their formation became even more secretive. When Zhao Hai rushed forward, the vassal soldiers had nowhere to hide. The Hell King's ship was like a roller that passed through a swarm of ants. Wherever it passed, not a single vassal soldier could be seen. While the vassal soldiers were stunned, Zhao Hai drove the Hell King's ship towards the vassal soldiers. Then Zhao Hai turned the Hell King's ship towards the vassal soldiers. The vassal soldiers looked at the Hell King's ship and then at the gap that was created. They couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They clearly saw how the Hell King's ship killed more than 1 million people. This was too terrifying. Now that they saw Zhao Hai's ship turn around, the vassal soldiers couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They discovered that they were nothing in front of Zhao Hai. They thought that Zhao Hai wouldn't make a move against them because of their numbers. But now, they discovered that they were too naive. At this time, some people finally remembered that Zhao Hai was a dark mage. A dark mage who commanded an army of more than 100 million undead. How could such a person be a merciful person? Are you kidding me? At this time, the Hell King's ship launched another attack towards them. Seeing this, the vassal soldiers' psychological defenses collapsed. Some of them couldn't help but throw away their weapons and run away. Not all of the vassal soldiers were heroes. It was clear that most of them were dogs. However, it didn't take long for the vassal soldiers to discover that they had lost the ability to escape. Zhao Hai's undead army had surrounded them. If they wanted to escape, they would need to pass through these undead. At this point, the vassal soldiers were regretting provoking Zhao Hai. At the same time, they discovered that they had overestimated themselves. Zhao Hai's strength wasn't something they could contend with. If Zhao Hai wanted to deal with the divines, then he wouldn't need their help. With such strength, would Zhao Hai deceive them? With their strength, could they really become Zhao Hai's cannon fodder? If someone were to ask the vassal soldiers, would there be anything more pathetic than becoming cannon fodder? They would answer with certainty that they weren't even qualified to be cannon fodder. The confidence of the vassal soldiers had completely collapsed. At this point, they didn't know what to do. It must be known that the vassal soldiers weren't united to begin with. In the past, they held on to a glimmer of hope, so they cooperated. But now, that hope was nothing more than a beautiful bubble that could be blown away by the wind. Just as the vassal soldiers thought that their world was coming to an end, a heavenly voice was suddenly heard. "Mr. Zhao Hai, please stop. Listen to Binjia's words." Upon hearing this voice, whether it was the Hell King's ship or the undead, all of them stopped. The vassal soldiers felt relieved. Then they looked towards the direction where the voice came from. There was no mistake, it was Xianxia and the others who were being interrogated by the vassal soldiers a few days ago. A few days ago, the vassal soldiers didn't like Xianxia and the others. But now that they saw Xianxia and the others, the vassal soldiers couldn't help but feel that Xianxia and the others were cute. At this time, the Hell King's ship began to shrink. Zhao Hai and the others reappeared. Zhao Hai was still holding a glass of red wine. The red wine looked like blood. Some of the vassal soldiers who were timid couldn't help but tremble when they saw the wine glass in Zhao Hai's hand. If someone were to tell them that Zhao Hai's wine was actually blood, they would definitely believe it. Zhao Hai held his glass as he calmly looked at Xianxia and said, "Xianxia, what's the matter? You asked me to give you food to save these people. Are these the people you want to save? Are you doing this on purpose? Do you think that I'm lowering your status by allying with the foreign races?" Xianxia bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, this is a complete misunderstanding. These people were just worried about their families. And with the provocation of some people, they ended up like this. I ask Mister to be magnanimous and let them go." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Mister, this is a misunderstanding." Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia and then turned his head to the vassal soldiers. When the vassal soldiers saw Zhao Hai's gaze, they couldn't help but shrink back. Although Zhao Hai's eyes were calm, they were the most terrifying eyes they had ever seen. Zhao Hai's eyes were calm, but in the eyes of these people, it was the most terrifying gaze they had ever seen. Zhao Hai looked at the vassal soldiers and then turned to Xianxia and said, "Can you guarantee that they won't offend me? If they do, then I won't be polite." The vassal soldiers couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. At the same time, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The number of vassal soldiers who died in Zhao Hai's hands was more than 1 million. Was this just Zhao Hai being polite? What would it be like if he wasn't polite? They didn't dare to think about it. Xianxia immediately said, "Mister can rest assured, this kind of thing will never happen again." Zhao Hai snorted. Then in front of everyone's eyes, Zhao Hai, the Hell King's ship, as well as the undead, disappeared in front of the vassal soldiers. The vassal soldiers didn't even know how Zhao Hai disappeared. It was only now that they understood that Zhao Hai didn't go all out when dealing with them. Otherwise, they would have already died. When Zhao Hai said that he was being polite, he wasn't lying. After Zhao Hai left, Xianxia turned his head to the vassal soldiers and sighed, "Everyone, let's go back to the camp and take a rest. We'll have a good talk later." After that, Xianxia and the others turned around and returned to their rooms. The vassal races also returned to their camps. Naturally, they didn't notice that Xianxia had a smile on his face after he turned his head. Actually, the conversation between Xianxia and Zhao Hai was just a show for the vassal soldiers. When Zhao Hai first drove the Hell King's ship towards the vassal soldiers, he told Xianxia to come out and play with him. Naturally, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to kill all of these vassal races. He wasn't that ruthless. However, teaching these vassal races a lesson was unavoidable. Because of this, Zhao Hai had Xianxia stop Zhao Hai after the second attack. This way, one person would play the good cop while the other played the bad cop. This would completely subdue the vassal races. At this point, Zhao Hai was like a sword hanging over the heads of these vassal races. As long as this sword hangs over their heads, the vassal races wouldn't dare to act recklessly. They would certainly listen to Xianxia's words. These vassal races weren't as useless as Zhao Hai made them out to be. When they unite, their strength was still very strong. This time, it was only because they weren't united. Moreover, they weren't sure if they should go to war with the divine race. It can be said that this was the time when their hearts were at their weakest. This was the best time to deal with them. At the same time, Zhao Hai believed that the patriarchs of the vassal soldiers weren't simple people. As long as the foreign races and the divines go to war, the patriarchs would certainly send people to see them. This way, they would know who their real enemy was. As long as they cooperate with the foreign races, it wouldn't be long before they would be able to face the divines. When the vassal soldiers returned to their camp, the Hell King's ship also appeared in another part of the Taurus continent. Zhao Hai was still holding a wine glass in his hand. Laura and the others were standing beside Zhao Hai. However, their expressions weren't very happy. Zhao Hai didn't care as he drank his wine. On the other hand, Laura and the others were unhappy. Zhao Hai knew why they were unhappy. He gently placed his wine glass down and then turned to Laura and the others. What's wrong? Are you still angry? Don't be angry. You can't expect me to kill those people, right? Lizzie snorted and said, I hate seeing those guys. Big brother Hai, you should really deal with them. You're letting them off too easily. Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, it's not light. If we kill them, then it would be too big of a blow to them. Although we've killed a lot of vassal races, most of them were the ones who caused the trouble. We haven't killed a lot of the other races. Moreover, the ones who caused the trouble didn't go to war with the divine race. They have already become the most loyal dogs of the divine race. When the vassal races know about this, not only would they not hate us, they might even be grateful to us. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, that's right. Lizzie snorted and said, I still think that it's too easy for them. Now that I think about it, I can't help but get angry. Forget it, in any case, this matter is more beneficial to us. Big brother Hai, what do you plan to do next? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, the next step is to have Benjia and the others send the vassal races back to the foreign races. I think it wouldn't take long before the divine race and the foreign races make a move. When that time comes, we'll make our move. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, all right. Lizzie nodded. At this time, Kai flew to Zhao Hai's side and said, young master, something has happened. The O'Neill family has sent people to the demon realm. Their war chariots also have shields. They aren't far from a gold mine in the demon realm. They should be able to see the undead and iron beasts working there soon. Zhao Hai stared, then his expression changed. Then he nodded and said, all right, I understand. This day will come sooner or later. It's just that it's a few days earlier than we expected. All right, Kai, don't worry about them. Let's see what the O'Neill family's attitude towards the undead and iron armor beasts is. Will they attack or just scout? Kai nodded before she turned around and entered the space. Laura said, Brother Hai, what do you mean by this? Are we just going to let the O'Neill family discover the undead and iron armor beasts? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, they'll find out sooner or later, right? Don't worry, just let them find out. It's not a big deal. We can also attract the attention of the O'Neill family towards the demon realm. Laura thought for a moment and felt that Zhao Hai was right. They would have to face the O'Neill family sooner or later. The O'Neill family wouldn't just ignore the demon realm and investigate. Sooner or later, they would find the undead and iron armor beasts. Instead of hiding, they might as well let the O'Neill family discover them and see how they react. Lizzie turned to Zhao Hai and said, Big brother Hai, do you want Penny and the others to discover the demon realm's iron armor beasts? Then they would attract the O'Neill family's scouts. This would delay their discovery of the spatial rift. This would also delay our war with the O'Neill family. Zhao Hai nodded and said, what do you mean? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, that's impossible. The O'Neill family wouldn't give up on scouting the Ark continent just because of the demon realm. They would soon discover the divine realm's spatial rift. It's just that we need to block the O'Neill family at the spatial rift. Because of the demon realm, the O'Neill family wouldn't go all out against us. If we can delay them for a while, then the pressure on us would be reduced. Moreover, we can use this time to let the three major races participate and let them see how powerful the O'Neill family's magic armors are. Penny was inside the war chariot, looking at the dark red sky of the demon realm as well as the dark red sun in the sky. He understood that it was currently daytime in the demon realm. However, the daytime in the demon realm was the same as the night in the Ark continent. They needed a light to travel normally. Regarding this place, Penny was extremely worried. This place was too strange. He had already sent a letter to his family. The family would definitely send reinforcements to support him. He had to figure out what kind of place this was. Although the architectural style wasn't the same as the ones in the Ark continent, it was still the same style as the unfinished city outside the spatial rift. It was certain that the city was built by the people who lived here after the spatial rift opened. Zhao Hai and the others didn't know what to do. Zhao Hai and the others didn't know what to do. Zhao Hai and the others didn't know what to do. Judging from the building condition of that big city, this space crack had appeared not much earlier than them. It should have appeared no more than 2 years ago. But what surprised Penny the most was that they found a giant magic array in the spatial rift. They had never seen this magic array before. However, from the size of this magic array, it could be seen that this magic array wasn't small. Moreover, Penny had a hunch that this magic array was related to the spatial rift. What made Penny the most surprised was that the people in this unknown space had disappeared just like the people in the Ark continent. Where did the people in this space go? Where did the people from the Ark continent go? What kind of relationship did these two things have? What kind of influence would this have on the O'Neill family? All of these questions troubled Penny. Because of this, Penny wrote a letter and sent it to the family. At the same time, he personally led a war chariot and 10 magic armors to the demon realm. The war chariots of the Atlanta Plain didn't have shields, they simply didn't need them. The main function of these war chariots was to transport magic armors. Using shields on them was too wasteful. However, Penny's war chariot wasn't the same. His war chariot also had a protective shield. Because they were going to the most dangerous places, their war chariots were the best in the family. Zhao Hai didn't know what kind of luck they had, but the route they chose was exactly the same as the gold mine in the demon realm. Kai who had been paying attention to them, calculated that it wouldn't be long before they find the gold mine. Therefore, she told Zhao Hai about it. Penny didn't know about this, his mood was still very heavy. Their journey wasn't peaceful. The demons in the demon realm were much more aggressive compared to the ones in the Ark continent. Moreover, their numbers were much more than before. When the demons entered the space, although there was a beast tide, it wasn't enough to wipe out all the magic beasts in the demon realm. Because of this, there were still a lot of magic beasts in the demon realm. Not to mention Penny's group, even Zhao Hai's mines would be attacked by magic beasts from time to time. Along the way, Penny and the others encountered dozens of magic beasts. Although they were repelled, it wasn't easy. The weapons on the war chariots weren't enough to repel the magic beasts. Penny and the others had to use their magic armors. Because of this, Penny discovered that the magic beasts in the space were much stronger compared to the magic beasts in the Ark continent. Naturally, the magic cores of the magic beasts in the space were also much bigger compared to the magic cores in the Ark continent. Their energy was also more abundant, so they weren't wasting their time. At this time, a red dot in the distance flew towards the war chariot. Penny looked at the red dot and then turned to the war chariot driver and said, "Stop, it's Mosquito." Mosquito was the codename of Penny's magic armor driver. Although Penny's group was using the war chariot to move forward, he still sent a magic armor to scout ahead. After all, magic armors were much faster than war chariots. Moreover, they were in the sky, so they could see things that the war chariots couldn't. The war chariot driver complied and stopped the war chariot. Then he pressed a button on the war chariot, causing the top of the war chariot to slowly retract. Then the magic armor driver fell on the war chariot. However, the driver's driving skills were very good. The war chariot didn't even move when the heavy magic armor fell on it. Penny went to the back of the war chariot. The magic armor's breastplate had already been opened, allowing the driver to come out. When the driver saw Penny, he immediately gave him a salute and said, "Captain, I found something." Penny's spirit shook, he looked at the driver and said, "What did you find? Speak quickly." The driver nodded and said, "In front of us, about 4 hours away, we found a mine in use. There are some undead and magic beasts mining in the mine. From the ore that was dug out, it seems to be a gold mine." Penny stared, then his eyes shone as he said, "You mean a gold mine? Really?" The driver nodded. Penny couldn't be blamed for being excited. Gold was also a currency in the Atlanta Plain. Therefore, when he heard that there might be a gold mine, Penny couldn't help but be excited. If there really was a gold mine, then the O'Neill family's invasion of the Ark continent would be worth it. However, Penny still said, "Where are the magic beasts and undead mining ores? Are you sure that they are undead?" The driver nodded and said, "They are definitely undead. I can't be wrong. However, it seems like they haven't discovered me. Moreover, their strength doesn't seem to be very strong." Penny knit his brows and said, that's certainly an illusion. You should know about the space's situation. The magic beasts here are much stronger than those in the Ark continent. Wouldn't those magic beasts attack the mine? For the mine to be able to survive until now, it must be very clever. We need to be careful. Then he turned his head to the driver and said, drive, the target is straight ahead. Go at full speed for 2 hours. Mosquito, is the road ahead easy? Mosquito nodded and said, it's easy. We haven't encountered any powerful magic beasts along the way. Penny knit his brows and said, that's even worse. We haven't encountered any powerful magic beasts along the way. It's possible that those magic beasts have been cleaned up. We aren't too far away from the spatial rift. There are only some low-level magic beasts and undead in the mine. It seems like the other party isn't paying attention to this place. It's possible that the other party's true strength is still hidden in the space. We need to be careful. Mosquito nodded solemnly. Penny waved his hand and had the driver rest. He needed to ensure that his men were in their best condition. This was because the space was very strange. He didn't know how many dangers were waiting for them. Zhao Hai was also paying attention to this team. However, he only glanced at them for a moment before he didn't care. The team was still some distance away from the gold mine. It would take them several hours to make contact with the mine. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. What he was paying attention to was the other scouting teams that the O'Neill family sent out as well as Benjia's group. The scouting teams that the O'Neill family sent out this time weren't acting alone. Although they were spread out, they weren't far from each other. Moreover, from time to time, they would communicate with each other through their magic armors. Like this, they formed a huge scouting net as they headed towards the south of the Ark continent. Zhao Hai didn't think about stopping them. If they want to come, then they can come. It's just a matter of bringing forward the date of the battle. It wasn't a big deal. Zhao Hai also paid attention to Benjia's group. At this time, Benjia had already met with the leaders of the vassal races. Their expressions were stiff, although they had accepted their fate. When Zhao Hai saw this, he knew that Benjia was now in control of the situation. Therefore, he had to make the next step. Zhao Hai's next step was very simple. He would contact the Thunder Clan, the Barbarians, and the Winged Pegasus. He would tell them about the recent happenings in the Ark continent and ask them to send troops to guard the spatial rift. Zhao Hai believed that the 3 clans would certainly agree. This was because if people were to come to the Taurus continent from the Ark continent, then the first ones to suffer would be them. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid that they would refuse. As long as they were willing to send troops, then everything would be easy. When the time comes, they would certainly fight against the O'Neill family. As long as they fight against the O'Neill family, then they would know how powerful the magic armors were. As long as they suffered some losses, then it would be much easier for Zhao Hai to take them into the space. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately took out a messenger fish. This messenger fish was used to communicate with Fei. Zhao Hai hadn't talked to Fei for quite some time. Zhao Hai took the messenger fish and said, Fei, are you there? It's Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai thought that he would have to wait for a while. However, he didn't expect Fei to reply immediately. Fei's voice was somewhat excited as he said, Mr. Zhao Hai, what's the matter? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, there's something that happened. I wanted to tell you about the recent events in the Divine Realm and the Ark continent. Fei went silent for a moment before he calmed down and said, Mister, please tell me. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, things are going smoothly in the Divine Realm. We've formed an alliance with the foreign races to deal with the Divines. I've killed a Supreme Elder from the Scorpio continent. The other Supreme Elders wanted to deal with me, but they weren't successful. The vassal races of the Divine Realm have also begun to rebel against the Divines. The Divines are currently suppressing these vassal races. They sent 100 million troops to the Taurus continent to deal with me, but they were defeated by me. The Supreme Elders want to deal with the foreign races in the near future, forcing me to have a decisive battle with them. This is the situation with the Divines. Zhao Hai spoke casually, but Fei couldn't help but shudder. From Zhao Hai's words, Fei understood that Zhao Hai had already fought with the divine race. Otherwise, the divine race wouldn't have forced Zhao Hai to have a decisive battle with the foreign races. This was very similar to how Zhao Hai harassed the divine race in the Ark continent. However, from what Fei could see, Zhao Hai seemed to have the upper hand. Moreover, Zhao Hai was able to incite the vassal races to rebel. This was beyond Fei's expectations. When Zhao Hai heard Fei's silence, he continued, "The situation in the Ark continent isn't very good. The underworld's dark mist is still spreading. The O'Neill family from the Atlanta Plain has officially sent their troops to the Ark continent. They have already discovered the dark mist in the north and are currently thinking of ways to deal with it. They have also sent their troops to the south and have already reached the Demon Realm's spatial rift. Soon, they would be able to find the Divine Realm's spatial rift. I don't have enough troops right now because I want to send troops to the Divine Realm to help the foreign races deal with the Divine Race. Therefore, I want to ask the three of you to send troops to protect the defensive line around the spatial rift. What do you think?" Just as Zhao Hai thought, Fei remained silent for a while. Zhao Hai knew that Fei couldn't make a decision on this matter. He just wanted to tell Fei about this so that Fei could inform the three clans. And just as Zhao Hai expected, Fei remained silent for a while before he said, "I can't make a decision on this matter. I need to inform the Patriarch first. Can Mr. give us some time?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course I can. Even if you don't send troops, it doesn't matter. I'll do my best to send some troops to guard the spatial rift. I just need to inform you about the situation in the Ark continent and the Divine Realm." Fei nodded and said, "All right, Mr. I'll inform the Patriarch, the Barbarians, and the Winged Pegasus about this matter. I'll give Mr. a reply as soon as possible." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let me know if there's any news. Goodbye." Fei also nodded and said, "Goodbye, Mr. Zhao Hai received the messenger fish. His face couldn't help but reveal a smile. This was because he felt that the Thunder Clan and the other two clans were one step closer to entering the space. Laura and the others were sitting by Zhao Hai's side. When they saw Zhao Hai and Fei talking, Laura said, "It seems like our previous actions have caused the three clans to be wary of us. Otherwise, Fei wouldn't have talked about it. Our previous steps were too big." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "You're right." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Taking big steps has its benefits. If we take small steps, I'm afraid that the three clans wouldn't be able to enter the space by the time we ascend. But now, I'm confident that I can bring them to the space." Laura and the others chuckled. They knew that the three clans wouldn't be able to escape Zhao Hai's grasp. The power of the space had been strengthened. Penny's magic armor was lying on top of a hill. He was carefully looking at the mine in front of him. The mine wasn't very big, but Penny couldn't see any living people inside. There were only magic beasts and undead inside. The magic beasts were a type of magic beast that Penny hadn't seen before. Their bodies were covered in scales. Their stature wasn't very big, but they were very powerful. Moreover, their speed wasn't slow. Each and every one of the undead looked like skeletons. However, Penny wasn't like Mosquito, who thought that the level of the undead wasn't high enough. In fact, he thought that the level of the undead was very high. It's just that they weren't very strong compared to him. However, these people were the elites of the O'Neill family. Every one of them had god-rank magic armors. It would be very difficult for the O'Neill family to make such magic armors. Therefore, it was normal for the level of the undead to be lower than them. Penny was very experienced. His situation wasn't the same as Theo. Theo hadn't experienced a real war. It can be said that Theo was a genius that emerged in the O'Neill family recently. This time, the O'Neill family thought that the Ark continent would be easy to deal with. Therefore, they brought Theo to the front lines. Who would have thought that they would encounter so many strange things in the Ark continent? Theo was also pushed to the front lines. On the other hand, Penny had experienced a lot of battles. He wasn't as famous as Theo. Moreover, he was known as a genius. He didn't have anything. He climbed from the bottom all the way to his current position. It can be said that his experience was very rich. It was precisely because of this that he became the captain of this scouting team. On the other hand, Theo's team was led by Lewis. Penny didn't dare to underestimate the mine. Although the mine seemed to be defenseless on the surface, Penny discovered that the undead inside the mine were very well distributed. The undead were doing their jobs and didn't seem to be a threat. However, Penny believed that no matter where the mine was attacked, the undead would immediately find them. Moreover, the person who arranged the defenses of the mine must be an expert. What surprised Penny the most was the fact that the undead were still working there. They didn't change their leader, nor did they see anyone coming out to command them. The mine didn't even have a house, only a lot of tunnels. Magic beasts and undead were going in and out of the tunnels, but there were no signs of humans. This made Penny very puzzled. In Penny's mind, the undead needed to be commanded by a mage. Moreover, it was impossible for a mage to have the undead stay outside forever. That would consume too much of their magic. Even the god-ranked mages of the Atlanta Plain couldn't have their undead stay by their side all the time. They would only release their undead during battles and then receive them after the battle. However, Penny had been lying on the hill for more than 2 hours. The undead inside the mine were still doing their jobs mechanically. They didn't seem to be resting at all. This made Penny very puzzled. At the same time, it also made his heart heavy. Although there weren't a lot of undead and magic beasts in the mine, Penny saw something different. This mine wasn't the only mine that the other party had. This meant that the other party had more undead and magic beasts. Moreover, the other party's undead could move around for a long time. In other words, the other party's endurance in battle was much better than theirs. After all, once the magic armors run out of energy, they would be finished. After looking at the mine for a while, Penny decided to retreat. There was no need to continue looking at the mine. Penny wasn't prepared to attack the mine. This was because he knew that most of the workers in the mine were undead. Although he didn't see anyone commanding the undead, according to his experience, these undead would have a spiritual connection with their masters. Attacking these undead would attract the other party's attention. Penny didn't want the other party to notice them. Penny didn't think that his every move would be seen by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai admired the scout of the O'Neill family. If he didn't have the space, then it would be impossible for him to find Penny. Penny was too careful. This kind of person was the most difficult to deal with. In fact, although Zhao Hai was paying attention to Penny's movements, he still paid more attention to the O'Neill family scouts in the south of the Ark continent. These scouts were advancing very quickly. At this time, they were already at the border between the Buddha Empire and the Radiant Empire. As long as they reached the border between the Buddha Empire and the Radiant Empire, these people would have a great chance of discovering the spatial rift. Because of this, Zhao Hai was still paying attention to these scouts. At this time, Binjia and the others had already discussed with the vassal soldiers. Binjia would send the news back to the family as soon as possible so that the family could send people to pick up the vassal soldiers. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about the vassal soldiers. He was just curious why Binjia and the others would use such a strenuous method to send the vassal soldiers back to the foreign race's continent. However, when he saw Binjia and the others immediately return to the Hell King's ship after arranging the vassal soldiers, Zhao Hai understood. It seems like these people wanted to rely on him. Zhao Hai didn't want to drive Binjia and the others away. If they come back, then they can come back. It wouldn't affect Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai was waiting for news from Feier and the others. Zhao Hai wanted to know what Feier and the others decided to do. 5 days passed before the foreign races sent people to pick up the vassal soldiers. After Binjia finished talking to them, he gave the food that Zhao Hai gave him to his people. After that, he allowed the vassal soldiers to leave. Originally, Binjia thought that the vassal soldiers wouldn't want to leave with his people. After all, this was what the vassal soldiers wanted. However, Binjia didn't expect the vassal soldiers to immediately leave with his people. They even seemed to be impatient. This caused Binjia to be puzzled. However, when Binjia saw the way the vassal soldiers looked at the Hell King's ship, he understood why they were in a hurry to leave. They were afraid of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't care about the vassal soldiers. He handed this matter over to the foreign races so that he wouldn't interfere too much. At the same time, he had more important things to do. The O'Neill family scouting team finally arrived at the spatial rift in the Divine Realm. 4 days ago, the O'Neill family scouting team had already discovered the spatial rift in the Divine Realm. However, after discovering the spatial rift, the O'Neill family didn't rush over. Instead, they steadily advanced. Naturally, they were afraid of falling into the other party's trap. In this way, it took them 4 days to arrive at the spatial rift. At the same time, Xianxia arranged a large number of troops to wait for the O'Neill family's arrival. In addition to the undead army, a large number of people from the Thunder clan, barbarians, and Winged Pegasus were also present. After 2 days of discussion, the 3 clans finally decided to send troops to the spatial rift in order to help Xianxia defend the defensive line. Xianxia wasn't surprised by this decision. Therefore, when Fei told him about the decision, Xianxia told Fei that the defensive line had prepared enough provisions for them. All they needed to do was to go over. When the O'Neill family's scouting team arrived at the spatial rift, the armies of the 3 clans also arrived. However, since they were separated by the spatial rift, nobody could see each other. Xianxia also knew the leaders of the 3 clans. The Thunder clan was led by Fei, the barbarians were led by Ding, and the Winged Pegasus was led by Shan. All of them were acquaintances of Xianxia. When the 3 arrived at the defensive line, they found that Xianxia was already waiting for them. Seeing the Hell King's ship, Fei and the others couldn't help but have a strange feeling in their hearts. It was like a peace of mind, and a sense of longing. This feeling was too wonderful. Xianxia's mind moved as the Hell King's ship slowly landed on the ground. Xianxia looked at the armies of the 3 clans and smiled faintly. Then he said, "Everyone, after settling down, please board the ship for a chat." Fei and the others understood what Xianxia meant. They nodded and then arranged their troops before flying towards the Hell King's ship. It was very easy to arrange troops in the defensive line. Whether it was food or accommodation, everything was already prepared. Because of this, the arrangements were very fast. When the 3 arrived at the Hell King's ship, they discovered that the ship was already filled with food and wine. Xianxia was already waiting for them. Seeing the 3 arrive, Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "You're finally here. Come, take a seat. Let's have a few drinks." Fei and the others gave Xianxia a salute before sitting down. After the 3 sat down, Xianxia said, "I'm very happy that you came this time. Come, let's have a drink first." Then he raised his glass and gave a toast to the 3. The 4 drank their wine in one gulp. After putting down his glass, Xianxia looked at the 3 and smiled faintly. "I know that the 3 of you sent a lot of troops this time. I really want to thank you." Xianxia nodded and said, "All right." Fei smiled bitterly. He didn't expect Xianxia to guess this matter. Just like what Xianxia said, the 3 of them did indeed contribute a lot. This was because the elders of the 3 clans were divided on whether they should continue to cooperate with Xianxia. Some of them thought that they should cooperate with Xianxia. After all, it was Xianxia who helped them defeat the Taurus divines. On the other hand, some of them thought that they shouldn't cooperate with Xianxia. Xianxia was currently fighting against the divine race. If they cooperate with Xianxia, then it would be very likely that they would be involved in the war. In the end, the 3 clans would be exterminated. In fact, this debate had already begun when the Taurus divines were destroyed. The 3 clans didn't think that they would suffer such a huge loss in the war. Because of this, they couldn't help but be afraid. This time, Fei and the others contributed a lot. Although Fei and the others were young, they were very smart. Compared to the conservative ideas of the elders, their ideas were much more radical. Fei and the others knew that the destruction of the Taurus divines wasn't the end of the world. It was impossible for the divines to just watch the destruction of the Taurus divines. It can be said that the destruction of the Taurus divines was just the beginning. The next step would be an endless war with the divines. Fei and the others were also aware that the destruction of the Taurus divines wasn't the end of the world. It was impossible for the divines to just watch the destruction of the Taurus divines. It can be said that the destruction of the Taurus divines was just a beginning. Fei already knew that this day would come. In fact, Xianxia's news came a lot later than he expected. Fei already knew that after the Taurus divines were destroyed, the divines would immediately retaliate. The reason why they didn't encounter any attacks was because of Xianxia. If it weren't for Xianxia, then the divine race's army would have already arrived. Fei didn't think too much about it. Now that Zhao Hai wanted them to send troops to help defend the spatial rift, no matter what, they couldn't refuse. This was because doing so would cause a rift between them and Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai didn't help them, then the three clans wouldn't be able to stop the divines. Moreover, Fei Er and the others were still worried. Since Zhao Hai was able to defeat the Taurus divines, then it meant that he had some means to protect himself. If one day the divines were to lose, then Zhao Hai could just leave. If Zhao Hai leaves, then the three clans would be finished. After being in contact with Zhao Hai for a long time, although Fei Er didn't know about the space, he knew that Zhao Hai was a very resourceful person. He was able to protect the Ark continent from the siege of the demons and the divine race. In the end, he was able to return to the divine realm. From this, one could see that Zhao Hai had a lot of methods that Fei Er didn't know about. Fei Er hoped that one day, if the divine realm were to lose, then Zhao Hai would be able to help the three clans. Even if he couldn't save the three clans, he would at least be able to preserve some of their fire. This would allow the three clans to continue on. On the other hand, Fei Er, Ding, and Shan had formed a very deep friendship after many battles. And with the messenger fish that Zhao Hai gave them, the three would exchange ideas from time to time. Because of this, Ding and Shan were very clear about Fei Er's thoughts. The two of them were also very supportive of Fei Er's idea. Because of this, the three of them fully supported Fei Er's decision to send troops. At this point, their status in the three clans wasn't low. This was because they were the most outstanding youths of the three clans. The three clans couldn't help but pay attention to their words. However, this matter had always been a secret between the three clans. Up until now, the three clans had always maintained a good relationship with Zhao Hai. Because of this, Fei Er was surprised that Zhao Hai was able to guess this matter. The reason why Zhao Hai was able to guess this was because he discovered that Fei Er, Shan, and Shan weren't the elders of the three clans. This was obviously a signal. Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to test it out. He didn't expect to get the answer he wanted. Zhao Hai looked at the reactions of the three and said, "In the last battle against the Taurus divines, your three clans suffered a lot. This caused your people to be tired of fighting. I've already guessed this. But this time I asked you to send troops because I want you to see what kind of enemy you're facing. If one day I can't stop them, then your three clans would suffer a huge loss if you don't understand the Atlanta Plains army." Zhao Hai looked at the three and said, "I've already guessed this. But this time I asked you to send troops because I want you to see what kind of enemy you're facing. If one day I can't stop them, then your three clans wouldn't know about the Atlanta Plains armies." When Fei Er heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but feel ashamed as he stood up and said, "I'm sorry, mister. It's our clansmen who have let you down." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "There's nothing to be sorry about. Your people are just thinking about your race. Their way of doing things isn't wrong. Moreover, the war between the divine race and the divine race has already reached the point of using ultimate weapons. In this case, even if you participate in the war, you wouldn't be able to help. You would only be sacrificed in vain. However, you need to be very careful when dealing with the Atlanta Plain. The way they fight is something that you and I have never encountered before." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right." Fei Er and the others nodded. They weren't very old, they were at the age where they would worship an idol. And Zhao Hai used his strength to become their idol. Because of this, the three of them were very respectful towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the three and smiled, "All right, there's no need to think too much. Let's have a good drink today. I'll leave this place to you. If you need anything, just tell me. I might not be able to stay here for a long time. The divine race's army might make a move against the foreign races. I need to use this opportunity to take a stroll in the divine race's continent." When Fei Er heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile. Naturally, he understood what Zhao Hai meant. When the time comes, the divine race would be out of luck. This time, Fei Er and the others drank a lot. They didn't know why, but they were very relaxed in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't drink too much. After arranging a room for the group inside the Hell King's ship, he returned to his room. Laura and the others were already waiting for him. Seeing Zhao Hai return to his room, Meg immediately gave him a cup of tea. This was also Zhao Hai's habit. After drinking, he would drink a cup of tea. Naturally, the water used to make this tea was the space's water. After drinking the tea, Zhao Hai's drunken state was almost gone. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, you should let Feier and the others know more about this matter. I can see that Feier and the others respect you a lot. If you have their help, then the 3 clans would have a better chance of entering the space." Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "Alright, let's find an opportunity to let them know more about this matter." "Right, what's the situation with the O'Neill family?" Laura smiled faintly and said, "They aren't in a hurry, they're still preparing. I think they might enter the spatial rift tomorrow." "Brother Hai, have you decided how to deal with them?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The defensive line has already been built. Naturally, we need to make good use of it. We need to let the O'Neill family know that we're waiting for them." At this time, a knock was suddenly heard on the door. Then Binjia's voice was heard, Mister, are you there?" Binjia. And the others didn't come out of their rooms today. They knew that Zhao Hai wanted to have a meal with Feier and the others, so they didn't appear outside. Upon hearing Binjia's voice, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He knew that something must have happened. Otherwise, Binjia wouldn't disturb him at this time. Zhao Hai nodded to Laura. Laura then opened the door and invited Binjia in. This was the first time that Binjia entered Zhao Hai's room. He thought that Zhao Hai's room would only be a bit bigger, nothing special about it. However, when he entered the room, he couldn't help but stare. This wasn't a room at all, it was simply a space. The grass on the ground, the villa not far away, everything looked like an independent space. It was too beautiful. However, Binjia only stared for a moment before he saw Zhao Hai standing not too far away. He immediately went over and gave Zhao Hai a bow before he said, "Mister, I just received news from the family. The Divine Race Army has been assembled. Tomorrow, they will attack the foreign races." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Mister, I just received news from the family." When Zhao Hai heard Binjia, he couldn't help but frown. Tomorrow, the O'Neill family would send scouts to attack the foreign races. At the same time, the divine race would also attack the foreign races. It seems like a war on 2 fronts was unavoidable. Seeing Zhao Hai's frown, Binjia thought that Zhao Hai had some difficulties. Binjia's heart couldn't help but tighten. At this point, Binjia was very confident that Zhao Hai could defeat the divine race. He believed that Zhao Hai would be able to do what his people couldn't do. Therefore, when he saw Zhao Hai frown, Binjia couldn't help but feel nervous. Fortunately, Zhao Hai just slightly knit his brows before he nodded and said, "Alright, I understand. It seems like the divines have prepared quite quickly." "Right, can you inquire about how many supreme elders the divines have sent to deal with the foreign races?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, I understand." Binjia nodded and said, "I've inquired about it. According to the family's intelligence, there are 7. Zhao Hai nodded, this number didn't exceed his expectations. Leaving 2 supreme elders to defend while the others attack the foreign races was something that Elder Star and the others had discussed before. It seems like they were planning to do the same this time. However, this was also Zhao Hai's opportunity. Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't speak, Binjia turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, do you have anything to say to our people?" Zhao Hai looked at Binjia and smiled faintly, "I don't have much to say. I just need to make it clear to them that as long as they defend themselves, I'll be going to the divine race's continent to cause trouble. When the time comes, I'll certainly help them solve their problem." Binjia nodded, then he said, "There's another thing that I need to tell Mister. The vassal races have finally found the foreign race's continent. They told the vassal races about the war between the divine race and the divine race. The vassal races were very ashamed, they wanted me to apologize to Mister." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Forget it, they didn't do anything wrong. Are they willing to fight the divine race now?" "Right, if your people need weapons, I can provide them to you." As soon as Binjia heard Zhao Hai, he quickly replied, "Then I'll have to thank Mister. Our people really do need weapons. It would be best if we have magic puppets, arrows, and magic cannons. Mister, what do you think?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I can give you some arrows, but I can't give you magic cannons. The arrows that I can give you have blood lightning beads on them, their lethality isn't small. Is that alright?" Binjia's face was filled with joy as he thanked Zhao Hai. Then he left. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't give Binjia the magic cannons was because the crystals used in the magic cannons were very special. He didn't want the divines to know about this matter. The day passed by quickly. The next morning, Fei and the others woke up feeling dizzy. It wasn't until they had breakfast that they felt better. They also knew from Zhao Hai that the Atlanta plane might attack today. Therefore, after eating breakfast, they immediately returned to their camp. Fei and the others didn't know what to do. Zhao Hai knew that today was the day that the divines would attack the foreign races. However, he wasn't in a hurry to deal with the divines. He wanted to let the divines and the foreign races fight for some time before going to the divines. At this time, he still wanted to deal with the O'Neill family. At the very least, he needed to get his hands on some magic armors. Although Zhao Hai didn't go to the divine race, he was still preparing to deal with the divine race. Most importantly, he needed to make more god ranks as well as more Scorpio armors. Then he would distribute these armors to the Devil Legion. Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about the divine race. In the past few days, Zhao Hai had already harvested several hundred Scorpio battle suits. Moreover, he had already handed them over to the Devil Legion. However, because these battle suits had a lot of uses, the Devil Legion still hadn't gotten used to them. They were still in the middle of training, so it would take some time for them to get used to it. Once they are trained, Zhao Hai would be able to lead them to sweep the entire divine realm. In addition to the combat suits for the demons, Zhao Hai also produced a lot of god rank potions. At this point, almost all of the members of the Buddha clan were god rank experts, including Laura and the others. However, although they had reached god rank, their fighting strength was still lacking compared to god rank experts. The O'Neill family didn't make Zhao Hai wait for too long. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, a team of 30 magic armors flew in from the spatial rift. The reason why the O'Neill family didn't discover Zhao Hai's defensive line was because Zhao Hai had covered the area with a thick fog. This fog wasn't black, it was just an ordinary white fog. However, it could block divine sense as well as general probing. This made the O'Neill family unable to see what was going on inside the fog. Because of Zhao Hai's arrangement, the O'Neill family didn't know that Zhao Hai had set up a defensive line here. The 30 magic armors carefully flew into the fog. Their speed wasn't very fast. Moreover, they maintained their human form. They didn't transform. This was to make sure that they have the ability to fight at any time. While they were carefully moving forward, several blue lights suddenly shot towards them. The O'Neill family's soldiers were startled, they immediately made tactical evasive maneuvers. Tactical evasive maneuvers were a subject that all magic armors had to learn. It was to evade the enemy's battle chi, magic, and energy beam attacks. These scouts were the O'Neill family's elites. Their tactical evasive maneuvers were very smooth. Unexpectedly, the blue lights didn't hit them. But then another row of blue lights came. This time, the number and density of the blue lights had increased. The O'Neill family's magic armors finally had no way to evade. They immediately put up their shields and shot their energy beams towards the blue lights. The energy beams in their hands were white, making them seem more concentrated. When the white energy beams collided with the blue energy beams, a loud explosion was heard. A lot of the fog was blown away. When the two energy beams collided, a huge explosion occurred, blowing away the fog. This allowed the O'Neill family to see their enemies. They discovered that not far away from them, there was a defensive line. The defensive line was heavily guarded, it seems like there were a lot of troops stationed there. Upon seeing this, the O'Neill family's soldiers immediately stopped. They formed a tactical formation and slowly retreated. However, it was already too late for them to retreat. More blue lights were shot from behind them. These blue lights weaved into a net that covered them. Even if they wanted to escape, they wouldn't be able to. However, the O'Neill family soldiers reacted quickly. They immediately formed a circular formation. All of their magic armors had their shields up. Then energy beams were shot out from the hands of the magic armors. Their cooperation was very tacit. For a while, the blue lights couldn't do anything to them. However, the blue lights didn't seem to stop. They continued to shoot towards the O'Neill family. The pressure on the O'Neill family's soldiers was getting bigger and bigger. At this time, a person in the team loudly said, "Concentrate the explosions on the way here. Make sure to blow up a path. Otherwise, we'll all die here." This person was obviously the commander of the team. As soon as he said that, the magic armor warriors immediately moved. Suddenly, a small stand extended from their shoulders. On the stand, there were 4 small missile-like objects fixed on it. There was a stand on each shoulder, and each stand had 4 small missile-like things. Then these missile-like things were immediately launched in the direction of the blue light. After a loud explosion, the number of blue lights behind them decreased. Taking this opportunity, the O'Neill family's magic armors immediately flew towards the Ark continent. At this time, blue lights were still shooting towards their shields. Although the number of blue lights decreased, there were still a lot of them left. The O'Neill family's soldiers could only resist at this time. In order to block the blue lights, they needed to use their shields. But using shields to block the blue lights also required energy. The energy on their magic armors quickly disappeared. Suddenly, 2 magic armors behind the O'Neill family were hit by 2 huge blue lights. Their shields flashed for a moment before they disappeared like bubbles. And when their shields disappeared, the blue lights continued to shoot towards the magic armors. The 2 magic armors didn't explode. Instead, they were frozen in an instant and fell to the ground. At this time, a spatial rift suddenly appeared on the ground and sucked in the 2 magic armors. The fate of the 2 magic armors was naturally seen by the other O'Neill family members. They couldn't help but be startled. At the same time, they became more careful. They didn't know what those 2 blue lights were. They also didn't know what the spatial rift was. However, one thing was certain: the 2 magic armors and their pilots were finished. In fact, the 2 thick beams of blue light were not secret weapons, they were just the energy beams of a few magic cannons combined together. In this battle, Zhao Hai didn't make a move from beginning to end. He just let the undead attack the magic armors with their cannons. He wanted to see how strong the magic armor's defenses were. The result made Zhao Hai startled. He didn't expect the magic armor's defensive capabilities to be this strong. Even the divine race experts couldn't block the magic cannons, but these magic armors were actually able to block them with their shields. It seems like the magic armors were very strong. After taking down the 2 magic armors, Zhao Hai immediately threw them into the space. Just as the 2 magic armors entered the space, a prompt was immediately heard: "Machine that combines magic and technology civilizations has been discovered." Detecting this machine. This machine is a primary product of the combination of magic and technology civilizations. It meets the requirements to activate a technological background. Would the host like to activate a technological background? Zhao Hai stared. He didn't quite understand what the space meant. Just as he was puzzled, the space's prompt was heard: "Because the machine discovered is a product of magic civilization and technological civilization, a special tool, Universal Analyzer, has been unlocked. This machine is an upgradable product. It can be used to analyze, design, calculate, and imitate items from higher-level magic civilizations, technological civilizations, and cultivation civilizations. It can be analyzed and upgraded. In order to unlock this tool, host must be at least level 80. For magic civilizations, technological civilizations, and cultivation civilizations, it requires 5 million gold coins. Host, do you wish to unlock this tool? Would the host like to activate the Universal Analyzer?" Zhao Hai was stunned. The Universal Processing Machine had already startled him. He didn't expect another Universal Analyzer to appear. Moreover, it can be upgraded. It sounds like its function was quite formidable. For a moment, Zhao Hai felt that his brain couldn't wrap itself around this. However, he immediately recovered and said, "Activate the technological background. Activate the special item." After these 2 commands were issued, 5 million gold coins disappeared from the space. At the same time, a new room appeared next to the Universal Processing Machine. This room was different from the Universal Processing Machine's room. The Universal Processing Machine's room looked like an ordinary factory. It looked ordinary and unremarkable. However, this room was actually a building. It was only 3 stories high and was built in a high-tech style. It had a bright silver metal frame with glass covering it. It looked very neat and clean. Zhao Hai couldn't wait to enter the space and take a good look at the universal analyzer. However, he suppressed this thought. At this time, he could only look at the universal analyzer through a projection. This was because he was afraid that if he entered the space and came out, he would have no choice but to ascend. This was also Zhao Hai's strong feeling. He felt that if he entered the space, he would have no choice but to ascend when he came out. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't dare to enter the space. He could only command the space through his own head or through a projection. While Zhao Hai was dealing with the space's prompt, the O'Neill family scouts had already rushed out. Although they were shot down by the magic cannons, they still managed to escape. In addition to the strength of the magic armors, the O'Neill family's people also played a role. The O'Neill family's people in the Ark continent were able to provide support to the magic armors. This allowed them to escape smoothly. Fei and the others led their army to the side as they quietly watched the battle between the undead and the magic armors. To be honest, the result of the battle was beyond their expectations. It wasn't because they were happy that they managed to eliminate 5 magic armors, but rather because they were startled by the fact that they only managed to achieve so little. They knew how powerful the magic cannons were. Even the divine race wouldn't dare to say that they could block a single shot. However, the magic armors were actually able to take so many shots without suffering any damage. This caused them to be startled. Additionally, the magic armors were able to display their offensive strength. One must know that there were more than 1,000 magic cannons attacking the magic armors. In the end, only 5 magic armors were taken down. This result was very unsatisfactory. On the other hand, the magic armor's counterattack destroyed more than 200 of Zhao Hai's magic cannons. These magic cannons were destroyed under the protection of Zhao Hai's defensive formation. Not only did the attack cause the formation to lose all of its energy, it also destroyed more than 200 magic cannons. Such an attack made Fei's heart turn cold. The defensive formation that Zhao Hai and the others used was very formidable. Even the divine race would have a headache against it. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect the magic armors to be able to break through it. This was too unexpected. Zhao Hai and the others didn't think that the magic armors would be able to break through it. When the magic armors returned to the Ark continent, Fei and the others finally relaxed. Although the battle was short, it still made them feel suffocated. It was too intense, the intensity of the battle was far beyond their imagination. Fei and the others couldn't help but sigh in relief. Although the battle was short, it still made them feel suffocated. The intensity of the battle far exceeded their imagination. After the battle was over, Fei, Ding, Shan, Binjia, Ryder, and Yetta looked at the battlefield with gloomy expressions. At this point, they believed what Zhao Hai said. The enemy was very difficult to deal with. Just think about it, there were only 30 magic armors while they used more than 1,000 magic cannons to attack. Even with the advantage of the terrain and the surprise attack, they were only able to take down 5 of the magic armors. The rest of the magic armors ran away while more than 200 magic cannons were destroyed along with more than 100 undead. Such losses couldn't be said to be small. The ratio of casualties on both sides was very high. Fei and the others knew that the undead that Zhao Hai sent to use the magic cannons were 9th ranks. In their opinion, these undead weren't very strong. After all, they were god ranks. But even if these undead weren't very strong in their eyes, they were still 9th rank undead. Even demigods wouldn't necessarily be able to deal with a 9th rank undead easily. But now, more than 100 of them were killed in a single explosion. This was really unexpected. Fei and the others were very clear about how difficult Zhao Hai's undead were to deal with. The reason why Zhao Hai was able to destroy the Taurus divines was because of the undead. Not only were the undead strong, they were also very strong in defense. However, under the attack of the enemy, the undead didn't even have a chance to fight back. This showed how formidable the enemy was. Shock, fear, and despair, these emotions rose in the hearts of Fei and the others. Zhao Hai didn't know what Fei and the others were thinking. Although he wanted to know what happened to the space, he held back. He still had a lot of things to do, he didn't want to ascend right away. Zhao Hai had the undead clean up the battlefield before he returned to the Taurus continent. At this time, Fei and the others arrived at the Hell King's ship. When Fei Er and the others arrived, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Fei Er and the others had heavy expressions on their faces. It was as if they had just lost a battle. Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at Fei Er and the others and said, "What's wrong? Everyone doesn't seem to be happy. Why?" Fei Er looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Mister, our opponents this time are stronger than what we expected. They seem to be stronger than the divine race. Can we really beat them?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right." When Zhao Hai heard Fei Er, he immediately understood what Fei Er meant. To be honest, Zhao Hai was also surprised by the O'Neill family's magic armors. However, he didn't have the same thoughts as Fei Er and the others. In Zhao Hai's opinion, although the magic armor's attack strength wasn't bad, it was still too much to say that they were invincible. Moreover, Zhao Hai knew that these magic armors were the most advanced magic armors in the O'Neill family. Not all of the magic armors in the family had this kind of fighting strength. Zhao Hai looked at Fei Er and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "All right, there's no need to worry about this matter. We didn't take the initiative to provoke these people. They were the ones who came to provoke us. Even if we don't want to fight, we can't. Moreover, these people aren't invincible. I have some understanding of them. Come, let's sit down and talk." Fei Er and the others also sat down. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "I've met with the people from the Atlanta Plain before. At that time I didn't reveal my identity, I only said that I'm from the Ark Continent. I also didn't talk about the Ark Continent's situation. I only said that the Ark Continent only has 9th ranks and no god ranks. At that time I was already preparing to counterattack the Divine Realm." Fei Er and the others didn't expect Zhao Hai to notice the people from the Atlanta Plain this early. This made them startled. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "These people from the Atlanta Plain are very special. In fact, the Atlanta Plain is just a general name for them." Then Zhao Hai introduced the Atlanta Plain to Fei Er and the others. At the same time, he also told them that the enemy was the O'Neill family. Fei Er and the others listened quietly. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to have done so much preparation. He even learned the Atlanta Plains language. This made them startled. Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled, "Although the magic armors we saw today are very strong, they are still the elites of the O'Neill family. They are the strongest group. Although these magic armors are strong, they aren't invincible. Most importantly, there aren't many experts like them in the O'Neill family. Besides this, these magic armors also have a fatal weakness." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the group and said, "The magic armors we saw today are very strong." Fei Er and the others were puzzled as they looked at Zhao Hai. They waited for Zhao Hai to continue. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There is a big problem with these magic armors' ability to fight for a long time. These magic armors are piloted by people. And these people can't provide power to the magic armors. The magic armors have their own power supply system, and all of their power comes from energy devices. I don't know how the people of the Atlanta Plain make these devices, but these devices can extract energy from magic crystals and compress them into energy devices that can be used by the magic armors. It can be said that without these devices, magic armors are just piles of scrap iron." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Fei Er and the others' eyes shone. They understood what this meant. They weren't fools, they were all experienced warriors. When they heard Zhao Hai talk about energy devices, they immediately understood the weakness of the magic armors. Zhao Hai looked at the group, then he smiled faintly and said, "How about it? Do you know their weakness now?" "Ha ha ha, that's right. These magic armors aren't very good at fighting for long periods of time. Moreover, their energy consumption is much faster than usual. This is the biggest weakness of magic armors." Fei Er's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, the magic armors didn't fight for long before they ran away. Is it because the magic cannons were too fierce that they consumed their energy too quickly? If they didn't retreat, then the magic armors would have run out of energy and become a pile of scrap iron. Then we can crush them as we please." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, that's the case. Because of this, their first attack would be accompanied by war tanks. Their war tanks are very fast, their offensive strength isn't very strong, but their defensive strength isn't bad. If we can delay the advance of the war tanks, then it would be the same as delaying the advance of the magic armors. Without the support of the war tanks, the magic armors wouldn't be able to fight for a long time. Moreover, their war tanks can't fly. Fei and the others couldn't help but smile. Before, they thought that the magic armors were invincible because they didn't understand them. Now that they have a complete understanding of the magic armors, they naturally wouldn't be afraid. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Zhao Hai didn't say anything else. Instead, Fei and the others began to discuss how to deal with the O'Neill family's attack. Besides Fei, Ding, and Shan, there was also Binjie and the others. When Zhao Hai attacked the tourist divines, they had been by Zhao Hai's side. Because of this, they knew Fei and the others. Moreover, their relationship was quite good. Because of this, they didn't feel strange at all as they chatted. Zhao Hai calmly looked at them. It can be said that these people on the ship were the targets that Zhao Hai wanted. He wanted to pull them to his side and make them his left and right hands. However, Zhao Hai knew that he couldn't be as direct with these people as he was with the demons. The reason why he was successful against the demons was because the demons wanted to change their environment. The demon realm's environment was too bad. There were many reasons why the Ark continent moved to the space. Firstly, the Ark continent was facing 3 enemies at the time: the demons, the divine race, and the underworld. No matter which one of these enemies the Ark continent was facing, the Ark continent couldn't deal with them. Secondly, Zhao Hai's prestige in the Ark continent was unparalleled. Although the Ark continent didn't regard Zhao Hai as a god, the people of the Ark continent still had portraits of Zhao Hai in their homes. In fact, Zhao Hai was already a living god in the Ark continent. It was because of these reasons that the people of the Ark continent were willing to leave the Ark continent and enter the space. On the other hand, the Thunder Clan, Barbarians, and Winged Pegasus had better living conditions compared to the Ark continent. They were places where god-rank experts could be produced. Naturally, their living conditions were much better than the Ark continent. Although they couldn't compare to the space, they weren't necessarily envious of the space's environment. Additionally, the Thunder Clan and the other 2 clans cooperated with Zhao Hai in order to get rid of the divine race's rule. Although Zhao Hai's prestige in their clans wasn't low, it still wasn't at the level of a god. It would be very difficult for these 3 clans to enter the space. Although Fei and the others were very respectful towards Zhao Hai knew that these 3 were still thinking about their own clans. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very careful when trying to win them over. Binjie and the others' situation was more complicated compared to Fei and the others. Binjie and the others didn't have a high status in their own clans. They didn't have a lot of authority in their own clans. Additionally, they were very loyal to their own clans. Wanting to win them over wasn't an easy matter. Because of these considerations, Zhao Hai didn't let Fei and the others know about his secrets. This was because Zhao Hai discovered that the space's influence on people with firm minds wasn't very strong. Take the Great Demon King for example. He was a firm person. The reason why he agreed to let Zhao Hai move the demons to the space was because of the space's environment. He also believed that if Zhao Hai didn't do what he promised, then the entire demon race would rebel against Zhao Hai. It was because of this that the Great Demon King agreed to let Zhao Hai enter the space. He even brought the entire demon race into the space. However, after entering the space, the Great Demon King continued to fight for the benefits of the demons. He didn't act like what Zhao Hai expected. The Great Demon King didn't immediately listen to Zhao Hai's words. It was because of this that Zhao was reminded that the space wasn't omnipotent. There was a limit to what the space could do when it came to dealing with intelligent creatures. Fei and Binjie's statuses were different from the Great Demon King. The Great Demon King was the ruler of the demon realm. His prestige in the demon realm was unparalleled. It can be said that as long as the Great Demon King was mentioned, then the entire demon realm would be moved. And with Lu Wei's matter, Zhao Hai took the risk to persuade the Great Demon King. On the other hand, Fei and the others were different. They weren't the highest leaders in the space. Before them, there were still people in charge of them. The weight of their words was too light. Even if he managed to persuade them, it didn't mean that he would be able to persuade the other races. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't want to take this risk. Zhao Hai was still observing Fei and the others. Only when he thought that Fei and the others were willing to give up their people for him would Zhao Hai persuade them. Zhao Hai needed people. Now that the space had opened its technological background, he could add a few more people to the space. It would be a waste to just leave them there. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted more people. However, he didn't want to act recklessly. Letting too many people know about his secrets wasn't a good thing. George came out of his magic armor. He was a bit depressed. He didn't expect that when he entered the rift to investigate, he would be immediately kicked out. Moreover, he lost 3 magic armors. For the family, this loss wasn't small. Just as Zhao Hai thought, the magic armors that were used for reconnaissance were the O'Neill family's finest magic armors. The cost of the first magic armor was much higher compared to ordinary magic armors. Now that they lost 3 of them, this was a huge blow to the family. Besides the loss of the magic armors, the impact on the family's morale was also very big. George was a person who wholeheartedly strived for victory. However, when the family sent out their first scout, he wasn't present. This made George's heart feel uncomfortable. In a big family, as a scout, if the family gave you a scouting mission at the most critical moment, it wasn't to send you to your death, but to show their trust in you. If the family trusted you and thought highly of you, then you wouldn't be far from being promoted, right? George was an ambitious person. He wanted to be an official, a high-ranking official. However, this time, he wasn't the leader of the scouts sent by the family. This made him somewhat depressed. He believed that his commanding ability wasn't any worse than Lewis. Lewis was just a has-been genius, his strength couldn't be compared to George's. On the other hand, Penny was too careful, he was dragging his feet. In George's opinion, these 2 people weren't as good as him, so he should be the first choice for the family's scouts. In the end, he was disappointed. But fortunately, the family sent him out as the second batch. Because of this, he was filled with energy and wanted to perform well. The netted scouting method was something that George came up with. One can't help but recognize that George had some skills. It was just that his luck was bad. Lewis encountered the underworld. As long as you leave the dark mist, the underworld wouldn't attack you. Perhaps in the eyes of the underworld, the dark mist was their territory. On the other hand, Penny entered the demon realm. The demon realm had long been deserted. Because of this, Penny wasn't attacked. Only George entered the divine realm, and he was behind Zhao Hai. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite to him. This time, their losses weren't big. However, for George, this wasn't necessarily a good thing. This was because Lewis and Penny had some gains while the family didn't suffer any losses. Although George had some gains, he still suffered some losses. This made George's expression turn ugly. When George came out, he immediately looked at the person next to him and said, "Immediately arrange for someone to send a letter to the family. Tell them about our situation, as well as our losses. Ask the family to send reinforcements as soon as possible." The person next to him immediately complied before turning around to make arrangements. George looked around and saw 20 war tanks and 300 magic armors. Such a number couldn't be underestimated. However, George still felt that this wasn't safe. This was because they didn't even know who the enemy was and what kind of weapons they were using. Because of this, George immediately said, "Pass the order, retreat to the city in the rear and reorganize. Focus on monitoring the spatial rift." Although George was very depressed, as a qualified scout, he still made the right decision. He was an official fanatic, but being an official fanatic wasn't necessarily a weakness. Sometimes, being an official fanatic was an advantage. This was because if one wanted to become a big official, then they would need to make some achievements. George was such a person. He was very clear that his greatest asset was his ability as a scout. As long as his performance was good, he would be able to become a big official. Because of this, he had always been very good at scouting. After George gave the order, the war tanks immediately started to retreat. However, George didn't enter the war tank. Instead, he stood on the roof and looked at the spatial rift. His expression was somewhat complicated. After some time, he coldly snorted and said, "Just wait, I'll be back." Then George jumped onto the war tank and headed towards the city in the rear. The city that George chose was the closest city to the spatial rift. If one drove a war chariot, it would take less than 2 hours to reach the spatial rift from the city. Standing on the city wall, one could see the spatial rift. This was also the reason why George chose this city. This time, they didn't come here to attack. They were only here to monitor the spatial rift and let the family know about it. What George didn't know was that all of their actions were seen by Xiao Hai. After Xiao Hai untied Feier and the others, he had them go back and prepare. In the future, his main focus would be on the divine realm. As for the O'Neill family, Xiao Hai's main focus was still on defense. As long as they were outside the divine realm, then they would be fine. Naturally, the defensive work would be left to Feier and the others. Xiao Hai believed that even if Feier and the others could block the O'Neill family's attack, they would still suffer a lot of losses. It would be much easier to bring them into the space. However, after Feier and the others left, Xiao Hai didn't immediately pay attention to George and the others. When he returned to his room, he immediately turned on the monitor and called Kyer out. He wanted to ask her about the technological background. For Xiao Hai, magic armors and the divine race weren't as important as the space's upgrade. However, what surprised Xiao Hai was that this time, he didn't hear about the space's upgrade. He only heard that the background of the space had been opened. Therefore, he called Kyer out and asked her about it. Laura and the others didn't know about the space's upgrade, so they were puzzled. They didn't know why Xiao Hai suddenly called Kyer out. When Kyer came out, Xiao Hai said, "Kyer, how is the space now?" Kyer smiled and said, "Young master, it's a good thing. Now that the space's technological background has been opened, the young master can buy 10 more spaces. And these 10 spaces are all technological spaces." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "I've already thought about this. But what's the use of buying these technological spaces?" Kyer smiled faintly and said, "Of course it's useful, it's very useful. Young master, you don't know what a technological space can do. Right now, the young master can only buy low-level technological spaces. Inside these spaces, there are buildings. For example, if you buy a space, there's a steam factory in the background. And the car factory can also be used." When Xiao Hai heard Kyer, he stared for a moment before his eyes lit up. He understood what Kyer meant. In other words, after buying a technological space, he would be able to buy a lot of things related to technology. For example, a car factory, a mobile phone factory, and maybe even a satellite factory. If that's the case, then it would be very helpful to both him and the space in the future. Just like now, when Xiao Hai contacted Binjia and the others, he was still using the messenger fish. If he can make mobile phones, then they would be able to contact each other in the future. This would be much more convenient. Xiao Hai quickly looked at Kyer and said, "Kyer, what is the technological level of this technological space?" Kyer smiled faintly and said, "It has reached the level of an ordinary technological civilization. It can now explore the universe." Xiao Hai was overjoyed when he heard this. He understood what Kyer meant. Just exploring the universe meant that Earth's technology had reached a certain level. If this was the case, then Xiao Hai could buy 10 spaces with the same level of technology as Earth. For Xiao Hai, this was very good. After thinking about this, Xiao Hai couldn't help but laugh. On the other hand, Laura and the others were puzzled by Xiao Hai's words. To be honest, they didn't know much about technology, let alone space exploration. After some time, Xiao Hai calmed down. Then he immediately looked at Kyer and said, "Kyer, I think that magic armor shouldn't be at this level, right? Why can I only buy a low-level technological space now?" Xiao Hai remembered very clearly that if low-level technology was just exploring the universe, then it would be the same as Earth. However, Earth didn't have magic armors. On Earth, magic armors only existed in fantasy novels. Only a more advanced technological civilization would be able to make them. Kyer smiled and said, "Young master, you should know that magic armors aren't just mechanical products. The core of the magic armor is composed of magic formations. It can be said that magic armors aren't pure technology. Because of this, you can only buy the most ordinary technological civilization." When Xiao Hai heard Kyer, he nodded and said, "How do I upgrade it in the future? Also, how do I upgrade the universal scanner?" Kai smiled and said, only when the young master finds a more advanced technological civilization and receives it into the space can it be upgraded. Zhao Hai asked, what's the use of the universal scanner? Kai smiled and said, the young master will know about this immediately. Young master, you just need to put the Hell King's ship into the space and have the universal scanner analyze it. Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand as the Hell King's ship shrunk and was thrown into the space. Then he made his staff bigger and had Laura and the others stand on top of it. On top of the staff was a monitor showing the Hell King's ship situation inside the space. Since Zhao Hai couldn't enter the space, he could only use this method to observe everything inside. After the Hell King's ship entered the space, it immediately flew towards the 3-story building. Then the door of the building automatically opened as the ship entered. The monitor immediately showed the situation inside the building. The situation inside the building was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai thought that the 3-story building would have rooms. He didn't expect it to be a huge machine. As soon as they entered the building, the Hell King's ship fell to the ground. The white and smooth floor turned into a conveyor belt as it rotated towards the room. Then from every corner of the room, lights of various colors shined on the ship. The light scanned the Hell King's ship. The Hell King's ship didn't stop. It went from one end of the room to the other. Then it came out of the back door and floated in midair. It wasn't only Zhao Hai, Laura and the others were also curiously looking at the monitor. They wanted to know what the space would do this time. At this time, a prompt was heard from the space, starting analysis program. Analysis in progress. Time required for analysis, 10 minutes. Then a number appeared on the window of the small building. The number began to jump. Zhao Hai and the others weren't anxious, they just sat there and waited. 10 minutes passed by quickly. When the number reached 0, the space issued a prompt, analysis complete. This is a weapon from the Cultivation civilization. After strengthening, it has intermediate defense, intermediate attack, and advanced speed. Materials used are immeasurable gold sand, primal chaos crystal, iron essence, iron essence. The hull has a long-range magic cannon. Attack is weak, but can be improved. Zhao Hai and the others were stunned when they heard the space's prompt. This was too shocking. In their eyes, the Hell King's ship was very powerful. But in addition to its advanced speed, the rest was only intermediate. Moreover, the Hell King's ship was originally made with Lu Wei's materials. The space even provided suggestions for improvement. Wasn't this thing too powerful? While Zhao Hai was thinking about this, the space issued another prompt. If the host wants to improve the weapon, the universal processing machine can be used. After improvement, the weapon's speed can be increased by 20%. Defense can be increased by 40%. Attack can be increased by 40%. Magic cannon's attack can be increased by 40%. Cost, 1 million gold coins. Host can provide materials, diamond wood, cold light, innate fire, earth fire, and 120 magic formations. Time required, 3 hours. After this, the space didn't issue another prompt. Zhao Hai and the others just stood there in a daze. They didn't expect the universal processing machine to be this useful. After some time, Zhao Hai recovered. He laughed and said, "Good, this is really good. Immediately improve the Hell King's ship according to the universal processing machine's suggestions." As soon as he gave the order, the Hell King's ship immediately flew towards the universal processing machine. Then a white light covered the ship before it disappeared. After the Hell King's ship disappeared, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he turned to Laura and the others and laughed, "We really picked up a treasure this time." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "What a treasure." Laura and the others were also very happy. Lizzie immediately said, "Brother Hai, didn't you say that we can buy technological backgrounds? Let's buy some and see what they look like." After being reminded by Lizzie, Zhao Hai immediately nodded and turned to Kai, take out the technological backgrounds that we can buy. Zhao Hai nodded and then turned to Kai and said, "Kai, take out the technological backgrounds that we can buy." Kai nodded, then with a wave of her small hand, the monitor screen immediately turned into the background of the shop. On this page, there were small pictures, some of them were black and white, some of them were Kai's pictures. Zhao Hai understood that he couldn't buy the black and white pictures. He looked at the black and white pictures and saw that there were some normal backgrounds and some magic backgrounds. It seems like his level wasn't high enough to buy the normal and magic backgrounds. This time, he could only buy the technological backgrounds. Zhao Hai looked at the technological backgrounds and saw some hints below them. However, these hints seemed to be just descriptions of the scenery. For Zhao Hai, these weren't very useful. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the pictures of the backgrounds. He wanted to find the 10 that were most suitable for him. However, this wasn't easy. There were more than 100 of them. Finding the one that was most suitable for Zhao Hai wasn't a simple matter. On the other hand, Laura and the others stared blankly at the background. There were things in the background that they hadn't seen before. For example, the tall buildings that had more than 100 floors. There were also cars and other things that they had never seen before. They were very curious about the background of these things. Kair also hadn't seen these things before. But since she was fused with the space immediately sent the relevant information to Kair. Because of this, Kair was able to recognize these technological backgrounds. After choosing for a long time, Zhao Hai was able to make 10 backgrounds. Although Zhao Hai wanted to live a modern life, it was a pity that Zhao Hai didn't dare to enter the space. Therefore, he could only watch from the outside while drooling. When it came to Laura and the others, they insisted on looking at the backgrounds. Zhao Hai didn't mind and just let Kair and the others go. At the same time, he had Kair tell Laura and the others about the technological backgrounds. After dealing with these matters, Zhao Hai turned his attention to George and the others. But at this time, George and the others had already returned to the city. They only sent people to pay attention to the spatial crack, they didn't have any intention to attack. Seeing that George and the others weren't attacking, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Then he sat on the platform that was transformed from his staff and looked at the people below. His heart was calm. Fei and the others went to prepare for the upcoming battle against the O'Neill family. As for Binjia and the others, they went to the defensive line. Because of this, Zhao Hai directly threw the Hell King's ship into the space for the universal scanner to analyze. When he thought about the universal scanner, Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but heat up. He immediately thought that this thing was called the universal scanner. Does it mean that it can analyze anything? Does this mean that it can also analyze the undead? After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately sat up and opened the monitor. Then he had an undead enter the universal scanner. When the undead arrived at the door of the universal scanner, a white light covered it. Then the undead quickly shrunk until it was the size of the Hell King's ship. After that, it entered the universal scanner and followed the same procedure as the Hell King's ship. Zhao stared blankly at all of this. He didn't think that this would be the result. The universal analyzer could actually reduce the size of the object it was analyzing. This was too strange. However, after thinking about how the universal scanner was a reward from the space, Zhao Hai didn't care too much about it. What he wanted to know now was the result of the universal scanner's analysis of the undead. When the undead creature came out of the back door of the universal analyzer, it returned to its normal size. Then, the space prompted, starting analysis program, analysis in progress. This analysis took 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 1, analysis complete. This object is a humanoid robot with a program inside. The materials used are ordinary crystal materials provided by the space. It can be automatically upgraded. Currently, its attack power is weak, but it can be improved. Improvement Plan 1, which is the host's current plan, put this object in the background of hell and let it slowly upgrade. This is the recommended plan. Improvement Plan 2, the host can use the universal analyzer to improve it. The required materials are iron essence, immeasurable golden sand, and chaos crystal. The total cost for improvement is 100,000 gold coins. The host can provide the materials, immeasurable golden sand. Because the host can't provide all the materials, the host needs to pay 5 million gold coins for the improvement. The program of the improved humanoid robot will be reset. All the previous data will be cleared. The improved humanoid robot's defense power will be increased by 200%, and its attack power will be increased by 200%. Note, after the improvement, this humanoid robot will never be upgraded. Zhao Hai listened to the results of the analysis. He didn't think that the space would have a way to quickly improve the strength of the undead. However, even if this method was told to Xiao Hai wouldn't use it. Xiao Hai took a deep breath before he threw the undead back into the hellspace. Then he thought for a moment before he took out the blood-red scorpion from the magic staff and sent it to the space. When the scorpion came out of the back door, the prompt sounded, starting analysis program. Analysis has begun. This object is a defensive armor produced by the space. Current grade, perfect. Host's level isn't high enough to improve it. Xiao Hai stared. He didn't think that the evaluation of the armor would be this high. However, after thinking about it, Xiao Hai understood what was going on. Since the armor was produced by the space, there shouldn't be any problems with its quality. Moreover, if he wanted to upgrade the armor, then the universal machine wouldn't be able to do so. Therefore, the analysis machine gave such an answer. Xiao Hai thought for a moment before he took out another domain weapon and sent it to the front of the analysis machine. Xiao Hai wanted to improve this domain weapon, but he didn't have the time. Although the myriad manufacturing machine could provide some improvements, it couldn't be compared to the universal machine. Because of this, Xiao Hai wanted to see the result of the universal machine's analysis of this domain weapon. Analysis results: this object is a crude low-grade weapon, the design level is unreasonable, the energy required to use it is too high, the attack power is weak, the defense power is weak, the speed is low, the materials used are ordinary, the improvement plan is recommended, the host is recommended to destroy this object, turn it into raw materials, and send it into the universal manufacturing machine. According to the instructions of the universal manufacturing machine, a new weapon or other items can be made. Xiao Hai couldn't help but feel depressed. Whether it was in the divine realm or elsewhere, domain weapons were treasures. Even if there were battle suits in the divine realm, domain weapons were still a display of strength. It was something that everyone would rush to get their hands on. However, the result given by the analysis machine was completely useless. Xiao Hai didn't know what to say about this result. Xiao Hai smiled bitterly as he received the domain weapon. He didn't say anything else. He also figured out that the Hell King's ship had a lot of flaws. Naturally, the analysis machine wouldn't have anything good to say about a domain weapon. The reason why the analysis machine didn't give an improvement program was most likely because it was a product of the space. If the space wanted to improve it, then it would have to wait for the space to upgrade it. Therefore, the analysis machine didn't give an improvement program. However, the analysis result of the analysis aroused Xiao Hai's interest. He immediately took out another magic armor and placed it in front of the machine. After going through a set of procedures, a prompt was heard, starting analysis program. Analysis time, 30 seconds. Analysis complete. This object is a combination of magic and technology. Grade, low. Attack power, low. Speed, low. Defense, low. Due to incomplete information, improvement program cannot be provided. Xiao froze for a moment. He didn't think that this would be the result. It seems that the processing machine wasn't completely omnipotent. It could only analyze various objects based on the available information and provide improvement plans. Beyond this scope, it couldn't do anything. It should be known that Karen and the others were already trying to improve some of the magic arrays. They wanted to see what kind of effect these magic arrays would have on magic armors one day. Unfortunately, the analysis machine couldn't do this. It seemed that they would have to rely on people to solve the problem. At this time, Laura and the others came out of the space with excited expressions. What surprised Xiao Hai was their mobile phones and laptops. Their clothes looked very modern. If Xiao Hai didn't know about them, then he would have thought that they came from Earth. When Laura and the others saw Xiao Hai looking at them blankly, they couldn't help but laugh. Then they began to chat with Xiao Hai about the things that happened after they entered the space. It turned out that the space that Xiao Hai bought was a large shopping mall. Almost everything from Earth can be found in this shopping mall. Naturally, this included clothes, jewelry, computers, mobile phones, and other things. Since Kyer knew how to make these things, she taught Laura and the others. Laura and the others were very surprised when they saw this. They took a few sets of clothes, a mobile phone, and a laptop before they came out of the space. Naturally, they didn't forget Xiao Hai. When they came out, they also gave Xiao Hai a mobile phone and a laptop. These were the things that they were most excited about. Laura thought that Xiao Hai didn't know how to use a mobile phone and a laptop. Therefore, she took out her mobile phone and waved it towards Xiao Hai. "Brother Hai, look at this thing. Do you know what it is? Come, I'll teach you. With this thing, you won't need to use your messenger fish anymore." Then she placed the mobile phone in Xiao Hai's hand and taught Xiao Hai how to use it. Xiao Hai looked at Laura with a strange expression. Then he turned to Kai and said, "Kai, can this mobile phone be used here?" End of chapter 908. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.